Chapter 1. Is that steam bun not to your liking? Division of Realms. Martial practitioner postnatal, innate, master, venerable, saint, emperor. A gentle reminder. Reading without overthinking brings abundant joy. So, as my golden finger, you arrived a decade late? Su-Yi gazed at the diminutive sprite before him, about the size of a backpack. Host, please don't mind these trivial details, the sprite replied. At least now that this system has arrived. As long as you assist me in correcting the narrative, I assure you, I will help you ascend to the pinnacle of life. We shall thrive together. How splendid, the sprite declared, patting its chest, its little tuft of hair bobbing animatedly. Su-Yi regarded it with skepticism, pondering, this system seems rather unreliable. First, tell me what functions you possess, Su-Yi inquired. Hee, this system is truly all-encompassing. It can assist you in cultivating techniques, enhancing your strength, help you in treasure hunting and appraisal, and even provide you with special tasks and rewards. The system boasted with pride. And furthermore, this system also. Stop right there. First, enlighten me about the general plot. I can explore your other functions on my own. Su-Yi interrupted the sprite. Fine. The sprite pouted slightly, continuing, the world you inhabit is one from a female-centric novel, centered around a powerful female lead. The protagonist, Su Yun'er, is the second daughter of the Su family. Her father, the head of the Su clan, fathered her with a maid after a drunken indiscretion. Due to her status as a lowly concubine's daughter, Su Yun'er often faces oppression, with the young masters and ladies of the dynasty assuming her to be a scheming servant like her mother, subjecting her to various humiliations. However, unbeknownst to them, Su Yun'er is the reincarnation of a formidable being, possessing the aura of an empress. Eventually, she awakens her past memories, slaps the faces of her detractors, and achieves the status of empress. Upon hearing this, Su-Yi stroked his chin thoughtfully, remarking, "Why does this reek of a typical overpowered protagonist trope? Don't focus on such trivialities, host," the sprite replied, slightly displeased. All right, you may proceed." Su-Yi waved his hand dismissively. The sprite cleared its throat and continued. The fated female antagonist, the eldest daughter of the Su family, Su Qinghan, often makes trouble for Su Yun'er's mother due to her disdain for her actions. That's true. Su-Yi nodded in agreement. As the eldest daughter's bodyguard, he was well aware of Su Qinghan's penchant for harassing Su Yun'er's mother, yet he found no issue with it, considering the stark contrast between Su Yun'er's mother and Su Qinghan. Although Su Qinghan did not excessively torment Su Yun'er, the latter's poor talent and lack of favor often led some servants to deny her food, while the Su matriarch turned a blind eye. Each time the servants faced punishment, they vented their frustrations on this kind-hearted girl. Moreover, she was Su-Yi's sole true friend within the Su residence. Initially moved by her plight, he discreetly offered her assistance, albeit nothing extravagant, merely plain steamed buns, a commonplace fare within the Su household. Now that he was clear on the identities of the protagonist and the antagonist, it was a straightforward matter, must cling tightly to the protagonist's coattails. Nevertheless, the protagonist likely had yet to awaken her memories, so there was no need to rush. "Su Dage, the young lady seeks you, she has matters to discuss," came the voice of a maid, named Xiao Dai from outside. "Understood. I shall be there shortly," Su-Yi replied hastily. Though his young lady was a female antagonist, he had followed her for 5 years, and she had never mistreated him. He could not simply abandon her after having his fill. Su-Yi traversed the winding corridors and arrived at Su Qinghan's chamber. Taking a deep breath, he adjusted his collar and gently knocked on the door. "Enter." Su Qinghan's voice rang out from within, cold and commanding. Upon entering, he found Su Qinghan seated on a soft couch by the window, holding a bamboo scroll, seemingly lost in thought. Her long hair cascaded carelessly over her shoulders, with a few strands softly falling across her forehead, adding a touch of grace to her demeanor. Approaching her, Su-Yi bowed respectfully. "Young lady, what do you require of me?" "Su-Yi, you have been by my side for 5 years now." Su Qinghan turned to face him, a complex expression flickering in her eyes. "Yes, young lady," he nodded, recalling that she had chosen him as her guard 5 years prior. At that time, he had already reached the 8th layer of postnatal realm, possessing exceptional talent, a match even for the prodigies of noble families. I recall you were sold to the Su residence by your family. Su Qinghan set down the bamboo scroll and picked up another ancient tome. In response, Su Yi respectfully stated, "Indeed, it is only due to your kindness, young lady, that I, Su Yi, have achieved my current standing." A smile graced Su Qinghan's lips as she placed the book down and stepped closer to him. "Now, if I were to ask you to choose between loyalty to the Su residence and to me, which would you prefer?" With a playful smile, she regarded him with keen interest. "Loyalty to you, young lady, is synonymous with loyalty to the Su residence, is it not?" Su Yi felt a surge of embarrassment, puzzled by her sudden inquiry. What is happening? Why is she asking this? Hearing his answer, Su Qinghan appeared somewhat dissatisfied, yet maintained her cheerful demeanor. "That is not quite the same. I have a sister as well." Let me rephrase my question. If I were to compete with Su Yun'er for the position of clan leader, whom would you support or favor? Su Qinghan probed further. However, the more she pressed, the more anxious Su Yi became. What is going on? Why is she suddenly asking this? At present, Su Yun'er was perceived as nothing more than a waste, having trained for 8 years without entering the postnatal realm. It was well known that even the servants in the residence possessed at least the 2nd layer of postnatal strength. In stark contrast, Su Qinghan, at merely 18, had already attained the innate realm. The disparity between them was akin to the radiant moon against a flickering firefly. It was evident to any discerning observer that Su Yun'er stood no chance of inheriting the clan leader position. To put it bluntly, even if Su Qinghan were to meet an untimely demise, the position of clan leader would likely pass to other relatives of the Su family, never falling to Su Yun'er. "You needn't inquire about such an obvious matter, young lady," Su Yi replied with a wry smile. It was absurd. Even if he supported Su Yun'er, she would never become the clan leader. Who did he think he was? Yet, seemingly unperturbed by his lack of a definitive response, Su Qinghan's expression soured slightly. "Huh? Have I treated you so well that you've lost sight of your own worth?" Su Qinghan's brows knitted together, her tone icy. Upon hearing this, Su Yi promptly knelt. "That is not the case. I shall repay your kindness for a lifetime, young lady." What choice did he have? Under the eaves of powerful families, one must bow their head. A mere word from these rulers could send him off to feed the fish. Seeing Su Yi in such a state, Su Qinghan smiled, placing her hand on his shoulder, her tone still cold. "Repayment is inevitable. You shall not escape it in the future. However, first, answer me this. Is that steam bun not to your taste? How could you so carelessly give it away?" Su Qinghan's expression darkened considerably. Chapter 2. The miserable Su Yun'er, how detestable. If you weren't my personal guard, I would never have gone to the trouble of wrapping the precious spirit-gathering fruit in buns. With this thought, Su Qinghan tightened her grip, unleashing her innate strength to mercilessly torment Su Yi. She had deliberately chosen the unassuming bun to support him. After preparing spirit-gathering buns for Su Yi for half a month, one would expect even a pig, let alone a prodigious talent like Su Yi, to show some sign of progress. Yet, astonishingly, his cultivation remained stagnant at the 3rd level of innate strength, TSK, with just 3 months left. It seemed improbable for her to advance to the 4th level of innate strength. She could only place her hopes on him. This fellow must have given the buns I made to someone else. Moreover, it must have been to an utterly talentless commoner. Otherwise, after half a month of spirit-gathering buns, there should at least have been some rumors of cultivation breakthroughs or progress within the estate. At that moment, Su Yi, feeling the extraordinary force upon his shoulder, nervously swallowed and said, "In recent days, while out on errands, I encountered beggars by the roadside, and, feeling pity, I gave them the buns you provided me. Miss, how strange, I specifically chose the inconspicuous bun to aid the second young lady. Yet the eldest lady seems to have noticed." Upon hearing Su Yi's words, Su Qinghan couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. That would have been more beneficial to the servants of the estate. In truth, the Su family distributed rice porridge to beggars weekly, drawing them to their doorstep. This practice was not introduced by Su Qinghan, but rather proposed by Su Yi himself, who suggested donating to the beggars. Firstly, it would earn them a good reputation. After all, amidst the fierce rivalry among the families in the capital, reputation was paramount. Gaining the support of the populace would only bring benefits to the Su family. Secondly, they could leverage the beggars' familiarity with the city to gather intelligence, and by providing them food, they would reduce their presence on the streets, greatly enhancing the cityscape. Sighing, Su Qinghan thought, I merely inquired. However, should you dare to pass what I give you to others again, I shall not spare you. With that, she retracted her delicate hand and resumed her seat upon the soft couch. Sui let out a breath of relief and tentatively asked, May I take my leave then? Su Qinghan scoffed. Are you so fearful of me, miss? Su Yi replied resolutely, Absolutely not. Oh, very well, you may go. Su Qinghan waved her hand dismissively. Yes, Su Yi bowed to Su Qinghan and exited the room. After his departure, Su Qinghan turned to the screen beside her and spoke softly. Come out. There is no one else here now. With the sound of delicate footsteps, a woman clad in simple attire timidly emerged from behind the screen. Sister, may I leave now? Su Yuner asked, visibly apprehensive. She had been startled when Su Yi was summoned. Fearing that she might bring trouble upon him, Su Gu treats me better than my own mother. I cannot betray him, Su Yuner thought to herself. Su Qinghan cast a glance at Su Yuner and replied coolly, Your mother has pilfered another piece of jewelry from me. What are you going to do about it? Su Yuner lowered her head, biting her lip. Sister, I just finished paying off the last piece of jewelry. I truly have no means left. How about this? I will persuade my mother to return the jewelry to you, if that is acceptable. Su Yuner said, her gaze cast downward. Su Qinghan's expression was frosty. You always say that, yet it never returns that you have any idea how important that piece of jewelry is to me. It was a birthday gift from my mother. Su Qinghan could have simply taken it back. But if the head of the Su family learned of this, both Su Yuner and her mother would undoubtedly face expulsion. Those with unclean hands could not expect to find refuge. Su Yuner looked up, tears welling in her eyes. Sister, I am sorry. I will find a way to make amends. Seeing her distress only added to Su Qinghan's irritability. The grievances of Su Yuner's mother cast a shadow over her feelings towards Su Yuner. Not having dealt with her mother directly, Su Qinghan felt she had already shown considerable mercy. You may return now that I will not inform father about this matter, but should it happen again, I shall not spare you or Huang Shu. Upon hearing this, Su Yuner felt a wave of relief wash over her and repeatedly expressed her gratitude, eager to leave. However, Su Qinghan called out to her again, You had best sever ties with your mother soon. If this continues, she will surely bring you to ruin. Su Yuner halted, turning around with a pained expression that I am well aware. Thank you for your concern, sister. Watching Su Yuner's retreating figure, Su Qinghan sighed deeply. Her feelings towards Su Yuner were a complex blend of annoyance and pity. She had urged Su Yuner countless times to distance herself from her mother, but to no avail, leaving Su Qinghan in a state of frustration. Gazing at the silver coin Su Yuner had recently returned, Su Qinghan frowned, murmuring, How foolish. On her way to her room, Su Yuner's heart was heavy with anxiety, pondering how she might convince her mother to return the jewelry to her sister. With a troubled heart, Su Yuner eventually arrived at her chamber. Due to her mother's unscrupulous assent, the Su family did not grant her the status befitting a concubine. Upon entering her room, Su Yuner found her mother preening before the mirror. After a moment of hesitation, she approached her mother and gently called out, Mother! Her mother turned, a smile gracing her face. Yuner, you're back. Su Yuner bit her lip and summoned her courage. Mother, could you return the jewelry you took from sister? It is something very important to her. Her mother's smile faded as she shot Su Yuner a glare. Child, why are you siding with her? That jewelry is exquisite. What harm is there in your mother wearing it? Look at all those pieces. She hasn't come to ask for them back, has she? Huang Shu pointed at the jewelry scattered around. In my opinion, she likely doesn't lack for adornments. These must be the ones she finds unworthy. Tears streamed down Su Yuner's cheeks uncontrollably. But that is sister's birthday gift. Moreover, she refrained from asking for it back just to preserve our dignity. Huang Shu waved her hand dismissively, growing impatient. Enough with the tears. It's utterly vexing. But slap. Su Yuner covered her face in disbelief, gazing at her mother in shock. Is it just a piece of jewelry? Must you be so partial to her? Huang Shu scolded. Are you my daughter or hers? With that, Huang Shu turned her back, resuming her grooming without another word. Su Yuner quietly exited the room, feeling a swell of grievance and helplessness. She could not comprehend why her mother persistently stole her sister's jewelry. We are capable enough. Why resort to this? As Su Yuner pondered, tears streamed from the corners of her eyes. Second young lady, what brings you here? Su Yi, patrolling the grounds, looked at Su Yuner with a puzzled expression. Chapter 3. I love the rain. Su Yuner looked up at Su Yi, tears brimming in her eyes. Su Gu. I'm fine. For reasons unknown, upon seeing Su Yi, her tears flowed freely. Su Yi noticed the red handprint on Su Yuner's face. And an inexplicable emotion surged within him. He did not need to ask. He could easily guess that it must have been the work of Su Yuner's venomous biological mother. He stepped closer and gently patted Su Yuner's shoulder. Second young lady, do not be upset that, by the way, you haven't had dinner, right? I will prepare a bowl of noodles for you. Scallion noodles with sausage and egg. You must try it, Su Yi said with a cheerful smile, attempting to uplift Su Yuner's spirits. Seeing Su Yi's jovial demeanor, Su Yuner couldn't help but break into a smile. Su Gu, I don't eat scallions. If you could make me a bowl of plain noodles, I would be very grateful. Su Yi responded with righteous indignation. How can that be? You've eaten nothing but buns for half a month. You see, you have no flesh on you at all. That it's fine. Really, the buns are delicious. After eating them, I've gained a bit of weight, Su Yuner said, lowering her gaze to her toes, her cheeks slightly flushed. Su Yi truly is a wonderful person. Enough with the nonsense. Can buns really be that tasty? Forget it. I will take you out to eat. Let's indulge a bit. Seeing that no one was around, Su Yi took out his purse, displaying his wealth with an air of extravagance. Su Yuner initially intended to refuse, but Su Yi took her hand, insisting in a tone that brooked no argument. Protecting the second young lady's appetite is also the duty of a guard. Please do not decline. Su Yuner, touched by Su Yi's enthusiasm, felt the shadows of her worries gradually dissipate. She nodded gently, allowing Su Yi to lead her to a nearby, quaint restaurant. Inside, the ambience was bright and inviting, filled with enticing aromas. Su Yi casually selected a table for himself and Su Yuner. Waiter, 2 bowls of steaming wonton noodles, with egg and mincemeat, please. Also, 2 plates of side dishes and a steamer of dumplings. Su Yi called out loudly oh, and please, no scallions. Certainly, sir. Coming right up, the waiter replied with a cheerful nod, promptly bustling off. Before long, 2 bowls of piping hot noodles were served. Su Yi placed one before Su Yuner, urging her, dig in while it's hot. After our patrols, we often enjoy our late-night snacks here. It's a pity their beef noodles are so popular. We can't get them at night. Otherwise, I would insist you try them. Second miss, he picked up a dumpling and popped it in his mouth. As Su Yuner gazed at the noodles before her, a wave of warmth swelling in her heart. She picked up her chopsticks and took a delicate bite. Instantly captivated by the exquisite flavors, Su Gu, do you know? Su Yuner spoke softly. I have always lived in the shadow of my sister. She is intelligent, beautiful, and kind, while I feel like nothing that I am constantly ridiculed and looked down upon. People scold me for tarnishing our family's reputation and mock me for having a vain mother. If it weren't for my father, no. If it weren't for the benevolence of the Su family head, my mother and I would have likely frozen to death on the streets long ago. Listening intently, Su Yi felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. He sighed softly. Second miss, you need not compare yourself to anyone. You are uniquely you, and you must have a little confidence. Did I not tell you this before? Su Yuner lifted her gaze, her eyes glistening with tears as she looked at Su Yi. I understand now. Hearing this, Su Yi smiled. That's good. You're simply too easily swayed by others. If they speak ill of you, let them. Why concern yourself with their opinions? Let me give you an analogy. If a mirror is dirty, would you question whether your own face is unclean? Su Yuner shook her head in confusion. Su Yi poured her a cup of water and said, then why would you believe yourself to be worthless because of a few words from others? Accepting the tea, warmth surged within Su Yuner. Thank you, Su Gu, she expressed gratefully. You've said such things to me countless times before. Without you, I fear I would have crumbled long ago. That a bittersweet smile crossed her face. Su-yi sighed. He understood her thoughts well. Before the system had bound to him, he had never anticipated that this self-deprecating girl was, in fact, a reincarnation of a powerful being. His past attempt to offer her comfort and warmth were merely fleeting acts of compassion. After all, when he first traversed into this world, he had faced famine and had been sold by his own family out of necessity. Thus, he was reluctant to witness anyone else abandon their will to live. This world, in comparison to the blue star of his past life, was utterly incomparable. Su-de-ge. There is something I want to say to you for a long time. Su-yun'er suddenly fidgeted. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Su-yi, puzzled, inquired. Oh, what is it? I really dislike being called Second Mississippi Su-de-ge. Could you call me Yun'er? Su-yun'er confessed her feelings. The servants at the manor often referred to her with that title in a mocking tone, which she found quite discomforting. Moreover, she wished to feel closer to Su-yi. This was inappropriate. Perhaps it was better left unsaid. Su-yi hesitated, visibly reluctant to accept Su-yun'er's proposal. It was not that he was unwilling, but rather that he dared not. The head of the Su family might feign indifference towards Su-yun'er, but she was still his daughter, and it would be inappropriate for a mere guard to address her so intimately. After all, even this late-night meal was arranged under the guise of a disguise to avoid suspicion. Upon hearing Su-yi's refusal, disappointment clouded Su-yun'er's expression, but soon she came to a realization. Yes, even if she was not favored, she still bore the blood of the Su family. In the future, should the Su family seek to form an alliance with another clan, she would likely be seen as a marriage prospect. It dawned on her that preserving her reputation and purity might be of greater importance than her very life before she was offered away. Reflecting on this, Su-yun'er chuckled bitterly. Su-de-ge. What do you like? You've helped me so much. I wish to give you a gift. She smiled at Su-yi, determined to express her gratitude before the opportunity slipped away. Su-yi pondered for a moment. Well, I don't really lack for anything, nor do I have any particular desires. However, I do find the sound of rain quite soothing. It's very therapeutic and relieving. He chuckled. That sounds rather challenging. How does one gift rain? In truth, Su-yi's seemingly casual response was a subtle way of conveying to Su-yun'er that she need not feel obligated to repay him. Yet perhaps unbeknownst to him, this stubborn girl took his words to heart. All right, let us eat the noodles and finish up quickly so we can return, Su-yi casually suggested. Su-yun'er nodded and resumed eating delicately, after satisfying their appetites. Su-yi accompanied Su-yun'er back to the Su residence. The estate was vast, spanning several acres, but had Su-yun'er not been so unassuming, he likely would not have been able to take her out. Su-yi's own cultivation was such that even Su-chin-han could not compare. It was quite easy for him to remain undetected by the guards. All right, second miss. You should hurry back now, Su-yi advised her. Su-de-ge. Thank you. Tonight has been the happiest I've felt in a long time. Su-yun'er expressed her gratitude before turning to leave. Su-yi watched a retreating figure, momentarily lost in thought. Though their outing had only lasted a short while, no one at the manor had noticed her absence. Young ladies were not permitted to roam freely at night. Typically, if a maiden went missing, the servants would report it immediately. However, it was evident that Su-yun'er was not included in such concerns. Su-yi surmised that it was likely the elder sister's mother who had instructed the staff to overlook Su-yun'er, for she would be more than willing to see her stepdaughter disappear. The reason she could act so boldly was that the elder sister's mother was the sister of the current prime minister. The head of the Su family spent most of his time in seclusion to break through his innate shackles. Thus the Su family was largely governed by the matriarch. Alas, it's getting late. I should head back as well. Su-yi meandered toward Jingyuan. Jingyuan was the exclusive domain of the elder sister. Su-chin-han, adorned with rockeries, flowing water, and pavilions, all beautifully arranged as a specially permitted personal guard. Su-yi's south quarters were in close proximity to Jingyuan. As for why a personal guard had such freedom, it was simply because Su-chin-han preferred solitude and disliked the presence of too many people, allowing Su-yi a measure of independence. However, if anything were to happen to Su-chin-han, he would undoubtedly be the first to be held accountable. Wow, the place where the host resides isn't bad at all. Xiaoling chimed in. Emerging and gazing at the quaint quarters with admiration, like her words, Su Yi recalled that he indeed had a special ability. Stop jesting. All this is what I've earned through hard work. Su Yi smirked. Now tell me about the tasks and rewards. It can't just be for show. Xiaoling rolled her eyes at him. This system can assist you in cultivation, as long as you have enough points. You can exchange them in the shop for various treasures to strengthen yourself. You can earn points by completing system-assigned tasks or triggering hidden tasks on your own, Xiaoling explained, with a wave of her hand. A virtual screen appeared before Su Yi, displaying various task information. Main quest. Follow the plot and help Su Yuner rise to prominence. Success. Reward of 300 points. Help her rise to prominence. That sounds exceedingly simple. I want Tini to do anything. Su Yi mused. According to the storyline, Su Yuner should soon awaken her past memories. The female emperor will emerge, right? Su Yi questioned, perplexed. Xiaoling crossed her arms, visibly displeased. You do realize this is based on the progression of the plot. Look at you, being so nice to the female lead. She's currently filled with hope for life. How could she easily consider jumping into a river? And how could she awaken her memories? Su Yi was taken aback. What? That's absurd. If it weren't for your interference, I wouldn't have to be here at all. The female lead's awakening seems far off. And so does my year-end bonus. Xiaoling squatted down, furiously drawing circles in the dirt with her finger. You don't need to react so dramatically. Is there not some sort of awakening progress bar or something? Su Yi scratched his head. Xiaoling floated back up. If there were, that would make things much easier. However, this segment of the plot should be adjusted by the heavenly path. What you need to do is to refrain from intervening in these matters. I see. But what is my role? Am I a side character or a cannon fodder villain? Surely I can't be the protagonist, Su Yi inquired. You are certainly not the protagonist, Xiaoling rolled her eyes. In the original script, you were merely a minor character. Normally, you should be pleading with your parents not to sell you off, only to perish together in the famine. However, who would have thought that after your arrival? You would alter the plot so significantly. Now you could be considered a supporting character. Su Yi was somewhat astonished to find himself merely a minor role. What did that mean? At 18, with innate talent at the 3rd level, was he truly only worthy of being a side character? Yet, recalling the famine of that time, Su Yi felt a tinge of melancholy. He was a transmigrant and held genuine feelings for his parents. Alas, he was fortunate to possess decent roots. His father and the others should be faring well with the money they had. Never mind. It is getting late. I shall take a nap. Su Yi yawned and lay down on the bed, soon drifting into a steady slumber. Meanwhile, Su Yuner had just returned to her residence when she was met with her mother's icy gaze. What is the meaning of this? Returning so late. Do you not possess the self-awareness befitting the second young lady? Huang Shu scolded, pointing a finger at Su Yuner. Mother, I merely went out to clear my mind. Su Yuner's voice grew increasingly feeble. Who permitted you to go out for leisure? Look at the eldest young lady, Su Qinghan, who seldom leaves home, well versed in propriety and decorum. That is how a young lady should behave. It must be your lack of refinement that leads my lord to treat me in such a manner. Huang Shu shouted like a frenzied lion. Huang Shu's words pierced Su Yuner's heart like sharp blades. She clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging in her flesh, yet she could not stave off the pain that surged from within. Mother, do you know how everyone talks about us behind our backs? Su Yuner stepped closer to Huang. Shud not entertain any delusions of climbing the social ladder. We have hands and feet. If you truly desire those ornaments, Yuner is grown up and can earn money to buy them for you. But what about you? Su Yuner trembled with suppressed sorrow. You resort to stealing. You have taken so much. I cannot hold my head high before my sister. I have never spoken ill of you, because you are my mother. Su Yuner finally could not hold back and cried out that Su Qinghan, who seldom left the house, was well versed in etiquette. But do we have our advantages? Do not be foolish. Can you not be practical? Su Yuner finally voiced her innermost thoughts, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. Huang Shu's face turned crimson at Su Yuner's words. Indeed, she had lost face before the servants. In the entire Su residence, apart from Su Yuner, no one would speak to her in a subdued tone. Now, the only person who had ever shown her deference began to berate her, causing her sole sense of superiority to vanish. leaving her engulfed in shame and an unquenchable rage. "You are my daughter. How dare you speak to your mother in such a manner?" Huang Shu trembled as she pointed at Su Yuner. "Did I say something wrong?" Su Yuner retorted through her tears. "Do you not realize your position in the household? I am, of course, your daughter, but I also possess my own dignity," Su Yuner countered loudly, her eyes shining with unwavering resolve. Huang Shu's face turned ashen with anger, her fury rendering her momentarily speechless. Just then, Su Yuner felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, staggering back a few steps before nearly falling. She steadied herself, wishing to continue her argument with Huang Shu, only to find her mother advancing with a chilling glint in her eyes. "Mother, what do you intend to do?" Su Yuner asked warily, a wave of intense unease washing over her. "Do not call me mother. I do not have a daughter of such poor talent." Huang Shu suddenly lunged, seizing Su Yuner's wrist as Su Yuner attempted to break free. But Huang Shu's grip was surprisingly strong, rendering her unable to escape. "You should possess remarkable talent. How could you be a waste? How could you be a waste?" Huang Shu seemed to lose her sanity, her grip tightening to that moment. Su Yuner lost her balance and fell backward. She sought something to grasp for stability, but nothing surrounded her. She plunged heavily into the pond, the frigid water engulfing her body. She struggled to surface, but felt as though something was dragging her deeper into the depths. Panic set in as she felt suffocated, as if countless strands of aquatic vegetation entangled her, rendering her immobile. She fought desperately, but her body felt as though it were nailed to the bottom, unable to move. Just as she was on the brink of losing consciousness, she thought she heard Huang Shu's anxious voice. Initially, she believed her mother would call for help. Yet instead, she heard a chilling statement that froze her heart. "It's over. If this girl dies, the family loses a marriageable young lady. The head of the family will surely not spare me. Should I save her? No, that won't do. She is so frail that if I bring her back and she catches a cold, she'll just be a sickly wretch. Run. Yes, I must hurry and run." "Take those ornaments." Huang Shu frantically rushed to the door, grabbing the jewelry and rolling it up in her bedding, dashing out. The icy pond water mercilessly enveloped her, as if it sought to consume her entirely. Su Yuner's consciousness began to blur, her life force gradually ebbing away. "Mother," she weakly called out, but all that greeted her was the endless silence and cold. Why has it come to this? Her heart brimmed with regret and anguish. She had thought her filial piety would eventually make her mother realize her actions. But why did it lead to such an outcome? Her thoughts spiraled chaotically, memories slicing through her heart like sharp blades. She recalled her innocent, cheerful self from childhood, the lively little girl who had now been worn down by reality. Perhaps I truly should not have been born into this world. A wave of inexplicable sadness surged within her. I cannot even obtain my mother's love. Just as she was enveloped by the frigid waters, she suddenly heard a familiar voice with a splash. Su Yi plunged into the water, rescuing Su Yuner from its depths. "Second young lady, are you all right?" he exclaimed, hastily using his spiritual power to dry her off. Yuner attempted to articulate her thoughts, but was overcome by dizziness and fainted. "Good heavens, what are you doing? Interfering with the plot again." Xiaoling lamented, repeatedly tapping Su Yi's head with her tiny hands. Su Yi had just settled down to sleep, but suddenly felt a foreboding sensation. Moments ago, he had seen Huang Shu in a flurry of panic. Knowing something must have gone awry, he carried Su Yuner back to her room, drying her off, before returning to his own quarters with Xiaoling. At that moment, Xiaoling, hands on her hips, pouted angrily. "You infuriate me. You are truly the worst host I've ever had." Since entering the Su residence, Su Yi had never found a true confidant, but Su Yuner had been one. As for Su Qinghan, that woman wore a perpetual icy demeanor, her smiles as frigid as her countenance. In her presence, he too wore a serious facade, fearful that his smile would disgust her, leaving him devoid of any warmth. "Do not worry, Su Yuner will certainly awaken successfully. With her mother fleeing, she has fallen into despair, perfectly fitting the archetype of a downtrodden heroine," Su Yi reassured, stroking Xiaoling's head. At that moment, the system interface unexpectedly opened, revealing a line of text. Task: enable the heroine Su Yuner to awaken her past life memories. Task completion rating: 3 stars. Gazing at the text, Su Yi could not help but expresses confusion with 3 question marks. What? There's a task completion rating now. Why didn't you mention it before? Xiaoling sighed in exasperation. How was I to know you would recklessly charge in? In the original plot, the heroine would not only awaken her memories, but also become disillusioned with the Su residence, laying the groundwork for its eventual downfall. Sigh, you must have altered something again. The heroine has deviated from the scripted course, Xiaoling lamented, thumping her chest in frustration. Su felt somewhat embarrassed at her words. Is there any reward for the 3-star completion rating? Xiaoling furrowed her brows, casually tossing a martial arts manual at him. Postnatal defensive technique, Xin Turtle Guardian Art. Given your completion rate, this is all you can receive. Su accepted the manual, thanking Xiaoling, for after all, a freebie was always delightful, even if it was merely a postnatal technique. Seeing Su Yi's polite demeanor, Xiaoling continued, Ahem, given your courtesy, I want to raise the prices of your items in the future. Su Yi was taken aback, puzzled. So, you can raise the prices of my items? Of course, not only items, but our system can also devalue your points. This is our system's only method of retaliating against hosts. Xiaoling declared, puffing out her chest with an air of benevolence. All right, I truly appreciate your kindness. Su Yi chuckled at her demeanor, unable to suppress his amusement. Hey, no laughing. I am being serious. Xiaoling stamped her foot in playful frustration. Witnessing this comical scene, Su Yi could not help but laugh even louder. How infuriating. I shall bestow upon you a most unflattering nickname, exclaimed Xiaoling as she lunged toward Su Yi, tugging at his hair. Ouch, I shouldn't have kept my hair long, he lamented. Meanwhile, Su Yuner furrowed her brows, drenched in fragrant sweat, as if she had just emerged from a nightmarish dream. Chapter 6. The Awakening of Su Yuner amidst a sea of corpses and rivers of blood. Countless souls bowed in submission. A woman clad in purple slowly turned her head, and to Su Yuner's astonishment, she bore an uncanny resemblance to herself. A wave of disorientation washed over Su Yuner. And suddenly, an excruciating pain pierced her mind. She grimaced, clutching her forehead in agony. In that fleeting moment, countless images flashed before her eyes, revealing a strange world where she endured a myriad of tribulations. Ultimately, she perceived a mysterious light approaching her. When Su Yuner opened her eyes once more, she found herself in an enigmatic space, enveloped by an extraordinary aura. In the center lay a mystical spring, surrounded by peculiar flora that exuded an unmistakable elegance. Gaining her composure, she approached the spring, crouched down, and dipped her hand into the water, feeling a refreshing sensation spread throughout her body. Just then, ripples suddenly emerged from the spring, and a powerful force grasped her hand, pulling her in with increasing intensity, as if it sought to consume her entirely. Her heart raced, and an inexplicable fear enveloped her. Yet, just as she felt herself slipping into unconsciousness, the force abruptly vanished. She exhaled in relief, shaking her head. However, when she lifted her gaze toward the spring, she discovered something new within it, a jade pendant emitting a faint glow. Intrigued, Su Yuner approached cautiously and picked up the pendant. Feeling a warm current flow from it into her body, nourishing her meridians, suddenly, a sharp pain surged in her mind, more intense than before. She pressed her forehead and bent slightly, trembling, as the pain subsided. She realized her vision had expanded significantly, as if she could perceive far more than before. She sensed her power steadily increasing, rising from an inconspicuous level to the 4th realm of postnatal cultivation. It dawned on Su Yuner that this mysterious space, the spring, and the jade pendant were all somehow interconnected with her. She began to scrutinize the peculiar plants surrounding her, discovering that they all radiated a strange energy, seemingly possessing some special power. Carefully, she cradled the jade pendant in her palm and closed her eyes. Suddenly, the pendant emitted a dazzling light, enveloping Su Yuner completely. A potent force surged from the pendant into her body, and simultaneously, the images in her mind became clearer. After a moment, the brilliance faded, and Su Yuner slowly opened her eyes, murmuring, "So, this is how it is," as she absorbed the multitude of techniques swirling in her mind. A smile graced her lips. She had not anticipated that her past self had been so formidable. Well then, since I have returned, I shall not allow myself to be a mere plaything. Su Yuner shed her garments, revealing her pale, slender form. She stepped into the spring, the cool water enveloping her legs, and the refreshing sensation made her involuntarily sigh with delight. My foundation appears to be intact. A puzzled expression crossed her face. Logically, given her past treatment, her foundation should have suffered damage. Closing her eyes to meditate, she soon opened them with a gentle smile, realizing that the buns Su Dage had given her were infused with spiritual fruits. Submerging herself in the spring, her brows unfurled in relief. Such a person was indeed a rarity. As time passed, the spiritual energy in the spring was gradually absorbed by Su Yuner, leading to marvelous transformations in her body. Her skin became even fairer and smoother, akin to mutton fat jade, while her previously frail physique grew more elongated and powerful. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, Su Yuner emerged from the spring, the droplets on her skin evaporating without a trace. She felt the spiritual power surging within her, a glint of confidence shining in her eyes. After donning her attire and returning to her room, she was struck by the stark emptiness of her surroundings, realizing with a chill that her mother had left behind not a single coin. Well, with my memories, acquiring wealth should pose no challenge. Su Yuner mused. Sigh, my body remains too weak. I cannot utilize many spiritual materials in the spirit field. With a sigh, she reflected on her past life-s techniques for disguise and breath control, then made her way to the dressing table. A week had passed since Su Yuner's awakening to Su Yi. Later on, Jiner will be coming. You needn't practice for now. She will undoubtedly want me to accompany her for a stroll. You shall go in my stead and ensure her safety, Su Qinghan remarked nonchalantly. Understood. Su Yi set aside his sword and nodded in agreement. Bai Jin, the daughter of the prime minister, was around 16 years old and had only attained the 6th realm of postnatal cultivation. This girl frequently visited the Su residence, making Su Yi quite familiar with her. However, his impression of her was less than favorable. She often sought to provoke him, even assigning him the nickname Cold Ice Block. Su Yi found this moniker rather hard to accept. Who would relish perpetually maintaining a stern expression? It was merely due to his professional training. As a qualified guard, he certainly could not afford to smile. In his previous life, Su Yi had been intrigued by the stoic, emotionless guards he had seen on television, wondering if they truly felt nothing at all. It was only after becoming a guard himself that he understood the necessity of maintaining a serious demeanor in front of their masters. Guards must not speak freely. It was not an act of aloofness or coolness, but rather a matter of survival. Only after becoming a guard did Su Yi realize that what was deemed aloof served as his protective guise. A single misstep in words could cost him dearly. Nonetheless, a few masters enjoyed teasing their attendants, and Bai Jin was certainly among them at that moment. A bright voice rang out. Sister Su, I've come to find you. A girl in a delicate light blue gown jogged over. Her hair was elegantly styled into a simple updo, with a few strands framing her face, adding to her grace. Holding a dainty fan that she gently waved, she radiated a playful charm. Bai Jin's voice echoed through the Su residence's garden, her face reflecting a mix of shyness and anticipation as she leaped into Su Qinghan's embrace. Miss, please take care. Bai Jin's maid, Xiao hurriedly approached, her small steps quickening to catch up. Upon seeing Su Qinghan, Xiao promptly bowed and greeted her. Su Qinghan nodded, gently releasing Bai Jin from her embrace, and smiled. Jiner, I have some matters to attend to today, so I shall not be going out. Let Su Yi accompany you instead. Chapter 7. The entrance of male supporting character Lin Su Yi. Bai Jin paused momentarily, then recalled the icy visage from her memory. Isn't he a training fanatic? He isn't practicing now. She remembered that every time she had visited Su Qinghan, Su Yi had always been engaged in cultivation, and when not practicing, he appeared as still as an ice statue beside Su Qinghan, remaining utterly silent, causing her spirits to dampen. He is quite dull. This was Bai Jin's first impression of Su. Yes, he is currently training, but I have informed him that he will accompany you for your safety. Su Qinghan replied, casting Su Yi a knowing glance. Su Yi then approached, nodding slightly as he bowed to Bai Jie. Bai Jin observed Su Yi's solemn expression. She recalled her previous nickname for him. cold ice block, and straighten her posture, declaring, "Umph, cold ice block. While accompanying me for shopping, you must not remain silent. At the very least, utter a word." Su Yi remained silent for a moment before nodding. All right, upon hearing this, Bai Jin's expression fell once more. Ugh, this fellow is even more tedious than Sister Su Qinghan. Once they arrived at the marketplace, Bai Jin was like a kite set free, darting about, exploring every nook and cranny with evident excitement. Meanwhile, her maid Xiao Xia followed closely, unable to catch her breath as Su Yi trailed behind them, maintaining a steady pace. Well aware that Bai Jin had not come solely to see Su Qinghan, she visited frequently merely to seek an excuse to indulge in leisure. Host, the female lead has appeared. The plot is commencing, Xiaoling suddenly exclaimed with excitement, pointing to a stall ahead. Su Yi quickly turned to look, spotting a woman clad in a black robe, her features unremarkable. Meticulously examining a piece of jade at the stall, indeed, her memories have awakened. She has even mastered the art of disguise that conceals one's aura. Su Yi could not help but marvel. Had it not been for Xiaoling's reminder, he would not have recognized her. This was none other than Su Yun'er. Oh, look, host, the male supporting character has made his entrance, Xiaoling exclaimed, pointing excitedly at a young man standing beside Su Yun'er, none other than the wealthy heir of the Lin family, who was utterly devoted to the female lead in the original storyline. Alas, it is a pity that the female protagonist is wholly devoted to her pursuit of the Tao and shows no interest in this man. Xiaoling shook her head and sighed. Su Yi, noticing her demeanor, followed her gaze and beheld a strikingly handsome man, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, a high-bridged nose, and a figure as upright as a verdant pine. Exuding an undeniable air of authority, he was clad in resplendent garments of exquisite fabric, rich in hue, which further accentuated his extraordinary demeanor. The collar of his attire was embroidered with intricate patterns, a testament to his noble lineage. "Are you perhaps interested in this piece of jade?" Lin Yi offered, his smile as warm and gentle as jade itself, addressing Su Yun'er as he gazed upon the woman before him. His heart stirred inexplicably. Just days prior, his mother had suffered a relapse of an old ailment while shopping, and it was this very woman who had come to her rescue, completely curing her affliction. Having introduced her to the esteemed Miao Yi, Lin Yi noted that she only accepted her fee, unwilling to owe him any undue favor, which piqued his interest in her. Although she appeared ordinary, Lin Yi surmised that her remarkable medical skills concealed an art of disguise beyond his perception. How delightful it would be to enter the heart of such a wondrous person and glimpse her true self. Encountering her on the street today, he found it impossible to suppress his emotions and approach her for conversation. Su Yun'er set aside the listening Thai jade and spoke softly. "Young Master Lin, I have already treated your mother, and you have compensated me for my services. That we are now even, so you may take your leave." Hearing the unmistakable distance in her tone, Lin Yi felt a pang of discomfort. As the eldest son of the Lin family, one of the four great clans, he had never before experienced such aloofness from anyone. Reluctantly, Lin Yi pressed on, "It is out of respect for you, Miss, that I address you as sir. Even the renowned Dr. Yang in the capital could do nothing for my mother's ailment. Yet you have healed her. I genuinely wish to forge a friendship with you and cultivate a benevolent connection. Should you be willing, you could join Miao Yi Hall, and I would ensure you receive the finest treatment." Su Yun'er, upon hearing this, bowed slightly and replied, "I must apologize. I am accustomed to a carefree life and do not deserve such a title. As for the position at Miao Yi Hall, I believe you should seek someone more qualified." It was evident that Su Yun'er perceived Lin Yi's interest as merely professional, considering Miao Yi Hall was associated with the Lin family. Having concluded her speech, Su Yun'er produced several pieces of silver from her purse and handed them to the vendor, stating, "I shall take the listening Thai jade." The vendor accepted the coins with a smile and replied, "Very well, I will wrap it up for you." While the jade itself held little intrinsic value, its stunning appearance allowed it to produce a sound akin to raindrops when infused with spiritual energy, thus earning its fame. Buyers often sought it as a gift for friends and family, which prompted the vendor to select an ornate wooden box to contain it, presenting it to Su Yun'er. Upon receiving the box, Su Yun'er turned to leave, seemingly eager to depart. Observing this, Lin Yi felt a surge of urgency and called out, "Miss, I also have an ancient medical book that I can offer you to peruse." Su Yun'er frowned slightly at his words, her eyes reflecting a hint of impatience. "In no need. I dislike owing favors to others. Young Master Lin, further discussion is futile. Please take your leave." As Su Yun'er moved further away, Lin Yi could no longer contain himself. He hurriedly approached her, intending to inquire about her identity. However, a petite figure suddenly blocked his path. "Lin Yi, what is your relationship with that woman?" Bai Jin's eyes were red-rimmed. Her gaze filled with indignation, and could see the sound of her voice. Su Yun'er glanced back, initially intending to disregard her, but upon seeing Lin Yi ensnared by Bai Jin's insistence, she prepared to turn away. Yet, from a corner of her eye, she caught sight of Su Yi, who stood behind Bai Jin. She quickly concealed the wooden box in her sleeve, her mind racing with curiosity. Why did this girl seem so familiar? Why was Su Degu accompanying her? Just then, Xiao Xiao rushed to Bai Jin's side and gently tugged at her sleeve, whispering, "Miss, everyone is watching." The daughter of the Prime Minister questioning the young master of the Lin family in such a manner would reflect poorly on both families. If the Prime Minister were found out, Bai Jin would undoubtedly face confinement. The matriarch of the Su family was the Prime Minister's sister, and this area fell under Su family's jurisdiction. It would not be long before this matter reached the Prime Minister's ears. Chapter 8. Offering an exit, however, despite Xiao Xia's earnest counsel, Bai Jin brushed her aside, exclaiming, "What is there to fear? He is clearly engaged to me, yet he dares to dally with a stranger in public." Bai Jin felt a sense of grievance. She had observed them for quite some time. If their interaction had been benign, she would not have felt anger. However, Lin Yi's demeanor suggested a desire to deepen his connection with that woman. Initially, Bai Jin had felt elated to know that the man she was engaged to was the prodigious young master of the Lin family, whose reputation in the capital was exemplary. She had harbored a degree of admiration for him. Yet, he consistently rebuffed her invitations, and as a noble lady, she prided herself on having the thickest skin among the maidens of the capital. Even when her invitations were turned down, she remained unfazed. Yet, witnessing her betrothed reject her invitation only to engage with a stranger in public was a blow she could not withstand, struggling to mask her fury. She trembled as she pointed accusingly at Lin. "You claim to have pressing matters, yet you turn your back on my invitation to entangle yourself with a stranger." The surrounding crowd paused, murmuring and pointing. What is wrong with this man? He already has a fiancée, but still engages with another woman. Indeed, how shameless. That woman is quite beautiful, but who knew the man could be so despicable? Bai Jin's heart ached further at these remarks, her disappointment and anger toward Lin Yi intensifying. Meanwhile, Lin Yi appeared awkward and helpless, attempting to explain, "It is not as you think. My relationship with her is merely..." However, his words were cut short by Bai Jin's interruption. "Merely what?" "A broken engagement. I will return and have my father annul our betrothal," she shouted. Upon hearing the term betrothal, the crowd's attention sharpened. Moments later, someone called out, "Isn't that the young master of the Lin family?" Now that you mention it, it does seem to be him. It was unexpected that even a scion of a prestigious family would engage in such behavior. After all, men are men. Who among them is not swayed by beauty? However, it seems Linda Xiao's taste is rather lacking. That woman in black cannot compare to the one in green. The onlookers cast their glances between the disguised Su Yun'er and Bai Jin, their scrutiny of Lin Yi growing more doubtful. Betrothals among prominent families are rarely publicly acknowledged, and Bai Jin's lesser renown, compared to Lin Yi, meant few recognized her, as the chatter around them escalated. Lin Yi's guards quickly approached him, whispering, "Young master, this cannot continue. If it reaches the ears of the master, it would not bode well." Lin Yi furrowed his brow, feeling vexed. Damn it, I should have kept an eye on Bai Jin's movements. Had it not been for the need to obtain the Bai family's insights into acupressure, I would have annulled this engagement long ago. The Lin family was a lineage steeped in the healing arts, adept with silver needles that could both kill and save. However, the Bai family possessed their own expertise in acupressure and energy channels, which, if acquired by the Lin family, would elevate their standing significantly. Lin Yi had always felt indifferent toward Bai Jin, believing her to be far too frivolous and incompatible with him. Moreover, she was exceedingly lazy, Despite her decent talents, she had yet to grasp even the fundamentals of innate cultivation. How infuriating! If not for the clan elder's interference, would you have been the first to mention an annulment? Lin Yi's expression darkened, but he knew he had to divert the conversation. His gaze wandered, searching for a means to change the subject. Eventually landing on Su Yi, who stood 3 meters away. A smile crept onto his face. Aha! By Jin, you tarnish my reputation. I shall repay you in kind. Pointing at Su Yi, Lin proclaimed, Oh, by Jin, how dare you accuse me? You are also accompanied by a man. Upon hearing this, Su Yi could not help but raise an eyebrow in confusion. Wait, buddy, I stood 3 meters away to avoid any misunderstandings. 3 meters was the optimal distance Su Yi had determined during his years as a guard, a safe zone that was neither too far nor too close. Should any conflict arise, he could swiftly protect his charge, and if someone sought to slander him, he could easily extricate himself. There was no choice. Many in the capital enjoyed spinning tales about Su Qinghan, and he had to tread carefully, just as Su Yi prepared to utilize his tried-and-true 3-meter golden distance to counter Lin Yi's accusation. Bai Jin's uncontrolled outburst interrupted him, that he is merely a guard. What could I possibly have with him? But you, how many times have you met that woman? Lin Yi, upon hearing her retort, found himself at a loss for words, guilt weighing heavily on him, and he was already at a disadvantage in this confrontation. Ah, so Sudagu is just a guard protecting her. Su Yin'er felt a wave of relief wash over her. TSK, speaking of which, as the second daughter, how has Sudagu not noticed that I have been away from the estate for a week? Su Yin'er felt a twinge of dissatisfaction in her heart. While she was indifferent to the other servants, she found herself somewhat concerned about Su Yi. The reason Su Yi had not sought her out was due to Xiaoling's fear that he might alter the course of events. Thus she fervently dissuaded him. Alas, it seems I have no choice but to intervene, otherwise, if matters escalate, I shall be the first to bear the brunt of accountability as the guard TT. Su Yi stepped forward, distancing himself from Bai Jin, and declared, I am a guard of the Su family, acting under Miss Su's orders to ensure Miss Bai's safety, with no other affiliations. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi waved his hand dismissively, sneering, a mere guard? You've caused quite a stir in public, tarnishing my reputation. She owes me an explanation. At the very least, an apology is in order. Bai Jin, upon hearing this, shot him a furious glance and retorted, Humph, did I say anything wrong? If you want an apology from me, you're merely dreaming. In an instant, Lin Yi's expression darkened as he solemnly stated, It appears that Miss Bai is unwilling to step down. I have already shown great courtesy to Lord Bai. Hearing this, Bai Jin's face contorted with rage, ready to explode, but Su Yi sighed and raised a hand to stop her. He reluctantly adopted a combat stance. Prepared to take action, that if one were to ask why he was so adept, he could only reply, It is merely a matter of familiarity. After crossing into this world, Su Yi understood a crucial principle. When a master quarrels, the guard must intervene. When a master is struck, the guard bears the brunt. When the master is held accountable, the guard is the first to be questioned. Given the current situation, a great melee was inevitable, and he would once again have to take action. Being a guard truly is a hazardous profession, and yet there are no benefits to speak of. Su Yi couldn't help but lament as anticipated. Just as Lin Yi finished speaking, the Lin family guard stepped forward in unison, adopting a combative stance. Chapter 9. A Brawl in the Streets System Task. As a guard of the Su family, one must not allow the Su family to lose face before the Lin family. In the name of the Su family, defend Bai Jin. Reward. Disguise talisman. Suddenly, a system task appeared before Su Yi, bringing him a surge of joy as a guard of the Su family. He could not simply stand by during such an incident. To his surprise, he had been granted an additional system task, truly a twofold gain. Xiaoling's voice chimed in. In the original storyline, Su Qinghan dispatched many guards to Bai Jin's side, yet now you are the sole one to be cautious. Su Yi nodded, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Yi. As the eldest son of the Lin family, Lin Yi was exceedingly proud. Just days prior, he had broken through the limitations of the postnatal 9th layer, achieving the innate 1st layer. This accomplishment filled him with immense confidence. As most of the younger generation within the Qian dynasty were at the innate 1st layer, he felt no fear towards Su Yi. Thus, with a smirk, he taunted, "You wish to stand up for Miss Bai? You hardly seem qualified. That I shall give you an opportunity. Go summon Su Qinghan to come forward, and I may still grant some face to the Su residents." Su Yi, in response, produced a token, declaring, as authorized by the eldest daughter of the Su family, "Should anyone belittle or insult the Su residents, I possess the right to act decisively. Young Master Lin, you are causing a disturbance within the jurisdiction of the Su family, showing blatant disregard for their honor. Accusing Miss Bai of having relations with me, a mere guard, is an affront to the Su family. I hold the right to detain you and present you to the eldest daughter for judgment." Upon hearing this, Bai Jin's eyes sparkled with delight. She had not anticipated this seemingly silent figure to possess such eloquence, deftly pinning two accusations on Lin Yi. Just moments ago, Su Yi had deliberately amplified his voice using spiritual energy, ensuring that many bystanders overheard, prompting them to begin pointing fingers at Lin. Lin Yi's expression darkened considerably. What was happening? Why could he not suppress the spread of Su Yi's voice? Was his power truly superior to his? Should he retreat? No, that was out of the question. As the eldest son of the Lin family, he could not allow himself to bow before a mere guard, lest he become a laughingstock. Immediately, Lin Yi declared, "If you wish to detain me, you must possess the strength to do so." With a command, the guard surrounding Lin Yi surged towards Su Yi. Seeing Su Yi encircled, Lin Yi smirked. After all, he was merely a guard. There was no need for him to take action himself. This maneuver not only spared him the risk of losing face should he be defeated by Su Yi, but also clearly conveyed that the Lin family held no fear of the Su family, thus preserving his own dignity to at this moment. Bai Jin and Xiao Xia, upon witnessing the numerous innate and postnatal experts around them, swiftly retreated behind Su Yi. Cold ice block, there are so many people. Can you handle this? I do not need to defeat them. After all, we are within the Su family's territory. I merely need to stall until Steward Su arrives. Keep your distance from me. After all, you are the daughter of Lord Bai. They would hesitate to act against you. But I am merely a guard, and they will surely come for me. Su Yi instructed, creating distance before charging at one of the assailants. Lin Yi, observing this, quickly commanded his guards to act while privately communicating, "Do not harm the daughter of Lord Bai.as for this guard. It would be best to incapacitate him." Su Yi, though still young, had already reached the innate level, and Lin Yi felt tremendous pressure. He could tolerate being overshadowed by the young masters of other families or princes, but he could not abide a mere guard surpassing him in cultivation. In the blink of an eye, Su Yi engaged in combat with one of Lin Yi's guards. Su Yi's visible cultivation was merely at the innate first layer, making it somewhat challenging to deal with this elite guard. Su Qinghan had instructed him to avoid revealing his innate third-layer cultivation recklessly, even gifting him a concealment artifact to prevent his early demise. After all, a gifted guard was of considerable importance to the Su residents. In the future, Su Yi would undoubtedly be one of Su Qinghan's greatest assets after she ascended to the head of the Su family. In an instant, Su Yi moved like lightning, dashing toward one of the guards. His speed was so rapid that it left others unable to react. With a powerful punch, he struck the closest postnatal 8th-layer guard, who had not yet managed to employ spiritual defense, sending him flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground and spitting blood. Witnessing this, the other guards rushed forward, only to see Su Yi twist his body and deliver an elbow strike to another guard's waist, shattering his protective spiritual barrier, sending him reeling backward. Next, Su Yi executed a sweeping kick toward another guard, sending him flying into a nearby crooked tree. The remaining guards, upon witnessing this, retreated. They had yet to even employ their spiritual powers, and simply relying on their physical prowess, Su Yi had easily bested the postnatal guards. Should they advance further, they would only be offering their faces to Su Yi to strike. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. "Wow, this guy is quite formidable." Bai Jin, witnessing this scene, had her eyes lit up in surprise. She had expected him to be this strong, seeing the surrounding crowd moved by Su Yi's prowess. Lin Yi sneered inwardly. "Foolish commoners, the gap between postnatal and innate is akin to a chasm that, if I were to step in, I could achieve the same result. Lin Yi's eyes turned cold as he transmitted. Lin Shan, break his arms and legs and throw him at the entrance of the Su residence. Upon receiving the order, a middle-aged man bowed respectfully to Lin Yi and stated, "I shall obey." Immediately, the innate expert surged towards Su Yi after receiving the command. Su Yi sensed the opponent's formidable aura but did not retreat. Instead, he gathered his spiritual energy, preparing to fight back. Innate third layer? No. It seems he is subtly approaching the threshold of the innate fourth layer. Su Yi thought, his gaze sharpening as he sidestepped Lin Shan's attack and countered with a palm strike, clashing with Lin Shan. He felt a jolt of numbness in his arm, his heart racing as he marveled. So this is the power of an innate third-layer peak. Lin Shan was also pushed back half a step, secretly astonished. Although he had not exerted his full strength, this youth had actually managed to repel him. This cannot be. The Su family must not harbor such a genius. Taking advantage of Su Yi's moment of recovery, Lin Shan hastily unleashed his martial technique, a white light swirling around his hand. Innate martial technique. Shatter steel palm. Without granting Su Yi any opportunity to catch his breath, Lin Shan launched his most powerful attack. As he watched the fierce palm strike approach, Su Yun'er's expression turned grave. Oh no, why hasn't Brother Su unleashed his full strength yet? Since awakening her memories, Su Yun'er had developed a unique observational method, allowing her to discern that Su Yi had been deliberately concealing his true abilities. Chapter 10. A year's promise, seeing that Su Yi still had no intention of unleashing his full strength. Su Yun'er clenched her fists, preparing to step forward. However, a resounding clash of metal echoed as a heavy hammer flew in, intercepting Lin Shan's strike before crashing heavily into the stone ground, embedding itself within. Su Yi, how could you engage in battle with this elder without a weapon? Take up the Qin Yuan and let us exchange blows for a few more rounds. Su Qinghan gracefully stepped forward, her presence commanding, with the tardy steward Su following closely behind her. The surrounding crowd quickly parted, astonished that the young lady of the Su family had arrived with the steward. This situation had escalated significantly, causing a stir among the onlookers. As the Qin Yuan hammer stood firmly in the ground, Su Yi no longer hesitated. He reached for it, feeling a jolt of surprise at its immense weight. With weapons at hand, Su Yi no longer hesitated and charged directly at Lin Shan, wielding his heavy mace. Humph! Does he think that merely brandishing an additional weapon enables him to transcend 3 realms and conquer me? Lin Shan scoffed, preparing to defend himself. However, as his hands made contact with the mace, his expression shifted. What monstrous strength is this? He quickly retreated, the tremendous force crashing down upon the stone slab, sending shockwaves that toppled nearby stalls. Causing the crowd to scatter in a panic, Su Yi's movements were as swift as thunder, each swing of the mace accompanied by a piercing whoosh. Lin Shan dared not be complacent, exerting all his effort to evade while searching for a chance to counterattack. Suddenly, Lin Yi spoke. Enough, Lin Shan, return. Upon hearing this, Lin Shan had no choice but to withdraw, returning to Lin Yi's side, his face showing a hint of apology as he clasped his fists and said, I have failed in my duties, disappointing young master. Lin Yi waved his hand dismissively. It's of no consequence. Had it not been for the presence of civilians, if I had unleashed my full power at the 3rd level of the innate realm, this territory would scarcely have remained intact. I trust in your strength. Before Lin Shan could respond, Su Qinghan interjected, Young Master Lin, such a ruckus in my Su family's domain warrants an explanation, does it not? Hearing this, Lin Yi frowned, casting a wary glance at the figure behind Su Qinghan. Su Yu, the steward of the Su family, at the 6th level of the innate realm. Lin family's steward cannot arrive in time. So we must accept the consequences of today's events. Sighing, Lin Yi said, I will apologize to Miss Bai and the Su family. Today's incident is entirely my fault, and I hope Miss Su and Miss Bai can be forgiving. Lin Yi bowed slightly to Su Qinghan, and by J.I.N. Su Qinghan regarded him coldly. Is an apology truly all that is required? What are the losses incurred by my Su family? Lin Yi gritted his teeth. The Su family's losses will be fully compensated by the Lin family. A slight smile graced Su Qinghan's lips. Then I thank young Master Lin. Furthermore, It would be wise for you to refrain from causing further trouble in the future. With that, she turned to leave, but Bai Jin tugged at her sleeve. Sister Su, it's not over yet. I demand he relinquish the marriage contract. I wish to annul our engagement. I refuse to marry a fickle man. Upon hearing this, Su Qinghan hesitated. Jiner, that engagement was set by your uncle. Annulling it now would reflect poorly on both families. Meanwhile, Lin Yi felt a pang of anxiety at her words, but maintained a facade of calm. Annul the engagement? Humph, for Miss Bai's sake, I advise you to reconsider. I do not mean to boast, but there have long been whispers in the capital that you are unworthy of me, and should you choose to annul the engagement now. What do you think they will say? For now, I must use provocation to stabilize this little girl. The engagement cannot be annulled at present. I must wait for the clan elders to come to the Bai family to observe the interviewing technique first. Although this tactic of provocation was exceedingly crude, Bai Jin seemed to take the bait, shouting back, I am far superior to you in both business and talent. You hypocrite! Just you wait. Oh, if that is the case, then I propose a 1-year bet with Miss Bai. A year from now, whether in strength or commerce, if you can best me in any regard, I shall agree to dissolve the engagement. Conversely, if you lose, I shall claim the Bai family's interviewing technique. Lin Yi smirked, truly taken aback by the foolishness of this Bai family young lady. Just as Su Qinghan intended to intervene, Bai Jin eagerly agreed, Very well, it's a deal. I will not lose to you. Hypocrite! With that, Bai Jin swirled her sleeve and departed. I end the carriage. Bai Jin gleefully exclaimed, Hee, wasn't he, just magnificent. She flashed a silly grin at Xiaoxia. Miss, you are far too reckless. How can you possibly defeat Lin Yi? Xiaoxia replied anxiously. Bai Jin waved her hand dismissively. Oh, do not worry. Sister Su will assist me. Upon hearing this, Su Qinghan rubbed her temples, clearly exasperated. You are truly a troublemaker. Alas, in the path of cultivation. You likely cannot surpass him, but in matters of commerce, you are not without hope, and I shall do my utmost to assist you. Bai Jin, hearing that Su Qinghan was willing to help, gleefully grasped her arm. Wonderful! I knew Sister Su would be the best to me. Su Qinghan playfully flicked Bai Jin's forehead, admonishing, You must study seriously and not indulge in frivolity as before. Bai Jin covered her forehead, playfully sticking out her tongue. All right, I understand. Su Qinghan shook her head in resignation, then turned to Su Yi, who was driving the carriage. During this time, take good care of Jiner, ensure her safety, and help her with her studies. Su Yi, upon hearing this, felt a wave of despair wash over him. Why must I play the role of a caretaker again? Yet as a bodyguard, he could not show his dissatisfaction and could only respectfully reply, Yes. Upon returning to the Su residence, Su Yi lay on his bed and spoke to Xiaoling. So, how did I fare? What is the task rating? Xiaoling, seeing his expectant demeanor, held up 5 fingers. 5 stars. Not only did you complete the task, but you also successfully advanced the plot between Lin Yi and Bai Jin. According to the forthcoming narrative, Su Qinghan will assist Bai Jin, while Su Yun'er will form an alliance with Lin Yi. This marks the first confrontation between the female protagonist and the antagonist. Host, you must seize this opportunity. Xiaoling exclaimed excitedly to Su Yi. Hearing this, leisurely closed his eyes. I see. I shall take a nap. Not long after Su Yi closed his eyes, Su Yun'er quietly approached, gently knocking on the door, her tone exceedingly gentle. Su de go. Please open the door. Yun'er has something to give you. Chapter 11. No longer be my sister as bodyguard, second young miss? Has she not already awakened her past memories? Shouldn't she be more distant now? Su Yi pondered, feeling somewhat puzzled. Generally speaking, after a female protagonist awakens, one would expect a drastic change in temperament. Becoming cold and ruthless, decisive in her actions, if sensing his thoughts, Xiaoling chimed in. Do you truly believe that a mere memory would transform someone entirely? Furthermore, she is yet to recall many details of her memories. From what I can see, your past kindness towards her remains in her mind. You are indeed fortunate. It seems you have firmly latched onto the female protagonist thigh now. Hearing this, Su Yi proudly lifted his head. This is the reward for kindness. Since my arrival in this world, I have helped many impoverished souls. Though only Su Yun'er has repaid me, she is the female protagonist, as long as I do not provoke her and live a life of ease. I should be perfectly fine. Su Yi approached the door. Creak upon opening the door, Su Yi found Su Yun'er standing at the threshold, holding a delicate wooden box. She carefully extended it to him, her eyes full of anticipation. This is a gift I specially prepared for you, Su Degu. To thank you for your previous help, Su Yun'er said softly, her gaze lowered as if slightly nervous. Su Yi accepted the box and opened it to reveal a crystal-clear jade pendant. He picked it up, examining the pendant with a hint of confusion. What is this? Noticing Su Yi's bewilderment, Su Yun'er pointed at the jade, explaining, you do enjoy the sound of rain, don't you? This is a carefully chosen listening tide jade of excellent quality. I've tested it, and the sound is remarkable. Su Yi was taken aback. He genuinely did not expect Su Yun'er to prepare such an extravagant gift. Amidst his surprise, he felt a surge of warmth. Thank you, second young miss. No need for thanks. It's only right, Su Yun'er smiled. She cherished the atmosphere she shared with Su Yi, as he was the only one who treated her without any preconceived notions. Since awakening her past memories, she had gained much more confidence. Her cold demeanor was merely a fade for outsiders. Su Yi was like this, and so was Su Yun'er. It has been several days since I last saw you. Su Degu, you have always taken care of me, so today, let me treat you. Please go out with me. Su Yun'er could not resist suggesting. Su Yi nodded with a smile, feeling a sense of pride akin to that of a brother witnessing his sister thrive. Once again, they found themselves at the familiar noodle shop, where they sat side by side enjoying their meal. Su Yi was relishing his food when Su Yun'er suddenly posed a question. Su Degu, do you still wish to be my sister's bodyguard? Huh? Su Yi raised his head in confusion, gazing at Su Yun'er. Su Yun'er felt uneasy under his scrutiny, stammering, I might have a way to help you regain your freedom. Su Yi had been sold into the Su residence by his father. Since being chosen as a personal bodyguard, his contract had been transferred to Su Qinghan. Now that Su Yun'er had acquired her own abilities, she truly did not want Su Yi to continue serving that unfeeling Su family. Your kindness is appreciated, but the Su family may not be so benevolent as to let me go. Su Yi replied, pausing in his actions, his voice tinged with resignation. In recent years, Su Qinghan had recognized Su Yi's talent, and she would undoubtedly be unwilling to release a gifted servant. After all, heirs from prominent families are often in peril. Having a trustworthy and powerful bodyguard by their side is of utmost importance. The head of the Su family, his bodyguard, is equally gifted as Su Yi, and now he has transcended the innate realm, reaching the level of a master. It can be said that the reason the Su family head was able to inherit the family so seamlessly was largely due to the indispensable contributions of his bodyguard. Rest assured, Brother Su, I have looked into it. Your bondservant contract is signed with the personal bodyguard of the heir of the Su family, who will ultimately become the head of the Su family. Thus, Su Yun'er paused for a moment, gazing at Su Yi, and with a smile as radiant as a blooming flower, she declared, once I become the head of the family, I shall return your freedom. Su Yi walked through the streets, his hands clasped behind his head, as the words of Su Yun'er echoed in his mind, and before he knew it, he had returned to the Su residence. Su Yi, come here, I have matters to discuss with you. As soon as he entered the gate, the cold voice of Su Qinghan reached his ears. Upon hearing this, Su Yi's thoughts were interrupted, and he approached Su Qinghan. Bowing respectfully, Miss, what commands do you have? Regarding the person who will assist Bai Jin in establishing her medical clinic, I have already selected a candidate. Tomorrow, you shall go to Jua Hall and meet with Bai Jin and the others. Understood, Su Yi replied promptly. Concerning this candidate, Xiaoling had previously informed him, and if all goes as expected, this individual should be the renowned physician Yang Yongxing from the capital. Indeed, with him in charge, Bai Jin's clinic would undoubtedly flourish. However, it is a pity that they are up against the story's main heroine, Su Yun'er, and thus, they can only meet with failure. By the way, take this. Su Qinghan seemed to recall something. Handing a jade vial to Su Yi. Consume a drop daily, and do not share with others that you understand. Su Qinghan said icily. Su Yi accepted the jade vial without much thought, replying, this subordinate understands. You may go now. Su Qinghan waved her hand. Upon hearing this, Su Yi slowly departed from the area. As Su Qinghan gazed at Su Yi's retreating figure, looking at the prescription in her hand, she murmured, Su Yi, You truly have opened my eyes. The innate fourth level. He should be nearing his breakthrough soon. Soon, I shall understand the reason for my father's seclusion. Su Qinghan's gaze gradually sharpened. The following morning, Su Yi arrived early at Jiuan Hall. Finding it empty, and settled down in a corner. Jiuan Hall is a medical establishment jointly operated by the Bai and Su families. Although the Bai family's resources are not as vast as those of the four great families, they do have a chancellor, and even if Jiuan Hall does not compare to the Lin family Miracle Hall, it is not to be underestimated. TSK, that little girl by Jean, she is simply starting off on the wrong foot. The Lin family has advanced further along the path of medicine, aided by the main heroine, so Bai Jin's loss is hardly surprising. However, they have truly tested my patience by calling me here so early while they arrived so late. Su Yi could not help but grumble internally. Alas, there is nothing to be done. Who told me I am merely a bodyguard? Such complaints can only be muttered in secret. To voice them openly would surely find me at the bottom of the moat. I must change my fate and experience the life of those landowners. Su Yi thought to himself. Just then, a woman clad in black entered, and as soon as Su Yi opened his eyes and beheld her appearance, he was taken aback. Is that not Su Yun'er's disguise? Chapter 12. All eyes on me. Su Yun'er, what brings her here? Is she here to assess her opponent's strength? Su Yi pondered. Oh no, I have been staring at Brother Su since I walked in. Will he suspect my identity? Su Yun'er began to feel a bit anxious. However, she quickly composed herself and calmly addressed Su Yi. Where is your miss? Why has she not arrived yet? Ah, such a frosty tone. Will I leave a bad impression on Brother Su? Although it is merely a fa-ade, still. Su Yi observed Su Yun'er, feeling a hint of confusion, yet he did not express it outright. He replied coolly, Miss has gone to find Bai Jin and will arrive shortly. May I ask how to address you? Su Yi had no intention of exposing Su Yun'er, opting instead to continue playing along. I am called Gu Yun, dispatched by Miss Su to serve as a physician at the clinic. Su Yun'er responded. Brother Su is so indifferent towards strangers. Well, at least he's not like that with me. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Su Yun'er donned a disguise to prevent anyone from recognizing her as the second miss of the Su family. Just then, a boisterous voice echoed from outside. Hey, Su's sister, let me tell you. Yesterday I observed various operational methods of clinics, and at a glance, they seem rather simplistic. Now, I believe I may have the potential to become a prominent merchant in the capital, Bai Jin exclaimed cheerfully. Upon hearing this, Su Qinghan took a deep breath, her fair hand resting on her forehead. There is absolutely no such possibility. From now on, any detailed expenditures of the clinic must be submitted to my residence. Do not make decisions on your own. As they were speaking, several individuals entered Jiuan Hall, and noticing that Bai Jin still wished to say more, Su Qinghan hastily interrupted her, pointing at Su Yun'er. Allow me to introduce, this is Gu Yun, whom I have invited to take the position of physician at Jiuan Hall. Su Yi. What is going on? The heroine and the antagonist are on the same team. Su Yi was somewhat bewildered, and Xiaoling appeared equally stunned. This was not part of the plot, was it? At that moment, a bright voice interrupted their thoughts. Huh? Why? We do not lack physicians, do we? Besides, this woman is so young. How skilled can she be? Bai Jin said innocently. This remark left Su Yi somewhat speechless. Heavens! To question someone's abilities before even witnessing their true skills. No wonder the Bai family would not send their young miss to interfere with their own enterprises. Truly capable individuals possess their own pride. Wherever they go, they are treated as esteemed guests. Which recluse would tolerate being questioned and yet choose to remain here? Forget it. The supporting character and the main character are at odds. If she does not question, how can the main character shine? Sure enough, upon hearing Bai Jin's skepticism, Su Yun'er softly remarked, If Miss Bai believes I am unworthy of the position of physician at Jiuan Hall, I welcome you to pose a challenge, and I shall demonstrate my true abilities that, let's not go there. I trust Su's sister's judgment. What a joke. I am not a physician. How could I be tested? There are many who play dumb to deceive others. If our clinic's physician were to lose, wouldn't that be a disgrace? I will never be as foolish as those who voluntarily expose themselves to slaps. Bai Jin crossed her arms, appearing somewhat petulant. This foolish demeanor left Su Yun'er feeling a bit exasperated. The proprietor did not make things difficult for her, but it seemed she was somewhat daft. Though whether that was good or bad remained to be seen. Xiao, please take by Jean and the others to familiarize themselves with the operations of the clinic, Su Qinghan instructed the middle-aged man before her. Certainly, miss, Zhao Jing said respectfully, leading by Jean and the others away. Before departing, Su Qinghan discreetly transmitted a message. Regardless of whether Bai Jin's proposed management strategies are suitable or not, they must be submitted to me beforehand. Do you understand? Zhao Jing nodded in response, silently acknowledging her words, and could not help but marvel at how dedicated Miss Su was to preserving Bai Jin's reputation. Subsequently, Zhao Jing guided Bai Jin and the others through the clinic, meticulously explaining each area and the workflow. Bai Jin listened intently, though she occasionally posed odd questions that left Zhao Jing amused and perplexed. When they arrived at the pharmacy, Bai Jin displayed great interest in the various herbs, continuously inquiring about their effects and uses. Zhao Jing patiently addressed her questions, imparting some fundamental herbal knowledge. As they reached the consultation room, Bai Jin observed several patients receiving treatment, curiously watching the doctor's diagnoses and methods. Zhao Jing discerned her curiosity and briefly explained some key points regarding common ailments. Miss Bai, look, for instance, the poison of the green phosphor scorpion. Once someone is poisoned, they must grind the huajua grass into juice and apply it to the wound to neutralize the toxin. Ah, what if there is no huajua grass? If none is available, to prevent the toxin from spreading, the only option left is to amputate the poisoned limb, Zhao Jing said solemnly. Upon hearing this, Bai Jin was evidently taken aback. That was simply too grim. Zhao Jing sighed deeply, stating, "Sigh. Unless one is a cultivator, encountering such poisonous creatures typically results in losing half their life. Consequently, Chancellor Bai has strict requirements. Any antidote for these lethal substances, unless urgently needed, must not be sold out entirely. That a portion must always be retained in the clinic to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. Jiuan Hall has dozens of branches throughout the Dacian dynasty, and each strictly adheres to the regulations set forth by Chancellor Bai and the matriarch of the Su family. Miss Bai, you must think carefully before making any decisions." Zhao Jing wore a rather serious expression. Although both Prime Minister Bai and Madame Su had instructed him to disregard Bai Jin's decisions, Zhao Jing, as the manager of Jiuan Hall, had watched Bai Jin grow up. If Bai Jin possessed a remarkable talent for commerce, he would be exceedingly pleased. Thus, he intended to observe carefully whether Bai Jin had indeed made any progress. Rest assured, Uncle Zhao, I have devised a plan that will undoubtedly elevate Jiuan Hall's profits, Bai Jin declared confidently. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jing's face lit up with surprise as he exclaimed, "Excellent. If Miss can devise an outstanding business strategy, I shall implement it forthwith." With that, Zhao Jing even picked up a pen, his eyes shining with anticipation and satisfaction, eagerly awaiting Bai Jin's words. As the gazes of those present converged upon her, Bai Jin boldly proclaimed, "From now on, the prices of medicines at Jiuan Hall will be halved, and all consultation fees will be waived." Zhao Jing, Su Yun'er, and Xiao Xia exclaimed in unison, "Wait, my esteemed young lady, are you truly going this far?" Chapter 13. Su Yun'er seeks change. Is this true? Many common folk within Jiuan Hall exclaimed in astonishment, followed by an uproar of excitement. Indeed, is this really happening? How splendid. This will save us a substantial amount of money. Yes, I can stockpile ointments for treating bruises and injuries without worrying about the costs. For ordinary citizens like them, who lacked martial prowess, healing medicines were of utmost necessity, that if such a generous discount were truly implemented, it would feel as if a pie had fallen from the sky. Zhao Jing, hearing this, wore an expression of distress as he stammered. This gentleman, we actually... Oh heavens! Miss, why did you have to summon your spiritual energy to announce that? Do you think it looks impressive? Zhao Jing lamented internally, feeling utterly helpless. Normally, the pharmacist in the clinic would not pay much heed to her words, but after her bold declaration, everyone in the clinic was now aware that the prices at Jiuan Hall were halved and consultation fees were waived. Ah, what's wrong? Look how happy everyone is. They will now become regular patrons of Jiuan Hall, Bai Jin said with a hint of arrogance, crossing her arms. Humph, I read in a business treatise last night that this is called selling at thin margins with high volume. How thin could those margins be? Su Yun'er couldn't help but interject. Since awakening her medical knowledge, she had begun to grasp the value of medicinal materials. The enlightened emperor of Deqian had kept the prices of medicinal materials from exceeding their worth, primarily for the benefit of the common people, that if there were profits to be made, that would be one thing. But alas, if they operated in this manner, it would undoubtedly lead to losses. In fact, selling each item would incur a deficit of several coins. Even worse, if competitors were to purchase in bulk at lower prices and resell at market value, they would be at a total loss. Is there an issue? Do you all find this problematic? Bai Jin, noticing the grim expressions on everyone's faces, fearfully shrank her neck. Manager Zhao, Miss Bai has not yet formally taken over the clinic. What she has proposed is not set in stone. Su Yi stated calmly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jing paused momentarily before maintaining his composure, saying, "Indeed, esteemed patrons, what my young lady has suggested is merely a hypothetical scenario. We are still assessing whether to implement it. Therefore, if there are any interested customers, please keep an eye on Joan Hall, and we will notify you as soon as we have further news." Zhao Jing, a seasoned hand, deftly elevated the patron's expectations while deftly glossing over the blunder. Hearing this, the other patrons gradually quieted down, though one could still hear someone voice, "Manager Zhao, you wouldn't simply be making empty promises, would you? I hope this decision has been made with careful consideration." Zhao Jing smiled slightly. "Esteemed sir, while Joan Hall may not possess the long-standing reputation of the Lin family, we have the support of the Su family and Prime Minister Bai. Our primary focus lies on reputation and long-term development. Moreover, we will explore alternative ways to mitigate losses, such as introducing unique services or collaborating with other merchants to at that point. We will adjust our prices and consultation fees according to market demand and cost conditions to ensure our operations remain sustainable. Rest assured, Joan Hall will not let anyone suffer losses. Every decision we make is thoroughly contemplated." Upon hearing Zhao Jing's explanation, the patrons gradually set aside their doubts. They understood that, despite being a newly established clinic, the backing from the Su family and Prime Minister Bai ensured that they would not recklessly exploit the common people. With this reassurance, the crowd nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Excellent! We trust Manager Zhao. We trust Madame Su and Prime Minister Bai." Seeing that the crowd had ceased to dwell on the topic of halved prices and waive consultation fees, Zhao Jing breathed a sigh of relief before turning to Bai Jin and saying, "Miss, you may go and rest with the guards. I will bring the accounts for your review shortly. Is that all right?" Bai Jin, observing the expressions of those present, realized she might have overstepped, her gaze dimming as she walked away with Xiao Xia and Su. "Xiao Xia, have I messed things up again?" Bai Jin said dejectedly. Seeing her distress, Xiao Xia felt a pang of sympathy and gently comforted her. "Of course not, miss. You are very generous," as a commoner herself. Xiao Xia viewed the situation from the perspective of the ordinary people. If the miss truly followed through, she would be a savior. But what about from the family standpoint? Bai Jin pondered, her mind finally working. "Well, that's a bit tricky," Xiao Xia said, scratching her head, unsure how to respond. However, Su Yun'er stepped forward, saying, from the family's perspective, if Manager Zhao were to make such a decision, he would likely have been dismissed by now. Su Yun'er regarded Bai Jin with a cold gaze, her motives for assisting the Bai family rooted in her desire to prove her worth before the Su family, thus earning her a chance to contend with Su Qinghan. Remembering the astonished expression on Su Qinghan's face when she had handed over the prescription yesterday, Su Yun'er couldn't help but chuckle. Surely, her sister could never have imagined that the prescription was authored by her. Bai Jin felt a shiver run down her spine under Su Yun'er's penetrating gaze, retreating behind Su Yi as she stammered, "I am sorry, I didn't mean to." Since their last encounter, Bai Jin had trembled at the sight of Su Yun'er's icy demeanor. Now, in comparison, Su Yi seemed far warmer. "Su Yi, I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to convey how serious this matter is," Su Yun'er stated, adopting a different demeanor. "I hope Brother Su doesn't think I'm the type to bully the innocent." "I understand, Miss Bai. Dr. Gu is teaching you the correct way to manage a business. A strict teacher produces excellent students. Do not be intimidated by her demeanor," Su Yi said with a smile, as if soothing a child. It truly felt like he was tending to a child. Su Yi couldn't help but feel amused. Meanwhile, upon witnessing Su Yi's sunny smile, Su Yun'er found her heart fluttering. Brother Su looks so handsome when he smiles. What a pity. He was indeed remarkably handsome. It was said that he had once been nearly sold to a brothel as a male courtesan. However, due to his father's reluctance to tarnish their family name, he had his potential evaluated, only to discover he possessed extraordinary talent, which led to him being entrusted to the Su family, in the present day. The Qian was indeed flourishing, yet during Su Yi's time, the previous emperor had been exceedingly incompetent, leaving the populace in dire straits. Fortunately, after the ascension of the crown prince, the reforms he introduced had begun to rejuvenate the Qian. Although the threat from the northern borders remained, conditions had improved significantly. As for the status of the commoners, he had treated her with such kindness. She felt compelled to repay him by ensuring his freedom. Chapter 14. Midnight at the clinic. Miss Bai, whether in business or cultivation, neither is an easy endeavor. You must take my words to heart, Su Yun'er said earnestly as she addressed Bai Jin. Taking the ledger presented by Zhao Jing, Su Yun'er perused it, her brow furrowing in confusion. How strange. Why does it only reflect the income and expenditure for the past month? After a moment of reflection, Su Yun'er came to a realization. Well, it is understandable. After all, in their eyes, I am not entirely one of their own, hence their caution. Manager Zhao is quite astute. Even though Su Qinghan had sent Su Yun'er to mentor Bai Jin, Manager Zhao remained vigilant, withholding crucial records concerning the clinic's core medicinal supplies. Returning her focus, Su Yun'er pointed at the myriad of numbers and records, meticulously explaining the daily operations of the clinic to Bai Jin. While these accounts may appear complex, they essentially represent fundamental financial management. You must learn to record every income and expenditure accurately, as well as how to calculate profits and losses. Only in this way can you ensure the clinic's financial health, preventing mismanagement from leading to adversity. As Su Yun'er continued to guide her, Bai Jin's face contorted into an expression of bitter hardship, akin to having consumed bitter herbs, as she struggled to grasp the knowledge being imparted. It seemed her little head might burst with the effort. Su Yi, observing, couldn't help but muse, is this little girl about to overheat her CPU? In addition to financial management, you must also learn how to communicate effectively with patients. The patients are the most significant clients of the medical establishment. Their level of satisfaction directly correlates with the institution's reputation and business. Point one, must learn to listen attentively to the needs and opinions of the patients, treating them with genuine sincerity. My investigation revealed that the Lin family's clinic has secured its place into Qian not solely due to the exceptional skills of their physicians, but primarily because of the good deeds and benevolence accumulated by the Lin family's ancestors, who were dedicated to saving lives and alleviating suffering. My father possesses a similar reputation. Upon hearing tales of the older generation, Bai Jin's eyes sparkled with excitement. When it comes to relying on familial connections, this young lady has never feared anyone. Bai Jin felt a surge of pride within. Throughout her life, whenever someone stepped into the Bai residence, they would first exchange numerous pleasantries with her father. As long as she called out, "Father, the Prime Minister Bai," she would receive a wave of respectful gazes. Indeed, all of this girl's confidence stems entirely from her father and the Bai family. Su Yi couldn't help but scoff internally. Su Yun'er felt similarly. She closed her mouth, silently watching Bai Jin as if waiting for her to continue speaking. "Why have you fallen silent?" Bai Jin's voice gradually dwindled as she retook her seat. After a moment, seeing that Su Yun'er still had no intention of speaking, Bai Jin's voice took on a slight whimper as she implored, "Sister, please say something that I'm scared," gazing into Su Yun'er's eyes, which resembled a still pond. Bai Jin felt as if she had encountered a ghost in broad daylight. As Su Yun'er picked up the bill and handed it to Bai Jin, "Is this what frightens you? By the way, your fiancé was walking with me on the street previously. Don't you have anything to ask?" Su Yun'er calmly shifted the topic away from their fathers. Upon hearing this, Bai Jin's face flushed with anger. "I saw it all. Sister, you clearly rejected him, yet he still shamelessly pulled at me in public. How utterly brazen. Furthermore, I find it rather puzzling that he clearly doesn't harbor any feelings for me. Why hasn't he called off the engagement?" Bai Jin expressed her confusion. This marriage proposal was initiated by the Lin family. That time, Prime Minister Bai was merely a strategist beside the crown prince. not particularly notable. The crown prince's biological mother was but a side consort. After initially receiving favor upon entering the palace, her fortunes waned shortly thereafter. Being born of a concubine, she could not secure the position of empress for her son, and the title of crown prince ultimately eluded him. Subsequently, due to the former emperor's incompetence, the people suffered greatly. To amend the situation, the crown prince conspired with Tongzi, now the prime minister to orchestrate a palace coup. This event marked a significant turning point into Qian's history. From that time forth, under the governance of the two, the populace enjoyed peace and prosperity. Discussions regarding Prime Minister Bai and the current emperor are always laced with deep respect. Well, regardless, the annulment of the engagement is merely a matter of time. I shall not concern myself with it anymore. Bai Jin waved her hand dismissively. However, you have a wager with him. This matter still requires your attention. Xu Yun'er placed the account book before Bai Jin. Smiling softly as she spoke, Miss Bai, having taught you so much, it is now time for you to settle the account yourself. Bai Jin glanced at the account book before her, then at Xu Yun'er, who was smiling. Her eyes glistened. Sister, please stop smiling that I am frightened. Late at night, upon returning to the Su residence, Bai Jin was greeted with, "Oh, Su, it has been a while since we last saw you. Out for a drink, were you?" Several burly guards addressed Su Yi. Hearing this, Su Yi halted his steps. While these guards were his colleagues, he had not seen them often since becoming the personal guard of the young lady. "No, you all go ahead. I have matters to attend to. Let's reschedule." Su Yi politely declined their invitation with a smile. "Oh, very well. What a pity," the guards responded before departing. Su Yi then summoned Xiaoling, saying, "The plot has unraveled to this extent. The female protagonist and the female antagonist are entangled. How am I to rectify this?" Xiaoling stroked her chin, equally distressed. "I wish to know as well. This makes no sense. What is happening? Is this still the original plot?" She scratched her head in confusion. Su Yi rubbed his forehead. "Indeed, this is decidedly unreliable. In any case, the female protagonist must emerge victorious, as she is the main character. Please pay attention to that." Xiaoling shook her head. "Fine, but it seems unlikely that the female protagonist will lose, does it?" Su Yi remarked sarcastically. "That's not your concern. To prevent further plot deviations, we must proceed in this manner. However, one crucial point remains. Logically, after Bai Jin's defeat, the Bai family's acupoint sealing technique should fall into the hands of the Lin family. And Lin has secretly made a copy to give to Xu Yun'er. Now, as Xu Yun'er serves as Bai Jin's physician, she cannot afford to lose and must acquire this acupoint sealing technique. It is truly a daunting task." Xiaoling covered her forehead in frustration. "Well, we'll take it one step at a time. At worst, the female protagonist will simply have a bit less fortune, whereas Xu Yun'er possesses extraordinary luck," Xiaoling said with a hint of resignation. Just then, as Su Yi approached the door, preparing to retrieve his key, he realized, "Oh no, the key is at the clinic. Tizke, I must return." Su Yi lamented, feeling a sense of despair as he sprinted back to the clinic. Fortunately, with the speed of a preternatural being, he arrived at the clinic in no time. Odd. Why is the light on in the side room? Su Yi slowly approached the clinic side room, only to hear faint rustling sounds from within. Chapter 15. Secret instruction, this should be correct, right? Tizke, it still feels somewhat off. Bai Jin scratched her head, staring at the account book in deep thought that, oh, who would have thought that Bai Jin, this girl, would burn the midnight oil, secretly studying. Su Yi was taken aback by Bai Jin's diligence. This child indeed possesses redeeming qualities. Ah, why is this so troublesome? Bai Jin exclaimed in exasperation. Su Yi gently patted her shoulder. Miss, it is already late. Should you not retire for the night? If you delay your rest, your skin will suffer. Upon hearing Su Yi's voice, Bai Jin was startled and hurriedly concealed the account book behind her back. She did not wish for anyone to see that she could not even comprehend the account book and was merely pretending to ponder over it. Cold block of ice. What brings you here? Bai Jin feigned calmness as she looked at Su Yi. I came to retrieve the key. However, Miss Bai, why are you still awake at this hour? What are you doing? Su Yi approached Bai Jin. Finding her nervous demeanor somewhat amusing, I came here to read. Bai Jin stammered, flustered. Su Yi, observing her, felt an urge to tease. Miss, Your expression betrays you. Nonetheless, he maintained a neutral tone. Surely, Miss Bai is not struggling with studying. If you find it challenging, you could always seek my assistance. His gaze subtly drifted toward the direction where Bai Jin had hidden the account book. Bai Jin, feeling guilty, averted her eyes and stubbornly declared, "Oh, who would be stumped by the accounts? I'm exceptionally clever. This account book poses no challenge for me." Miss Bai, did you not just claim to be reading? How has it now turned into a matter of accounts? Su Yi feigned surprise. Bai Jin's expression stiffened. Wait, how did he extract that from me? I seem to have let that slip. Oh well, no matter. Realizing she could not keep a secret any longer, Bai Jin decided to pull out the account book and place it on the table. I admit, it is indeed a tad challenging, but I have already resolved it. Bai Jin's voice trailed off as Su Yi stepped closer to her, picked up the account book from the table, flipped through a few pages, and then handed it back to Bai Jin. It appears you have thoroughly examined it. Why not enlighten me about the mysteries contained within? Bai Jin accepted the account book, gazing at the dense array of numbers and text. Her mind a complete blank. She had no idea how to comprehend this account book. Her earlier pretense had been merely an act. Just as Bai Jin was becoming increasingly uncomfortable, Su Yi suddenly spoke. Miss Bai, do you yearn to prove yourself? Upon hearing this, Bai Jin's pupils dilated, her expression turning peculiar. In truth, she had always wanted to prove herself. However, she was too lazy. Now, being diligent seemed futile. Bai Jin's gaze dimmed as she lowered her head. Throughout my life, I have never truly learned anything. I cannot even use an abacus. I know nothing. Yet I still put on a brave front, sneaking here at night, simply to avoid having Miss Gu discover that I am utterly worthless. Not knowing is no concern. I can teach you, Su Yi said in his usual calm tone. But I am quite dim-witted. Bai Jin lifted her head, her eyes shimmering as if filled with tears. Su Yi smiled and nodded, responding, I am aware. Based on Su Yi's experiences in this world, it seemed that the populace predominantly employed simple arithmetic and bookkeeping methods. He began patiently explaining the various components of the account book to Bai Jin, including income, expenses, and profit, imparting some practical tips, such as how to quickly locate specific expenditures or incomes and how to avoid double entries. So, do you understand? Su Yi inquired, observing Bai Jin intently. Bai Jin, however, was still somewhat bewildered. But for the sake of her pride, she insisted, I understand. All right then, those clear eyes of yours reveal everything. Pretending to understand while actually being confused will only lead to failure. Let us continue. It is quite late. If you do not retire soon, your skin will suffer. Enough with the banter. What time is it? How can you possibly sleep at your age? Let us continue. The next morning, miss, you mentioned you would come to the side room last night. But why did you send a message saying you wouldn't return? Xia pushed open the door, carrying a basin, ready to assist Bai Jin with her morning routine. However, upon seeing Bai Jin's dark circles and haggard face, she couldn't help but exclaim, Miss, you didn't sleep a wink last night, did you? Bai Jin revealed a bittersweet smile, saying, Last night, I was tormented for an entire night in a despicably shameless manner. Clang, the iron basin in Xia's hands fell to the ground, her eyes widening in disbelief as she stammered, tormented for an entire night, in a despicably shameless way. Oh heavens, it can't be as I imagined. Can it? And I also learned a great deal. Bai Jin's face flushed slightly with excitement. What kind of position was it? Xia covered her flushed cheeks with her hands, astonished. The miss actually blushed. Could it be? Miss, what is that person's name? Have you met before? Xia shouted in despair. Oh dear, why didn't you scream last night? You told me not to look for you. Hearing Xia's words, Bai Jin also realized, oh right, we've met so many times, yet I seem to never have known his name. What? You don't even know his name? How could you possibly do that? Xia was shocked. What if the master finds out about this? What shall we do? What's wrong? Is it mandatory to know the teacher's name to learn? Bai Jin scratched her head. Learning? What are you learning? Xia stood frozen. Bai Jin retrieved the draft she had written last night and handed it to Xia, saying, Here, this is it. Speaking of which, he is truly infuriating. I told him we should stop, yet he insisted there was more knowledge to impart. Bai Jin puffed out her cheeks. Xia gazed at the draft filled with notes and accounts, and hearing her mistress's ambiguous words, became utterly flustered. Have I gone mad? How could I think such things about the miss? Xia felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, wishing to find a hole to hide in. Bai Jin stretched and yawned, saying, last night was utterly exhausting. I sat up all night, and my back still aches. I need to catch up on some sleep. Xia, on the verge of tears, exclaimed, Miss, please stop. Your words are far too misleading. What's the matter? He satisfied me greatly yesterday. Today I intend to do it again. Although it was quite painful, I'll get used to it eventually. Bai Jin chuckled. Xia, I detest this instant understanding. Who exactly is it? Chapter 16. Like water and fire Su residence. Su Yi's quarters yawn. Sugo, are you all right? Why didn't you come back last night? Su Yin'er frowned. Su, he rubbed his nose. I'm fine. Nothing serious. Perhaps when my students miss me, he splashed some water on his face. Pondering, strangely enough, why can't I find my keys? After teaching Bai Jin the previous night, he searched for a long time, but could not locate them. Hearing this, Su Yin'er extended her hand, presenting the keys to Sui. Yesterday, I was feeling unwell, so I went to Jiuan Hall for medicine and accidentally found your keys there. I intended to return them to you. But suddenly, I couldn't find you last night. Su Yi's keys were easily recognizable, as only he would have them engraved to avoid revealing her identity. Su Yin'er had to fabricate a story about going to Jiuan Hall for medicine. Su Go, what exactly did you do last night? Su Yin'er's expression darkened slightly. I heard the guards of the Su residence went out for entertainment last night. Su Go and T have gone too. Would he? Throughout the night, Su Yin'er kept reassuring herself that Su Yi would not indulge in such activities, thus refraining from searching for him. Yet after waiting all night, Su Yi had indeed not appeared. Su Yi looked up and smiled at Su Yin'er. Nothing much, just taught a student some knowledge last night. Strange, why does it feel so chilly behind me? What kind of student? Male or female? What knowledge were you teaching? Su Yin'er asked with a warm smile. Oh, nothing of significance. Just a naive girl who knows nothing. Su Yi replied casually. He chose not to reveal Bai Jin's identity since she had earnestly requested him not to disclose the matter. After all, being a young lady who needed help with bookkeeping was quite embarrassing, and Su Yi respected her choice. However, Su Yin'er caught two crucial phrases. Girl. What girl? Where did you find her? Su Yin'er stared at Su Yi with vacant eyes. Nothing much, just a child who couldn't complete her homework. I spent the whole night teaching her. Children can be quite a handful. Unbeknownst to Su Yi, who was busy washing up, he failed to notice Su Yunus' empty gaze behind him as he continued talking. What kind of child requires a whole night of teaching? Su Yin'er muttered under her breath. I used to think the same way. Let me give you an example. What example? She is as foolish as by Mississippi. Quite forgivable. All right, enough of that. I have things to attend to. Su Yi waved his hand and left the Su residence. Mounting his carriage, the carriage slowly made its way to Jiuan Hall. Su Yi leaped down and pulled back the curtain. A woman in black descended gracefully, revealing herself to be Su Yin'er. Indeed, Su Yi's task was to escort Su Yin'er, as per the orders of the young lady, as for Su Yin'er, to avoid being discovered by Su Yi. She hurried to her temporary lodgings after he left, waiting for him to escort her. Phew, I'm glad I made it in time. I mustn't let Su Ge find out that Su Yin'er glanced at Su Yi, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. Upon entering the clinic, Su Yin'er and Su Yi headed directly to the side room, only to find Bai Jin sleeping with her head bowed. Su Yin'er approached and gently tapped her shoulder. Bai Miss, it's time to wake up. Bai Jin stirred, instantly alert upon seeing Su Yin'er and Su Yi. What brings you here? Bai Jin hurriedly arranged her hair. A bit flustered, she had just been dreaming of her clinic flourishing under her management, triumphantly winning a bet and publicly humiliating Lin Yi, dramatically calling off her engagement. What a delight. Bai Miss, why do you have such dark circles under your eyes? Su Yin'er frowned that in a state of drowsiness. One's capacity to learn is severely diminished. How could Bai Jin expect to be taught effectively? My eyes have been cleansed of ignorance. Ahem. Now they can see through everything. Bai Jin proclaimed with a hint of teenage bravado. Su Yi remarked. Indeed, teenage bravado exists in every world. It manifests once you reach a certain age. However, Su Yin'er remained oblivious to this notion, her expression unchanged as she replied. So it seems Bai Miss is already quite familiar with bookkeeping? Exactly. Simple accounts are no challenge at all. Bai Jin proudly puffed out her chest, managing to turn a basic task into something remarkable. In that case, let me see the ledger. Su Yuner extended her hand. Bai Jin confidently handed over the ledger, saying, "Look, feel free to check. There are absolutely no issues." Su Yuner flipped through a few pages, nodding in satisfaction. "Not bad. You seem to have grasped the basics. Next." "Wait a moment," Bai Jin suddenly interjected. "What is it?" Su Yuner asked, puzzled. Clearing her throat, Bai Jin glanced at Su Yi and cheerfully said, "Ahem, shouldn't Dr. Gu utilize his expertise to assist the clinic?" Su Yuner frowned, feeling displeased. "You could speak plainly without glancing around. Why not look me in the eye when you talk? Why are you smiling at Su Go like that? It's quite disgusting." "I am here at the behest of Su Qinghan, Miss Su, to assist by Miss in her business endeavors at the clinic. There's no rush. First, let us ensure by Miss is well prepared before assuming any duties." Su Yi replied, casting a glance at Su Yuner in return. Bai Jin felt a twinge of annoyance. Why must she glance around when speaking to me? Is she suspicious that Su Go was giving me special attention? TSK, how distasteful to pry into someone else's privacy. Ever since last night, Bai Jin had unconsciously regained her confidence, no longer feeling intimidated in front of Su Yuner. "Dr. Gu, regarding my business education, I have already chosen someone. So you might as well attend to other matters." "Oh, chosen someone? Who might that be?" Su Yuner crossed her arms. Could it be that girl whom Su Gu taught last night? Bai Jin regarded Su Yuner with an expression that seemed to demand answers at all costs. Her small face set with defiance as she turned her head away, refusing to divulge any information. Sensing the palpable tension between the two, Su Yi could not help but inquire of Xiaoling. "Has the plot been altered so swiftly?" Just yesterday, their interaction appeared rather amicable. Although Su Yuner was somewhat aloof, the atmosphere was not nearly as charged, whereas Bai Jin, who had been exceedingly timid yesterday, now exuded an undeniable assertiveness that, indeed, the protagonist and the female antagonist are like oil and water, destined never to coexist harmoniously. In his heart, Su Yi silently praised the efficiency of the celestial mechanism in rectifying the storyline. Chapter 17. What is your name? Perhaps soon, Su Yuner will decide to leave Joan Hall due to her inability to tolerate Bai Jin's words and seek refuge at Miao Yitang, Xiaoling mused thoughtfully. At this moment, the quarrel between Su Yuner and Bai Jin reached a temporary conclusion. "Very well, Miss Bai, our objectives align. As long as you can secure victory in the wager, that is sufficient." Su Yuner conceded a step back. "Su Guard, let us depart," she said, casting a glance at Su Yi as she prepared to leave. "Wait a moment. You stay." Bai Jin abruptly pointed at Su. Upon seeing this, Su Yuner furrowed her brows. "Miss Bai, Su Guard is here under the orders of Miss Su Qinghan to ensure my safety. Your actions seem rather inappropriate." This young lady is indeed troublesome. "Fear not. I have everything prepared for you," Bai Jin assured, clapping her hands. Suddenly, a woman clad in black emerged from the shadows and bowed towards Bai Jin. "Qing Yi, please protect Dr. Gu," Bai Jin instructed. "Yes." The black-clad woman nodded slightly and extended her hand towards Su Yuner, saying, "Dr. Gu, please." Su Yuner, however, did not respond, her gaze sharpening as she retorted at Bai Jin, "Are you attempting to monitor me?" "Indeed, I have yet to earn the Bai family's trust. This black-clad woman is clearly a formidable fighter. Bai Jin's choice to send someone to guard me is, to put it bluntly, a means of surveillance. She has not truly let her guard down around me." Su Yuner pondered inwardly, in response. Bai Jin stroked her chin, musing, "I was worried about how to justify sending Qing Yi to my father. Unexpectedly, you have provided me the perfect excuse. Truly a stroke of luck." Clearing her throat, Bai Jin continued. "Dr. Gu is visiting Joan Hall for the first time. Given that it is a place of confidentiality between the Bai and Su families, I must take precautions that I hope you understand, Dr. Gu." She mimicked Su Qinghan's tone, feigning seriousness. Wow, so authoritative. I had long envisioned speaking like Sister Su. Bai Jin's heart raced with excitement. As for Qing Yi, she felt a sense of satisfaction, initially opposed to being sent out. She now realized that her young lady had considered such matters thoroughly, that it seemed that last night, when a young lady forbade her from approaching this room, there had indeed been a reason. "Master, the young lady has become cautious, no longer as carefree and reckless as before. Qing could not help but reflect. Each person present harbored their own thoughts. Among them, the most bewildered was undoubtedly Su Yi. What is happening? How could Bai Jin be contemplating so much? After witnessing last night's events, I had assigned her the label of being adorably clueless. This is indeed hard to accept. Su Yi sighed. Su Yi exhaled deeply in that case. I shall go prepare the medicinal formula. I hope Miss Bai can shoulder the responsibilities of operation. Realizing that there was no turning back, Su Yun'er begrudgingly accepted Bai Jin's approach and departed with Qing. Once the two left, only Xiaoxia, Bai Jin, and Su Yi remained in the room. All right, now that only Xiaoxia is left, let us find an excuse to send her away. Bai Jin's smile grew increasingly audacious. It would be one thing for the Ice Queen to know, but I absolutely cannot let them discover how lacking my education is. Ahem, Xiaoxia, Bai Jin began. What is it, miss? Xiaoxia looked at Bai Jin. Puzzled, Bai Jin rubbed her stomach and said to Xiaoxia, I'm feeling a bit peckish. I desire the Xiaomai from the north side of the city. Could you fetch me some? Of course, I shall send someone to bring it back, Xiaoxia responded, preparing to leave the room. Wait. On second thought, it seems that if we go back and forth, the Xiaomai might get cold. How about you just make some for me? Bai Jin quickly amended her request but I'm not very skilled at making Xiaomai. The flavor may not be satisfactory. Perhaps I should invite the chef over instead? Xiaoxia scratched her head. Bai Jin immediately interjected, No, absolutely not. Why not? This way the young lady can enjoy the authentic taste. Xiaoxia was baffled. Why is the young lady so eager to send me away? Something feels amiss. Bai Jin's expression turned slightly awkward. Because their business is thriving. How can you disrupt someone's livelihood? But by asking him to prepare a meal, the profit we provide would be enough for him to sustain his shop for a week. Right? Xiaoxia countered. Well, opening a shop is about having freedom. We cannot impose restrictions on others, Bai Jin declared. All right, that is settled. Xiaoxia, please go and prepare a portion. Be obedient. She affectionately patted Xiaoxia's head. But be obedient, very well. Under Bai Jin's command, Xiaoxia exited the room, leaving only Bai Jin and Su Yi together. All right, the hindrances have all departed. Let us commence. Bai Jin rubbed her hands together, her expression brimming with anticipation. What? Did you not find this painful? Why the sudden eagerness? Su Yi chuckled, recalling Bai Jin's tormented face from last night. Sigh, absence makes the heart grow fonder. I've come to realize that learning can be such a fulfilling endeavor. Now, let us begin. I can hardly wait. Bai Jin seated herself at the table, her eyes ablaze with enthusiasm. Whether learning brings fulfillment, I cannot say. However, if I manage to teach you successfully, my sense of achievement will indeed be substantial. Su Yi reflected with a hint of admiration. If even this girl can comprehend, it seems I do possess a talent for teaching. Su Yi mused. Enough. You are rambling too much. I understand, young lady. I shall begin now. Thus, Bai Jin successfully acquired experience points once again. Finally, she transcended from being illiterate to the ability to recite the multiplication table, a noteworthy achievement for someone who had taught her. At the age of 18, able to read and recite the multiplication table, in good health, sleeping 8 hours a day, with a promising future ahead. Well, I have nothing more to teach you. The remaining knowledge is unnecessary for your day-to-day life, such as grocery shopping or bookkeeping, Su Yi declared as he stood to leave. Seeing this, Bai Jin hurriedly positioned herself in front of the door. Wait, hold on. Cold Queen, you must first tell me your name. Su Yi, upon hearing this, could only smile helplessly. Is it really necessary, young lady? After all, I am merely a guard. Why is it unnecessary? You are my friend and my teacher. It is indeed unacceptable not to know your teacher's name. Bai Jin insisted earnestly. Hearing this, Su Yi momentarily lost his focus, finally replying, Su Yi, that is my name. Chapter 18. The flow of water descends as night fell. The world quieted, with only the discordant sounds of the carriage driven by Su Yi breaking the stillness. Su Yun'er lifted the curtain, gazing at Su Yi's silhouette, feeling a twinge of curiosity. Is something troubling you? Su Dage, perhaps you would like to share? She inquired in her capacity, as Dr. Gu to Su Yi shook his head in response. Dr. Gu, you are overthinking it. I am quite fine. Seeing this, Su Yun'er ceased her inquiries, her gaze remaining concerned as she observed Su Yi's retreating figure. In truth, Su Yi's thoughts were rather straightforward. He found the situation quite incredible. He had traversed this realm for over a decade, and life in Qian could genuinely be described as a purgatory on Earth. Initially, as commoners, their family was looked down upon by all. Su Yi had sought to utilize his knowledge from his previous life to pen a few poems for sale. Unfortunately, reality proved to be just as harsh. In that tumultuous society, no one cared for ancient poetry. And even if one encountered an appreciative soul, they would likely be robbed of their work. The previous emperor's debauchery led to rampant exploitation of the populace, resulting in widespread famine. Su Yi still vividly remembered that the relief grain provided during the disaster amounted to little more than a bowl of watery porridge, often mixed with chaff. Yet, the starving refugees consumed even that without hesitation. When citizens raised concerns with officials, claiming that the relief porridge was mandated by the Qian's laws to be thick enough to stand a chopstick upright and wrapped in cloth, their pleas were met with mere dismissals and fabrications from the officials, who protected one another and forced the common folk into despair. Many families resorted to selling their children merely to survive. Su Yi was both fortunate and unfortunate. He had caught the attention of the Su family and found himself living rather comfortably. Not long thereafter, the previous emperor's reign was overturned by the crown prince and prime minister Bai. Following the crown prince's ascendance, a series of reform measures were implemented. He alleviated taxes, sternly punished corrupt officials, and provided relief to disaster-stricken citizens, resulting in a flourishing era for the Great Qian. Reflecting on this, Su Yi could not help but let out a bitter laugh. Since his arrival in this world, he had harbored the belief that he could alter the course of the Great Qian. However, he was mistaken. This was not a task that a mere impassioned youth could accomplish. It was not the Great Qian that was being transformed, but rather himself. Upon hearing Bai Jin's remarks, he instinctively felt the urge to distance himself from her. Even upon reaching the innate realm, he found himself utterly powerless. Lost in thought, the carriage had already reached its destination. Su Yun'er disembarked and glanced back at Su Yi, saying, "Guard Su. See you tomorrow." Su Yun'er had intended to say more, but the words faltered on her lips. Su Yi nodded in acknowledgement, a silent response to her. In the Lin residence, where Lin Yi resided, he regarded the attendant before him and inquired with a measured tone. "Well then, how has the task progressed? Young master, as per your instructions, the news has been disseminated. The IT will not be long before the common folk in the capital are informed," the attendant replied, bowing his head. Lin Yi nodded slightly, a sign of his satisfaction. His gaze flickered, as if contemplating something profound. "Continue to closely monitor Bai Jin's movements, and report any irregularities to me immediately," Lin Yi instructed softly. "Understood." The attendant complied and withdrew. Lin Yi rose and approached the window. Gazing into the distance, he was silently calculating how to proceed with the upcoming plans. This was the singular opportunity that was closest to success. Failure was not an option. "Bai Jin, that Navi young lady thinks she can surpass me." Su Qinghan had proven to be somewhat of a nuisance. Lin Yi's brow furrowed in contemplation. In recent days, Su Qinghan had not been idle. She had sent individuals to investigate various prescriptions from the Lin family's renowned medical hall. The NO business is without its scheming. Even the four great families have their share of shortcuts. Su Qinghan had indeed brought him considerable trouble. Let me see how you intend to handle this matter in a few days." Bai Jin, at a few days later, at Joan Hall. "Strange, why we had so few customers these past few days," Bai Jin said, looking at the account book with a hint of distress. Su Yun'er took the account book, her expression darkening. The recent revenue had plummeted by nearly half compared to before. The medical hall was not merely a place for healing, but also a hub for martial training and daily health maintenance, where the disciples of the prominent families would incur significant expenses. Among these expenses, the Gu Yuan Dan was indispensable. How peculiar. It makes no sense. Could it be that our competitors have released similar products or implemented promotional strategies to attract customers? Bai Jin speculated. Zhao Jing shook his head. Unlikely. Our Gu Yuan Dan is effective and reasonably priced, and it has always enjoyed a stellar reputation. Moreover, with Dr. Gu's recent improvements, the efficacy is superior to before, and we haven't raised our prices. There should be no reason for our sales to decline. At that moment, Su Yi entered from outside. Everyone, the young lady, is already aware of this matter. She is currently investigating, and results will come soon. Has Sister Su already learned of this? Bai Jin's face turned ashen. She was reluctant to overly depend on others. Throughout her life, Su Qinghan had assisted her greatly, and now she wished to rely on her own abilities rather than continue seeking Su Qinghan's help. Well then, since there is no point in sitting idle here, let us each attend to our duties until news arrives, Su Yun'er declared, standing up. The others nodded in agreement and busied themselves at tea that moment. Su Yi and Bai Jin suddenly heard a voice. How does your Joan Hall conduct business? Look here. Why is there a missing ingredient in this medicine? A man shouted, pointing an accusatory finger at the attendant. Apologies, sir. That was my oversight. May I add the missing herb for you? The attendant bowed deeply, his face etched with regret. Forget it. Forget it. Word is spreading outside that the Joan Hall's manager is to be replaced by an inexperienced young lady who knows nothing. Previously, they claimed to have the prices of medicines and waive consultation fees. Yet now, after all this time, there has been no news, deceiving returning customers. Who would dare to visit your medical hall under such circumstances? You should let that young lady go. Otherwise, all the customers will flee. The man gestured dismissively at the medicine. The attendant complied, returning the silver as usual. In truth, such errors in calculating medicinal ingredients were rare. Although there have been instances before, customer reactions had never been as severe as today. Chapter 19. Encountering trouble witnessing this scene, Su Yi turned to Bai Jin and said, There is nothing more to see. Let us leave. Bai Jin shook her head and softly replied, Su Yi, you needn't comfort me. I understand. Let us go. Bai Jin strode ahead, her silhouette appearing somewhat desolate. Noticing this, Su Yi hurriedly followed alongside Xiaoxia. Miss, it is only your first public appearance. Compared to someone like Lin Yi, who has always been at the forefront managing his family business, your influence is indeed somewhat limited. Things will improve over time. Xiaoxia offered reassuringly that I know, but I find it perplexing. Without any announcement of my takeover of Joan Hall, how did they come to know, and why have they placed such a label upon me? Bai Jin frowned. Indeed, it is strange, and given their preconceived notions, they likely deem you incapable of handling the position. Su Yi remarked, what does it matter whether I am capable or not? It is merely slander. Su Qinghan interjected coldly as she entered with Su Yun'er and Zhao Jingdai. T is someone who has deliberately tarnished our reputation, and recently, the Lin family seems to have acquired a prescription that enhances the efficacy of Gu Yuan Dan far beyond ours. Su Yun'er followed closely behind, holding out a vial of pills to the others. One by one, they examined it, their faces reflecting disbelief. Where did Lin Yi obtain such a remarkable formula? Zhao Jing furrowed his brow. Among those present, he alone possessed the deepest understanding of the medical hall. With his discerning eye, it was clear that this pill could not have been concocted by the Lin family's resident physician. We are uncertain, but while this pill is indeed exquisite, I am not incapable of surpassing it, Su Yun'er stated nonchalantly. What? You have confidence? Zhao Jing looked at Su Yun'er in astonishment. He was not the only one. The others present shared a similar skepticism. The creation and improvement of formulas were entirely distinct endeavors. Looking at Su Yun'er, who appeared to be no older than 18, how could she possibly develop a Gu Yuan Dan that exceeded this one? However, in the face of their doubtful gazes, Su Yun'er calmly nodded. If given some time, I will undoubtedly be able to devise an even better pill. How long will it take? Su Qinghan inquired. 2 months will suffice. Su Yun'er replied confidently. Excellent. A glimmer of admiration flashed in Zhao Jing's eyes. Truly, the physician chosen by Miss Su possesses remarkable skill. Zhao Jing's words bore a hint of desperation, as there were no better alternatives. He might as well choose to trust Su Qinghan's judgment. Meanwhile, Bai Jin felt a surge of shame as she regarded Su Yun'er. The trouble had been caused by her, yet the resolution was being pursued by everyone else. She felt a profound sense of embarrassment. I must strive to enhance my abilities and contribute to Joan Hall. I cannot always rely on others, Bai Jin resolved inwardly. Thus, the matter of the pills seemed to be resolved. The next step was to convey the information that Joan Hall was more worthy of patronage than the medical hall We cannot allow the Lin family to prevail, Su Qinghan stated coldly. We must devise a countermeasure. Everyone nodded in agreement, signaling their concurrence. Next, they began discussing specific strategies to address the situation. How about inviting Dr. Yang, the renowned physician from the capital, to publicly assess our products? Zhao Jing suggested, raising his head to address the group. Su Qinghan shook her head in response. That is not suitable. Dr. Yang is notoriously elusive and has no desire to become embroiled in disputes. If he were to assess our products, regardless of the outcome, he would inevitably offend either the Lin or Su family. He would never agree to it. When one has achieved a life free of worries, their foremost desire is to avoid conflict. Even during the previous Capital Alchemist Convention, Dr. Yang did not attend, let alone participate in the assessment of the pills for both families. Nevertheless, Dr. Yang is the most effective promoter in the capital. No one is better suited to endorse our pills, Zhao Jing lamented. Given Dr. Yang's aversion to conflict, he rarely praised pills or physicians, leading to the perception that any formula he endorsed was a miraculous remedy. Once sold, it would surely be snatched up. As everyone found themselves at an impasse, he suddenly spoke up. Why must we choose someone of high standing as our promoter? Oh, what do you mean? Brother Su, Zhao Jing expressed curiosity towards Su Yi's words and inquired. Upon noticing the collective gaze of the crowd upon him, Su Yi spoke. Within the capital, there are likely over 10,000 individuals who have yet to transcend the mortal realm and embark on the path of cultivation. Is it not the efficacy of the Gu Yuan Dan that enables one to break through the mortal realm and solidify their innate first stage of cultivation? We could invite them to evaluate its effects, and there would be no need for concern regarding the truthfulness of their testimonies, that we need not summon esteemed masters like Dr. Yang, well-versed in the medical arts. A simple testing of the foundational crystal stones would suffice to reveal the potency of the elixir. A test prior to consumption and another post-consumption would leave no room for deceit. After all, both the Su and Lin families are among the 4 great clans. It is unfathomable that anyone could attempt to deceive us in such a manner. Hearing this, Su Qinghan nodded in agreement, stating, Indeed, this method is quite feasible. Moreover, given the high price of the Gu Yuan Dan, many common folk in the capital are reluctant to purchase it by implementing Su Yi's approach. We essentially inform the citizens that those who participate in the trial will receive a Gu Yuan Dan free of charge. Such an allure is undeniably significant for the common populace. Su Qinghan clapped her hands and smiled. Su Yi, your strategy is commendable. The previous heavy weapon, the Chun Yuan hammer, shall be bestowed upon you. Su Yi bowed in gratitude. Thank you. Mississippi turning to glance at Bai Jin. He continued, In fact, I possess another method to enhance the reputation of Jiao and Tang, though it may carry certain risks. Oh, do enlighten us. Su Qinghan responded, clearly intrigued. Su Yi replied nonchalantly. This method is the one previously suggested by Bai Xiaojia, having the price of medicines and waiving consultation fees. Upon hearing this, the room fell into a profound silence. Bai Jin's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at Su Yi, feeling both shocked and warmed inside. Despite Xia insisting that my proposal was utterly absurd, Su Yi still chooses to place his faith in me, she thought, a blush creeping on her cheeks. It was the first time she felt recognized by another, and even if it stemmed merely from sympathy. She found it gratifying. Chapter 20. The membership system. Bai Jin's face flushed crimson as she bashfully remarked, Su Yi, I am aware of how ludicrous my initial proposal was. You need not concern yourself with my feelings. This idea is far too extravagant. Moreover, how could the physicians agree to waive their consultation fees? Bai Jin hesitated, with discomfort evident, for she knew well that this predicament was largely of her own making. Yet she was now asking others to rectify it. Fear not, this model will not endure indefinitely. I am aware that maliciously lowering prices could lead to collective backlash. Su Yi reassured, waving his hand. This method requires Bai Xiaojia to make an appearance, as many have heard your proposal. Words spoken without intent can still carry weight. If we do not address the patrons, Bai Xiaojia's reputation will only suffer further. Feeling her face grow warm with embarrassment, Bai Jin spoke apologetically. Everyone, I sincerely apologize for my earlier proposal. I realize I may have gone too far. You need not feel compelled to accept such a method for my sake. She paused, her gaze growing uncertain. Furthermore, I doubt the physicians would agree to offer their services free of charge. As the words almost escaped her lips, she felt a wave of awkwardness wash over her. Realizing this entire situation was ignited by her own actions, and now she was asking others to bear the burden of her mistakes. There is no need for concern. This model will not persist indefinitely. And we can cover any price differences, Su Yi stated. By Xiaojia, I understand you have rarely presented yourself before the public, so feeling apprehensive is natural. However, we require your assistance, as your proposal was indeed put forth by you. If you do not step forward to clarify things, your reputation will only suffer further, which would be detrimental to the clinic's future development. Bai Jin lowered her head, her tone subdued. Yes, I understand. The public perception of me has indeed become somewhat. Indeed, the scrutiny surrounding Jiner has intensified that if we can eliminate such doubts, the clinic's reputation could indeed recover. Su Qinghan interjected. Moreover, Jiner, as a young lady from a prominent family in the capital, it is time you step forward to cultivate some respect for yourself. The prominence of Bai Chengxiang cast a large shadow, and in comparison, Bai Jin became merely the child of a tiger, looked down upon. What if I mishandle things and tarnish Jiao and Tang's reputation? Bai Jin pondered, anxiety creeping in as Su Qinghan waved her hand dismissively, smiling. Do not fret. Should that occur, I will circulate the news that the shop you manage will be severed from the other branches. The impact would be minimal and would not tarnish Jiao and Tang's reputation. Upon hearing this, Bai Jin glanced around, observing that none opposed her, took a deep breath, and nodded. Very well, I shall endeavor to perform admirably. Seeing Bai Jin's agreement, Su Qinghan turned to Su Yi and asked, in that case, Su Yi, what is your proposed method? Su Yi, upon hearing this, unleashed his spiritual energy to isolate them from external sounds, and spoke, we will implement a membership system. Any customer willing to spend silver to purchase a membership can enjoy corresponding discounts. The more one spends, the greater the discount. Zhao Jing pondered for a moment before responding. While I may not fully grasp the concept of membership, discounts have already been implemented by the Lin family. Moreover, the scale of these discounts pales in comparison to Bai Xiaojia's proposal of having medicine prices and waiving consultation fees. The disparity is simply too vast. If we were to announce this, it would likely not only fail to attract customers, but also lead them to believe we are engaging in false advertising, thereby tarnishing our reputation. Zhao Jing voiced his concerns that not rush. I have yet to finish, Su Yi replied, that I have observed that both Miao Yitang and Jiao Tang offer discounts exclusively to those customers who have previously generated significant revenue. The common folk are left out. This creates uneven customer loyalty. Those who spend more continue to spend, while those who do not enjoy discounts perceive all pharmacies as equivalent. Why introducing this method? Some commoners, seeking to save money, would prioritize us even if they reside farther from Jiao and Tang than Miao Yitang. As Su Qinghan nodded, I believe I understand. You mean to suggest that we make it appear that purchasing from Jiao and Tang is more cost-effective than from Miao Yitang. While the revenue from commoners may not match that of affluent clients, their sheer volume could prove beneficial. Should we manage to transfer a significant portion of Miao Yitang as common clientele to Jiao and Tang, we could potentially diminish Miao Yitang's profits by at least 30%. However, the aristocracy is most averse to the notion of their status being diminished if they were to discover that commoners could also enjoy similar discounts. Even if the scale differs, it would surely incite discontent. And should they withdraw, the decline in Jiao and Tang's profits would exceed 30%. Su Yin'er interjected, frowning that in recent days she had been interacting with those of noble birth, observing their disdainful attitudes towards the common folk. Su Yi waved his hand, rest assured. I possess a deep understanding of the character of these aristocrats. What they truly desire is respect, merely seeking flattery from others. Discounts are inconsequential to them. However, we must satisfy their vanity. Catering to these patrons has become a thing of the past. They now deem it their right and are no longer gratified by mere service. We could select a few young, attractive women and dashing young men to cater specifically to the sons and daughters of nobility. Once they secure a deal, we can extract a portion of the proceeds as their reward. After all, people engage in work primarily for their own benefit. If we continue to employ outdated strategies, It will only lead to complacency among our associates. However, if we offer tangible rewards, they will realize that their efforts are not solely for us, but also for their own compensation. Furthermore, in light of such a substantial business venture, a fraction taken as a reward is hardly significant. Su-yi stated with calm assurance now I understand. Su-yi, you aim to cater to both commoners and nobles. Zhao Jing exclaimed with excitement. One could say that. However, there is a drawback. Our operational strategy is indeed replicable by others, so to mitigate this risk, we must impose a time limit on the membership system. A time limit. According to your suggestion, what duration would be appropriate? Zhao Jing inquired. Su-yi raised a single finger, stating 1 year. After 1 year, membership will require renewal. That if patrons renew their membership within the 3 months preceding expiration, they shall receive a discount. Otherwise, no discount will be granted. Chapter 21. Evening. Seeing, do you know why the discount applies only for renewal within 3 months? By Xiaojie. Su-yi suddenly spoke to Bai Jin. After a moment's contemplation, Bai Jin uncertainly replied, it is because we proposed a membership system first. If they wish to imitate us afterward, they must find customers willing to purchase their offerings. However, due to the existence of the discount mechanism, it is evidently unwise for customers to forego their discounts in favor of their membership system. Precisely, that is my intention. Moreover, to prevent them from intentionally lowering membership prices, we must establish an initial price for the membership mechanism that carefully considers the critical point. This way, any reduction in their membership price will lead to discounts that will inevitably incur losses for them. Regrettably, I am not well versed in the value of medicinal herbs. The establishment of discount rates will need to be handled by Master Zhao. Su-yi remarked, glancing at Zhao Jing. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Fear not, my friends. I shall manage this splendidly. Zhao Jing exclaimed, visibly excited. I had no idea you were such a business prodigy. Brother Su, this path, which we had never contemplated, how did you conceive of it? Zhao Jing clapped Su-yi on the shoulder. Su-yi smiled and replied, a great person once said, there were no roads in the world. When many walk, they become paths. In truth, while the methods may appear simple, their implementation is far from easy. It is only because the Su family possesses ample capital that I am able to pursue this endeavor with such freedom. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. Upon my arrival in this world, I had already contemplated introducing modern business models. Yet, it is indeed a formidable challenge. With insufficient startup capital, it is no wonder that the rich grow richer while the poor grow poorer. Well then, since we are all clear on this, let us commence our actions. Su Qinghan declared, rising to her feet. Wait, there is one more matter, Su-yi interjected, extending his hand. Upon hearing this, Su Qinghan turned her head to look at Su-yi, frowning as she asked, what is it? Su-yi retrieved 2 rolled papers from his sleeve and handed them to Bai Jin, saying, Miss Bai, please save the statements on this paper for the occasion when Dr. Gu surpasses the Lin family's alchemist. You must read them aloud at the scene. After all, it will surely be quite lively then, and we cannot miss this opportunity for free advertising. Advertising? Bai Jin received the scroll with confusion, glanced at it, and couldn't help but exclaim, are we really going to have the price of the medicine and waive the consultation fees? At this, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Su Qinghan was the first to speak. Su-yi, what does this mean? Seeing the astonished expressions of those present, Su-yi helplessly explained, words once spoken are like water poured out. Miss Bai had previously proposed having the price of the medicine and waiving the consultation fees. Therefore, I intend to implement this method, though it comes with certain prerequisites. First, this promotional event is only applicable to ordinary people, not to warriors, as the herbs required by warriors are exceedingly expensive, leading to significant losses. Moreover, it is required that one must purchase a membership system, and such an event may only occur once a month, lasting for a single day, after which it will no longer be valid. I see. This indeed allows us to rectify what Jiner had previously stated. Su Qinghan nodded in approval. Furthermore, implementing this method will elevate Miss Bai's reputation alongside Jiao and Tang, as the impact of the common people is indeed immense. Su-yi remarked with a smile that I did not realize you possessed such business acumen. To have you as a guard by my side seems a bit of a waste of talent. Su Qing'an said, a faint smile gracing her face as she looked at Su Yi. Indeed, indeed. Su Yi is truly remarkable, able to overpower 3 with a single punch and outthink 5 with his intellect. Bai Jin enthusiastically added. Listening to the praises from the two women, Su Yun'er felt a twinge of discomfort. She was somewhat reluctant to see Su Yi become so popular. Fame brings danger. If Brother Su excels too much, Su Qing'an may not so readily relinquish the contract to him. Su Yun'er thought, feeling a pang of bitterness. Su Qing'an cast an appreciative glance at Su Yi before turning to observe Su Yun'er, silently lamenting. It seems Dr. Gu has known Su Yi all along. No wonder she dared to exchange that prescription with me. After a moment, she turned to Bai Jin and said, then let us proceed according to Su Yi's suggestion. Master Zhao, you must find some trustworthy associates to handle this matter. Zhao Jing respectfully bowed and replied, rest assured, miss, I shall prepare everything diligently. Now that a solution has been found, I shall take my leave for the time being. In 2 months, I will arrange for Dr. Gu to compete against the Lin family's alchemist, Su Yi. Come with me. I have some matters to discuss with you. Su Qing'an instructed, gesturing for him to follow. Yes, Su Yi rose to accompany Su Qing'an, only to feel someone tugging at his sleeve. Turning, he saw Bai Jin grasping his cuff, her delicate lips slightly parted, silently mouthing a few words. See you at night. Though somewhat puzzled, Su Yi nodded in acknowledgement. Although Bai Jin had made this subtle gesture while the others were preoccupied, she had still been careless. Su Yun'er, standing nearby, had seen everything clearly. What does that mean? Why see you at night? Su Yun'er's expression darkened. She was now almost certain that Su Yi had gone to see Bai Jin that night. He had not returned home. How can a young lady of high status meet with a man at night? After all, it was I who had accompanied Brother Su before. Su Yun'er clenched her fists, biting her lip. No, I must go and see. Su Yi followed Su Qing'an to the Su residence. Upon entering the main gate, Su Qing'an hurriedly led him towards the quiet garden. Throughout the journey, neither spoke a word. At first glance, they appeared as a pair of aloof master and servant, yet Su Yi's thoughts had wandered far away. Sigh, being with Su Qing'an is rather dull. In contrast, although being with Bai Jin can be somewhat exhausting, she is undeniably much more entertaining. Su Yi reminisced about the time spent with Bai Jin. Involuntarily smiling to himself, Su Qing'an did not turn back, but directly addressed Su Yi. You seem to be enjoying yourself quite thoroughly these days. Smiling so freely, Su Yi quickly replied, I have merely been fulfilling my duties. Miss Bai treats me exceptionally well. How could I possibly show her a sour face? What, dude? You didn't even turn around. How did you notice me smiling? Do you have eyes in the back of your head? How have you learned this passive perception from the teacher? Su Yi couldn't help but silently complain. Chapter 22, A Woman-Dominated Society in Shi Prefecture. Su Qing'an turned her head, a smile unexpectedly breaking through her icy demeanor. So, Jiner treats you well, and thus you do not show her a sour face. Does that mean I have treated you poorly? Why do you never smile in front of me? Su Yi felt a cold sweat break out. Truthfully, since entering the Su residence, the pressure from Miss Su had been immense. At tea time, she was as cold as ice, and at others, she was as radiant as a blooming flower. The stark contrast made her thoughts utterly inscrutable. No, miss, I'm merely... Su Yi began nervously, only to be interrupted by Su Qing'an. Forget it, I do not wish to hear it. Just follow me inside, Su Qing'an said, turning and walking into the room. What, are you playing with me? Su Yi could do nothing but grit his teeth and follow, inwardly lamenting. Once inside the room, Su Qing'an sat in a chair, her gaze returning to its cold indifference as she looked at Su Yi. Do you know why I summoned you here? She asked slowly. Su Yi lowered his head and replied, I am not aware. Su Qing'an tossed a book onto the table before Su Yi. How has your cultivation progressed? Have you been taking the medicinal liquids I provided you on schedule? At her words, Su Yi removed the breath-concealing necklace Su Qing'an had initially given him, revealing his cultivation level. I have not been negligent in my cultivation these past days, and I have completely refined the medicinal liquids you provided. Miss, hearing this, Su Qing'an raised an eyebrow and smiled. Oh, not bad. You're almost at the 4th stage of the innate realm. Excellent. This means that the trip to Shi Prefecture will completely meet the requirements. Very well. For these days, you need not go to Jiuantang that you see that book before you. Be sure to study the text thoroughly. You must master it completely. Do you understand? Su Qinghan pointed sternly at the book before Su Yi. Upon hearing this, Su Yi snapped back to attention and glanced at the book, only to be astonished at its title. Essays from the First Male Consort of Shi. Su Yi hurriedly picked up the book and began to leaf through it. The first sentence that caught his eye left him breathless. The 3 obediences and 4 virtues for men. The 3 obediences and 4 virtues refer to the expectations of men to obey their mothers when unmarried, their wives when married, and their daughters when widowed, along with the moral conduct of husbands in speech, appearance, and achievements, which demands respect for elders, loyalty to spouses, love for children, and responsibility for the family. What? I thought I was going to receive some martial arts techniques or cultivation methods. But instead, I've been given the precepts for men in a woman-dominated society. Su Yi was utterly astounded. Su Yi helplessly flipped through the book, yet his mind was preoccupied with contemplating Su Qinghan's true intentions. What could this possibly mean? Surely, she doesn't intend to sell me off, does she, to offer a guard of innate 3rd rank to others as a concubine? The mere thought sent a shiver down Su Yi's spine. Had he offended her in some way? Just then, Su Qinghan's voice echoed once more. In a few months, you shall accompany me to Shi Prefecture, where women are held in high regard, to avoid unnecessary troubles. You must remember the customs of Shi. This book has been meticulously selected by me. You are to study it diligently. As a woman, my movements in Shi will not be overly restricted, but as a man, you must not violate the local laws. The preceding principles of marital conduct are trivial. What truly matters are the regulations outlined at the back of this book. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Su Yi nodded and replied, Yes, I understand, my subordinate. Satisfied with his response, Su Qinghan waved her hand, saying, You may leave now. Return and report your measurements to the maidservants. Wearing this guard uniform constantly is rather shabby. Understood. Su Yi exited Su Qinghan's chamber, pondering her instructions as he walked. Xiaoling, where's Shi Prefecture? I've lived in Qian for decades and have never heard of this place, Su Yi inquired. Bewildered, Xiaoling suddenly emerged from beside Su Yi, hands on her hips, and retorted, Humph, how nice of you to remember me now. Weren't you quite the star at Jio Hall just moments ago? Su Yi scratched his head awkwardly. Well, I had no choice. Didn't you say the female protagonist couldn't lose? Sigh, let it go. I am magnanimous and will not hold it against you. Xiaoling chuckled playfully. So about Shi Prefecture. Su Yi rubbed his palms together. How should I explain it to you? To be honest, I'm not entirely clear on the plot direction, Xiaoling said, tapping her fingers on her chest, her expression turning awkward. What? Su Yi was taken aback. Did you not say you came to correct the plot direction? Correcting is one thing, but that doesn't mean I know the subsequent plot. You know, I've only seen the story from the female protagonist perspective. And she has never been to Shi Prefecture, Xiaoling replied. Frowning, Su Yi said, Well, even if you don't know, according to what you've said, Su Qinghan should have more plot developments, which suggests that Shi Prefecture may not be as perilous as it seems. But what if there's a possibility that Su Qinghan won't encounter danger in Shi, while you, on the other hand, might? Xiaoling scratched her head. Immediately, Su Yi's expression darkened, and he said irritably to Xiaoling, Can't you wish for my well-being? We are partners, after all. Upon hearing this, Xiaoling raised a finger, her eyes wide, and smirked. Aha! I could always unbind myself. Su Yi remained silent for a while, and after a moment, he finally uttered a few words. You have become invincible. As night fell, Su Yi departed from the Su residence. Ever since Su Qinghan had assigned him the task of escorting Dr. Gu, who was none other than Su Yuner, he had gained the freedom to leave the estate without the need to sneak out like before. However, unbeknownst to Su Yi, Su Yuner quietly peeked out from the side of a nearby building. Brother Su really has gone out. Su Yuner wore a melancholic expression, her heart heavy with sadness. Watching Su Yi's retreating figure, she felt a wave of despondency wash over her. Previously, the only moments they had shared were during the night. Su Yi would secretly bring her food, fearful of being discovered by the matriarch of the Su family. Yet, ever since Bai Jin's arrival, Su Yi had scarcely visited her in recent days. Su Yin'er felt little attachment to the Su residence. Ever since her mother had pushed her into the pond, her heart had grown cold, and she believed she had become indifferent to all things related to the Su family. Yet, seeing Su Yi run off to Baijin, she felt as if a part of her heart had been severed. Painful, excruciatingly so. Brother Su, I have gone to such lengths to grant you your freedom, and yet you rendezvous with another at night? Is this what you call freedom? Su Yin'er's gaze was vacant, as if she had lost her focus. If that is the case, I may as well have you become my personal guard. Her expression darkened ominously. Chapter 23. I absolutely agree. As soon as Su Yi entered Joan Hall, he made his way toward a side room. Before he could step inside, Bai Jin's voice rang out from within. Su Yi, she called softly, her small hands resting on the door, her eyes sparkling as she urged, come here quickly. Seeing her eagerness, Su Yi couldn't help but smile wryly. Miss Bai, even if you're eager to learn, you need not watch for my arrival at the door. Upon entering the room, Su Yi sat down and poured himself a cup of tea, savoring it leisurely. Let me set the record straight. If you are merely here to drink tea and chat, I could linger a little longer. However, if your intention is to have me teach you how to manage a medical clinic, I might just take my leave right now. That is something I cannot impart, and frankly, my heart cannot bear it. The memories of the recent torment he endured while teaching Baijin flooded his mind, causing him to feel a pang of distress. Baijin closed the door and approached the table, resting her chin on her hand as she stared at Su. Rest assured, I'm not as studious as you think. After Su Yi entered, Baijin abandoned her previous demeanor of reverence and revealed a hint of fluctuation in her heart as she spoke. I prefer you in your current form. When I first met you, I thought you were just an ice block. Su Yi set down his teacup and replied helplessly. What can I say? Your cousin is too cold. Working under her, I have no choice but to adopt a serious demeanor. After all, trouble can arise from careless words. Baijin smiled at this, pointing at Su Yi and teasing. You speak ill of my cousin in front of me. Aren't you afraid I will tell her? Su Yi leaned back in his chair, tilting his head as he said, It matters not. Are we not friends? We should be able to speak freely, without holding anything back. Keeping everything bottled up is far from comfortable. Do you trust me that much? Even among friends, there are certain matters that one cannot casually disclose, Baijin remarked, her gaze wavering slightly. In response, Su Yi waved his hand dismissively, jokingly stating, Oh, it's fine. With your intellect, I doubt you could devise any clever schemes to ensnare me. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by my intellect? I am naturally beautiful, exceptionally clever, and my mind is quite sharp. If I truly wished to ensnare you, you would spend a lifetime in prison. Baijin stood up, pouting as she emphatically declared, As the saying goes, the more one lacks something, the more agitated they become when it is pointed out. Baijin despised being told that her intellect was lacking, though no one dared to say such things to her face like Su Yi did. Whenever Baijin caught sight of their pitying gazes, it felt as though she could hear a voice saying, What a lovely young lady. Too bad she lacks intelligence. Seeing Baijin in such a state, Su Yi couldn't help but chuckle, stifling a laugh as he said, Indeed, your intellect is remarkable. Ha! Noticing Baijin's cheeks flush with embarrassment, Su Yi hurriedly poured her another cup of tea, fearing that this little potato was on the verge of exploding like a landmine. Just kidding, calm down, he said with a grin. Baijin snatched the teacup from him, gulping it down in one go, still looking somewhat displeased as she sulked. You have never genuinely complimented me. I don't care. Today you must point out one of my virtues and praise me thoroughly. Seeing Baijin's delicate fingers pointing at him in demand, Su Yi sighed and lowered his head, his tone laced with disappointment as he said, Sigh, Miss Bai, are we truly friends? Of course. What do you ask? Are you regretting becoming friends with me? Baijin replied, her voice a touch hurried. She was genuinely curious about Su Yi. As the daughter of the chancellor, she had encountered not only the talented youths of the four prominent families, but also the princes and princesses of the realm. Yet, she had never met anyone quite like Su Yi. Not even among commoners, the impoverished individuals she had encountered typically sought to ingratiate themselves with her, while the noble-born, despite any disdain they felt, would not dare speak it aloud. But Su Yi was different. He had deliberately avoided her, acting cold when he was fully aware of her esteemed status, and yet he became friends with her, without rushing to curry favor, even making jokes at her expense without fear of her background. She had only witnessed this behavior from her father in relation to the current emperor. In the court, her father would show utmost respect to the emperor, yet privately, he would converse with him as easily as Su-yi did with her. It could be said that her lack of aversion towards Su-yi stemmed largely from her father. Bai Jin sensed that Su-yi genuinely regarded her as a friend, and for that reason, she was unwilling to lose such a treasured companion. Su-yi slowly shook his head, saying, "Not at all. I simply feel that since we are friends, we should not make things difficult for each other. Asking me to find your virtues is quite a challenge. Bitter medicine is good for the sick. Honest words may be hard to hear, but they are for your benefit. As friends, pointing out your shortcomings is truly for your own good." Su-yi extended his finger and spoke. Upon hearing this, Bai Jin was momentarily struck with a mix of anger and amusement, her expression becoming notably peculiar. "Really? What's the harm in praising me a little? Am I truly so unworthy? Is it really so difficult to utter a few compliments?" Bai Jin rolled her eyes and remarked. Noticing her apparent displeasure, Su-yi rose, stretching lazily. In truth, it's not that hard. Even if your mind is a bit muddled and your temper is peculiar and you try to act clever, enough, no more of this. I am well aware of my many shortcomings," Bai Jin said. Her cheeks flushed as she waved her hand. "However, you do have a good heart. Among the nobility I have encountered, you are undoubtedly the most innocent." "What? Are you insinuating that I am easily deceived?" Bai Jin retorted, somewhat displeased. Su-yi paused, taken aback. "Ah, when did you become so clever?" At his words, Bai Jin fell silent, signed, "I'm tired. Let it be. All right, I shan't tease you any longer. Why did you summon me?" "You haven't yet explained the matter at hand." Seeing Bai Jin begin to disengage, Su-yi ceased his playful banter. Upon hearing his words, Bai Jin remembered the pressing issue, forcing herself to suppress her emotions, and hesitantly said, "Ahem, are you willing to part ways with my cousin and become my personal guard?" Outside the door, Su-Yun'er, his pupils constricted, her palms clenched tightly. "Ah, I fear the young lady would not agree." Su-yi recalled Su Qinghan's words from earlier that day. It was evident that there were significant matters she wanted him to attend to, and she would surely not consent. "Oh, don't concern yourself with that. Just tell me whether you agree," Bai Jin urged, a hint of impatience in her voice. "Well, if there are no issues on the young lady's end, I would certainly agree. I quite like your character," Su-yi replied. Chapter 24. A Chance Encounter at the Noodle Shop. Like? Bai Jin's mind went blank. Upon catching those two pivotal words, it felt as if her brain had crashed. She blinked rapidly, shaking her head vigorously, attempting to reboot her thoughts. "Well, if that's the case, then it's settled." Bai Jin's face was somewhat unnatural as she leaned closer to Su-yi, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. "You must absolutely not tell Sister Su about this. Once I return to plead with her, I am certain I will succeed." Su-yi couldn't help but chuckle at her confidence, pondering how Su Qinghan would react if she were aware of this. However, neither of them noticed that outside the door, Su-Yun'er's expression had turned exceedingly grim upon overhearing their conversation. Gritting her teeth, she turned and walked away. Since there's nothing more to be done, "I shall take my leave," Su-yi said, placing down his teacup and preparing to depart. Bai Jin snapped back to reality and quickly stood up. "Wait, don't go just yet." She grasped the corner of Su-yi's garment. Her cheeks slightly flushed. "It's getting late. It's so dark out. How about—" Su interrupted her, glancing curiously toward the door. "Hasn't night just fallen?" "Oh, don't worry about that. While you are formidable, what if that petty fellow Lin sets his sights on you?" Bai Jin said earnestly, her small face serious. "Well, he would at least need to dispatch a master to deal with me quietly." Su-yi stroked his chin, pondering. With the Xinyuan hammer in hand, he was hardly at risk of being eliminated without notice. Just then, Bai Jin's stomach let out a loud growl. "Hee, I forgot to have dinner," she said, somewhat embarrassed, covering her belly as she recalled that she had skipped her meal while waiting for Su. With a resigned sigh, Bai Jin thought she would have to venture out to find something to eat later. Yet, in that fleeting moment, inspiration struck her and she pointed a finger. "How about you stay, and I treat you to a late-night snack?" Upon hearing this, Su-yi sat back down, smiling. "That being said, I'm feeling a bit hungry myself. I'm used to having late-night snacks every day, and not having them recently feels quite strange. Thank you, Miss Bai, for letting me indulge. Previously, he had accompanied Su Yun'er to ease her conscience about accepting his provisions, but now that she no longer required his assistance, he found himself unaccustomed to skipping a meal. Great. Then I shall fetch it for you. Bai Jin was about to head to the kitchen when suddenly Xiao burst in through the door. What do you mean by fetching? I knew it. Miss, you're trying to send me away for something dubious. I want to allow it. Xiao hugged Bai Jin protectively, her eyes fixed on Su Yi as if she were a hen guarding her chick. She had just arrived in the vicinity when she overheard Bai Jin's questionable words, prompting her to rush to the scene. Su Yi regarded her with cautious eyes, feeling a sudden alertness that he had initially thought Xiao was an ordinary person, but now realized she had evaded his senses. Though she was not much older than him, her strength was likely superior. Bai Jin struggled in Xiao's embrace, her words somewhat garbled. Xiao. What are you doing? Miss, you are the young lady of the Bai family. How can you engage in such behavior? Xiao declared with righteous fervor. What is wrong with ordering a bowl of noodles? If you're unwilling to let me go, then why don't you fetch 2 bowls for me? Bai Jin wriggled free from Xiao's grasp, casting a resentful glance her way. Upon hearing this, Xiao was momentarily dumbfounded. What? Fetch what noodles? Have I misunderstood something again? Upon realizing the situation, Xiao's face flushed with embarrassment. Oh, so it's just about eating noodles. Ha, eating noodles is great. I'll go get them for you right away. With that, Xiao dashed out of the room at lightning speed. Am I the one with the problem? Or is it the miss? Xiao felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Initially, she had intended to clarify why the miss had come out at night, but now she had made a fool of herself, wishing she could disappear into the ground. Meanwhile, Bai Jin, feeling somewhat sheepish, turned to Su Yi and said, I apologize. Xiao is just like this. She is even more protective than my father. I told her not to worry, yet she still came. Perhaps it's because I caused her concern those few nights ago that it's all right. This only shows how much she cares for you, which is a good thing. Su Yi replied, and oh wonder Aunt Qing felt so at ease leaving Bai Jin. It seems this young girl has someone even stronger by her side. Su Yi mused internally. Sigh. She tends to overreact. But I do like her. Though she may not be as powerful as Sister Su, I regard her as an elder sister too. Bai Jin's gaze softened as she watched Xiao leave. Su Yi, observing Bai Jin's demeanor, couldn't help but admire her. Despite her occasional lack of clarity, she treated her own people well. Her father, as a high-ranking minister under the emperor, must have instilled a strong sense of values in her, as she showed no signs of disdain for those less fortunate. The scene shifted to reveal a young man and 2 young women wandering aimlessly in search of food. Xiao could not help but exclaim, after being here for so long, I only just learned that Jiuan Hall has no kitchen. After all, it is a medical hall. It would be odd if it did. Su Yi interjected, oh dear, what are we going to eat later? Bai Jin appeared unusually excited. Her father had never made her feel restricted when it came to food, so she had sampled most of the local delicacies in the capital. The trio chatted as they strolled, unknowingly arriving at a bustling street lined with food stalls. The aroma wafting from the various vendors was tantalizing. Bai Jin eagerly pointed to a small restaurant across the way. Look, they sell wonton noodles over there. I haven't had it in ages. Let us go try it. Su Yi lifted his gaze, only to realize that the noodle shop in front of him was the very one he had previously visited with Su Yun'er. Before either of them could speak, Bai Jin eagerly pushed them into the restaurant. Come on, let us go. It's time for noodles. Bai Jin remained as enamored with noodle dishes as ever. Upon entering the restaurant, Bai Jin scanned the surroundings, only to suddenly spot a woman in the distance. Staring intently at her, a chill ran down her spine. What is going on? This girl looks intimidating, reminiscent of Cousin Su and Dr. Gu. And her suspicion was not unfounded. The woman was indeed Su Yun'er. After leaving the medical hall, Su Yun'er had been wandering aimlessly to clear her mind, only to stumble upon this familiar noodle shop. She had intended to grab a bite to lift her spirits, but upon seeing Bai Jin enter the restaurant with Su Yi, her appetite vanished in an instant, even leaving deep bite marks on her chopsticks. Chapter 25, A Midnight Encounter with the Second Young Lady. What's wrong, Miss Bai? Have you spotted an acquaintance? Su Yi inquired, noticing Bai Jin frozen in place, unable to move forward. Bai Jin shook her head, stating it was not an acquaintance. She simply felt a strange sense of familiarity, as if she had seen the woman somewhere before. Huh. It feels even colder now. Bai Jin shivered slightly, observing Bai Jin's reaction. Su Yi felt an unexpected chill as well. Why do I feel an aura of coldness? Since entering this noodle shop, he had sensed he was being watched. Why can't I feel anything? Xiao looked up, puzzled at the two of them. The trio found a table and ordered several bowls of wonton noodles. Bai Jin continued to chatter away, exclaiming, "Oh, this place has the best wonton noodles. How did I not notice this restaurant before?" However, Su Yi found himself disinclined to listen to her words, his gaze irresistibly drawn towards the direction of Su Yuner. Seated in a corner, Su Yuner lowered her head, seemingly lost in contemplation. Her expression was austere, her brows occasionally furrowing tightly, cold as an iceberg, yet at times relaxing into a warmth akin to the gentle sun of spring. It should be noted that Su Yuner's disguise is something Su Yi temporarily cannot see through. Previously, it was only due to the unfolding of the plot that Xiaoling revealed to Su Yi the truth about Dr. Gu being Su Yuner. How peculiar! I have never witnessed anyone change their demeanor so swiftly. How can one oscillate between such extremes of warmth and coldness with such finesse? Su Yi felt as though he were witnessing something extraordinary. Su Yi, the side dishes are finished. Could you fetch another plate for me? Bai Jin said while slurping her noodles. Oh, all right, Su Yi replied, snapping back to reality as he placed a plate of side dishes before Bai Jin. That moment, he noticed Su Yuner in the corner. Her gaze now even more piercing. What is going on? Curiosity stirred within Su Yi, prompting him to slide the plate of side dishes closer to himself. Indeed, Su Yuner's expression shifted yet again, and Su Yi, increasingly intrigued, continued to push the plate back and forth, observing the continual changes in her facial expression. However, before Su Yuner could no longer contain herself and speak, Bai Jin, after missing her chopsticks 7 times in a row, was the first to break the silence. With a furrowed brow, she seized the dish, a friendly smile gracing her face. If you keep testing my reflexes like this, I might just have to show you my explosive power. Oh, Su Yi, witnessing Bai Jin's demeanor, halted his actions, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I may have gone a bit overboard. Bai Jin cast Su Yi a resentful glance before grabbing a hefty portion of side dishes, only to realize that many around her were staring. Instantly, she felt a flush of embarrassment, cleared her throat, and pretended to be nonchalant as she resumed eating her noodles. Time passed swiftly, and before they could leave the noodle shop, Su Yuner had already departed ahead of them. After settling the bill, Bai Jin patted her stomach, satisfied as she exited the establishment. "Miss Bai, I won't be visiting Jian Hall for a while. You must remember to memorize the 2 scrolls I gave you." Su Yi reminded Bai Jin. Bai Jin waved her hand with a smile. "Oh, don't worry. I won't let you down." "Exactly. The young lady is quite adept at memorization." Xiao nodded vigorously. In that case, I shall take my leave. Promoting the news will require some time, and I wonder how the young lady plans to involve Lin Yi. Su Yi pondered. Knowing Lin, he was not a fool and unlikely to abandon his stable situation to take risks in competition. Yet, observing Su Qinghan's self-assured demeanor, Su Yi felt reassured. Su Qinghan was not like Bai Jin. In his many years at the Su residence, he had yet to see her falter as they parted ways. Bai Jin remarked to Su Yi, "See you in 2 months." Su Yi nodded in agreement. "All right, see you in 2 months." Watching the two, Xiao stroked her chin, deep in thought. Is it truly my issue? Why does it seem their relationship is rather complex? I'm feeling quite weary. Su Yi ambled back to his abode, stepping into the quietude of the Su residence, unable to suppress a remark. Is the Su residence really so strict? It's barely this late, and everyone is already in bed. The delightful nightlife has just begun. Sighing, he mused, from this perspective, life at Bai Jin's place is far more interesting. What do you mean Bai Jin is more interesting? A voice as chilling as a deep abyss suddenly echoed beside Su. He shivered involuntarily and turned to see a woman, seeming to have just bathed. Her damp hair, cascading over her shoulders, clad only in a sheer nightgown that tantalizingly hinted at her enchanting form. However, what captivated most was her gaze, filled with a haunting discontent. akin to a wronged bride. Yet, in Su Yi's eyes, the scene transformed. Had she just washed her hair without drying it? Was she not afraid of catching a chill by being out at night? Her eyes appeared drowsy, suggesting she hadn't slept enough. Ah, it's the second young lady, Su Yi realized, recognizing her features and extending his hand to use his spiritual power to dry Su Yun'er's hair. Why are you still awake this late? Second young lady, he said with a sheepish grin. Brother Su, I can't seem to sleep, Su Yun'er replied, her frown softening as she regarded Su Yi, her eyes scanning his face and neck, feeling the warmth of Su Yi's palm. Su Yun'er found her earlier discomfort dissipating significantly. I never imagined the second young lady could also suffer from insomnia, Su Yi remarked while withdrawing his hand after drying her hair. You should get some rest. It's late, and wearing something so thin, you shouldn't be out in the cold. Su Yun'er did not respond to his suggestion, but instead glanced at her attire. The reason she fortuitously arrived by Su Yi's side, just as he entered the Su residence, was that she had set up a mechanism to sense his arrival. She indeed wished to rest, but her heart felt heavy, making it impossible. Initially, she intended to take a bath and then sleep, but upon sensing Su Yi's presence, she hurried over. Didn't you just complain about the early curfew at the Su residence? Brother Su, why are you now urging me to go back? Su Yun'er lifted her gaze to meet Su Yi's. There are distinctions between men and women. It's getting late, second young lady. You should return. Su Yi urged. Observing his insistence, Su Yun'er felt a sense of frustration rising within her. She bit her lip, remembering the events of that evening. Brother Su, why haven't you come to find me recently? Su Yun'er tried to maintain a natural facade. Hearing her words, Su Yi pondered, realizing it had indeed been a while since he had sought her out. Recently, her circumstances had improved considerably, especially with the emergence of the formidable female protagonist. To be honest, he had initially found it difficult to watch a young girl suffer from hunger and had thus extended his help. Now, knowing she was the leading lady, she no longer required his assistance. While he did wish to befriend the heroine, he understood that this small Diqian could hardly retain such a grand figure. He merely sought to make a favorable impression, hoping to avoid antagonism, especially given that Su Qinghan was also her rival. Brother Su, do you dislike me? Su Yun'er, unable to bear the silence any longer, asked. How could that be? I've just been somewhat occupied with matters lately. Su Yi replied. Upon hearing this, Su Yun'er bit her rosy lip, feeling a pang of bitterness. What could he possibly be busy with? Was it perhaps with Miss Bai? In truth, if it were another noble lady, Su Yun'er would have no worries, for someone from a prestigious family like Su Qinghan would never be so close to a guard, and the Su patriarch and matriarch would certainly not approve of such proximity. However, Bai Chengxiang was different. As the most progressive figure in Diqian, his daughter Bai Jin would never hold any prejudices against guards or commoners, and as these thoughts swirled in her mind, an image from that evening involuntarily surfaced. Su Yun'er quickly shook her head, as if trying to dispel the thoughts. What am I even thinking? I have no right to question Brother Su. Her gaze dimmed slightly on the surface. Su Yi was a guard of the Su family. But in reality, only the Su patriarch, matriarch, or Su Qinghan could command him as an uncherished young lady. She had no authority over him. However, things had changed. The more Su Yi sought to distance himself, the more her heart yearned for him. What did it matter if she became powerful? Did her past self, possessing extraordinary abilities, truly live a happy life? Second young lady. Second young lady? Su Yi called out, noticing Su Yun'er lost in thought. What is happening? The original plot's heroine would never display such a complex expression. She should be resolute and decisive. Su Yi could not help but feel puzzled. Su Yun'er finally snapped back to reality. Gazing at Su Yi with clarity returning to her eyes, and smiled. It's nothing. I merely recalled some complicated matters, but I've come to a decision that I'll head back now. Turning her back to Su Yi. She bore a smile, her heart calculating unknown schemes, all of which Su Yi remained oblivious to as Su Yun'er departed. Su Yi returned to his room and retrieved the jade vial that Su Qinghan had given him earlier. Today should mark the final step, right? This potion is nearly depleted. I should advance to the 4th stage of innate talent today. Su Yi contemplated, hesitating as he gazed at the vial that he was not a fool. He recognized Su Qinghan's urgency in wanting him to reach the fourth stage of innate talent, but the reasons eluded him, and Xiaoling could not perceive the plot beyond the heroine's perspective. Sighing, he wondered what benefit his advancement would bring to Su Qinghan. Prompting such urgency from her, Su drew in a deep breath and gently uncorked the jade vial. An intoxicating aroma of medicine wafted forth, enveloping him and inducing a momentary dizziness. With utmost care, he poured the liquid into the palm of his hand, closed his eyes, and swallowed it down. When soldiers arrive, we must defend. When water comes, we must bury it. Currently, as a guest under another's roof, it was evident that he could not afford to linger too long. Furthermore, ascending to the fourth level of innate power would only yield benefits without any detriments. The medicine appeared to pose no issues. Thus, it should be feasible. As the liquid slid down his throat, Su immediately sensed a formidable energy coursing through his body, surging towards the barrier of the third level of innate power. In an instant, a sharp pain erupted, causing his body to tremble as if pierced by countless currents of electricity. He gritted his teeth, striving to endure the agony. The realms of innate power, the first three levels, the middle three, and the last three, all represented significant thresholds. His confusion stemmed from Su Qinghan's insistence on his elevation to the first stage of the middle three. It was indeed a remarkable coincidence. Su activated his cultivation technique, named the Six Harmonies Sword Finger, which could be mastered up to the third level of innate power. This technique was granted to him when he was chosen as Su Qinghan's personal guard. The Six Harmonies Sword Finger is divided into the inner three harmonies and the outer three harmonies. The inner three harmonies refer to the unity of heart and intent and energy, and energy and strength, while the outer three harmonies pertain to the synchronization of hand and eye and body and step. He had already mastered the outer three harmonies and the unity of heart and intent. To break through to the middle three levels of innate power, he required not only the spiritual energy reserves of the fourth level, but also the comprehension of his innate techniques' middle three mystical abilities. As time gradually passed, Su felt his body becoming lighter, as though liberated from all constraints. His breath deepened, merging seamlessly with the essence of a universe. Suddenly, he felt a powerful energy erupting from his dantian, instantly radiating throughout his entire being. It was as if he were enveloped by an immense force, bringing him unparalleled comfort and exhilaration. Have I succeeded? Why does this feel so much smoother than my previous breakthrough to the third level of acquired power? Su pondered in bewilderment. He sensed only a fleeting moment of pain before inexplicably grasping the unity of intent and energy in the Six Harmonies Sword Finger. He opened his eyes, feeling the flow of vital energy within him. As the sword intent and sword energy fused into one, the Six Harmonies Sword Finger had been specifically selected for him by Su Qinghan, who had cautioned him never to reveal it casually. Thus, he had been secretly honing his sword energy, and now, astonishingly, his sword light had increased from 20 strands to 35. Su couldn't help but inhale sharply. Where on earth did this young lady procure such a medicine? It is perfectly suited for the cultivation of the Six Harmonies Sword Finger. Now, I cannot help but suspect Su Qinghan. She must have ulterior motives. It seems that my entire cultivation has been fostered through the resources provided by Su Qinghan. After all, Xiaoling mentioned that in the original narrative, Su Qinghan is positioned as the first antagonist encountered by Su Yuner, and everything she does undoubtedly has her own agenda. Heavens, I wish Xiaoling had arrived sooner. Su lamented, rubbing his forehead. Xiaoling, are you listening? Come out and explain. Su couldn't suppress the urge to inquire within his mind. However, he received no response. Alas, why does that fellow wander off so frequently? Chapter 27. I want your personal guard in the deep of night. The moonlight bathed Su Qinghan's tranquil residence, casting an aura of serenity. Yet, this peace was abruptly shattered by the arrival of a mysterious woman clad in black. The woman approached Su Qinghan's bedroom and gently pushed the door open. Peering inside, she saw Su Qinghan seated quietly at her desk, engrossed in her reading, seemingly oblivious to her presence. The black-clad woman spoke first. Miss Su, in 2 months, should I triumph over the Lin family, You must provide me with a satisfactory response regarding our agreement. Su Qinghan closed the ancient text, a smile gracing her lips. I shall certainly fulfill what Dr. Gu has mentioned. All the medicinal herbs and treasures you require will belong to you once you secure victory. Su Yuner furrowed her brow, responding, I made no such request for herbs or treasures. What are you implying? A hint of perplexity colored Su Yuner's thoughts. She had only intended to ensure Su Qinghan owed her a favor, fearing that directly requesting Su Yi's freedom would raise suspicions. Hence, she resorted to this indirect approach. Why has the request suddenly expanded to include so many additional items? Unable to contain her curiosity, Su Yuner inquired, as Yu Qinghan chuckled lightly. Rest assured, these are merely bonuses for you. She rose and approached the woman in black, her dark eyes resembling a deep spring, capable of drawing one into a whirlpool with a mere glance. As long as you assist Joan Hall in overcoming the Lin family at the medical conference, what do these matters truly signify? Su Qinghan poured a cup of tea and handed it to Su Yuner. Su Yuner accepted the tea, an expression of uncertainty flashing across her eyes, yet she quickly regained her composure. There is no need for such gestures. I do not require these. I am here to discuss terms. Discuss terms? Su Qinghan's brow furrowed slightly. What do you mean? Su Yuner stated flatly, I want your most trusted person by your side. Su Qinghan froze momentarily before bursting into laughter. Dr. Gu, you just said if this is someone I trust. What purpose would it serve for you to take them? Yet, a shadow crossed Su Qinghan's eyes, her voice trembling slightly as she continued. In truth, within the entirety of the Su residence, who could I possibly trust? Upon hearing this, Su Yuner fell silent for a moment before gradually stating, If you have no one you can trust, then I shall require your personal guard. At the mention of this name, Su Qinghan's expression shifted slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. Your personal guard? Is it Su Yi? What do you intend to do with him? Su Qinghan deliberately articulated Su Yi's name, keen to gauge Su Yuner's reaction. Could it be that this Dr. Gu was sent by father before he entered seclusion? Did he perhaps already know I would be heading to Shi Prefecture? A sense of wariness began to envelop Su Qinghan. Su Yi had been meticulously concealed, his true prowess never revealed, all for the sake of the forthcoming journey to Shi Prefecture. As Su Yuner met Su Qinghan's gaze directly, stating, I have my own reasons. You need only tell me if you are willing to let your personal guard accompany me. Deliberately withholding Su Yi's name, Su Yuner aimed to avoid any misunderstandings with Su Qinghan. The room fell into silence. The quiet punctuated only by their breathing that, as Su Qinghan pondered internally. While Su Yi was her confidant, could this be an opportunity to probe Su Yuner's true intentions? Finally, she spoke. Very well, I agree. However, I have some matters that I still need him to attend to. Once those are completed, I will send him to you. Su Yuner nodded, sealing the agreement. In 2 months' time, at the medical conference, you shall witness the outcome. With that, she turned and departed, leaving Su Qinghan alone in her chamber, gazing contemplatively at the teacup in her hand. Mother, soon I shall uncover what truly transpired in Shi Prefecture. Su Qinghan's eyes gleamed with determination, the image of her mother angrily chastising her father after drinking still vivid in her mind. As clear as if it were yesterday. 2 months later, at the Su residence, time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months had elapsed. After breakfast, Su Yi harnessed the carriage, escorting Su Qinghan toward Joan Hall. Upon their arrival, they encountered Zhao Jing, Bai Jin, and Su Yuner among others. Bai Jin appeared somewhat agitated, her small hands fidgeting excitedly, her heart brimming with confidence that I have memorized those 2 pages of lines to perfection. I must give Su Yi a little surprise. Beside her, Xiaoxia seemed to sense Bai Jin's thoughts, whispering, Miss, you've practiced for 2 months. You won't forget your lines like yesterday, will you? Bai Jin shot Xiaoxia a glare. Pouting, today, I am in prime form and shall not forget my lines. Then, her gaze drifted as if she were silently rehearsing something. After a moment, she cleared her throat and tugged at Xiaoxia's sleeve. I believe a final review is necessary. Xiaoxia, please fetch the scroll from my room. I need to take another look. Xiaoxia helplessly produced the scroll from her sleeve. Rest assured, miss, I have it right here. Seeing this, Bai Jin took the scroll and embraced Xiaoxia. Oh, my dear Xiaoxia, How would I manage without you? Xiao Xia's face flushed crimson, quickly wriggling free from the embrace. Just then, Su Yuner approached. Glancing between Bai Jin and Su Yi, a fleeting, subtle expression crossing her face. With no one else initiating conversation, Su Qinghan spoke up. Dr. Gu, the personnel arrangements are complete. Are you prepared and confident in surpassing the Lin family? Su Yuner nodded slightly, naturally. Then let us proceed. I have arranged for the competition to take place at the Medicine Inspection Office. Let us set off. As Su Qinghan remarked, the Medicine Inspection Division oversees the examination and circulation of all newly approved pharmaceuticals in the Great Qian. Without the authorization of the Medicine Inspection Division, no drug may be distributed within the realm. B. Why choosing the Medicine Inspection Division as the venue for the contest? Su Qinghan not only alleviated numerous complications, but also ensured the fairness of the competition. After all, within the Medicine Inspection Division, there are no fewer than several dozen innate pharmacists, and even 3 masters of alchemy are present. Under such circumstances, cheating would be entirely out of the question. The group proceeded towards the Medicine Inspection Division. Along the way, Bai Jin stealthily approached Su Yi and whispered, Su Yi, are you feeling nervous? Su Yi glanced at her and smiled, shaking his head. I have no need for anxiety. Rather, Miss Bai, you mustn't forget your lines later. Do you have the scroll I provided with you? Bai Jin huffed. Humph. This young lady would never forget her lines. I've kept your scroll safe, as she spoke. She unfurled the scroll to review it once more. Before long, they arrived at the Medicine Inspection Division, where a considerable crowd had already gathered, including representatives from the Lin family. Just as Su Qinghan and the others were about to take their seats, an unpleasant voice pierced the air. Chapter 28. I oppose. Jian Hall is the people's choice. Isn't that the eldest daughter of the Bai family? What, do you wish to outshine my second brother so desperately? A scornful and cutting voice reached the ears of the crowd. Turning to see, they observed a young maiden draped in a white veil approaching, her lustrous black hair cascading like a waterfall down her back, secured only by a jade hairpin. Her fair skin resembled white jade, with a faint blush adorning her cheeks. Beneath her willow-like brows, a pair of elongated, phoenix-like eyes revealed a hint of arrogance. Ah, Su Qinghan has arrived. Your cousin truly does not make things easy for you, the person continued. Upon hearing this, Bai Jin struggled to contain her fury. She needed no confirmation to know that the source of the biting remarks could only be the insufferable Lin Mia. Su Yi had been quietly observing from the sidelines, but suddenly, Xiaoling sprang forth. Drama, drama, drama is unfolding again, she exclaimed, bouncing excitedly. Su Yi gently tapped Xiaoling's head, saying, All right, enough chatter. Get to the point. Xiaoling, holding her head, muttered, Lin Mia is basically a minor antagonist at this stage. She tried to persuade her second brother, Lin Yisin, who is infatuated with a neglected concubine's daughter, Su Yuner, but was met with disdain, feeling resentful towards Su Yuner, who has recently garnered acclaim as the foremost talented woman in the Great Qian and even caught the attention of princes vying to marry her, only to be rebuffed. Lin Mia's jealousy has grown. Ultimately, her opposition to Su Yuna led to her downfall at the hands of the princes. Upon hearing this, Su Yi grasped the general situation. In summary, this woman was resentful because her brother dismissed her, and she was taking it out on Su Yuner. Xiaoling nodded in agreement. Indeed, but in the grand scheme of things, she isn't that significant. Su Yuner doesn't even regard her as a threat, and her resolution is left to the princes. This part of the plot is beyond your interference, so I can rest easy, Xiaoling said with a satisfied smile before vanishing. What a pity. To be the eldest daughter of the Lin family, yet reduced to a mere pawn. Su Yi mused for a moment in silent tribute for Lin Mia. Meanwhile, the verbal clash between Lin Mia and Bai Jin continued unabated. TSK, TSK, TSK. Some people might want to avoid shedding tears when they lose, Lin Mia taunted. Just as Bai Jin prepared to retort, Su Qinghan interjected, There's no need for Miss Lin to concern herself. How is your shoulder after losing to me in the last martial arts competition? Perhaps you should try the healing ointment from Jian Hall. It certainly surpasses whatever you might find at the wonderful medicine hall. Su Qinghan smiled slightly at these words. Lin Mia's expression darkened instantly. Both princes and the young masters and misses of the four prominent families have a place in the capital's academy, which is divided into the literary and martial departments. After losing to Su Qinghan in the last martial arts contest, Lin Meer's brother also suffered defeat in poetry against Yi Su from the Yi family, bringing great shame to the Lin family. She shot Su Qinghan a fierce glare, but quickly regained her composure. Humph. It was merely a momentary lapse. I shall reclaim victory in the next martial arts competition. Lin Meer's eyes glinted with a fierce determination. With that, she turned and strode into the medicine inspection division, her figure exuding a resolute air. We shall see, Su Qinghan coldly replied. Let us proceed, she declared, leading the way into the plaza of the medicine inspection division, with the others hastily following suit. However, at the rear of the line, Su, Yi, and Zhao Jing slipped away in the plaza. Voices rose in a cacophony, the crowd abuzz with anticipation for the upcoming contest. After all, Su Qinghan had announced a month prior that any selected commoner martial artist would receive a free solidifying elixir, AS, for who would emerge victorious in this alchemical competition. Oh, what are you thinking about? The wonderful medicine hall's products have been increasingly effective lately. They're bound to win, exclaimed a rugged middle-aged man. That is mistaken. I have heard that this contest was set up specifically by the eldest daughter of the Bai family and Miss Su to restore the reputation of Jiuan Hall. So one can expect that both Miss Bai and Miss Su will elevate the efficacy of Jiuan Hall's products. The well-groomed young man, fanning himself, remarked to those around him according to this young gentleman, this contest has been established to restore Jiuan Hall's reputation. But why would the Lin family engage in it? What benefit could they gain? The crowd's curiosity was piqued, and inquiries arose in response. The young man snapped open his fan. Many are unaware that, due to the announcement from Miss Su, any commoner martial artist witnessing this competition will receive a free solidifying elixir if selected. While such an elixir may be trivial to the scions of noble families, it represents a significant shortcut for the common folk, saving them 2 to 3 years of effort. If the Lin family were to decline this contest, those commoner martial artists would miss out on the opportunity altogether. Keep in mind that these commoners are the fresh blood that noble families rely on when recruiting guards. Though the aristocracy may claim there are plenty of willing participants, the nobility is not comprised solely of the Lin family. Should the most talented commoners flock to the other 3 prominent families, the gap between the Lin family and the others would only widen. Furthermore, if the wonderful medicine hall triumphs over Jiuan Hall, it would effectively suppress Jiuan Hall's reputation, which, while risky, merely serves to restore their own standing without harming the interests of the wonderful medicine hall. Why would the Lin family not seize such an opportunity? Upon hearing this, the crowd suddenly understood, exclaiming, "So that is how it is." Moreover, it seems that the eldest daughter of the Bai family is set to unveil a new business strategy soon, one that appears to greatly favor the commoners. It is likely she will announce it after the contest concludes. The handsome young man closed his fan and looked at the crowd. If the Lin family wins, will you support them? Upon hearing this, the crowd pondered for a moment before shaking their heads vigorously, proclaiming loudly, "The Lin family is only engaging in this contest due to pressure. What merit is there for us commoners to support them?" In contrast, Miss Su advocates for us commoners, generously offering the valuable, solidifying elixir. She is the true benefactor. At this moment, some began to voice their opinions, while others remained undecided. I oppose the wonderful medicine hall. Jiuan Hall is the true choice of the people, someone shouted from within the crowd, stirring the already restless assembly into further agitation. Chapter 29. So many machinations. I detest dealing with such people. The voice resonated like a stone dropping into water, causing ripples among the surrounding crowd. I too oppose. Jiuan Hall is the people's choice. I as well oppose. Jiuan Hall is the people's choice. Observing the tumultuous crowd, Su was somewhat taken aback and quickly emerged, accompanied by Zhao Jing, who had just raised his voice to Su, "Brother, what kind of sorcery is this? It's remarkably effective." Zhao Jing expressed admiration for Su. While this method may not influence the contest's outcome, it undeniably bolstered Jiuan Hall's morale. Zhao Jing remarked that this tactic was indeed shameless, yet the thrill of using it to vex others was utterly delightful. He had initially believed that many would rally behind the wonderful medicine hall, given its superior products. Yet Su Yi had merely donned a different guise and uttered a few words to sway public opinion. Zhao Zhonggui could not help but give Su Yi a thumbs up. Su Yi removed his luxurious robes, revealing his dark, polished bodyguard attire, and with a flourish of his index finger corrected, "It is not the tax army, but the water army. This spectacle is merely for show. To truly influence the purchasing desires of the common folk, one must await the outcome of the match. This is also the directive of the young lady. She mentioned that the Lin family must repay the slander against Joan Hall from before." Once Su Yi neatly folded his robe, the two silently slipped back into the ranks. Upon Su Yi's return, Su Qinghan observed the restless crowd with a slight smile and remarked to Su Yi, "Well done." She then glanced at the splendid robe held in Su Yi's hands, mistaking her gaze for a desire to reclaim it. Su Yi hastily extended the robe towards Su Qinghan, saying, "I have completed my task. The robe should be returned to the young lady." Su Qinghan waved her hand, responding, "It was originally tailored to fit your dimensions. What use would it be to take it back? I am merely curious as to why you do not wish to wear it any longer. Do you not like it? The embellishments are rather cumbersome, making it inconvenient for me to move." Su Yi replied. Su Qinghan frowned at this, accepting the robe. "How could that be? Do you not appreciate jade ornaments?" They are fine." Su Yi scratched his head, somewhat baffled by Su Qinghan's inquiries. Meanwhile, Su Yandere, observing the two, felt her teeth nearly grind to dust from frustration, yet could only maintain a neutral expression as she urged them to enter quickly, for the event was about to commence. Hearing this, Su Qinghan stored the robe in her mustard seed pouch and said to Su Yandere, "Dr. Gu, please proceed inside first. We will follow shortly." Su Yandere paused, forcing a stiff smile. "I end this competition. The most significant representatives are you and I. Miss Su. You represent Joan Hall. How could I possibly go in ahead of you?" Su Qinghan waved her hand dismissively. "It matters not. This way it can be demonstrated that Joan Hall does not exert undue pressure, nor does it regard itself as superior." Unable to contain herself, Su Yandere stepped forward, grasping Su Qinghan's delicate wrist, and with great effort, forced a smile, saying, "We can enter hand in hand. That would also illustrate that Joan Hall does not exert undue pressure nor regard itself as superior." Su Qinghan paused, then nodded. "Very well. Let's enter together." Su Yi and Bai Jin followed closely behind them. "Su Yi, how did Sister Su come to specifically commission garments for you from the Gu family's fabric shop?" Bai Jin inquired, puzzled. Su Yi, equally perplexed, turned to Bai Jin and asked, "How did you discern that it was from the Gu family shop? Because that fabric can only be woven by the jade silkworms specially raised by the Gu family." Bai Jin rolled her eyes, exasperated. Who in the capital does not know that the Gu family's fabric is the finest, and the embroidery upon is unmistakably the work of the Gu family's embroiderers? "Jiner, while your other skills may be lacking, you certainly possess a keen eye for garments." Su Qinghan chuckled softly. Bai Jin felt a bit embarrassed, scratching her head as she confessed, "The Gu family's clothing is indeed beautiful. I took the time to learn about it. Enough of that, Su. Do not dwell on it. I shall be removing the jade ornaments from that robe. You may keep it. During the journey to Shi Prefecture, you cannot wear this shabby bodyguard attire." Su Qinghan suddenly instructed. "Understood, my lady." Su Yi realized that it was truly about maintaining appearances. Indeed, individuals of Su Mansion stature, even their bodyguards, must exude an air of distinction. Su Yi had previously witnessed other young masters whose maids were all adorned in finery. However, there remained one condition. Their attendants were all female. It was only natural. If they were of the same gender, should they overshadow the young master, it would diminish his stature. Perhaps the young lady intended for him to serve as a backdrop, enhancing her own radiant presence. What could her purpose be in exerting such effort on him for the journey to Shi Prefecture? The more Su Yi pondered, the more he sensed something amiss. Su Yandere, too, felt that something was unusual. She sensed that her sister had recently taken a keen interest in Su Yi, leaving her somewhat bewildered. "By the way, Su Yi, the Tingxiao jade around your neck seems never to have been removed. You appear to be quite fond of it. What do you think of swapping the Nuanyang jade ornament for the Tingxiao ornament?" Su Qinghan turned to Su Yi, though her peripheral vision drifted towards Su Yandere beside her, There's no need for that, my lady. I am immensely grateful for the garments you have bestowed upon me. Oh, what a shame, Su Yun'er noted Su Qinghan's words, yet she displayed no signs of discomfort. Her instincts told her that Su Qinghan was testing her, and she was not mistaken. Su Qinghan was indeed mulling over the matter in her mind. Previously, she had sent someone to investigate the conflict between Bai Jin and Lin Yi and had inadvertently come across Dr. Gu. This world possesses reflective stones. Merchants utilize them to guard against thieving hands. The jade ornament Su Yi wore around his neck bore a striking resemblance to the one selected by the mysterious woman in black at that time. Initially, Su Qinghan had not given it much thought, for it was common for merchants to have similar jade stones. However, when combined with Dr. Gu's sudden appearance before her, requesting her personal bodyguard, it sparked her suspicion, gazing at Su Yun'er's face. Su Qinghan's eyes bore into her, as if she sought to penetrate the depths of Su Yun'er's thoughts. Not a single reaction? Su Qinghan was taken aback. This Dr. Gu was indeed a master of concealment. So many ulterior motives. I despise dealing with such individuals. Su Qinghan's gaze flickered. Conversely, Su Yun'er reflected on her own thoughts, recognizing the repeated tests directed at her. How cautious. So many ulterior motives. I loathe dealing with such individuals. Meanwhile, behind the two, Bai Jin and Su Yi exchanged glances, scratching their heads in confusion, with the two of them sharing some unspoken bond. Chapter 30. A boon for the common folk TSK. How infuriating. It must be that Su Qinghan woman scheming again. Lin Miaojia felt a surge of irritation upon hearing the audience suddenly rallying in support of Jiuan Hall. In contrast, Lin Yi spoke confidently. Sister, do not worry. No matter what little tricks they employ, the final outcome will surely strike them hard. Observing Lin Yi's self-assured demeanor, Lin Miaojia's expression softened slightly, though she maintained a cold tone as she replied. Even if you achieve great merit for the Lin family this time, it does not absolve you of the shame from your public altercation with that strange woman. I merely encountered that young lady by chance. Lin Yi hastily defended himself. Even if it was by chance, what decorum is there in publicly grappling with another woman? You have brought disgrace upon our family. Lin Miaojia retorted, "IT that time. Father and the elders quarreled endlessly over your engagement with the daughter of Prime Minister Bai. How could you dare to act so foolishly in front of Bai Jin? Do you not realize that neither Prime Minister Bai nor Bai Jin harbors any good feelings toward you? Your actions forced Father to personally humble himself and apologize to Prime Minister Bai." Lin Miaojia's anger flared as she recalled the events. Lin Yi, feeling increasingly vexed, spoke with a hint of irritation. Father and the elders, they only care about the Bai family's internal affairs. Why must they speak so grandiosely as if they are doing this for my benefit? Lin Miaojia, upon hearing this, felt her chest tighten. Just as she was about to speak, Lin Yi interrupted, "Sister, just watch. Even without the Bai family's insights, I can elevate the Lin family's Miaoi Hall to new heights." After a brief moment, Lin Miaojia sighed. For now, let us set aside these discussions and focus on securing victory today. Her gaze was dim yet resolute. You must remember, everything we possess is bestowed upon us by our family. Should you defy the family, it could lead to your utter ruin. Even Father cannot protect you. You have lived a life of luxury within the family. You must contribute to its prosperity. Do not forget, it was you who begged Father to imprint the family seal upon your palm. The Lin family seal symbolizes the heir of the Lin family. IT was originally meant for Lin Miaojia, but the elders rejected it on the grounds that she would eventually marry IT that time. Lin Miaojia even declared that if no one were to marry into the family, she would remain unmarried for life, demonstrating her determination. Just as the elders were about to acquiesce, Lin Yi intervened, seizing her position as the family head. Even so, Lin Miaojia did not oppose it. She desired the best for the Lin family, a principle instilled in her by her father. Thus, she held Lin Yi to a high standard. The union between the Lin and Bai families would greatly benefit the Lin family. And since Lin Yi had jeopardized it, Lin Miaojia naturally could not indulge him. To outsiders, she appeared as a doting older sister. Yet in reality, she was exceptionally strict with Lin. Listening to his elder sister's words, Lin Yi felt a surge of resentment. He understood that her words held merit, yet he could not tolerate the feeling of being shackled. He yearned for freedom, to break free from the family's constraints. He craved power, but did not wish to be confined or monitored by the family elders. He regretted his earlier greed for familial power, which had cost him his sister's position and, in turn, his own freedom. Now, to unilaterally seek change would undoubtedly lead to being deemed unworthy of cultivation by the clan elders. Within the family, one would be unable to obtain any further resources throughout their lifetime, a prospect he found hard to bear. Torn between yearning for the family's resources and the desire to evade the constraints imposed by the clan elders, he pondered where in the world such a fortunate circumstance could exist. Lin Yi turned his gaze towards the square below, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. In the square of the drug inspection department, a colossal arena had been erected, with 2 long tables placed at its center, each adorned with a cauldron. These cauldrons represented the Jiuan Hall and the Miao Yi Hall, while flags bearing their respective emblems stood on either side of the arena. At that moment, an elder from the drug inspection department emerged, first nodding to both the Lin and Su families before stepping into the center of the square to announce to the crowd, "Ladies and gentlemen, you are likely aware of the rules for today's competition between our 2 families." With a wave of his hand, 10 crystal stones shot forth, and simultaneously, the elder stated, "The one who seizes a crystal stone and is the first to ascertain their foundation shall receive a solidifying pill." No sooner had the elder's words echoed than the atmosphere in the square turned charged with tension, all eyes fixated on the 10 gleaming crystal stones. "Begin!" With the elder's command, the crowd surged towards the crystals like a tidal wave. "I got it! Haha, everyone, I have taken the lead!" A young man shouted excitedly, leaping to firmly grasp one of the crystal stones, just as he was about to channel his spiritual energy into it for testing. Another individual rushed forth. "You insolent brat! How dare you snatch my crystal stone?" shouted a slightly older commoner in fury, attempting to reclaim the stone from the young man. The 2 became entangled in a fierce struggle, with the surrounding crowd hastily joining the fray. "Come help!" Seeing the commotion, the young man's friends rushed in to protect him. Instantly, the square descended into chaos, filled with shouts, roars, and the cacophony of battle. Dozens of commoner warriors weaved through the throng, occasionally leaping or rolling as they sought to disentangle themselves from one another. Their garments were tattered, yet they paid no heed to their disheveled appearance, driven solely by the desire to seize the crystal stones and secure the coveted solidifying pills. After half an hour, 10 men and women broke free from the tumult, disregarding their disarray, as they hurriedly presented the crystal stones to the elder. The elder nodded slightly, registering the stones on a scroll before displaying them to both the Su and Lin families. Then collecting them once more. "Several of you may wait over there. The solidifying pills will be presented to you once they are refined," the elder declared. "Yes, we thank the esteemed elders." The 10 commoner warriors wore expressions of profound respect, clearly eagerly anticipating the effects of the solidifying pills. They harbored no concerns regarding the quality of the pills, for both the Lin and Su families were prominent clans in the capital. Should anything go awry with the pills in plain sight, it would irrevocably tarnish the reputations of both families. They would never risk such repercussions. Thus, this competition was wholly a boon for the commoners. Chapter 31. Pure Fire Alchemy. "Both of you may commence your alchemy." The elder addressed Su Yun'er and the alchemist from the Miao Yi Hall beside her. Su Yun'er nodded, handing her prescription to the elder before approaching her cauldron. The reason for submitting her prescription was to ensure that the pills produced would be consistent with those crafted during the competition, with no deviations in the refining methods. Otherwise, the Drug Inspection Department would not grant approval. However, there was no need to worry about the prescription being leaked, as the department enforced strict regulations. Any breach of confidentiality would result in severe penalties. Furthermore, the personnel of the Drug Inspection Department were under the control of the Great Qian Emperor, who understood the importance of secrecy. After all, no one would joke about their own 9 clans. Hence, Su Yun'er did not fear her prescription being divulged. Taking a deep breath, she prepared to begin her alchemical process. And as the onlookers witnessed her technique, they collectively gasped in astonishment. She seized a chunk of yellow firestone and cast it into the cauldron, igniting a profound yellow flame. With meticulous precision, she proceeded to add her medicinal ingredients. Goodness, who is this woman? She dares to refine pills without using spiritual energy. to control the flames, it became evident that Su Yun'er employed an ancient method of alchemy known as pure fire alchemy, eschewing the use of spiritual energy for flame manipulation. This technique demanded an exceptionally high level of heat and relied entirely on the alchemist's precise control over both the temperature and the selection of fire sources. In the realm of cultivators, such methods have become exceedingly rare in the Great Qian, as they were both perilous and challenging, requiring the alchemist to possess exceptional skill and extensive experience. But a misjudgment in fire selection could result in an explosion of the cauldron. Could it be that she lacks spiritual energy altogether? Some spectators murmured in disbelief. Impossible. I can clearly sense a fluctuation of spiritual energy from her, albeit faint. She must be at the 6th level of the acquired realm. A man remarked, perhaps her method of pure fire alchemy is more suitable for this pill than spiritual flame control. As the crowd marveled, the alchemist from the Miao Yi Hall began his own refining process. His techniques were equally adept, yet his style starkly contrasted with Su Yun'er's, employing the traditional method of controlling flames with spiritual energy, standing beside another cauldron. The Miao Yi alchemist focused intently. As if the entire world had vanished from his perception, he inhaled deeply, channeling his spiritual energy into the cauldron. The flames within flared to life, dancing and roaring as if imbued with vitality. With a deft movement of his other hand, he enveloped the medicinal ingredients in spiritual energy and sent them soaring into the cauldron. His movements were fluid and precise, each action executed flawlessly. Though Su Yun'er's pure fire alchemy astonished him, as a competent alchemist, he remained wholly focused on his own concoction. As time passed, the medicinal ingredients in both cauldrons began to dissolve, merging with the flames to undergo wondrous transformations. Beads of sweat dotted the forehead of the Miao Yi alchemist, yet he remained oblivious, entirely absorbed in his craft. Meanwhile, Su Yun'er expertly controlled the flames, each addition of ingredients perfectly timed. The firestone she selected was impeccably suited. As the flames licked the cauldron, gradually refining the medicinal materials within, each occupied their respective corner, silently controlling the fire for their alchemical endeavors. The surrounding audience watched in rapt attention, their faces alight with anticipation. Miss Su, where on earth did you find this alchemist? She actually knows how to perform pure fire alchemy. The elder of the drug inspection department became increasingly agitated. He had previously found such competitions tedious. However, the emergence of a competitor wielding a technique he could not grasp piqued his interest immensely. Seeing the elder's reaction, Su Qinghan could only respond apologetically. I am sorry, esteemed elder. I am also unaware of her origins or her master. Upon hearing this, the elder stroked his beard and chuckled. Ah, so she's a hidden talent from the common folk. Now I am quite intrigued that on the other side, Lin Yi observed Su Yun'er's alchemical technique with growing ire. Feeling inexplicably betrayed, she deceived me. She is not unwilling to refine for the family. She simply refuses to do it for me. Instead, she goes to seek Su Qinghan. The multiple rejections from Su Yun'er flashed through Lin Yi's mind, causing veins to bulge on his hand as he clutched the railing before him, causing it to emit a sharp sound. Time seemed to freeze in that instant, with only Su Yun'er and the alchemist still diligently engaged in their work. Finally, after a considerable duration of refining, both their cauldrons began to exude delightful aromas to everyone's astonishment. Su Yun'er's pure fire alchemy encountered no obstructions. Her precise timing in adding the firestones and controlling the dosages of the ingredients was astoundingly accurate. Most astonishingly, her speed in pure fire alchemy surpassed that of the Lin family alchemist. The most challenging aspect of pure fire alchemy lay in mastering the control of various firestones, as each medicinal ingredient possessed unique properties requiring different flame temperatures. Conversely, spiritual flame control allowed for more flexibility in adjusting the temperature through spiritual energy, albeit placing significant demands on the cultivator's abilities. Each method held its advantages. Pure fire alchemy could yield high-quality pills as long as the fire source was of sufficient grade, even if the alchemist's strength was lacking. In contrast, spiritual flame control ensured a higher success rate in pill creation. It is done, Su Yun'er softly declared, ceasing her refining process and lifting the lid of the cauldron. Inside lay 5 smooth pills, radiating a rich medicinal fragrance. Su Yuner delicately extracted the elixir, placing it gently onto the jade plate beside her. After a period of meticulous refinement, the alchemist's cauldron began to emanate a delightful fragrance. "The tea is done," the alchemist murmured, ceasing his work and lifting the lid of the cauldron. A rich aroma of the elixir wafted through the air, intoxicating all who inhaled it. Inside the cauldron lay several translucent elixirs, each emitting a soft glow and a fragrance that captivated the senses. He, witnessing Su Yuner's seamless success, couldn't help but marvel. It seemed that this competition posed little challenge for the grand heroine. Throughout the alchemical process, the heroine encountered no obstacles, completing her work with effortless grace, assuring her victory. Chapter 32. Announcing the results, Su Yuner and the alchemist each presented their refined elixirs to the elder of the appraisal bureau, who scrutinized the quality of the elixirs before nodding in approval. Both of these elixirs exhibit exceptional quality. "Your alchemical skills are truly commendable," the elders praised. Upon hearing such accolades, the alchemist from the Miao Medical Hall beamed with satisfaction, realizing that the formula provided by young Master Lin was indeed extraordinary. The elder, having served in the appraisal bureau for many years, was certainly capable of discerning the quality of elixirs. His words were intended to placate the alchemist from Miao Medical Hall, who possessed an astonishing talent for alchemy. The elder couldn't help but silently lament. "Please, do not rush. The true value of the elixirs must be assessed by the common martial artists," he said, turning to the group of martial artists before him. He then snapped his fingers, distributing the elixirs to the assembled martial artists. As they received the elixirs, their faces lit up with excitement and gratitude, fully aware of the significance these elixirs held for them. "Thank you," the common martial artists exclaimed, expressing their heartfelt appreciation towards Su Yuner and the alchemist from Miao Medical Hall. These elixirs were indeed of utmost importance to them, and they felt compelled to show their respect to both parties. The alchemist from Miao Medical Hall smiled warmly at them, pleased with their response, and took the opportunity to bolster the reputation of Miao Medical Hall by saying, "Miao Medical Hall exists solely for the benefit of the common folk. There is no need for gratitude." Clearly, the alchemist was attempting to win the favor of the martial artists, aiming to elevate the reputation of the Lin family further. Observing this scene, Su Yuner couldn't help but smile subtly. She understood the alchemist's intentions but remained unconcerned. The outcome was immutable. Her sole focus was on alchemy, and He had already devised a plan for the reputation of Joan Hall, contained within the 2 scrolls by Jin's possession. Brother Su, how could he possibly lose? Su Yuner thought of and couldn't suppress her smile of tea that moment. The common martial artist swallowed the elixirs without hesitation, instantly feeling a surge of potent energy erupt within them. Their bodies brimmed with newfound strength, their fatigue vanishing without a trace. Some martial artists, previously afflicted with old injuries, were astonished to find their ailments healing at an astonishing rate. More remarkably, their inner strength experienced a significant enhancement in a short time. Moreover, the medicinal power continued to penetrate their limits, prompting the martial artists to sit cross-legged and diligently absorb the effects of the elixir. Witnessing this spectacle, the audience was filled with anticipation, wondering whether the traditional fire control alchemy of the Lin family would prevail or if the long-lost pure fire alchemy of the Su family would triumph. A collective question lingered in the hearts of the spectators. As time passed, the martial artists successfully refined the power of the elixir. The elder retrieved the crystal stone once more and tossed it toward the martial artists, who eagerly infused their spiritual energy into it. As the results began to manifest, the crowd held their breath, fixated on the crystal stone. Among those present, aside from Su and Su Yuner, none possessed such unwavering confidence. Bai Jin clenched her small fist, her fingertips turning pale as her gaze remained locked on the crystal stone. Lin, too, appeared visibly uneasy. He had witnessed Su Yuner's exceptional medical skills, but had never seen her alchemical prowess. He felt a growing dread about the outcome, sensing that his alchemist's elixir was not as solid as Su Yuner's. His fists clenched tightly, a tremor of apprehension coursing through him. "It cannot be. This formula was given to me by Dr. Yang. There is no way it could lose to Miss Gu, no matter her extraordinary talent." Moments later, the results finally emerged, striking all present like a thunderbolt. Those who consumed the elixir from Miao Medical Hall experienced an enhancement of 2 ranks in their aptitude, while those who took the elixir from Jiuan Hall saw a 4-rank increase. The elixirs from Jiuan Hall utterly eclipsed their opponents. The audience couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. How is this possible? The alchemist from Miao Medical Hall appeared incredulous. This was the formula given to me by young Master Lin. How could this happen? He collapsed to the ground, looking utterly despondent. Prior to this event, he understood the significance of the competition's outcome. And now, having lost so thoroughly, Lin Yi would undoubtedly never employ him again. With a resounding crack, the sound of splintering wood echoed as the crowd looked up to see Lin Yi's expression darken, as he crushed the redwood railing before him with his bare hands. Useless! Not even Dr. Yang's formula could save him. Lin Yi's veins bulged on his neck, his emotions spiraling out of control. Su Yi observed this scene and couldn't help but scoff inwardly, thinking how odd it was for such a minor character to exhibit such volatile emotions. What an extreme personality, filled with jealousy. While Su Yi was lost in thought, Su Yun'er descended from the stage, approaching Su Qinghan. "How is it? I told you I would win. And indeed, I have," she said with a nonchalant air. Upon hearing this, Su Qinghan's face reflected respect as he bowed to Su Yun'er, stating, "Indeed, Dr. Gu's talent is truly extraordinary. It was hard for anyone to fathom that this young woman possessed such remarkable proficiency in the art of alchemy." Regardless of whether she was sent by her father, Su Qinghan could not afford to underestimate her, a mere 20-year-old alchemist mastering pure fire alchemy. Surely, she had a formidable mentor behind her, seeing both joy and despair in the crowd. The elder chuckled wryly and raised his hand to announce, "The victorious side in this competition is not so fast." A cool, feminine voice interjected, prompting everyone to look up in unison. Lin Yaoyao wore a skeptical expression, her voice ringing out, "In this competition, we represent Jiuan Hall and Miao Medical Hall. It is true that Miss Su's alchemist is bested our alchemist. However, Miss Su, your alchemist employed pure fire alchemy, while we at Miao Medical Hall can guarantee that all our elixirs are produced using the fire control method. But can you assure that every elixir from Jiuan Hall was crafted with pure fire alchemy?" The crowd suddenly awakened to the implications of her words. Indeed, this contest was a showdown between the elixirs of Miao Medical Hall and Jiuan Hall, not merely a competition of alchemists. While this young lady had triumphed over Miao Medical Hall's alchemist, could every practitioner from Jiuan Hall surpass her? Doubts arose among the spectators, for the pure fire method was scarcely known, and those who mastered it were exceedingly rare. Chapter 33. Seizing the opportunity in the audience, Su Qinghan smiled faintly at Lin Yaoyao's challenge, clapping his hands. Suddenly, dozens of attendants clad in the attire of Jiuan Hall's alchemists approached, each carrying a cauldron. They placed the cauldrons down, mirroring Su Yun'er's earlier actions, first tossing a piece of yellow firestone into the cauldron, igniting it with a mysterious yellow flame, and then methodically adding the herbs one by one. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the audience. They were replicating the pure fire alchemy method employed by the earlier young lady. How is this possible? Lin Yaoyao looked utterly stunned. While she was not well versed in pure fire alchemy, she had assumed that such a challenging technique could not be readily taught. She never anticipated that so many individuals within Jiuan Hall had already mastered it. Noticing the crowd's shock, Su Yun'er gradually explained, "I presume you're not familiar with pure fire alchemy. Even an ordinary person, if they handle the herbs properly and possess sufficient fire, can concoct elixirs, while it may be challenging for you to cultivate pure fire alchemists. For me, it is as simple as teaching a child to walk. Nurturing them is even easier than training a fire control alchemist." The audience was taken aback by her audacity. Her words were undeniably arrogant. Yet, they found themselves powerless to counter her. The distinction between arrogance from a lack of ability and confidence stemming from talent was stark. Ladies and gentlemen, from now on, all elixirs produced by Jiuan Hall will be crafted by pure fire alchemists. Su Qinghan let out a loud cheer. Upon witnessing the scene before them, the crowd erupted into a chorus of applause. In stark contrast, Lin Yi and Lin Myler appeared as if they had been struck by frost, their spirits visibly dampened. However, the event was far from over. Su Qinghan nudged by Jean and said, "Jeaner, it is now your turn to take the stage. Upon hearing this, Bai Jin took a deep breath, steeling herself internally, and stepped onto the platform. Her gaze was resolute as she projected her voice using her spiritual energy. Esteemed guests, I am Bai Jin. I understand that many of you may find me somewhat unfamiliar, as I do not often make public appearances. Nevertheless, I implore you to lend me your ears today. As her words resonated, the crowd fell silent, their attention riveted on Bai Jin. A few individuals recognized her and whispered, Bai Jin? Isn't she the young lady from the Bai family, the daughter of the Prime Minister? Indeed, the recent uproar surrounding Jiuan Hall was largely due to the protests against the young lady, who is oblivious to the plight of the common folk. Taking charge there, remarked some influential figures. Hearing the murmurs from the audience, Bai Jin felt a surge of anxiety, yet she forcibly quelled her emotions and continued. I am Bai Jin, the daughter of the current Prime Minister. Her voice rang clear. You may believe that as a sheltered young woman, I should not interfere in the affairs of Jiuan Hall. But today, I stand here to tell you that your understanding of me is superficial. She paused briefly and added, I know many of you may still harbor doubts about me. However, I assure you that under my stewardship, Jiuan Hall will continue to uphold the principles of integrity and quality. Upon hearing this, the crowd was momentarily disenchanted. They sighed, thinking it was yet another cliché speech. They surmised that these prominent families were merely capitalizing on the large audience to promote themselves. The common folk evidently categorized Bai Jin alongside previous opportunistic capitalists. However, before they could disperse, Bai Jin's next words astonished them. I am aware that many of you perceive my earlier statements about having medicine prices and waiving consultation fees as mere jest, a promotional gimmick, but what if I truly had the audacity to implement such measures? Bai Jin's eyes gleamed with intensity, her aura emanating a commanding presence. Some influential figures who had dealings with the Prime Minister were taken aback, sensing a hint of the Prime Minister's essence within Bai Jin. On the first day of each month, Jiuan Hall will offer a promotional event for all holders of membership tokens, featuring halved medicine prices and waived consultation fees. Bai Jin proclaimed, What? The prices of medicines are genuinely being halved and consultation fees are waived. Even for commoners, this could lead to substantial losses, someone exclaimed in shock. Nearby, another individual retorted, Did you not hear the prerequisite? Membership tokens. They haven't even explained how to obtain those. Oh, so it seems that prominent families aren't so benevolent after all. The commoner nodded in realization, seeing that the crowd had grasped the key point. Bai Jin continued, I trust many of you are curious about how to acquire these membership tokens. Our membership system works such that any customer willing to spend money to purchase a membership will enjoy corresponding discounts. Spend more. Receive greater discounts. What? So in the end, we still have to pay you? This is hardly a discount. It feels more like coercion. A tattered youth shouted at T this moment. A young girl beside him tugged at his sleeve and timidly said, Brother, actually, with just the monthly halved medicine prices and waived consultation fees, we could recoup our expenses. The youth quickly covered her mouth and squatted down to whisper, Xiaoling, brother is striving for better benefits. Please be quiet, and I'll buy you some candy later. The young girl, feeling wronged, lowered her head and muttered, Fine, but brother, you are lying. You're a bad person. The youth was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Their exchange did not escape the ears of Bai Jin, who was adept in cultivation. Thus, Bai Jin interjected, What this young gentleman says has merit. Advocating for preferential treatment for the common folk is precisely what my father wishes to see. In light of this, I shall dare to add another clause that, as long as you possess a membership token and make purchases at Jiuan Hall, you will earn contribution points based on your spending. Accumulate enough points, and you can exchange them for medicinal materials or waive a portion of your consultation fees. Are there any questions? Bai Jin asked. The crowd fell silent for a while, their astonishment palpable. Yet, among them were those with ulterior motives, contemplating purchasing high-priced medicinal materials during the monthly discount day to resell. Nevertheless, Bai Jin had countermeasures in place. She declared loudly, on discount days, only the healing medicines for commoners will be halved. High-priced, precious materials for martial practitioners will not enjoy such reductions. Moreover, I must advise those with nefarious intentions to withdraw their hands. My father is already quite displeased with those who seek wealth through unscrupulous means. Bai Jin's eyes swept over the crowd with an imposing glare. Chapter 34. Su Yin'er wants to leave to Qian. How nerve-wracking. Bai Jin sat in the carriage, patting her chest in relief as her tense expression finally relaxed. However, seeing Lin Yi and Lin Myler's faces turn green in dismay brought her immense satisfaction that I've surely won this bet. Bai Jin chuckled, leaning her head against Su Qinghan's shoulder. Indeed, Jiner, you have performed admirably. I can already see traces of your uncle in you, Su Qinghan remarked, gently stroking Bai Jin's hair with a tender gaze. Bai Jin scratched her head, feeling a bit bashful from the praise. Hee, really? It's nothing much. It's all thanks to my father's well-established reputation. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to command the audience so smoothly. There is no need for you to downplay your achievements. Miss Bai, your performance has far exceeded my expectations that I believe Juanhall's revenue will see a significant increase. Su Yi, driving the carriage, said to Bai Jin. Exactly. The young lady has already proven herself to be quite remarkable. Just yesterday, she was forgetting her lines, and today she not only recited flawlessly but also improvised on the spot. Xiao Xia chimed in enthusiastically. Bai Jin felt a bit overwhelmed by the compliments. Her cheeks flushing with embarrassment, yet she couldn't suppress her smile as she shyly thanked everyone like tea that moment. Su Yin'er turned to Su Qinghan and asked, Miss Su, I am astonished. I never imagined that by merely providing a prescription, you could cultivate a group of pure fire alchemists. Su Qinghan chuckled lightly in response. The method of pure fire alchemy is merely a product of human ingenuity, is it not? I merely offered guidance. The prescription was provided by M.R.G. M.Y. talents pale in comparison to his. Upon hearing this, Su Yin'er relaxed, leaning against the carriage window as she spoke softly. What is a prescription compared to your abilities? Miss Su, you are truly impressive. Before long, the carriage arrived at the Su residence. As Yu Qinghan alighted first and addressed the others, let us observe for a while longer to see how Juanhall's revenue performs within the week. Su Yi, please take Jiner and the others back. Su Yi nodded and drove the carriage toward the Bai residence. Wait! Bai Jin suddenly shouted from the carriage. Su Yi promptly halted the carriage and inquired. What is it, Miss Bai? Bai Jin hesitantly said, I want to go home. I do prefer to stay at Juanhall. That, Miss Bai, this may not be appropriate. What if Prime Minister Bai worries? Yu Haven T returned home for several days. Now that the matter is resolved, you should. Su Yi's expression grew troubled. I will write to my parents to explain the situation. You needn't worry, Bai Jin quickly replied. Besides, I can keep an eye on the pharmacy situation while staying at Juanhall. Su Yi hesitated. As a guard, dealing with such matters was quite troublesome. T that moment. Xiao Xia chimed in. Miss, the master asked me to call you back a few days ago. He said if you don't return soon, it will be difficult for him to explain to the madam. Bai Jin pondered for a moment, then decisively stated, No worries, my father can handle it. Juanhall is currently on the rise. How can I become an absentee manager? I have decided to closely monitor Juanhall's business over the next week. If the revenue increases as I anticipate, I will consider expanding Juanhall's scale. Bai Jin puffed out her chest, her eyes sparkling with ambition as if she could already envision a more glorious future for Juanhall. Upon witnessing the scene, the crowd sighed in unison. Miss, if you truly intend to relinquish your responsibilities, then it is quite possible that Juanhall may flourish even more, they mused. Ultimately, the crowd could not withstand Bai Jin's determination, prompting Su Yi to reluctantly turn the carriage around and head back to Juanhall. With the assistance of Xiao Xia, Bai Jin gracefully descended from the carriage. She glanced back at Su Yi, her delicate lips parting as she prepared to speak, only to be abruptly interrupted through the carriage window. Su Yin'er gazed at Bai Jin and remarked, Miss Bai, the coming days are pivotal for Juanhall. It would be unwise for you to venture out freely. Upon hearing these words, the smile on Bai Jin's face instantly froze, revealing a hint of embarrassment that D.R.Gu is indeed correct. I shall diligently manage Juanhall, Bai Jin replied with calm composure. A slight smile graced Su Yin'er's lips. Very well, Miss Bai. Please attend to your matters. I must return home now. With that, she lowered the curtain of the carriage window. Su sure why. Let us depart. To her command, Su Yi swung his arms and urged the horses forward. After Su Yin'er's carriage had departed, Bai Jin could not help but pout. D.R.Gu is such a killjoy. All I wanted was to invite everyone for a meal. It's not as if I were shirking my duties in favor of mere amusement. Xiao Xia, overhearing Bai Jin's grievances, stifled a laugh. Miss, do not fret. Miss Gu acts with the best interests of Zhao in mind. Bai Jin huffed in response, muttering, of course I understand. Oh well, I shall head inside now. The membership system must be implemented without delay. With that, she turned to enter Zhao. Meanwhile, in the carriage, Su Yuner observed Su Yi's retreating figure, her excitement barely contained. Soon, Su Gu, Su Qinghan has agreed to hand over the contract to me. You will be free before long. When that time comes, you shall accompany me. With my memories, we can surely reach the pinnacle together. This is my way of repaying you, Su Gu. However, a tinge of worry crept into Su Yuner's heart. How can I persuade Su Gu to leave Deqian with me? She pondered, unable to suppress her anxiety. Deqian was indeed commendable, boasting dozens of masters and a couple of revered elders. Yet, ever since Su Yuner awakened her memories, she realized her time in Deqian was limited. She would eventually have to leave. If Su Yi was willing to accompany her, it would be splendid. If not, what am I thinking? Su Gu would never refuse. Su Yuner shook her head, attempting to dismiss her earlier doubts. What benefits are there in remaining in Deqian? Su Gu holds strength but lacks a prominent background. Isn't it often said that men yearn for adventure? Surely, Su Gu must harbor such aspirations as well. Nevertheless, the time was not yet ripe. She could not disclose her secret of being a reincarnated great power to Su Gu. This revelation was far too shocking and required a gradual acceptance process. As Su Yuner gazed at Su Yi's silhouette, envisioning the astonished expression he would wear upon learning the truth, it would surely be quite entertaining. Chapter 35. The busy crowd and Bai Jin's restlessness inside Zhao. It was a veritable sea of people, all bustling about to acquire membership tokens. Master Zhao, it is good to see you well. Several young scions greeted Zhao Jing as they entered. Zhao Jing responded with a smile, clasping his hands in respect. Dear young masters, please do not jest. The current steward is my young lady. Regardless, let's not dwell on that. As usual, I require 20 bottles of Peiyuan liquid, 5 bottles of Duangu liquid, and 10 spirit-gathering fruits. One young man stated nonchalantly. The others followed suit, listing their required spiritual materials. Zhao Jing dutifully recorded their requests and respectfully informed them. These elixirs and materials will be dispatched to your residences shortly. Are you masters planning to return home or continue exploring Zhao? Intrigued, the young gentleman inquired, Oh, we have visited Zhao several times. Is there anything we have yet to see? Zhao Jing chuckled and replied, As esteemed regulars of Zhao, you are among our most cherished guests. We have some elixirs still in the experimental phase that have yet to be released. Should you wish to observe, you are welcome at any time. The young men exchanged puzzled glances at O. Are you not concerned we might divulge this information? This is confidential. Waving his hand dismissively, Zhao Jing feigned indifference. You masters are our most important patrons. Surely, you would not betray our trust. Laughter erupted among the young men. We have no such intention. Master Zhao, your trust in us is commendable. Unlike the Lin family's renowned medical hall, which always seems to hide its secrets as if it were peddling something unsavory, I feel at ease doing business with you at Zhao. Then, by all means, please follow me. Zhao Jing gestured. And several young, beautiful attendants approached. He instructed them. Take the young masters to the alchemy room and ensure they are pleased. Do you understand? Yes, the attendants chorused, extending their hands to guide the young gentlemen towards the alchemy room. Watching their departing figures, Zhao Jing could no longer suppress a smile. Just as Su's brother had suggested, providing these noble youths with advanced knowledge of the elixirs would undoubtedly pique their interest. As for whether they might leak this information, there was no cause for concern. Given the uniqueness of pure fire alchemy, it was unlikely anyone in Deqian could replicate the elixirs after merely observing the pharmacy. Should the information escape, not only would it serve to promote Zhao, but it would also help identify the most loyal customers, allowing future business dealings to prioritize that esteemed clientele. Su brother is truly a genius in the business realm. What a pity, miss. Today's revenue has surged by several hundred taels. Xiao Xia exclaimed excitedly to Bai Jin. Bai Jin, upon hearing this, merely nodded lazily propping her chin on her hand. The brush she had been twirling fell from her lips onto the desk. Bai Jin lowered her head to gaze at the fallen brush, unable to contain her frustration any longer. Why? Why is Jianhao so busy while I can do nothing? She stared wide-eyed at Xiaoxia, adopting a pitiful expression as she nestled against her. Woo-woo, Xiaoxia. That guy Su, he has arranged work for so many people. Why am I left out? Why am I the most idle? I want to work too. I want to contribute. Xiaoxia gently patted Bai Jin's head, soothing her with soft words. Do not be upset. Mississippi, look at me. I am not working either. Isn't that splendid? Hearing this, Bai Jin nodded, sniffling. You are right. Xiaoxia.it is nice to be idle together. I could see that moment. A voice emanated from Xiaoxia's communication jade pendant. Xiaoxia, are you there? Bai Jin's eyes widened, and her ears perked up as she stealthily whispered to Xiaoxia. What is happening? Why is that cold block seeking you? When did you two become close? Xiaoxia's face turned sour as she awkwardly replied, It's just some work-related matters. Mississippi, hello? Hello. Xiaoxia, are you listening? Su Yi's voice came through the jade pendant. Bai Jin took the pendant and held it to Xiaoxia's mouth, signaling her to respond. Seeing this, Xiaoxia could not help but smile wryly, silently lamenting. Su brother, please do not expose anything, she nervously replied. Su brother, I am here. What is the matter? Rest assured, I am completing my tasks quite successfully. On the other end, Su Yi sighed in relief. That is good to hear. A worker informed me that Bai Jin has gone to the accounting office. You must keep a close eye on her. The important ledgers must not come in her possession. Understood? And ensure Zhao Jing's side is well monitored. Understood, Xiaoxia stammered, glancing at the unusually frosty Bai Jin beside her. Great, this is the perfect time for Jianhao to rebuild its reputation and increase revenue. Your role is crucial. Do not let Bai Jin make any decisions. Keep her occupied. It is best to take her out for some leisure. Su Yi concluded hurriedly before severing the connection. He turned to grab another communication jade pendant and contacted Zhao Jing. Hello, Master Zhao. Are the young signs satisfied with our service? Miss, I did not intend to deceive you. I have my reasons, Xiaoxia said, kneading Bai Jin's shoulders, her face scrunched up. Humph, what kind of sisterhood is this when you betray me? Bai Jin puffed her cheeks and turned her head aside. Xiaoxia quickly shifted her attention, gently patting Bai Jin's shoulder. I am doing this for your own good. Jianhao is flourishing, and miss, your chances of winning the wager have undoubtedly increased, have they not? Thus, do you also believe that once I intervene, the revenue of Jianhao will inevitably decline? Bai Jin crossed her arms and pouted. Xiaoxia instinctively nodded, but upon realizing her reaction, quickly shook her head. Observing this, Bai Jin felt utterly heartbroken. Nevertheless, she inquired, during this period, all matters concerning Jianhao cannot solely be managed by Su Yi, can they? Chapter 36. Bai Jin hosts a banquet upon hearing this. Xiaoxia assumed Bai Jin was concerned about Su Yi, and hurriedly replied, Rest assured, Miss Su Yi is Lady Su's personal guard. He is trustworthy. Of course. I know he is trustworthy. I was merely asking, Sai, forget it. If you wish for me to remain idle, I shall retire to my chamber. Bai Jin swiftly dashed back to her room and lay on her bed, her mind swirling with thoughts, her cheeks flushed. Clutching her bedding tightly, she pondered, how could her cousin's personal guard treat her with such kindness? This is utterly misguided. No, I cannot allow a guard by my cousin's side who is not entirely devoted to her. I have made my decision. He shall become my personal guard. Yes, this way, it shall be entirely justified. Bai Jin resolutely convinced herself. I could see the desk. Su Yi was engrossed in the account books, flipping through them incessantly. Sudiga, you must be tired. I have just prepared some lotus seed soup. Would you care for a bowl? Su Yun'er approached with a bowl of lotus seed soup, startled by her sudden voice. Su Yi turned, and upon recognizing her, replied, Ah, it is merely the second young lady. You are a member of the household. There is no need for such formalities. Serving Jianhao is my duty. Su Yi politely declined Su Yun'er's kind gesture. During this time, the servants in the household seemed to have been reformed by Su Yun'er, no longer daring to openly disrespect her. However, Su Yi had been busy, leaving him unaware of how she accomplished this. After all, the matriarch of the Su family had never been fond of Su Yun'er. It was astounding that she could engage in such subtle maneuvers without being discovered. It seems Su Yun'er possessed remarkable skills. Undeterred by Su Yi's polite refusal, Su Yun'er stepped forward and insisted, "Su de go, please do not be so modest. Besides, who else considers me the second young lady of the Su family?" With a bitter smile. She spoke, her heart indifferent. She truly felt no attachment to the Su household. "Very well then, I shall accept it. The second young lady should return to rest soon." Su Yi received the lotus seed soup, yet noticed that Su Yun'er had no intention of leaving. Feeling somewhat awkward, he placed the bowl down and asked, "Second young lady, are you not returning?" Leaning on her hand, Su Yun'er regarded Su Yi with keen interest. "What is it, Su de go? Are you uncomfortable with me watching you?" Unable to eat, Su Yi felt a twinge of embarrassment. Indeed, he found it hard to eat under her gaze, which made him uneasy. Since the conclusion of the alchemical competition, Su Yun'er had become far less reserved and shy around him, often teasing and provoking him, leaving him quite flustered. Does the second young lady not fear that I might notice her sudden change in demeanor? Su Yi pondered, lamenting the loss of the previous second young lady, who was kind-hearted and shy. He had initially regarded this unfortunate girl as a sister, unaware that she was the chosen one. Since awakening her memories, she had become increasingly astute. Yet, Su Yi did not think this was entirely negative. At the very least, Su Yun'er would no longer suffer indignities. However, Su Yi felt the disparity in personality between himself and Su Yun'er was vast. In novels, protagonists often encounter several friends during their early journeys. Yet it seemed he and Su Yun'er were now in such a relationship. "Second young lady, I shall eat later. I need to finish these matters first. Please return." Su Yi resumed flipping through the account books. Upon witnessing this, a flicker of displeasure crossed Su Yun'er's eyes. Recently, she had been recalling more memories, growing increasingly intolerant of Su Yi's lack of attention towards her. Being as clever as she was, she could tell that Su Yi had previously viewed her as a child, but now he seemed less invested in her, a trend that had emerged recently. The cause of this shift was undoubtedly Xiaoling. Su Yun'er realized that ever since her life in the Su household had improved, Su Yi had ceased to pay her much mind, dedicating himself entirely to Xiaoling's affairs. She could not quite articulate whether Su Yi worked so hard for Bai Jin or at Su Qinghan's behest, but either way, she found it difficult to accept. On one hand, she did not want Su Yi to be beholden to anyone. On the other, she despised the idea of him attracting too much attention from others, given her current strength was not particularly formidable. She felt it would be troublesome if Su Yi offended powerful figures within the dynasty. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yun'er spoke. "Su de go, could you?" "Su Yi, are you there?" An eager yet joyful voice interrupted Su Yun'er, emanating from the communication talisman on Su Yi's desk. Su Yi, feeling apologetic, turned to Su Yun'er, saying, "My apologies, second young lady." He then picked up the jade token and responded, "Miss Bai, I am here. What is it?" On the other side of the jade token, Bai Jin's face was flushed as she announced, "I have arranged a banquet at the Jiugong Tavern to celebrate our recent revenue breakthrough. You are a key contributor. You must come tonight. Oh, and remember to bring Sister Su along." Su Yi nodded. "All right, I understand." After severing the connection, he glanced outside at the setting sun and informed Su Yun'er, "Second young lady, I must step out for a moment." Su Yun'er did not protest, merely nodding in response. Go ahead. Have fun." Although Su Yun'er smiled, it was a cold smile. Unfortunately, Su Yi failed to notice this. Wishing not to waste Su Yun'er's kindness, he hastily consumed the lotus seed soup. Oblivious to the complex emotions swirling in her eyes, as Su Yi exited, he remarked, "I will return the bowl and utensils to the kitchen. Please do not stay out too late, second young lady." Watching Su Yi's retreating figure, Su Yun'er donned the guise of the physician and hurried toward the tavern. Even though Bai Jin had not invited her, she intended to follow along. Though she typically loathed such crowded places due to her lifelong solitude, she felt compelled to see Su. Moreover, she had indeed contributed significantly to Xiaoling. It irked her that Bai Jin had not thought to inform her, even if she had no intention of attending. It was a matter of principle. Bai Jin's actions were a blatant indication of her disregard for Su Yun'er. This journey was also to teach Bai Jin a lesson, for she had indeed faltered in the ways of human relationships. Thankfully, the alchemist overseeing Xiaoling was herself. Had it been another master, they would have likely sought a new position after facing such unfair treatment. Chapter 37. Su Qinghan leaves the city without permission before long. Su Yun'er arrived at the tavern even before Su Yi. Observing the lively scene within, she quickly spotted Bai Jin. "Miss Bai, what a coincidence to encounter you here." Su Yun'er sat down in front of her. Smiling brightly, Bai Jin felt somewhat awkward and replied, "Ah, yes, it is indeed a coincidence. What is going on? Why is she greeting me so readily?" Bai Jin felt a pang of despair, sensing that the moment this woman arrived, her own presence seemed diminished, accompanied by an inexplicable fear. "Miss Bai, what arrangements are you making here? It seems quite festive." Su Yun'er feigned ignorance, glancing at the busy crowd. Before Bai Jin could respond, Xiao approached and, upon spotting Su Yun'er, exclaimed, "So, it is Dr. Gu. No wonder I couldn't find you when I went to your residence earlier." "Oh, why were you looking for me at my residence?" Su Yun'er inquired. Puzzled. Hearing this, Bai Jin finally spoke up. "It is because I have hosted a banquet today for all the staff of Joan Hall. Since you do not possess a communication jade token, I sent Xiao to inform you." Su Yun'er's expression shifted slightly, revealing her embarrassment. She had initially assumed Bai Jin was oblivious to social niceties, but it turned out she had misjudged the situation, reflecting on their prior misunderstandings at Joan Hall. Her feelings became somewhat complicated. She realized she had underestimated Bai Jin's understanding of human interactions that, in truth, as the daughter of the Prime Minister, Bai Jin was certainly not ignorant of such matters. And there was a crucial reason for her actions. She thrived in lively environments. The more people, the better. As she regarded Su Yun'er, Bai Jin recalled Su Yi's warnings. Never provoke Dr. Gu. Moreover, it was best to cultivate a good relationship with her. Taking a deep breath to calm the tumult of emotions within her, Bai Jin turned to Su Yun'er and spoke, "Since Dr. Gu has arrived first, there is a matter I wish to discuss with you." Su Yun'er looked up in confusion and asked, "What is it?" Upon meeting Su Yun'er's gaze, Bai Jin seemed to revert to the state she had been in when delivering a speech on stage. She regarded Su Yun'er with sincerity and asked, "Miss Gu, would you be willing to forge a bond of goodwill with me? From this moment forth, let us be friends." Bai Jin altered her usual address, referring to Su Yun'er as Miss rather than Doctor, clearly intending to bridge the gap between them. As Su Yun'er let out a light laugh. "Miss Bai, are you trying to win me over?" Bai Jin shook her head, replying, "No, I wish to be friends with you, not merely collaborators." With a chuckle, Su Yun'er responded, "Miss Bai, your father's negotiation tactics are far too serious for friendship." But to her words, Bai Jin's taut expression relaxed, transforming into one of puzzlement. "Huh." Su Yun'er stepped closer, playfully pinching Bai Jin's cheek, saying, "If you wish to be friends with me, you mustn't be so stern. Your father's approach is meant for negotiating with partners, not for making friends." Bai Jin lowered her head shyly, recalling how her father always succeeded in negotiations, and remembering the advice Su Yi had given her. If feeling anxious, speak in her father's tone. Little did she know, this method was not universally applicable, and she let out a wry smile. Just then, Xiao rushed in, anxiously informing Bai Jin, Miss Su has left the capital with guards Su." At this revelation, both Bai Jin and Su Yun'er were taken aback, their eyes widening in astonishment. How can this be? How could Sister Su leave the capital without a word? Bai Jin exclaimed in confusion. Could something have happened? Su Yun'er added, her tone tinged with anxiety. Why did Sister leave the capital at such a time? And why did Brother Su leave as well? Xiao then produced a letter from her sleeve, handing it to them. "I went to the Su residence after waiting for Miss Su and guard Su for a long time. And this letter was just found in Miss Su's chamber." Bai Jin hurriedly opened the envelope, revealing a few elegantly penned lines. "Jiner, I have something of utmost importance to attend to. I've been preparing for this for 4 years. I want to elaborate, but I shall return in 3 months. As for the banquet you prepared, I will partake in it upon my return. There is no need to inform my mother. I will explain everything upon my return." Bai Jin furrowed her brow, her expression darkening. Su Qinghan had always epitomized the ideals of noble women in the capital, yet now she had left the city with only a guard. If this were to come to the attention of those with ill intentions, rumors could easily spread that Su Qinghan had forsaken her claim to the Su family headship to elope with a guard. While such an idea seemed far-fetched, there would inevitably be those who mistook fanciful tales for truth. and many sought to tarnish Su Qinghan's reputation. Miss Gu, Bai Jin said, casting a troubled glance at Su Yun'er, it is nearly impossible for this matter to remain concealed. I am at a loss. Leaving the city is a minor issue, but leaving without permission is a grave one. I am powerless to intervene, Su Yun'er replied, shaking her head in resignation. Bai Jin lowered her gaze, her voice dimming. For a young lady of noble standing, reputation is paramount. Sister Su is surely aware of this, yet she chose to leave with only Su Yi. Even bringing along a few more people would have been better. By taking just him, does she not invite misunderstanding? Bai Jin expressed her concern. Su Yun'er examined the letter again, ensuring there were no hidden meanings. Clenching her fists, she concluded, there are no leads. It appears she left on a whim. Meanwhile, as Bai Jin and Su Yun'er set out to search for Su Qinghan, Su Yi was hastening towards Shi Prefecture. Let's take a detour. Su Qinghan suddenly redirected her horse onto a different path. What? That may not be wise, miss. This route lacks any relay stations. If we cannot change mounts, our progress will be significantly hampered when the horses tire. Su Yi protested, puzzled. Without turning back, Su Qinghan replied, we have slipped away. How can we afford a change of mounts? Perhaps someone is already searching for us. Though I cannot tell if it is my mother or Jin'erd, Su Yi's expression soured further at her words. Originally, Su Qinghan and he had intended to attend a banquet, but following the sudden arrival of a letter that changed everything, Su Qinghan had promptly pulled 2 horses and insisted on leaving the capital for Shi Prefecture. Chapter 38. Has she taken control? In the dead of night, Su Yi kindled a campfire, gazing at the silent Su Qinghan, who was engrossed in a scroll of ancient texts. He sensed something was amiss. Typically, she was cold and unyielding, yet tonight she occasionally revealed a smile, reminiscent of a child discovering treasure. After a considerable time, as Su Qinghan returned to her usual stoic demeanor, Su Yi could no longer restrain his curiosity. Miss, what is so significant about Shi Prefecture that has captured your attention? At his inquiry, Su Qinghan's expression shifted to one of melancholy. She lifted her head, contemplating for a moment before slowly responding. My father once traveled to Shi Prefecture regarding the Su family headship. Su Yi was taken aback by her words. The Su family head? What could he want in Shi Prefecture? Is it not a matriarchal society? Su Qinghan shook her head forlornly. I do not know. I overheard my parents arguing about it when I was young. It seems my father lost something crucial in Shi Prefecture, and I must retrieve it. Her gaze fell to the ground, as if recalling a painful memory, a flicker of sorrow crossing her eyes. She hugged her knees, curling inward. Su Yi, I share this with you because I seek your assistance. I must have a man by my side for this journey to Shi Prefecture. As Su Qinghan looked up, her eyes resolute, seemingly focused on Su Yi's face. Su Yi chuckled wryly. There are plenty of men in Dakian. But as for Shi Prefecture, it seems I have no choice but to accompany you. Seeing his response, Su Qinghan smiled, though it bore a tinge of bitterness. While Dakian has many men, few, like you, are merely 19 and already possess a cultivation level of the 4th stage of the innate realm. Apologies, but whether you agree or not, you must accompany me to Shi Prefecture, Su Qinghan declared firmly. Though Su Yi was stronger in cultivation than Shi, Su Qinghan possessed a life stone that bound her to him, enabling her to track his whereabouts. The crux of the matter was not Su Qinghan herself, but the implicit threat in her words. If Su Yi refused to accompany her, she would reveal his location to the Su family. Should Su Qinghan be captured and returned, she might face mere reprimands, but for Su Yi, the consequences would be far more severe. Thus, Su Yi found it impossible to refuse if he declined to leave the city with Su Qinghan. It would be seen as defiance against the young lady's orders, branding him as disloyal in the eyes of the family. Such a prominent family as the Su could not abide their servants defying their masters. With a heavy sigh, Su Yi lamented, Miss, if you had been truthful with me, I would have helped you. Sincerity begets sincerity. As Su Qinghan replied, I am sincere as well. Once this matter is concluded, you shall be free. If you do not believe me, I can swear an oath. Su Yi chuckled wryly. Very well. I appreciate your offer. Mississippi seeing his acquiescence, Su Qinghan assumed he doubted her intentions, promptly swearing with her cultivation, after this matter is settled. I shall grant you one thing within my capabilities. Should I break this oath, may I lose all my powers and meet a dire fate. Su, he was taken aback by the seriousness of her vow, prompting him to reassure her, Miss, you need not be so earnest. I will assist you that I know, but I wish to ease your mind, for in Shi Prefecture, we must work in unison. Su Qinghan emphasized, her demeanor unusually solemn as she regarded the item her father had lost. Su Yi, resigned, shook his head and asked, in that case, please tell me what task I must fulfill. Su Qinghan explained carefully. Did I not mention? Shi Prefecture is a matriarchal land, yet each year, men from various places compete to become the husbands of noble women. I do not require you to become a concubine or a son-in-law. I need you to win the marriage selection of the state lord's daughter. What? Wait a moment. Does this not imply becoming a son-in-law? Su Yi raised a query. Su Qinghan began to explain. It is not the same. The selection of husbands involves more than just you. Hearing this, Su Yi was taken aback, thinking, what does that mean? Is it a case of multiple husbands serving one wife? Goodness, the daughter of the state lord must truly be the main character here. Su Qinghan interrupted Su Yi's frivolous musings, frowning as she said, the selection process merely eliminates those men of inferior capabilities and appearances. The daughter of the state lord will have only one husband, and this union will be determined by the bonding tree. The bonding tree? What is that? Su Yi pondered, stroking his chin. It is said that the bonding tree was planted by a sage skilled in divination from Shi Prefecture, and any romance recognized by it is destined for happiness and harmony. All the prominent figures in Shi Prefecture, after selecting their desired husbands, typically visit the bonding tree to divine whether their future marriage will be fulfilling. Upon hearing this, Su Yi realized it was akin to a faith-based belief, yet it seemed genuinely effective. That, Miss, may I ask, if one truly succeeds in bonding, would one be forced into marriage? Su Yi inquired nervously. What a joke! Living as a solitary man in a matriarchal society would be utterly dire. Su Qinghan replied, if you were indeed chosen by the bonding tree, you would indeed be compelled to enter into marriage. Su Yi's pupils constricted as he contemplated how he might behave to ensure he would not be selected. Noticing his unease, Su Qinghan spoke softly, do not worry. As I said, I will restore your freedom. I will not allow you to be bound by Shi Prefecture, even if you become the husband of the state lord's daughter. Even if I must, I will reclaim you, miss. Your words leave me somewhat speechless. Su Yi replied, feeling a touch embarrassed. Such domineering rhetoric sounded quite awkward, sending shivers down his spine. All right, all that needed to be explained has been, so put this on. Su Qinghan handed Su Yi a ring. Is this the Qingquan ring? Miss, are you truly giving this to me? Su Yi was taken aback. The Qingquan ring contained all of Su Qinghan's possessions. Aside from her life stone, she was essentially left with nothing. She draped a simple robe over herself, turned to Su Yi, and said, did you not once say that when traveling, one's identity is self-assigned? In a few days, upon our arrival in Shi Prefecture, I shall be your maid, and you will be my master. What? Chapter 39. Entering the city. Shi City, located at the heart of Shi Prefecture, differs from typical dynasties in that it lacks a king. The successive state lords are the ultimate authorities in governing the affairs of Shi Prefecture. Comparatively, Shi Prefecture is vast, exceeding the territory of Deqian by over 7 times. It is divided into 8 major districts, with Shi City serving as the principal city of the Shi district. At that moment, a striking young man approached, accompanied by a maid in simple attire. Upon closer inspection, the young man wore white garments that danced lightly in the breeze, his long hair, as dark as ink, casually tied back, accentuating his handsome features, his striking facial structure, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, and a folding fan in hand, added to his charm. Beside him, the maid possessed a graceful figure and striking beauty. Though her attire was simple, it could not conceal her allure. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, gently brushing against her fair skin, silky and smooth. Her delicate features were artistically sculpted, her demeanor and movements elegant, as if she were a refined lady of high birth rather than a mere servant. After a fortnight of arduous travel, Su Yi and Su Qinghan finally arrived at Shi Prefecture. Su Yi glanced at the stoic Su Qinghan beside him, remembering her efforts to mimic the demeanor of a maid during their journey, which he found amusing. To maintain the pretense thoroughly, Su Qinghan assumed the role of Su Yi's maid because only gentlemen of noble lineage could partake in the selection of the state lord's daughter. Although she had fabricated a false identity for Su Yi as a nobleman's son, accompanying him as a lady would be somewhat inconvenient as a maid. However, it provided a legitimate reason for her to be by his side. "Wait, halt! Who are you?" A well-trained squad of female guards confronted them. Clad in armor and wielding halberds, their gazes were sharp as eagles. The leader of the guard stood tall and imposing, her silver armor gleaming under the sun. Her expression bore a hint of severity, as if none were permitted to approach. "From where do you come? Where are you headed?" the lead guard demanded, her voice imbued with undeniable authority. Su Yi furrowed his brow. Surprised that they had encountered such scrutiny so far from the city gates, he paused, looking at the guard captain, and smiled slightly as he replied, "We are travelers from afar, here to witness the selection of the state lord's daughter. We wish to rest briefly in Shi City." Upon hearing this, the guard captain frowned. "Travelers? What proof do you possess? Ensure you are not here to cause trouble." As the selection event approached, the security in Shi City had become exceedingly stringent. After all, they could not allow unsavory characters to infiltrate. In truth, the local residents of Shi City were quite opposed to the selection event. They believed that outside men could never compare to their own. Thus, the guard's words not only served to intimidate Su Yi, but also express their pent-up frustrations. As Su Yi prepared to speak, Su Qinghan swiftly produced a credential from her bosom and presented it to the guard captain. "This is our identification. Please verify. Now you're the master. It is unwise for you to explain too much. Leave it to me." Su Qinghan discreetly conveyed to Su Yi. Su Yi was momentarily taken aback, surprised by how quickly the young lady had embraced her role. The guard captain examined the document closely, then nodded. "You are Su Yi of the Su family from the Qian, correct?" After a thorough inspection, she found no discrepancies and added, "You may enter the city. However, you must adhere to the regulations of Shi City and refrain from causing any disturbances." Su Yi frowned, sensing something amiss in the guard's words. She referred to him as you, rather than you all, indicating that many regulations did not apply to Su Qinghan as a woman. As they entered the city, they observed numerous pedestrians adorned in splendid attire, men and women of all ages bustling about. Yet, the most astonishing sight for Su Yi was the sight of a beautiful matron being followed by several handsome young men. Su Yi stood speechless, gazing at the scene before him, and turned to Su Qinghan. "Miss, did you not say that women in Shi Prefecture have only one husband throughout their lives?" Su Qinghan glanced at the beautiful matron and replied, "Women in Shi Prefecture can be categorized into two types. If you encounter a woman with a red string tied around her wrist, it signifies she is a maiden waiting for the bonding tree's blessing, destined for only one husband in her lifetime. However, if you see a woman without a red string, adorned with a money pouch at her waist and a delicate string tethered to her wrist, it indicates she is selecting suitors. Not if a man wishes to follow her and she does not object, allowing him to accompany her home, it signifies he has caught her eye." Upon hearing this, Su Yi understood, turning his head to find that the beautiful matron had cast him a flirtatious glance, as if extending an olive branch, wanting him to bypass decades of struggle. Su Yi was immediately covered in goosebumps, hurriedly shaking his head. This place was indeed quite open, allowing men to enter their homes without fear of bringing back a thief or a bandit. Here, women hold the power that in terms familiar to us. It is merely men bringing home a few young ladies that owe them. Men pose little threat, Su Qinghan remarked nonchalantly. Moreover, women with red strings typically look down upon those frivolous and promiscuous, while those without red strings scorn the more devoted women. To them, the notion of love at first sight or deep affection was non-existent. What mattered was merely the exchange of benefits. Su Yi nodded in agreement, recognizing that factions of this nature existed everywhere. "Xiaohan, where should we go now?" Su Yi addressed Su Qinghan more casually. After all, they were in the city, and he was uncertain whether the patrolling guards would notice anything amiss. They could not afford to reveal their true identities, which would put Su Qinghan at a disadvantage. Su Yi communicated telepathically. and oh worries. You have done nothing wrong. Su Qinghan replied, her expression somewhat complex. Being addressed in such a condescending manner was difficult for her to accept. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, Su Qinghan donned a smile, softening her tone as she said, Master, it is still early. Let us find an inn to drop off our belongings. Chapter 40 Brother Su. Yandere wishes to hear your explanation in person. The inn is named Moonlit Pavilion. Nestled in the western region of Shi City, it is a quaint and charming establishment, the origin of which remains a mystery. Perhaps established by some remarkable woman. Although the exterior of the inn is modest, it exudes an air of ancient elegance. Upon entering, a delicate fragrance of tea wafts through the air, instantly invigorating one's spirit. The decor within is remarkably exquisite, adorned with ancient paintings and calligraphy that create a cultured atmosphere. Dear guests, may I inquire whether you seek lodging or a meal? A young attendant approached with enthusiasm. Su Qinghan smiled gently. 2 rooms, please. We require lodging. Certainly, please follow me. The attendant led them upstairs. Upon reaching the upper floor, the attendant opened a door and said, This is one of our finest guest rooms at Moonlit Pavilion. Reserved for esteemed guests. Please, sir, rest inside. Finest? We have no such expectations. Please provide us with another room. Su frowned as he addressed the attendant. The attendant waved his hand dismissively. Guests, our proprietor has instructed that any handsome young man is to be given special treatment to foster goodwill. Foster goodwill? Su pondered momentarily before realizing that the men visiting Shi City were likely here primarily for the selection of husbands, and the innkeeper was keen to enhance the allure of his establishment. Understanding this, Su stepped into the room with a smile. Thank you for the hospitality. Seeing this, Su Qinghan was about to enter a nearby side room when she was halted by the attendant. I apologize, miss, but this room is not prepared for you. Please follow me. As Su Qinghan gazed at the attendant's retreating figure, her expression complex. The disparity was overwhelming. Leaving her somewhat disoriented soon, the attendant brought her to a room at the end of the corridor. However, this room paled in comparison to the previous one. Upon entering, Su Qinghan observed the simple furnishings and felt a twinge of disappointment. She had anticipated staying on the same floor as Su. But now, with this side room, it appeared inconvenient for discussions with him. Xiaohan, come out. I have matters to discuss with you. Su Yi's voice suddenly resonated from outside the door. At first, Su Qinghan was taken aback. But then she recalled her position as Su Yi's maid and quickly donned a smile, opening the door to join him. The two casually sampled some dishes in the inn before hastily departing. The sensation of being scrutinized by others within the inn was quite uncomfortable. Su Yi rubbed his forehead, recalling how merely dining had drawn attention, leaving him feeling rather uneasy. In contrast, Su Qinghan exhibited no signs of discomfort. After all, as a woman of respect, they must have found it peculiar that she, a lady, was serving as a maid, and oh wonder the crowd's gazes were so curious. Just this alone likely indicated to them that they were outsiders. Who should we approach next to inquire about the selection of husbands? Su Yi asked, puzzled. Seek out a man for information. The women of Shi City are generally not fond of the selection of husbands. Men, evidently, are more knowledgeable about this matter. Moreover, Su Yi, perhaps you should cover your face, Su Qinghan suggested, noticing the fervent glances from the women around them. These women from Shi City are utterly lacking in modesty. After a considerable time, Su Yi finally spotted a solitary man amidst the throngs of women on the bustling street. Ahem, good sir, do you have any knowledge of the selection of husbands in Shi City? Su Yi inquired of the man, who bore a sword on his back. The man was tall and upright, his demeanor rather amiable, but he smiled broadly at Su Yi. I too am a newcomer, hailing from the Yunbai sword sect, and am not well versed in the local customs. However, I perceive that you possess a solid aura. May I ask why you seek information about the selection of husbands? Wu Feng found it curious. Ever since he entered the city, he had heard much about the selection of husbands, and he was baffled as to why men seemed so eager for such matters. Su Yi scratched his head, chuckling. I am but a newcomer, unfamiliar with this place, that I heard the selection of husbands is quite lively, and wish to learn more. Since you are an outsider and a disciple of the sword sect, you must be privy to many tales of the Jianghu. May I inquire what brings you to Shi City? Wu Feng laughed heartily. patting Su Yi on the shoulder. "Oh, be candid. I am here representing the Yunbai sword sect for a friendly contest of swordsmanship with the US sword sect." Su Yi's eyes widened in surprise. The US sword sect? Is that not a prestigious sect in Shi City? Wu Feng nodded, eyes gleaming with admiration. "Indeed, the sword techniques of the US sword sect are renowned in the Jianghu. I have come to learn from their expertise." Just as Su Yi was about to bid farewell to Wu Feng, he heard Su Qinghan's voice in his mind. "Su Yi, my father once visited the US sword sect. We should investigate further." Recalling that his own Nyoha sword finger also belonged to the realm of swordsmanship, Su Yi thought it fitting to experience the techniques of the US sword sect, which might offer him some enhancement. With this in mind, he hastily clasped his hands in greeting. "To be honest, I have a keen interest in swordsmanship as well, if you do not mind. Would you allow me to accompany you?" Wu Feng, recalling that the US sword sect was generally welcoming to those seeking to learn, readily agreed to Su Yi's request that, of course, but we must wait for my junior sister to return. By my estimation, that rascally fellow should be apprehended soon. "Junior sister? Are you not alone?" Su Yi inquired. "Indeed, my junior sister is a native of Shi City. She has returned to visit her family and is merely taking this opportunity to hone her sword skills." Wu Feng explained with a smile. "Then your junior sister," Su Yi began, but was interrupted by a young girl's sharp voice from a distance. "Bold scoundrel! In broad daylight, how dare you sully the reputation of an innocent man?" Both Su Yi and Wu Feng turned to see a girl in green chasing after a middle-aged woman carrying a sack. Seeing this, Wu Feng rushed forward, shouting, "Junior sister, leave it to me," in the capital of Dakian. In Su Yi's room, Su Yandere held the renowned first male selection in Shi book, her delicate face marred by frost, an intimidating aura surrounding her. Her eyes seemed devoid of life, cold and piercing. "Brother Su, why would you go to such a place?" Initially reluctant to believe it, she had discovered a mark left by her on the listening tide jade. She had thought it merely a normal metropolis. But today, upon finding this item in Su Yi's room and making the comparison, she felt as if the sky had fallen. "Shi City, is it? Brother Su, wait for Yunere. I wish to hear your explanation." A voice akin to an echo from the depths of the abyss resonated as Su Yunere, at this moment, officially broke through to the innate realm. Chapter 41. As the middle-aged woman heard Wu Feng's shout, she abruptly turned and launched a concealed weapon that Wu Feng sidestepped, swiftly drawing his sword to strike. However, the middle-aged woman seized the opportunity to drop the sack and executed her lightness skill, darting away like a swallow, vanishing into the city in mere leaps. Before Wu Feng could pursue, Su Yi had already made his move. "That woman is mine. You focus on the boy." Since arriving in Shi City, he no longer had to worry about concealing his strength. And without hesitation, he unleashed his innate fourth-level spiritual power, swiftly following after her. Su Yi's figure moved like the wind, deftly navigating rooftops and alleyways, steadily closing the gap between him and the middle-aged woman. On a narrow street, Su Yi finally caught up to her, leaping forward to block her path. The woman halted, surprise flickering in her eyes. As Su Yi gazed closely, he noticed a fiery red tail trailing behind her. "So she is a demon." Su Yi's eyes narrowed with intensity. She couldn't even master her transformation technique and dared to flaunt her prowess in the city. Are the guards in Shi City just idling about? A man was interrogated before even entering the city, yet this woman with a foxtail can stroll in freely? Su Yi couldn't help but scoffed at a glint of cunning flashed in the woman's eyes as she sneered. "If I dared to come, I surely possess the confidence to leave unscathed." With that, she exhaled a ball of flame directed at Su. He sidestepped, lightly tapping his fingers, and a beam of sword light surged toward the woman. The two engaged in a fierce battle, flames and sword light intertwining. Although the demon woman had just entered the inn as Sui Yi departed, Wu Feng stepped forward to examine the sack, and indeed discovered a young man rendered unconscious within. "Brother, this youth possesses a pure yang body. There is no doubt about it," the enchanting young woman remarked. "Just a few days ago, upon entering the city, a young lad was abducted. It must surely be the misdeeds of that demoness." Wu Feng exclaimed in anger. "Let us not dwell on this for now. Saving the person is of utmost importance." The young woman retrieved a vial of elixir from her sleeve and administered a pill to the unconscious youth. Noticing a change in his complexion, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. "By the way, brother, who was that gentleman earlier?" the girl inquired, her curiosity piqued regarding Sui. Her thoughts were even more vivid. "Ah, having just returned to Shi City, I encountered such an extraordinarily handsome gentleman." "Indeed, returning home has its advantages. What hardships have I endured on the mountain?" Wu Feng replied. "He is merely a brother with an interest in the sword path." With that, he rolled his eyes and continued speaking to his younger martial sister. "I advise you not to set your sights on him. He hails from the outer realms and has little interest in marrying into your family." The young woman puffed out her cheeks and retorted, "But brother, you are not him. How can you be certain he lacks interest? This fellow, does he think he can pursue my sister while dousing my hopes? Look, he already has a beautiful lady by his side," Wu Feng said, casting a glance at Su Qinghan, hoping to dissuade his martial sister. Following his gaze, the girl indeed spotted an exquisite woman, which caused her heart to flutter momentarily, yet she quickly dismissed it. Thus, she boldly posed a question that left Su Qinghan astonished. "Sister, have you and that gentleman consummated your relationship yet?" Su Qinghan, taken aback by the inquiry, stammered, "He is my young master. I am merely his maid." "Ah, a maid! How delightful!" Chu Wanru exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she leaned closer to Su Qinghan. "What are your young master's preferences? Would you be so kind as to share?" Wu Feng, witnessing this, shook his head in exasperation, pondering how stubborn this girl was. Given Sui Yi's innate cultivation of the 4th level, it was inconceivable that he would consider marrying into their family. "Brother Wu, I have returned." Everyone turned to see Sui Yi dragging the corpse of the demoness and unceremoniously tossing it before Wu Feng. Chu Wanru's eyes sparkled even more as she gazed at Sui Yi, her admiration growing. The more I look at him, the more I am pleased. This is enough to unsettle my sword heart. Mother, this time I shall surely bring home a golden son-in-law." Chu Wanru giggled foolishly. Although she had only seen him once, who could resist such good looks? She decided to observe for now. If his character proved unsatisfactory, she could always change her mind. Chu Wanru felt as though her long-suppressed nature had finally been unleashed. Unable to restrain her laughter within, Wu Feng, upon Sui Yi's return, clasped his fists in gratitude. "Thank you, young brother. There is no need for such formality. It is the duty of our kind to assist those in need. Since there is nothing further to attend to, I shall take my leave," Sui Yi replied, somewhat impatient. What he had witnessed on the demoness was truly shocking. "The young master, are you leaving so soon? You have helped us immensely. Why not come visit us?" Chu Wanru urged eagerly. Sui Yi initially intended to decline, but suddenly heard Su Qinghan's voice in his mind. This lady seems to hold some status in Shi City. It may be prudent to inquire further. Considering this, Sui Yi pondered. Being unfamiliar with the area, he indeed required a trustworthy guide. With Wu Feng present, he figured his martial sister, having been away from Shi City for some time, would likely have a different perspective than the local women, making her reliable. After all, he had nothing of value they could covet. What was there to fear? "In that case, I shall impose upon you both," Sui Yi said, clasping his fists once more. Chu Wanru beamed with delight, waving her hands dismissively. "No trouble at all. We will hand over the demoness corpse to the city guards and then proceed to my home." As she spoke, Chu Wanru summoned a guard from seemingly nowhere, who respectfully complied with her orders to take the demoness body away, without even questioning Sui Yi about how she had perished. This surprised Sui Yi. He had not expected that upon entering the city, he would face inquiries. Yet with this lady's mere words, the guards dared not breathe a word in his presence. This woman surely possesses an extraordinary status. Sui Yi mused silently. "Brother Su, why are you standing there a daze? Let us go," Wu Feng urged. Noticing Sui Yi's momentary stupor, Sui Yi nodded in agreement and fell in step with them. Chapter 42. Chu Wanru, young master. Where do you hail from? "I come from Qian, heading to Shi City. To Qian, Chu Wanru mused, nodding thoughtfully. "How old are you this year?" 18. So young. You appear quite mature." Chu Wanru frowned. She was already 23. Were it not for that, Her mother would not be pressing her so hard to settle down. Perhaps I simply look older than my years, Sui replied with a wry smile. Internally scoffing, how could I not be mature? Combined, I'm almost 40. Alas, I can no longer call you young master. I must refer to you as little brother instead, Chu Wanru lamented. Little brother, there are many wicked women in Shi City. You must stay close to your sister and avoid being deceived by those nefarious women. Just look at that young man from this morning. He nearly fell victim to that demoness because of his pure young body. Chu Wanru declared emphatically. Rest assured, Miss Chu, I possess considerable strength, Sui said, his expression turning serious. After slaying the demoness, he had seen the list of names she had targeted, each one accompanied by ages. Leaving him in awe. Speaking of which, Brother Su, you are merely 18, yet have reached the 4th level of innate cultivation. Such talent is truly astonishing. Even my sister and I have only achieved the same level. Wu Feng remarked, impressed, I wonder where you received your teachings. Should the opportunity arise, I would certainly like to pay a visit. Sui scratched his head, recalling his years of training. He had no teacher. All he had done was emerge from the peculiar training methods of the Su family. Indeed, little brother, you are surprisingly strong. That demoness, although merely at the initial stage of innate cultivation, was remarkably nimble. Even I couldn't capture her, Chu Wanru exclaimed. In response, Sui calmly remarked, actually, I did not capture her. She was not truly dead. The fire-tailed fox was merely a shell. Her true self likely never entered Shi City. He had been perplexed at the demoness' audacity and confidence in her escape, suggesting she had prepared an exit strategy well in advance. Upon hearing this, both Wu Feng and Chu Wanru furrowed their brows. They had been tracking the fox demon for quite some time, believing they had successfully captured her, only to discover she was but a fade. I have already spoken with the city guards. They will enhance their defenses. It is unacceptable for such events to occur after so long, without incident in Shi City. Chu Wanru said, her demeanor shifting from lighthearted to serious. This incident likely targeted the young man with the pure young body. Sui theorized, with the upcoming selection of husbands in Shi City, there is no shortage of young to my knowledge. The Shi domain is home to many fox demons. It can be considered a kingdom of foxes. Sui stated. Chu Wanru nodded in agreement, acknowledging that in previous elections, fox demons had infiltrated the events, often capturing external young men to drag back to their lairs. Hearing this, Sui could not help but gasp in disbelief at the absurdity of it all. You must be careful, fellow Taoist Su. It would be wise to stay at my aunt's house for the time being, Chu Wanru urged earnestly. Sui waved his hand dismissively. There is no need. I am confident in my abilities. However, regarding the Moon Snow Sword sect, when do you all plan to set out? I am quite interested in that, yet I find myself at a loss in this unfamiliar territory. Wu Feng replied, we plan to depart tomorrow. Why not let young brother rest at my sister's residence for the night? Chu Wanru eagerly nodded in agreement. Yes, that would be much more convenient. I think I shall pass. I suddenly have some urgent matters to attend to. Please come to Moon Shadow Pavilion tomorrow to find me, Sui said, clasping his hands in farewell before departing. With Su Qinghan, Chu Wanru watched Sui's retreating figure, her eyes narrowing slightly. I put on such a convincing act, yet he still noticed? How unfortunate. Miss, that Chu Wanru not only possesses an extraordinary background, but her intentions also seem somewhat impure. We should not place too much trust in her. Su spoke to Su Qinghan, saying, it is unwise to place blind trust in others. That Su understands this principle. After merely one encounter, bringing someone home is indeed rather absurd. Just moments ago, he believed they were merely visiting, only to discover they were discussing staying overnight. In someone else's residence, a crowd could easily drown him with their words. In contrast, the outside world feels considerably safer. Su Qinghan nodded in agreement, acknowledging that her feelings towards him did not resemble those of an ordinary lovesick maiden. It was implausible for any normal woman to become so fixated after just one meeting, even considering his unique constitution. Let us return to the inn. Something feels amiss in Zaiking, she suggested. Yes, that sounds wise. Su Qinghan concurred, following Su, while her thoughts drifted to the echoes of her parents' past quarrels. That memory seemed to blur, becoming difficult to recall. All she knew was that in Xiaoling, calamities were bound to occur during each marriage selection ceremony. "Have you caught a glimpse of him?" inquired a girl in a blue dress, addressing the girl in green before her. The blue-clad girl's eyes sparkled like stars, as if she could perceive hidden truths. Chu Wanru crossed her arms, expressing her displeasure. "Yes, I have seen him. You seem somewhat dissatisfied," the girl in blue remarked, gently caressing the guqin before her. "It's acceptable. I am rather pleased. At least his visage is commendable." As Chu Wanru reminisced about Su-yi, a playful smile graced her lips, followed by a deep sigh. "Alas, it is unfortunate that he possesses too many scheming thoughts. He is not easily deceived." Then, she laughed lightly. "Sister, according to the results of the destiny tree from over a decade ago, he and you should be destined for each other. Yet, you have not even met him. Why would you relinquish him to me?" Chu Wanru leaned closer to Chu Wanyue, her breath brushing against her sister's face, revealing a generous expanse of fair skin. Such a fragrant scene would surely be irresistible to any man. "Wanru, I am a woman. Your charms hold no sway over me. After being sent to the Yunbai sword sect for a decade of seclusion, can you not alter your beguiling ways?" Chu Wanyue pushed her away. In contrast, Chu Wanru continued, "Sister, you likely have not foreseen the future of Zaizu, have you?" Chu Wanyue paused in her playing, lifting her gaze. "Even if I cannot perceive the hidden truths, I shall not allow anyone to ruin Zai. Sister, you must be vigilant. One of us must shoulder the weight of the state." Upon concluding, she took a deep breath and declared, "I hope that individual is you." Both sisters spoke in unison. Chapter 43. What could make me regret? Upon returning to the inn, Su-yi found himself restless, unable to sleep as he pondered the events of the day, seeking to organize his thoughts. Is strange. While Wu Feng is somewhat understandable, Miss Chu is indeed filled with mysteries. Xiaoling, are you there?" Su-yi called out in his mind. With a flash of white light, Xiaoling materialized beside him. "I'm here. What do you need?" Su-yi sat up, addressing Xiaoling. "Did you witness everything that transpired today?" "What role does Chu Wanru play in a narrative?" I'm not entirely sure. Didn't I mention? My perspective is that of the female lead," Xiaoling replied, slightly embarrassed. "I apologize, ever since I bound with you. It seems I have not provided any assistance," she expressed, looking somewhat dejected. With her hair drooping, Su-yi comforted her. "It's all right. Before you arrived, I was doing fine on my own. You need not feel guilty." "Woo-woo. Host." Xiaoling gazed at Su-yi with teary eyes. Feeling touched, Su-yi continued, "I recall you telling me that everyone in this world possesses fate, correct? Am I merely a supporting character?" Xiaoling rubbed her eyes. "Yes, but due to your alteration of certain trajectories, you should now be considered a secondary character." "Oh, I see." Su-yi nodded thoughtfully. "So, regardless of what transpires in the future, you lack foresight. You can only deduce their narratives through the entanglement of their fates. Correct?" Xiaoling's eyes widened in surprise. "How did you know I deduced the plot through fate entanglement?" "There's nothing mysterious about it. From the moment you first claimed to be unfamiliar with the plot, I had my suspicions that Su Qinghan, she must have begun her descent into darkness only after learning the truth about Xiaoling." Su-yi's gaze sharpened. "Huh? How can you be so confident?" Xiaoling wondered, touching her head. Fate entanglement. The young lady had never harbored deep-seated hatred towards anyone. It is evident that she must have faced some provocation in Xiaoling. Su-yi smiled slightly. "That makes perfect sense. I find myself unable to refute it." Xiaoling stroked her head, then suddenly seemed to remember something. "Wait, you're not trying to disrupt the plot, are you?" Su-yi smiled, shaking his finger. "No, I do not intend to alter the plot. Rather, I aim to rewrite it. Since I have arrived in a new world, why should I adhere to the old ways?" Xiaoling became flustered, her face reddening as she pondered deeply, ultimately resorting to a weak threat. "If you recklessly modify the plot, you will not receive system rewards, but you just said that you have provided me with minimal assistance." Su-yi replied with a grin. "You." Xiaoling felt close to tears, having never encountered someone so difficult. Shouldn't a typical transmigrator follow the system unconditionally once they realize its potential? "Enough. I do not wish to conform. Not because I am adaptable, but because I understand that decisions made by others will yield results far removed from my desires. Su-yi turned over, extinguishing the oil lamp with a wave of his hand, finally feeling a hint of drowsiness. Live as you wish. Do not regret the consequences that follow, Xiaoling shouted. Su-yi waved his hand dismissively. What could possibly make me regret? Gradually, as Su-yi succumbed to slumber, the jade pendant bestowed upon him by Su Yun'er began to emit a soft glow. In Su Yun'er's spiritual field, Su-yi gazed upon the vast expanse of spiritual fields before him, feeling somewhat at a loss, as if he were a dreamer unaware that he was dreaming. Strange. Where's I just now? Su-yi shook his head. Big brother Su. I'm here, a clear, youthful voice rang out. Su-yi turned to see Su Yun'er, clad in simple attire, rushing towards him, presenting him with a bowl of sweet soup. Second miss, what brings you here? Su-yi accepted the sweet soup in confusion. This is my home, big brother Su, Su Yun'er replied innocently. Don't blame me, big brother Su. You chose to leave me. I truly did not wish to do so. A twisted voice seemed to howl within Su Yun'er. Yet on the surface, she maintained the sweet demeanor of a neighborly girl, smiling beautifully as she invited Su-yi into a bamboo cottage. Su-yi, for reasons unknown, felt a sudden thirst, finishing the sweet soup in one go. Slow down, big brother Su. There is still plenty left. Su Yun'er refilled the bowl to tea that moment. She noticed Su-yi's attire, recalling the splendid robe he had previously given to Su Qinghan. Big brother Su, where did you acquire this outfit? Su Yun'er inquired curiously. Su-yi responded, it was given to me by the young lady. Speaking of which, I believe she had important matters for me to attend to. So, I must take my leave. As he attempted to depart hastily, Su Yun'er unexpectedly grasped his hand, prompting him to turn around. He found her head bowed, her hair obscuring her face, where she lifted her head. A radiant smile graced her features, so bright, yet Su-yi felt an unsettling chill. Second miss, is something the matter? Su-yi asked softly, sensing an air of danger surrounding Su Yun'er. Nothing, big brother Su. She maintained her cheerful facade, asking, is the sweet soup to your liking? Su-yi, caught off guard by the question, replied honestly, it's good, but a bit too sweet. It only makes me thirster upon hearing this. A glimmer of red flashed in Su Yun'er's eyes. Her lips parted slightly as she slowly said, big brother Su, you think just like I do. You were also very kind to me, very kind indeed, just like this sweet soup, a tad too sweet. Leaving me parched, Su Yun'er's voice trembled, though whether from excitement or fear remained unclear. But why did you leave with my sister? I clearly stated I would grant you your freedom. Why did you not heed my words? I only wish for your company. Is that too much to ask, big brother Su? Or am I merely insignificant to you? Su Yun'er's lovely face twisted in anguish. Second miss. What do you mean by that? Su-yi's body was taut, and his originally fierce visage transformed once again into a visage as gentle as flowing water. However, as Su Yun'er grasped Su-yi's hand, she remarked, brother Su, your hand is so cold. Let me warm it for you. Chapter 44. Nightmare, Su Yun'er. With that, she unexpectedly placed Su-yi's hand against her bosom. Seeing this, Su-yi hastily withdrew his hand and turned to flee. Having already sensed something amiss with Su Yun'er, observing Su-yi's retreating figure, Su Yun'er's gaze turned icy. She bore the mark left on Su-yi by the listening Tide Jade, which could only be used once a month. This was her sole opportunity to draw Su-yi into her realm. Initially, she had merely wished to inquire why Su-yi had abandoned her to leave with Su Qinghan. Yet, upon seeing him, she felt unwell. The moment their eyes met, an impulse surged within her. She desired to imprison Su-yi forever within her domain. In her past life, no one had dared to defy her, but in this life, the one person she cared for was growing increasingly distant from her, a sensation that was becoming suffocating. Brother Su, this is my territory. How could you possibly escape? Su Yun'er revealed a smile laden with meaning. Meanwhile, Su-yi darted away like an arrow released from a bow, fleeing the area with great haste. What is happening? Where is this place? Not only had he forgotten most of his previous memories, but even how he arrived here remained shrouded in obscurity. Su-yi's heart raced with terror. It had been ages since he had experienced such a feeling of being completely out of control. Suddenly, he felt a slick arm wrap around his neck, and soft whispers brushed against his ear. "Don't be afraid, Brother Su." The voice was silky and laced with a hint of coaxing and an unyielding threat. "I will take good care of you. You are mine, and will always be mine." The Su Yi's heart raced violently as he felt the chilling breath against his cheek, causing him to involuntarily shudder. What do you intend to do?" Su Yi struggled to maintain his composure, but his voice betrayed a tremor. In this space, he felt utterly devoid of strength, as if he were a mere toy at the mercy of another. Do not speak," Su Yun'er murmured, her voice growing softer and more tender. "Brother Su, I will be very gentle. All you need to do is obediently follow my lead." Su Yi felt a powerful force dragging him forward. He attempted to resist, but that grip held him as tightly as a vice. "Let go of me," Su Yi shouted, but his cries were drowned out by the surrounding clamor as Su Yun'er sealed his lips, rendering him voiceless. After a long while, she finally released him with satisfaction. "Do not struggle, Brother Su." Her voice brimmed with triumph. "You cannot escape. At least for today, you belong to me. You are not the second miss." "Who are you?" Su Yi found it impossible to reconcile the insatiable woman before him with Su Yun'er. Upon hearing his words, Su Yun'er erupted in laughter, as if he had just told the most amusing joke. "Brother Su, I am so happy. It seems I still hold a good impression in your heart." Su Yun'er stepped forward once more. Su Yi instantly felt as if he were facing a formidable adversary. "I have always treated Yun'er as my own sister. What sort of fiend are you? She would never act in such a manner." Su Yun'er was momentarily stunned, then with a hint of desolation, she asked, "You have always regarded me as your sister? Do you know what I consider you?" Su Yi remained silent, instead observing his surroundings, pondering every possible means of escape. "Forget it. I doubt you could accept my answer." Su Yun'er took a step closer, extending her hand toward Su Yi. Su Yi fought desperately against her grasp, yet he felt his strength waning, his vision beginning to blur. What do you truly want?" Su Yi's voice had grown weak and feeble. "I desire you to remain by my side forever." Su Yun'er's voice was filled with obsession and fervor. "You will always belong to me. I will not permit anyone to take you away." "Brother Su, I can promise you freedom, or I can ensure you remain at my side for eternity." "Disobedient Brother Su, there is no freedom for you." Su Yun'er pressed her lips against Su Yi's neck. It was less a kiss and more akin to a ritualistic branding. Su Yi felt a wave of intense dizziness wash over him, his consciousness dimming. You mad woman!" Su Yi's voice dwindled until it finally vanished into the air. Meanwhile, Su Yun'er smiled contentedly, caressing Su Yi's face as if admiring her prey. "At last, I have captured you, Brother Su." Her voice resonated with pride and fulfillment. "You are mine, and will always be mine." She held Su Yi tightly, as if fearing he might flee once more, while Su Yi had already succumbed to unconsciousness, oblivious to everything around him. The following morning, Su Yi suddenly opened his eyes wide, sitting upright and surveying the tranquil room. After a while, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Oh, it was just a dream. Though merely a dream, the scenes within had felt so real that his heart continued to race. He could scarcely recall the words Su Yun'er had spoken in the dream. Only fragments of vivid images lingered in his mind. He touched his neck, where it still felt as though Su Yun'er's warmth lingered. He shook his head, attempting to cast the dream from his thoughts. "I am truly incorrigible. I have always treated Yun'er as my own sister. How could I subconsciously dream such a thing? Was it because I have turned 18, my body has matured, leading to such dreams? Ugh, if I must dream, it shouldn't be of Yun'er. Surely I prefer someone like the eldest young lady." Su Yi muttered softly, inadvertently revealing his preferences, recalling the blush-inducing scenes from last night. Su Yi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. "I must be exhausted. That's why I had such a strange dream." Shaking his head, he sought to dismiss the sultry images from his mind. After freshening up, he descended the corridor, coincidentally encountering Su Qinghan, who was also on her way to find him. Upon seeing her, Su Yi's face flushed crimson, and he feigned calmness as he spoke. "Ahem, I seem to have risen a bit late. Let us depart. Brother Wu and Miss Chu must be waiting for us." With that, Su Yi hurried down the stairs, his demeanor resembling that of someone fleeing in haste. Su Qinghan observed this with a hint of confusion. Questioning what is going on. Has Su Yi been assimilated by Shi City? Why is he blushing upon meeting me, behaving in such a childish manner? In truth, it was merely because Su Qinghan bore a striking resemblance to Su Yun'er. The vivid dream from last night had left Su Yi feeling flustered, hence his awkward retreat. Chapter 45. The mountain challenged Brother Su. Since you have awakened, let us set off, Wu Feng said, clasping his fists in greeting. Su Yi, feeling somewhat embarrassed, returned the gesture and said, I apologize for keeping you all waiting. I had a terrible nightmare last night. I owe you both an apology. Upon hearing this, Chu Wanru's face broke into a mischievous smile. What sort of nightmare did my little brother have? As for me, I had a delightful dream last night. With that, she shot Su Yi a knowing glance at Su Yi, catching the implication in her gaze. Was once again reminded of Su Yun'er's domineering and alluring demeanor from his dream, sending chills down his spine. Thus, he could only respond with a pained expression. Miss Chu, please refrain from teasing me. Let us hurry. The Moon Snow Sword sect is not located within the city, and we must make haste. All right, I shan't tease you any longer. You truly are an amusing little fellow, Chu Wanru replied with a chuckle. The four set forth on their journey to the Moon Snow Sword sect. Throughout the journey, Su Yi remained silent, his mind still replaying the peculiar dream, struggling to comprehend why everything felt so real. As time passed, the Moon Snow Sword sect finally came into view. Nestled amidst the mountains, the majestic peaks soared into the clouds, and perhaps due to the high altitude, the summit was capped with glistening white snow, resembling a realm of immortals. However, despite the sect's ethereal appearance, the foot of the mountain was crowded with people, the reason for which remained a mystery. Something feels off. Why are there so many people around? Su Qinghan communicated quietly to Su. Su Yi snapped back to reality, gazing at the bustling crowd surrounding them, and inquired of Chu Wanru, Miss Chu, what are all these people doing? Chu Wanru surveyed the throng below and replied, They are here for the mountain challenge. They seek to enter the sect. The mountain challenge? Su Yi questioned in confusion. Yes, Chu Wanru clarified. The first-generation leader of the Moon Snow Sword sect once proclaimed that anyone who passes through the mountain gate not only establishes a profound friendship with the sect, but may also request the sect to assist them with one matter. Su Yi was taken aback. Assist with one matter. A sect, aiding a single individual, one matter. As a prestigious sect, it stands to reason that the Moon Snow Sword sect would have its fair share of esteemed sword masters. Right? Su Yi could not help but speak up. It's not that simple. The challenge of the mountain relies on the realm of the sword, which is independent of one's personal cultivation, Chu Wanru replied, gesturing towards the murals beside the stone steps. These murals represent the sword techniques inscribed by the revered sword masters of the Moon Snow Sword sect over generations. Only those with a unique understanding of the sword realm can successfully traverse the mountain. Oh, I see, Su Yi responded. So if someone truly manages to conquer the mountain, it signifies that their sword realm is of such a caliber that the Moon Snow Sword sect must draw them in. Precisely, Chu Wanru nodded with a smile. However, there is still something peculiar about this. This rule has been in place for such a long time. Everyone should be aware of its challenges. Why then do people still attempt it? Haven't they tried before? Su Yi inquired with confusion. Patience, dear brother. I haven't finished my explanation yet, Chu Wanru chuckled. Have you not noticed that all those who attempt the mountain are men? Their eagerness to come here is entirely due to Ying Shua, the chief disciple of the Moon Snow Sword sect, who is seeking a husband that if they succeed in winning her favor, they could select a renowned sword from the sect's sword tomb to take with them. Su Yi was taken aback. A husband. This secluded sword sect cannot be free from such customs. The regulations of Shi City seemed overly stringent. Come now, dear brother, we are not saints, who wouldn't desire a companion to share their life with. Chu Wanru interjected, cutting Su Yi off. Besides, your senior brother might also be interested in that lady, she added, casting a curious glance at Wu Feng. Upon hearing this, Wu Feng scoffed, a true man born of heaven and earth should not languish beneath others for long, let alone be suppressed by a woman. He proclaimed with a vigorous demeanor, I have come here solely to learn sword techniques and to elevate the reputation of the Yunbai sword sect. How dull! Chu Wanru rolled her eyes. then turned to Su Yi. And you, dear brother, are you planning to conquer the mountain or pursue a husband? Su Yi pondered for a moment before responding. If I were to succeed in winning a husband, would I be able to refuse? Chu Wanru was taken aback, but then she understood. So, dear brother, you have your eyes set on a renowned sword from the sword tomb? Su Yi nodded. Currently, he possessed only a heavy hammer, and while he was a reasonably skilled swordmaster, the lack of a spiritual sword to wield left him relying solely on his fingers as a sword. If he could select a beloved spiritual sword, his strength would undoubtedly increase significantly. Ha ha, what a joke! And mocking laughter echoed, drawing the attention of the group to a young man clad in white, who bore 3 long swords on his back and exuded a powerful aura. He gazed at Su Yi with disdain. You think you can compete for a husband? What do you possess that would warrant the attention of the sword immortal Yi, aside from a face that might please women? You are nothing but a laughingstock, with just a pretty face and lacking sword skills. How could you possibly attract the favor of the sword immortal Yi? Go home and practice for a few more years. The young man in white sneered. Su Yi remained unfazed, calmly observing his opponent, and replied with a smile, Good sir, you possess exceptional swords. Those 3 swords behind you radiate an impressive sword aura. May I ask their names? The young man in white's face darkened as he pointed a finger at Su Yi. You brat, don't play word games with me. Once we ascend the mountain, I shall ensure you regret your words. Su Yi chuckled and waved his hand. No need, good sir. Perhaps you should consider how to make yourself more presentable instead. After all, a mere brute with sword skills is unlikely to earn the favor of the sword immortal. Chu Wanru could not help but stifle a laugh at this, though she had to admit that while the young man in white was handsome, he could not quite compare to Su Yi. The young man in white seethed with rage upon witnessing Chu Wanru's laughter directed at him. Drawing his sword toward Su Yi, in truth, he was well aware that he could never garner the attention of Yingshu. Just moments ago, he had seen Chu Wanru engage in cheerful conversation with Su Yi and felt a surge of jealousy. Why were all the beautiful women drawn to these superficial, embroidered pillows? Despite his lack of good looks, did that mean he could not compete with such superficiality? The young man in white had evidently mistaken Su Yi for some frivolous scion from outside. Chapter 46. Comprehending Sword Intent Young Master. May I teach him a lesson? Su Qinghan gracefully glided over to Su Yi's side, taking on the role of his maid. Su Yi's humiliation compelled her to step forward. However, upon seeing such a beautiful woman address Su Yi as young master, the young man in white was immediately struck with fury. Growing up in Shi City, he had never encountered a woman so stunningly beautiful who would show such deference to a man. In that moment, he felt his heart shatter. His parents had truly given him a wonderful face. The young man in white sighed deeply within himself. Suddenly, a series of bell chimes echoed from the mountain, prompting everyone to fall silent. The ascent begins. Hurry up! Someone shouted, and the sound reverberated through the mountains as people surged toward the stone steps to commence their climb. Su Yi and Wu Feng exchanged glances before following the crowd. The young man in white shot Su Yi a glare and dashed ahead, his speed remarkable as he quickly ascended dozens of steps, completely disregarding the sword intent pressure on the stone steps. Su Yi, however, took his time, observing the murals flanking the stairs. The sword techniques depicted were profound and enigmatic, inviting contemplation. Feeling a spark of inspiration, he paused to closely examine the murals. Each stroke contained a depth of sword intent, resembling an invisible manual of swordsmanship. That he closed his eyes, attempting to grasp the essence behind these techniques. Suddenly, a powerful aura radiated from the murals, surging into his mind that he immediately activated his sword intent. Seeking to comprehend these techniques, his breathing became steadier and deeper, as if he were merging with the entire mountain. Su Daoyu, what are you doing? Wu Feng approached, surprised to find Su Yi standing still. His expression one of a Su Yi opened his eyes and smiled. Brother Wu, no need to mind me. I merely wish to see if I can comprehend the sword techniques inscribed on this stone wall. Wu Feng, taken aback, was astonished that Su Yi would attempt to grasp the sword techniques left by the revered masters of the Moon Snowsword sect. However, as an outsider, he felt it was not his place to comment. Very well then, I shall take my leave and not disturb you further. Brother Su. Wu Feng clasped his fists and departed, Clearly intrigued by the renowned swords awaiting at the summit, Su Yi's gaze wandered over the stone wall's sword manual, his focus sharpening as he sensed the scorching sword intent emanating from it. Scorching sword intent. The word spontaneously formed in Su Yi's mind at the base of the stone steps. Chu Wanru, seeing Su Yi with his eyes tightly shut, felt a pang of curiosity. What on earth is he doing? Surely he doesn't genuinely expect to comprehend the sword intent from those stone walls. Sword realms are not akin to sword techniques that can be refined through prolonged practice. They are far more challenging to elevate. If one lacks profound comprehension, even staring at the stone wall for a decade might yield no insight whatsoever. While Chu Wanru pondered this, Su Yi opened his eyes. He had begun to sense the scorching sword intent, and the process of comprehension was not overly difficult. After all, he had once achieved the acquired realm merely by observing the guard's breathing techniques. In tumultuous times, heroes emerge. In dire straits, prodigies are born. At Su Yi had survived the brutal eliminations within the Su family, undoubtedly showcasing his own abilities. Were it not for the attention that his talent attracted, one might say he was unmatched within the vast realm of Deqian. Taking a deep breath, Su Yi expelled all distractions from his mind and continued his ascent, fully immersing himself in the comprehension of sword techniques. His gaze was intense, fixated on the sword techniques inscribed on the stone wall, as though he intended to engrave them deep into his memory. The sword techniques on the wall flickered like bolts of lightning before his eyes, sometimes coalescing into a sharp blade aimed at a vital point. At other times, they transformed into a torrent of sword energy, surging forth with unstoppable force, whether rising or falling, whether hidden or revealed. This was the essence of the flickering and the hidden. Su Yi's breathing gradually synchronized with the rhythm of the sword techniques, his heartbeat quickening as if it might leap from his chest. He felt his soul being drawn into the sword techniques, gradually merging with them. As time passed, Su Yi's comprehension of the sword techniques deepened, that he began to envision employing the sword techniques in his mind. Each instance of condensing sword intent filled with an indescribable power, blending with the night moon, ethereal and bizarre, strikes that are hard to detect, protecting oneself abundantly. This is the night shade. Gradually, Su Yi's pace shifted from walking to running, and soon he was sprinting up the mountain. Finally, he reached the mountainside, where the young man in white, Wu Feng, and the others had already arrived at the summit. Ha! That brat still hasn't made it up. Could it be that he cannot even withstand the pressure of the sword intent? The young man clad in white displayed a mocking expression. Upon hearing this, Wu Feng turned to the white-clad youth, surprised to discover that his prowess was indeed quite remarkable to that moment. The teleportation array beside them brought forth Chu Wanru and Su Qinghan, who, as women, were afforded the utmost respect by both the Western East City and the Moon Snow Sword sect. A female disciple from the Moon Snow Sword sect then called out loudly, with but a quarter of an hour remaining, "Those who have yet to ascend the mountain will not be waited for." Hearing this, the men near the threshold immediately began scrambling to ascend. This scene caught the attention of several women stationed behind the mountain gate. "Sister, among those climbing the mountain, is there anyone to your liking?" An older woman inquired of the girl clad in snow white beside her. The girl replied, her cold gaze devoid of any emotional fluctuation. "In the realm of swordsmanship, none among those ascending can surpass me, let alone discuss sword intent or techniques." The older woman could not help but sigh. "Yingxue, we are choosing a suitor for you, not selecting an opponent." Yingxue turned her head, speaking coldly, "It matters not. As a woman, one ought to excel beyond her suitors. Select the strongest among them, and bring him forth for me to meet. If he pleases me, I shall consent." Her words seemed to convey a hint of disdain towards the men climbing the mountain. However, in Western East City, it was customary for women to choose their partners, and the woman beside Yingxue did not find this inappropriate. Instead, she remarked, "Very well, I understand you have little interest in them. Let us arrange a poetry gathering to eliminate those dullards who lack an appreciation for literature." The woman chuckled wryly, knowing that in terms of swordsmanship, her sister would find no worthy opponent. Thus, it would be better to select a few refined gentlemen with poetic talents, who might catch her sister's eye. However, just as Yingxue turned away, a voice suddenly rang out from below the mountain gate, startling everyone despite its brevity. Xiao. Chapter 47. Xiao is the best assessment. As the sound echoed, a figure swiftly materialized before the mountain gate, leaving the onlookers in a state of bewilderment. What just zipped past me? I have no idea. Steadying himself, Su Yi brushed off the dust from his sleeves and smiled gently at the dazed Wu Feng, Chu Wanru, and Su Qinghan. Am I late? What kind of sorcery is this? The young man in white exclaimed in astonishment. They had exerted themselves to run for nearly a quarter of an hour. Yet Su Yi had been merely halfway up the mountain before suddenly appearing before them. The Xiao hidden sword technique. Yi Yingxue murmured as she regarded Su Yi at the mountain gate. He has actually achieved the realm of embodying the sword, to embody oneself as the sword. Employing the Xiao hidden technique? How is this possible? We merely inscribed the sword techniques upon the mural. We did not inscribe the mental techniques on the stone wall. How could he have learned it? The female disciple beside, Yi Yingxue exclaimed in shock. On the surface, the Moon Snow Sword sect appeared generous in sharing their sword techniques. Yet in truth, they had refrained from inscribing the mental techniques, allowing only those with exceptional swordsmanship to comprehend them independently. How many years have passed? Yet another man ascending the mountain has grasped the sword intent merely from the techniques. Bai Ying felt a surge of astonishment and couldn't help but recall a young swordsman in blue from years past. When Bai Ying was merely 10, she had witnessed a blue-clad swordsman ascend the mountain and, upon merely observing the sword techniques on the mural, had comprehended the sword intent. Moreover, he was witty and eloquent, captivating the hearts of many, including the then chief disciple of the Moon Snow Sword sect, who is now the current sect master. Regrettably, he had declined to enter the family, leading the sect master to subsequently shift her focus to the heartless sword. As Bai Ying was lost in thought, Yi Yingxue fixed her gaze on Su Yi. Although the distance prevented her from clearly seeing his features, her eyes sparkled with a different light, a manifestation of combat spirit. This man, relying on his own sword realm, had comprehended the mental techniques through sword techniques. His mastery of the sword was on par with mine. Regardless of his intentions here, I must endeavor to cultivate a connection. Yi Yingxue's eyes glimmered with fervor. It had been long since she had encountered such a worthy opponent. Bai Ying, upon hearing Yi Yingxue's words, felt a surge of joy and asked, "What does little junior sister think of this man?" Yi Yingxue replied flatly, "Acceptable." Upon hearing these two words, Bai Ying felt a twinge of apprehension. Could it be that he was indeed the one? Shall I personally invite him over? Bai Ying inquired, while Yi Yingxue shook her head. No need for that. Since he is interested in the mural on the mountain, he is likely, like me, solely pursuing the sword path. As for matters of affection, they are of little consequence to me, and I assume he feels similarly. Her gaze flickered as she continued, "Let us proceed in the customary manner. I observe he bears no sword. He must be here for the sword tomb. Please inform him that he may select a renowned sword to take with him." Yingxue evidently did not believe she possessed any remarkable charm capable of enticing such a gifted individual to abandon his pride for the sake of joining the family. However, Bai Ying believed that her younger sister, having finally taken an interest in a man, should not end up alone like the former sect master. It was worth noting that her sister's demeanor resembled that of the former sect master. Bai Ying recalled how, long ago, when everyone asked the sect master for her thoughts on the blue-clad swordsman, she would always respond, her expression neutral, acceptable. Only after the blue-clad swordsman had successfully passed all trials did the sect master, feigning indifference, harbor great anticipation as she inquired of the young man, "Would you be willing to join me in jointly overseeing the Moon Snow Sword sect?" The sect master had not received the answer she desired. For the young man, citing the coldness of her heart, rejected her affections from that moment on. The sect master was consumed by sorrow, shifting her focus to the heartless sword path, had it not been for the other elders insisting upon adhering to tradition. The Moon Snow Sword sect might never again have sought suitors through the mountain trials. Bai Ying was here on behalf of the elders, who had instructed her. Whenever Yi Yingxue expressed the words acceptable, she must ensure that her sister seizes the opportunity. Never allow her to feign modesty and indifference. Acceptable is the best evaluation. Recalling the elder's instructions, Bai Ying said to Yingxue, "Very well, in that case, I shall make the arrangements." She took a few steps forward and swiftly approached the mountain gate, addressing the crowd. Since you have all passed the sword intent barrier, please proceed into the sect to participate in the poetry competition. Poetry, we cultivators are all single-mindedly pursuing the Tao. Why must we be tested on these obscure and difficult poems? A few in the crowd expressed their dissatisfaction. Bai Ying merely smiled gently. You must be newcomers. You may not yet understand the customs of the Western domain. She declared loudly. If you wish to join the Moon Snow Sword sect, you must understand poetry and literature, as well as the responsibilities of a husband and father. As for the pursuit of the Tao and longevity, let the women of the family handle those matters. This is our tradition and our rule. Therefore, if you wish to become the husband of junior sister Xue, you must abide by our customs. The crowd hesitated. They had initially thought it was merely a simple swordsmanship competition, only to discover they would also be tested on poetry and literature. Moreover, it seemed from the woman's tone that, should they enter the family, they would no longer be able to continue their cultivation, but would be limited to domestic responsibilities and raising children. What? Do you not wish to accept? The woman said coolly. If you are unwilling to comply, please leave. The Moon Snow Sword sect never forces any to her words. The crowd stirred, and many outsiders chose to depart, clearly unable to accept such terms as for Su Yi. He remained, for he still sought a renowned sword, and the young lady had yet to find the items left behind by her father at the Moon Snow Sword sect. It was only reasonable to explore further. This gentleman, have you comprehended the sword techniques on the mural? Bai Ying approached Su Yi and inquired. Upon hearing this, Su Yi nodded and replied nonchalantly, just a stroke of luck. I grasped only the superficial aspects. At his words, the crowd erupted in a frenzy. What? You truly comprehended it? Wu Feng and Chu Wanru exclaimed in unison. You just stole the long-lost treasure from right under our noses. Su Qinggan blinked in surprise, gazing at Su Yi. She knew Su Yi possessed considerable talent, but never had she expected his aptitude to be so extraordinary. Among the crowd, the most shocked was undoubtedly the young man in white, who pointed at Su Yi with a look of disbelief. How is this possible? I've observed this countless times, yet I never had any realization. How could you? The young man felt a burning shame on his face. Having previously mocked Su Yi as merely a decorative pillow, he now realized he had become the laughingstock. Chapter 48. Flattery is enough. Not only them, but even Bai Ying of the sect felt a sense of oppression. This Xiao hidden sword technique was something even she could not fully comprehend to the extent of embodying the sword. Yet this person had done so in under a quarter of an hour. And after all that, he referred to it as merely superficial. Bai Ying silently pieced together her shattered heart and said with great difficulty, since that is the case, does the young master wish to continue traversing the mountains? Or shall we head to the sword tomb? Regardless, I cannot allow him to depart so easily. He must meet my junior sister. Su Yi, upon hearing her words, exchanged a glance with Su Qinghan and then spoke. This esteemed sword maiden may not be aware, but my maid has always harbored a profound admiration for the Moon Snow Sword sect. It is only due to her persistent entreaties that I have brought her along. Might she be permitted to explore the sword sect? Bai Ying, taken aback, glanced curiously at Su Qinghan. She sensed that this person was merely at the second level of the innate realm and was likely a practitioner of the mystical arts, devoid of any trace of sword intent. How could she possibly be interested in the sword sect? Yet, in an instant, she seemed to uncover a glimmer of understanding. Persistent entreaties? Wait, could it be akin to those tales where a maid falls for her young master and diligently studies his interests to win his favor? Bai Ying felt as though she had stumbled upon a truth, and upon observing Su Qinghan's unwavering gaze fixed on Su Yi, she confirmed her suspicions in her heart. Heavens, what a poignant love story! Despite the disparity in their statuses and her limited prowess, she is determined to pursue her young master. Bai Ying stepped forward, gently patting Su Qinghan's shoulder, and assured her, do not worry, young master. I shall make the arrangements. At the same time, she cast a sympathetic glance at Su Qinghan, thinking, I'm truly sorry, young lady, that my junior sister has finally set her sights on a man. I cannot allow you to hinder her. This villainous role is one I must assume. Su Qinghan, observing the peculiar expression on Bai Ying's face, felt a twinge of confusion. What could this esteemed sword maiden be contemplating? Her demeanor was quite strange. As Bai Ying sent someone to escort Su Qinghan away, Su Yi turned to Wu Feng and inquired, "Brother Wu, do you still choose to continue traversing the mountains?" Wu Feng replied with a grin. "Of course, how could I possibly compete with Ying Xue on the same stage without participating in the poetry gathering? I must ensure that the people of the Moon Snow Sword Sect recognize that we, the Yunbai Sword Sect, are not to be underestimated." With that, Su Yi and Wu Feng entered the poetry gathering's loft together. Upon seeing this, Chu Wanru followed suit, her heart filled with misgivings. "Oh, dear sister, your destined one is about to be snatched away." As the trio stepped into the loft, the scene before them was breathtakingly serene. The loft exuded elegance, with a beam of slanting sunlight streaming through the intricately carved window, illuminating the table adorned with the 4 treasures of the study. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no specific theme for this poetry gathering. Please feel free to express yourselves, Bai Ying said nonchalantly, her gaze fixed on Su Yi as she mused. That individual once penned a masterpiece of astonishing brilliance. I wonder how this poet fares. At Bai Ying's command, everyone present picked up the paperweights on the table, pressing the rice paper flat and preparing to write. Wu Feng's eyes fell upon the rice paper before him, but he picked up his brush, calmly dipped it in ink, and pondered for a moment. Then, with a flourish, he began to write, each stroke powerful and vigorous. Like a sword poised for battle, every character exuding tremendous tension. The paperweight held down Wu Feng's freshly inked rice paper, keeping it smooth and undisturbed. The surrounding contestants displayed similar diligence. With every character they inscribed, they would nod slightly, seemingly satisfied with their creations that a select few appeared to channel sword intent while writing, their fingers gripping the wolf hair brush as if orchestrating a silent battle. As the brush danced across the paper, one could almost feel the latent sword energy flowing through each character, which embodied their sword intent. Ferocious yet refined, Su Yi observed the confident demeanor of those around him, and a sense of unease stirred within him. Although his mind brimmed with remarkable works, none of them were his own. Was he to become a mere scribe? Furrowing his brow, Su Yi contemplated for a moment before reaching a decision. He could not simply copy others. After all, if he were to be selected, what would happen when he was questioned about the deeper meanings behind his poem? While he understood some concepts, they were merely superficial insights, and if pressed, he would undoubtedly falter. Furthermore, drawing attention to himself could lead to his name spreading throughout Shi City. If it were discovered that the Su family did not exist in the Deqian realm, and that there was no Su Yi, he would become a pariah. But the young lady's objective has already been achieved. I will enter the sword tomb. What more should I desire? I might as well write something casual. With this thought in mind, Su Yi picked up his brush and wrote, "Snow-white skin and jade bones, pure and unblemished, like a celestial being descending to earth. Radiant snow reflects her beauty, as if jade and fat bloom in splendor. A slender waist cinched with a jade belt, her graceful figure dances in the moonlight. How many know the pride of an icy heart, like a peony blooming amidst the snow?" After finishing, Su Yi set down his brush. In his earlier days in this world, as the sole heir of his family, he had attended a private school for several years, and his calligraphy was decent. As for this poem, Su Yi considered it a mere whimsy, writing whatever came to mind, simply to flatter her. Although it bore the hallmarks of flattery, one does not strike a smiling face, and having praised her, she could hardly scold him in return, could she? Though the poem lacked profundity. Its meaning was likely comprehensible even to a child just beginning to learn. Ying Xue would probably view him as a sycophant, merely skilled in flattery. Su Yi sighed in exasperation. "Young master, have you completed your poem?" Bai Ying suddenly approached Su Yi and inquired. Clearly, among those present, she was the only one who showed concern for him. After all, he was the sole man who had captured Ying Xue's attention solely through his talent in swordsmanship. "Indeed, I have finished my poem. I beg you to take a look," Su Yi replied, bowing slightly as he handed the rice paper to Bai Ying. Bai Ying glanced at it eagerly, but after a moment, the anticipation in her eyes waned significantly. "Well, it is rather simplistic, but should still be discernible. This young master Su must harbor some admiration for my junior sister. Otherwise, why would the entire poem be filled with praise for her? Bai Ying clenched her fist, excitement bubbling within her. Excellent. There is hope. Could it be that the next wielder of the mighty sword is finally emerging? Bai Ying's heart swelled with laughter. After decades, finally, the dawn of a new era was upon them. How infuriating it was that the young man in blue had rejected the sect leader's offer. Otherwise, the Moon Snow Sword sect could have regained its former glory years earlier. Chapter 49. It is all my fault at that moment. Several other young men in the gathering also completed their poems, submitting their entries to the disciples of the Moon Snow Sword sect. Please wait a moment. We shall inform you of the results shortly. Bai Ying said with a slight bow and hurriedly sent the scroll to her junior sister, Ying Xue, who was in the pavilion. Junior sister, please take a look. Is there anyone who catches your eye? Bai Ying asked excitedly. Why, Ying Xue received the scroll with a resigned expression. Her gaze as calm as still water. As she flipped through the pages one by one, she was all too aware of her senior sister and elder's intentions and understood that refusing would serve no purpose. She had no choice but to accept. Alas, let this merely be a formality, Ying Xue thought resignedly. The sword path was her greatest passion, and while she dabbled in poetry and song, she did not hold it in high regard. These poems, though each has its merits, are not to my liking, she said coolly, her voice tinged with indifference. Bai Ying, upon hearing this, felt a pang of disappointment. Junior sister, please do not hastily dismiss them. Ying Xue continued to flip through the scrolls until suddenly an idea struck her, and she inquired of Bai Ying, the young man who traversed the mountains, did his poem pertain to the sword? Those who possessed a unique understanding of swordsmanship often expressed it through obscure poetry. Ying Xue's question clearly indicated her desire to gauge Su Yi's swordsmanship against her own. Bai Ying, seeing that Ying Xue finally inquired about Su Yi, quickly responded, Indeed, junior sister, it seems you still have some interest in him. With a smile, she flipped through the scroll and handed it to Ying Xue. Although he does not explicitly mention names, I believe he is most likely describing you. Describing me? Ying Xue received the scroll. Bewildered. After reading through it, disappointment washed over her delicate features. She furrowed her brow and sighed deeply. Why did he choose to describe a woman? Why not express sword intent instead? Ying Xue's face was filled with regret. It had been quite some time since she had encountered someone who matched her in swordsmanship. Bai Ying, observing her expression, felt perplexed and said, Junior sister, he is praising you. Do you not find joy in that? Ying Xue, exasperated, placed a hand on her forehead. I have heard enough compliments. And how can you be so certain that this refers to me? Regardless, there is no need to deliberate further. It shall be him. Please invite him in. I wish to discuss swordsmanship with him. Ying Xue's gaze turned steely. Perhaps you should first evaluate his poem, or else I'll find it difficult to explain to the others outside. Bai Ying said, feeling somewhat distressed. To be honest, Su Yi's poetic talent was indeed inferior to that of the others present. Her junior sister's method of direct selection felt rather simplistic and blunt. Ying Xue pondered Bai Ying's words for a moment before replying. It is acceptable. Clap. Bai Ying clapped her hands, excitement brimming in her voice. Excellent. Junior sister, I have been waiting for this very statement. I shall make arrangements at once. Ying Xue. Huh. Have I uttered something untoward? Bai Ying exclaimed with excitement as she departed from the pavilion, eager to share the splendid news with Su Yi about his selection. Although the significance of this news for Su Yi remained uncertain. For herself and the sword sect, it was undoubtedly a cause for celebration. Well, perhaps it is still acceptable. Bai Ying had already adjusted her internal assessment of the situation from excellent to tolerable. As for Ying Xue, she remained seated in the pavilion, her scroll of paper flipping in her hands, her gaze betraying an unrestrained anticipation for the swordsmanship. When that person arrives, should she first inquire about the Shuyin sword intent, or the Yiyu sword? Hey, who do you think among us will be selected? A young man queried his companions. The others around him responded. If I were to guess, it would likely be that young Master Xiao from Qingyuan Academy. As they spoke, several of them turned their eyes toward the location of young Master Xiao. Following their gaze, one could see a young man in white leisurely fanning himself, exuding an air of confidence. Upon noticing the attention he garnered, he puffed out his chest even more proudly. Amidst the discussions, Bai Ying returned, her smile radiant as a spring breeze, warm and triumphant. "All right, everyone, please quiet down. I have something to announce. The individual chosen by junior sister Yi is none other than young Master Su Yi," Bai Ying declared with a smile. "Su Yi. Xiaolin." The crowd? Wu Feng gave a thumbs up to Su Yi. Outside the pavilion, other young talents who were not selected either felt disappointment or confusion. Many among them found Yingshua's choice perplexing and were even somewhat envious at a robust young man with a scar across his face scoffed disdainfully. "Isn't it obvious? Fairy Yi has long had her heart set on someone. We are merely here to serve as a backdrop." "Humph. I refuse to believe that this fellow's poetry can surpass that of young Master Xiao from Qingyuan Academy." In response, a well-mannered scholar beside him quietly countered, "Your assertion may not be entirely fair. Junior sister Yi has her reasons for selecting him. It is likely a matter of personal preference. The depth of sword intent within poetry is not something we can easily discern. Humph. Even if the sword intent is profound, it cannot compare to practical experience. What use is it to merely compose poetry?" Another young man dismissed, yet he had barely observed for a quarter of an hour before comprehending the sword intent depicted in a mural. A man said somewhat dejectedly, "Mind your tongue. Are you trying to elevate others while diminishing your own stature?" The youth rolled his eyes. All right, let us disperse. After all, I never truly believed I had a chance of being selected. The sword master is over there imparting wisdom. Why not go listen?" One man remarked as he walked toward the square. "Meanwhile, miss, might I have a glance at the poem penned by young Master Su?" Xiaolin persistently inquired of Bai Ying. Seeing his demeanor, Bai Ying quickly waved her hands. No, that is not possible. Moreover, the poem is in junior sister's possession, so I cannot show it to you. Furthermore, the poetry composed by young Master Xiao is likely superior to that of young Master Su. It's merely that the lady favors young Master Su's sword realm, which does not imply that young Master Su's poetry surpasses that of young Master Xiao. Bai Ying earnestly explained, "No. Since young Master Su has been chosen, his poetry must hold profound meaning. A loss is a loss. There is no need for you to comfort me. By girl." Xiaolin insisted stubbornly, as for being a consort, he did not mind. After all, if she harbored no feelings for him, what could he say? However, to lose in poetry, to be outdone by a young master whose works he had never even heard of, Xiaolin resolved, no matter what, he must see this poem by Su Yi today. Bai Ying sighed at Xiaolin's relentless questioning. How could she have the authority to show it to him? It has been made abundantly clear. Is he feigning ignorance or genuinely unable to comprehend? There must be some understanding of human affairs, right? As previously stated, it is blatantly predetermined. It was rather amusing to reflect on it. Had she known her junior sister was solely interested in swordsmanship, she would not have undertaken the task of selecting poetry. Others could happily take their compensations, but this one seemed a bit inflexible. "Young Master Xiao, I take full responsibility for the errors. What compensation would you like?" Bai Ying sincerely offered. Chapter 50. The sect master requests your presence. Outside the pavilion, snow fell like cotton, blanketing the ground in a silvery white. Inside the pavilion, warmth enveloped the space, as if an invisible curtain existed, shielding it from the biting cold wind. The exquisite structure was adorned with intricate carvings, every inch exuding antiquity and elegance. Su's expression grew solemn. He discerned that the intangible curtain was likely the sword curtain formed by this woman. As for her strength, setting that aside, her sword realm likely matched, if not subtly surpassed, his own. Yingxua sat gracefully within the pavilion, her figure resembling a white lotus amidst the snow, cold yet elegant. Her gaze pierced through the falling snowflakes, seemingly capable of discerning the depths of one's heart. The paper scroll lay quietly on the table, and within her ethereal brows flickered a glimmer of anticipation and fervent battle intent. Bai Ying, ever efficient, soon led Su Yi into the pavilion. The moment Su Yi stepped inside, he felt an intense warmth engulf him. The pavilion was furnished with tables and chairs, equipped with ink, paper, and brushes for writing. A nearby hearth crackled with burning coals, sending wisps of white smoke into the air. Though the sword curtain could shield against the cold wind, It offered no resistance to the smoke, such controlled sword intent. Su Yi couldn't help but exclaim. Upon entering the pavilion, he bowed to Ying Xue and then quietly stood to the side. When Ying Xue beheld Su Yi's visage, a fleeting, distinct emotion flickered in her gaze, yet it lasted only a moment. She nodded slightly, gesturing to the seat opposite her. Young Master Su, please take a seat. Her voice flowed like a gentle spring rain, tender and melodious. Su Yi's expression remained serious. He sensed no trace of joy from Ying Xue. However, her sword intent curtain seemed to provide an answer. The scorching, melting sword intent. Is it? Miss Yi, do you intend to intimidate me? Su Yi chuckled. How curious, to speak of selecting a consort only to walk in and immediately feel this intense sword intent. Akin to the scorching, melting sword intent, I comprehended at the foot of the mountain. Why, Ying Xue smiled and replied, I have lingered between Xiaoling and Yi Yu for quite some time. After much contemplation, I decided to test whether young Master Su has grasped any other sword intents. To her delight, Su Yi did not disappoint her. Might I inquire if you would allow me to seek your guidance? Ying Xue's smile widened. Only swords could truly move her. Su Yi noticed her fervor and thought to himself, what a sword enthusiast. Miss Yi, did you invite me here solely to engage in a sword duel? Ying Xue, taken aback, responded, did you not think so, young master? Su Yi mused. What then is the purpose of poetry? Well, if that is the case, I am more than willing to oblige. However, I possess no weaponry. Su Yi chuckled bitterly, reluctant to reveal his hand, as the techniques he had just learned were among his trump cards. Hearing this, Ying Xue stood and asked, young master, have you seen my sword? Su Yi shook his head in confusion. He had not seen it, though he understood that as a core disciple of the sect, she would surely possess some form of storage artifact. Why, Ying Xue stepped out of the pavilion, and with that, the curtain dissipated, allowing the biting cold wind to rush in. The chill lifted her long hair and robes, her petite figure amidst the icy expanse resembling a solitary boat adrift in a vast ocean. Ying Xue remained silent, but Su Yi understood what she implied. The technique in which you embody the sword, I perceived it. I shall also demonstrate my true capabilities to show my sincerity. Why, Ying Xue raised her hand. Snowflakes danced in the air as the heavy snowfall transformed into a pristine white frost sword. Su Yi sighed helplessly. Ah, what a unique way to host a guest. I'm beginning to wonder if those who successfully traversed the mountain in the past were merely brought here to meet their demise. Su Yi jested. Why, Ying Xue said nothing, merely gazing at Su Yi, seemingly awaiting a strike. A fiery aura enveloped Su Yi, appearing somewhat insignificant, yet asserting that this domain was no longer solely under Ying Xue's control. Su Yi smiled. This is a technique I have just learned, and I am still somewhat inexperienced. If it fails to meet your satisfaction, I hope you will forgive me. Miss Su, this is indeed the place where the disciples of the sword hall practice their swordsmanship. The reception disciple, with a tone of indifference, gestured towards the sword hall and addressed Su Qinghan. Upon hearing this, Su Qinghan appeared somewhat distracted, yet she deliberately feigned an enthusiastic demeanor in her response to the reception disciple. Observing her, the disciple sensed Su Qinghan's stiffness but chose not to comment, instead continuing to walk ahead while signaling for Su Qinghan to follow. Quietly trailing behind, Su Qinghan clutched a piece of jade tightly in her fair hand, her brow furrowed. Why am I still unable to sense the short blade left by my father? As the two ventured deeper, the areas of the Moon Snow Sword sect accessible to outsiders had been largely covered, prompting Su Qinghan to voice her thoughts that I have heard that someone once breached the mountain gates of the sword sect and seemingly left behind a short blade. Is that true? Upon hearing this, the female disciple frowned and turned to her, saying, I am merely following the orders of senior sister by to guide you around this vicinity. You are speaking too much. Su Qinghan felt a sinking sensation in her heart. The matter was not truly a secret, as many in Shi City were already aware, and she had previously investigated it. The Moon Snow Sword sect did not shy away from discussing this incident, or else she would not have dared to inquire. Yet, she was taken aback by the intensity of the disciple's reaction. Furthermore, what did speaking too much even mean? After such an extended tour, she had only asked a single question. Su Qinghan felt inexplicably aggrieved as the young lady of the house. She had never before been addressed in such a manner. Nonetheless, this behavior was somewhat understandable. After all, few would willingly sacrifice their training time to escort others on such tours. As a young lady, Su Qinghan found it difficult to grasp this concept. "All right, I have shown you enough. We should return," the reception disciple remarked, intending to lead Su Qinghan back, not out of kindness, but because they were nearing the residence of the sect master. The esteemed one's perception was extensive, and in recent years, the sect master's temperament, akin to a summer rain, had driven many to madness. As for Su Qinghan, she felt a tinge of regret, just as she was preparing to depart. A sudden surge of energy pulled her into the forest behind her. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in the reception disciple's mind. The reception was inadequate. "You shall be excused this time. Should there be a next, you will go to the law hall to receive punishment." The voice was authoritative and left no room for denial, causing the disciple to shiver involuntarily, relieved that she had not acted in a more excessive manner. Chapter 51. The matters of yesteryear. After being unexpectedly drawn into the forest by the sudden surge of energy, Su Qinghan was initially taken aback, but quickly regained her composure and surveyed her surroundings. Towering trees and rugged rocks enveloped her, accompanied by the soothing sound of a cool mountain spring, as if she had entered an ethereal realm. Just as her curiosity piqued, a melodious sound of a guqin drifted from afar, its notes clear and ethereal, seemingly piercing through the mist. As Su Qinghan felt a stir within her. Inexplicably, the jade in her hand surged with a powerful resonance. Following the direction of the music, she spotted a distant peak shrouded in clouds, as if a palace were concealed within. Intrigued, she resolved to investigate further. Cautiously traversing the forest, she approached the foot of the mountain. There, a waterfall cascaded down in a breathtaking manner, droplets sparkling like gems, evoking a sense of otherworldliness. Beside the waterfall, a narrow path wound upward, leading to the palace atop the mountain. As Su Qinghan ascended the path slowly, marveling at the magnificent stones and towering ancient trees. As though she were wandering through a primordial forest, she reached the summit, where an ancient palace stood majestically. The entrance bore exquisite carvings, exuding an aura of antiquity. Taking a deep breath, she pushed open the grand doors and stepped inside. The interior was elegantly simple, with a stone bed at its center, adorned with a flowing white gown embroidered with intricate patterns, exuding grace and refinement. Beside the stone bed lay an ancient guqin, upon which rested a verdant jade hairpin, radiating freshness and elegance. In the depths of the palace, Su Qinghan beheld a woman seated there, clad in a white gown, her lavender hair cascading over her shoulders. Her countenance both delicate and aloof. Her fingers rested upon the guqin as she played a haunting melody. As Su Qinghan approached respectfully, bowing her head, "I am Su Qinghan, and I apologize for intruding, senior. This must be the sect master," Su Qinghan mused to herself. The woman ceased her playing, lifting her gaze to meet Su Qinghan's. Her eyes were profound and luminous, as if capable of seeing into one's soul. She spoke in a calm voice. "You are Su Chong's daughter. What brings you here?" Surprised, Su Qinghan had not realized when her identity had been revealed. However, such details mattered little to her. She sought only to understand what had transpired in the past that led her father to relinquish the treasured heirloom of the Su family. "I have come to seek your guidance on certain matters, senior," Su Qinghan professed earnestly. The woman frowned slightly, seemingly contemplating something. Observing this, Su Qinghan continued, "I am aware that my father participated in the selection of suitors of the mountain. However, I am troubled by the reason he chose to give away the Su family's treasured heirloom that I hope you might enlighten me. Moreover, that short blade holds extraordinary significance for our family. Might I acquire it?" Su Qinghan asked with utmost respect. After a moment of silence, the woman finally spoke. "First, tell me, who is more beautiful, your mother or I?" Su Qinghan was taken aback. She had not anticipated such a question. Taking a deep breath, she steadied herself and replied, "In my eyes, both are exceedingly beautiful. However, if a comparison must be made, I believe you surpass her." This statement, in truth, held some merit. while her mother was well preserved. She could not compare to the sect master's formidable prowess or her flawless complexion. The woman, upon hearing this, suddenly burst into a fit of laughter, her mirth tinged with a peculiar quality. Then tell me, why did your father not choose me? After all, he has but one lawful wife and does not take concubines, she said lightly. Su Qinghan responded cautiously. I'm unaware of the specifics from that time. Perhaps there were other considerations and reasons. Yet, I believe my father's decision stemmed from respect for you, senior. The woman, hearing this, retrieved the short blade and began to caress it gently. Little girl, do you know? That short blade was not a gift from your father to me. Why is that? Su Qinghan asked, her confusion mounting. The woman smiled. In Shi Prefecture, women hold the highest regard. When I see a man I fancy, I simply knock him unconscious and drag him back to my chamber. Do you think anyone in Shi City would dare speak ill of me? Su Qinghan found herself at a loss for words. Indeed, even she was perplexed as to why her father was able to participate in both the selection of suitors and the selection of husbands, and still emerge from Shi Prefecture. Although she knew that her father's realm had significantly diminished upon his return, it was hardly a smooth exit. Noticing that Su Qinghan had not replied, the woman smiled knowingly, her laughter tinged with a hint of frailty. This is precisely what I thought and how I acted. Alas, I underestimated the power of that short blade. The treasures of your Su family truly possess some strength. Upon hearing this, Su Qinghan's eyes widened dramatically. Oh dear, do not make that face that I can give you the short blade. But it will require a trade, the woman said playfully. What does the senior require for the exchange? Su Qinghan inquired, her brow furrowing. I indeed need to ponder this carefully, the woman mused, stroking her chin and casting a glance at Su Qinghan before suddenly declaring. The young lad who accompanied you, my disciple, seems quite taken with him. How about you let that young man accompany my disciple? The woman laughed with amusement. Indeed, my disciple's taste mirrors my own. Upon hearing this, Su Qinghan's eyes widened in shock. What should I do? Why are so many people fixated on Su Yi? While astonished, she felt a twinge of jealousy that it was as though she had kept a precious gem hidden away, only to find that after showcasing it a few times, it had drawn the attention of many. As the occurrences multiplied, Su Qinghan began to feel a sense of annoyance. What? Are you unwilling? The woman teased, her laughter ringing like bells. Senior, Su Yi has been with me for 5 years, and I've already promised to grant him his freedom. Su Qinghan declared resolutely. Do you Su family members truly care about such sentiments? The woman scoffed, then retrieved her storage bag, presenting it to Su Qinghan. I can offer you more. The storage bag of a sword-down master should pique your interest, no? Su Qinghan shook her head. Given your strength, it will be a simple matter for you to keep both Su Yi and me here. You are either toying with me or have a compelling reason to negotiate. Oh, quite perceptive, I see. The woman chuckled. Very well, I shall not force you. Come closer. If you assist me with this matter, I will give you the short blade. Hearing this, Su Qinghan hesitated briefly, but ultimately stepped forward. Chapter 52. The little spirit who fails to achieve success yet causes trouble after a moment of contemplation. Su Qinghan acquiesced to Yin Li's request. Very well. In that case, I shall await your good news, she replied with a smile. Meanwhile, on the other side, the deep layers of snow had been largely melted away by the searing momentum of the sword, and Su Yi, panting, gazed at the proud woman standing amidst the snow. He conceded first, saying, I admit defeat, both in heart and speech. Upon hearing this, Ying Xue furrowed her brow. She sensed that Su Yi had not exerted his full strength. Nevertheless, she was somewhat satisfied with this outcome, dissipating her sword intent as the surrounding frost blades transformed into a flurry of snowflakes. Come with me. I will lead you to the sword tomb to select your sword, Ying Xue instructed Su Yi. Su Yi, initially inclined to refuse, was interrupted by Ying Xue, who asserted, I possess greater knowledge of swords than you do. Simply follow me. Very well. I apologize for the inconvenience, Miss, Su Yi replied, standing up to follow Ying Xue. However, just as they exited the pavilion, Su Yi realized that Chu Wanru and Wu Feng had inexplicably vanished. Inquiring with a nearby female disciple, he learned that Wu Feng had spotted the snow sword, felt inadequate, and decided to return to Yunbai sword sect for further cultivation. What of senior sister Bai Ying? Yi Ingshua asked, noticing Bai Ying's absence. The female disciple appeared somewhat uneasy and, after a moment's thought, replied, "The young gentleman Xiaoling from Qingyun Academy is currently entangled with senior sister Bai." How could this be? Ying Shua expressed her confusion. The disciple hesitantly explained. Senior sister Bai, feeling somewhat guilty, offered to compensate the men who intruded upon the mountain. Everyone accepted her offer except for young Master Xiao. Did he not accept? Ying Shua inquired, puzzled. No, not exactly. It's just that his request was rather outrageous. The disciple's face flushed. What request? Ying Shua frowned, as her sect had always prided itself on hospitality. Should anyone deliberately create trouble, she would not hesitate to deliver a sword to them. Young Master Xiao stated that he has composed countless poems capturing scenery, people, and momentum with ease, yet finds his romantic verses lacking in flavor. His reason for coming to the mountain is to experience the essence of love. Therefore, he requests that senior sister Bai and the other disciples accompany him for romantic discourse. The disciple timidly explained. Preposterous. If he wishes to discuss romance, why not go to a pleasure boat? What business does he have in my Moon Snow Sword sect? Ying Shua expressed her vexation. In the esteemed land of Shi Prefecture, where women were held in high regard. A man speaking in such a manner was a breach of decorum, a fact Su he had researched prior to his arrival. TSK, to dare behave in such a manner in a place with so many rules. You are quite bold, young man. Su Yi silently commended Xiaolin. Seeing Ying Shua's anger, the female disciple quickly clarified. Sister Yi, do not be upset. Young Master Xiao said he had already visited a pleasure boat, but found no genuine emotions there, which is why he came to the mountain Dada. So he truly has visited a pleasure boat. A cold voice interjected. Everyone turned to see Bai Ying approaching slowly, a mocking smile upon her face. Senior sister Bai, you have managed to extricate yourself? The female disciple expressed her surprise. Bai Ying shook her hand dismissively, expressing her displeasure. I was disturbed and forced to pay 1,000 spirit crystals to break his leg. I have already sent someone to escort him away. What? 1,000 spirit crystals? Su Yi couldn't help but exclaim internally, 1,000 spirit crystals? That could sustain a congenital cultivator for an entire year. Su Yi's eyes glinted with envy. In the Su family, such resources were beyond his reach. Perhaps I should also cause a disturbance? An audacious thought crossed Su Yi's mind. Enough of this, young Master Su. Are you to select a sword from the sword tomb? Allow me to guide you. Bai Ying turned her attention to Su Yi. There is no need for trouble. Miss Yi will escort me. Su Yi respectfully replied, still somewhat intimidated by Bai Ying. Oh, sister, you are taking young Master Su with you? Bai Ying exclaimed with excitement. How wonderful! A rare occurrence indeed. Bai Ying seemed elated. Well, sister, you have worked hard these past few days. You should rest early. Ying Shua expressed her concern. Bai Ying hastily waved her hand, insisting, it's not hard at all. It's all worth it. Tears of joy nearly welled in Bai Ying's eyes. So, what do you think of young Master Su's strength, sister? Bai Ying eagerly inquired. Why, Ying Shua paused momentarily before uttering the phrase Bai Ying yearned to hear. It is acceptable. Senior sister Bai, what is the matter with you? Bai Ying suddenly collapsed into the arms of the female disciple, then smiled with relief. It's nothing. It's worth it. I'm at ease. Su Yi thought to himself, the Moon Snow Sword sect is truly eccentric. After bidding farewell to Bai Ying, Su Yi accompanied Ying Shua to the sword tomb of the Moon Snow Sword sect. As he beheld the multitude of renowned swords surrounding him, Su Yi felt a surge of excitement. Yet he restrained himself from appearing overly eager, striving to maintain an air of composure. Casually, he inquired, Miss Yi, may I select any of these spiritual swords at will? Certainly, Ying Shua affirmed. Hearing this, Su Yi began to survey the swords, preparing to make a careful selection. However, as he was distracted, a sudden cry rang out beside him. Help! Master! Startled, Su Yi turned to see Xiaoling clinging desperately to a sword hilt, her body half submerged within it. Help! Master! Xiaoling displayed a pitiful expression. What happened? How did you end up like this? Su Yi communicated telepathically. I have no idea. As soon as you arrived here, this thing suddenly pulled me in. It can't possibly want to consume me. Can it? I can't get out. Xiaoling shouted. TSK, wait a moment. I'll think of a solution. Su Yi feigned nonchalance, pointing at an ancient sword. He asked Yingxue, Miss Yi, what about this sword? Yingxue glanced at it and replied. In terms of sharpness, it is acceptable. However, this sword lacks a spirit. Without a sword spirit, it cannot assist the sword master in unleashing their full sword momentum. Are you interested in this one? Su Yi sighed. Reluctantly nodded. Yes, this will do. I am not accustomed to having someone whispering in my ear. A sword without a spirit suits me perfectly. With that, Su Yi turned his back to Yingxue, disdainfully lifted the sword, and transmitted, I'm quite the failure. How could I end up with a system like this? Wah. I'm sorry, master. Xiaoling's pitiful voice resonated from within the ancient sword. Raising the ancient sword, Su Yi clasped his hands in gratitude toward Yingxue, saying, Thank you for the sword sect. Please convey my thanks to the sect leader on my behalf. And no need for formality. Since there is nothing more to be done, you may descend the mountain. Yingxue waved her hand dismissively. How intriguing. Choosing a sword without a spirit over a spiritual sword. Yingxue could not help but smile slightly. Chapter 53. Master, I regret it after watching Su Yi descend the mountain. Yingxue made her way to her master's palace. Bowing respectfully before the proud woman, she said, Master, I have returned. The woman did not turn but murmured, Why did you let him go? Not only the elders, but also the two ancestors are eager for you to inherit their legacy. Yingxue's eyelashes trembled. She could not maintain her composure in front of her master. The disciple loves swords, not people. I merely cherish his talent for swordsmanship. You truly believe I do not understand you? Silly apprentice. Yanli turned to face her. You were raised by me into Qian, and that Su Yi also hails from the Qian. How long do you intend to keep this secret from your master? Yin Li's expression grew serious. When Su Qing intended to escape back to the Qian, Yin Li had pursued him relentlessly, but was ultimately thwarted. She witnessed the suffering of the common people into Qian and, feeling helpless, bought a girl who was pleading with her parents not to sell her into Qian at that time. A girl sold was not on par with a boy, or so Yin Li believed. On her journey, she encountered a young boy who, tugging at his father's hand, implored him to sell him in exchange for the safety of his family, that if boys could act thus, how much more so for girls. As for Su Yi, do you know him? Yin Li inquired sternly. I do. Yingxue realized she could not hide the truth from her master and reluctantly revealed her thoughts. But if he does not remember me, then it would be better for us to forget each other. Yingxue feared her master would compel her and hastily spoke. Sigh. Ever since you entered my tutelage, I have said that in Shi's city, women are held in high esteem. Yin Li sighed, leaning close to Yingxue's ear and softly said, As your master, I know you are reluctant. Why? Yingxue bit her lip gently, and seeing this, Yin Li continued, Do you understand that his current glory is merely a facade? In truth, he is merely the attendant of the young lady from the Su family. You have only rescued him from servitude. Yingxue's eyes widened in disbelief. Servitude? Yin Li sighed softly. Indeed, and he is the personal attendant of the eldest lady of the Su family. After spending so much time in Qian, you should be aware of the character of the Su family. The Su family. Yingxue's hands involuntarily clenched into fists. Sigh. It is what it is. If you do not regret letting him go. Master, I regret it. Upon returning to the inn, Su Yi looked at the silent Su Qinghan and softly asked, What is it, miss? Have you obtained what you sought? Upon hearing this, Su Qinghan did not respond, merely lying wearily on the bed, covering her eyes with her small hand, and murmuring, Su Yi, I truly do not know what to do. Subsequently, she recounted in detail the events surrounding her encounter with Yan Li to Su. Su Yi was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that the young lady would divulge to him the matters concerning her father that had transpired here, and moreover, that the leader of the Moon Snow Sword sect would be willing to negotiate terms. So, what was that elder's request? Su Yi inquired, as Yu Qinghan offered no reply, instead sitting up and producing a pitch-black stone from her sleeve, which she handed to Su Yi. Her lips trembled slightly as she resolutely stated, Break the connection with the life stone. You are free now. Su He was momentarily stunned, accepting the life stone she had given him. A surge of complex emotions welling up within him. Is this really for me? Su Yi questioned, perplexed. However, he refrained from asking further questions, closing his eyes and channeling his spiritual energy to sever the connection with the life stone. As the energy flowed into it, he sensed the bond between himself and the stone gradually weakening, until it eventually vanished entirely. When he opened his eyes, the life stone had transformed into an ordinary stone, devoid of any peculiar characteristics. Observing Su Yi's decisive actions, Su Qinghan felt a different emotion arise within her. It seems that the leader has set his sights on you to be cautious when leaving Shi City. She advised softly. Why should I leave? Young lady, might we first discuss what demands that leader made? Su, he scratched his head in confusion. Aren't you leaving? You are free now, Su Qinghan said, her brow furrowed in puzzlement. Feeling a sense of awkwardness, that moment, she herself was unsure whether she should feel happy. Su Yi shrugged, helplessly stating, I cannot leave. Young lady, did you not just say that a figure of the sword's sovereign level has set their sights on me? How could I possibly escape? I apologize. I did not realize you were so popular. Su Qinghan lowered her head, murmuring, had I known this would happen, I would not have allowed you to come. Young lady, you should also add a had I known. With the master-servant relationship dissolved, Su Yi's tone grew more assertive. Having been suppressed for too long, Su Yi suddenly felt the urge to tease Su Qinghan. By the way, it appears that you are now my maid, young lady. A grin spread across Su Yi's face as Su Qinghan was momentarily taken aback, then pouted, You've followed me for 5 years. I have not treated you poorly. Have I? Indeed, you have not. Moreover, it is precisely because I have accompanied you for 5 years that I have noticed you have changed recently. Su Yi chuckled. Changed how? Su Qinghan appeared somewhat bewildered. In the past, you would never converse so freely with me. Your guard. You should have been the taciturn, icy figure. Su Yi suddenly recalled Su Qinghan's former cold demeanor. Su Qinghan's expression soured his words, who is born cold and unfeeling. Do you think you're the only clever one, disguising yourself as ice to protect yourself? As if I were unaware. Su Qinghan lifted her chin defiantly. So, the young lady was aware all along. Su Yi replied with a wry smile. Su Yi, she called. It was only a year after I chose you as my personal guard that I decided to come to Shi Prefecture. Meanwhile, at a post station several thousand miles away from Shi Prefecture. Xiaoxia questioned by Jean, are we truly able to find Miss Su by following Miss Gu? Do not worry. I have a hunch. Do not forget that Dr. Gu was brought to Juan Hall by my cousin Su. They must have a connection. Bai Jean replied confidently, a glint of cleverness in her eyes. My intuition tells me that following her will definitely yield results. She gently patted Xiaoxia's shoulder, reassuring her. Do not fret. We will soon find Sister Su. Xiaoxia pouted, murmuring, clearly it was the young lady who insisted I come. How did it become her asking me to not worry? Oh, is that so? Bai Jean placed her hand behind her head, whistling as her gaze wandered. Chapter 54. A Fanatic Girl? At the same time, as Bai Jean and Xiaoxia teased each other, Su Yun'er's small hands were taut with anger and helplessness. Finding herself almost amused by their antics. They're following me, yet they don't even change their clothes. They're coming straight after me. Surely, this is excessive. Su Yun'er felt a sense of despair. Initially, she had no intention of acknowledging them, but she could not fathom how fortunate these two were. Since leaving to Qian, she had successfully shaken them off at least 10 times, yet they always managed to find her. Su Yun'er had resigned herself to their presence, allowing them to follow her. But now these two were merely 3 meters behind her, whispering to one another. 3 meters. 3 meters. Do they not realize what that signifies? Do they think their innate cultivation is a mere fade? Su Yun'er rose to her feet, quietly mounting her horse, and taking advantage of Bai Jean and Xiaoxia's inattention, she tossed a pill towards their horse's mouth. She then promptly spurred her horse and galloped toward Shi Prefecture. Miss Gu has run away. Xiaoxia exclaimed, her food still unchewed as she pointed at the galloping Su Yun'er. Seeing this, Bai Jean hurriedly dove into the carriage. Old Wu, drive the carriage. Xiaoxia, getting quickly. Once inside the carriage, Bai Jean voiced her confusion. Do you think she noticed us? That shouldn't be possible. I was whispering. Xiao Xia nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, but since we can no longer keep up. Should we head back, miss? Bai Jin clapped her hands. What nonsense. Who said we cannot catch up? The coachman I hired is the best in Qian. Right, old Wu? Miss, I'm afraid we truly cannot catch up. Old Wu said with a troubled expression. What? How could that be possible? The horse I chose is far superior to Miss Gu's. How could we not catch up? Bai Jin exclaimed loudly. Old Wu's face showed distress. The horse is indeed good, but it must also be able to run. This horse seems to have lost its spirit. No matter how much I call, it won't wake up. As he spoke. Old Wu cracked the whip forcefully against the horse's flank. What? Bai Jin felt as if struck by lightning. Unable to contain her exclamation. How did this happen? Has my good fortune run out? Bai Jin appeared somewhat lost. Tracing circles with her finger. Miss, do not be disheartened. Everyone has their moments of bad luck, Xiao Xia softly consoled. Just as Xiao Xia spoke, a warm-skinned woman riding a horse approached, suddenly addressing Bai Jin. Are you headed to Shi City? Young lady, are you certain that was the demand made by that leader? Su Yi asked, perplexed that, I am certain. I cannot have misheard. Su Qinghan replied, placing down the ancient scroll and picking up a map of Shi City. Su Yi sighed deeply, somewhat helpless. Alas, Shi Prefecture is so vast. Where are we to search for the spirit fox? Indeed, Yin Li's request is to capture the fox clan lurking within Shi City, that I wonder where she obtained this information. Su Yi could not help but glance at Su Qinghan, who was intently studying the map. Noticing her return to her former icy demeanor, he felt a sense of contemplation. Some individuals possess their own reasons for pressing onward. Su Yi could not fathom what compelled Su Qinghan to adopt such persona. Just yesterday, he had thought she would exhibit a more vivacious disposition, yet it seemed that after sufficient rest, she had reverted to her unyielding, cold-demeanored Su Yi. When you killed that fire-tailed fox, did you sense anything unusual? Su Qinghan turned to inquire. Not particularly. It was no different from slaying a chicken, except that it was merely a puppet. I have no idea where its true form lies. Su Yi recalled the incident. That is strange. Su Qinghan frowned. The guards of Shi City are quite strict. Even Qian would not allow an innate fox demon to infiltrate. Yet one appeared in Shi City. Su Qinghan had sensed something was amiss at the time, but as this matter did not pertain to her, she had not pressed Su Yi further. In hindsight, she realized she should have conducted a thorough investigation. Su Qinghan raised her head, preparing to discuss further inquiries with Su Yi when she suddenly heard a few arrogant voices approaching. Hey, you there. Masked man, explain to me why our Xiaolin's poetry is inferior to yours. Why was he not selected? A group of gold and silver-adorned young ladies pointed at Su Yi, their demeanor fierce. What? Are you talking about me? Su Yi pointed at himself in confusion to avoid drawing attention to himself. He had specifically heeded the young lady's advice and donned a mask. How could he still be recognized? We spent 300 spirit crystals. To inquire about a person's name is a trivial matter. One young girl scrutinized Su Yi from head to toe, her expression one of disdain. You lack any poetic talent. I cannot even sense your spiritual energy. What qualifications do you have to compare with our Xiaolin? Exactly. In broad daylight, with a mask obscuring her face, one could only presume her appearance to be exceedingly unattractive. The other young ladies echoed in agreement. However, Su Yi's focus was entirely removed from their assessments of his character. 300 spirit crystals to inquire about a single individual. What extravagance! This is even more absurd than the star-chasing girls of my previous life. Su Yi inwardly condemned these fervent admirers from another world with palpable disdain. Humph! Why waste so many words with him? It was merely a man. Let him teach her a lesson. One of the young women pushed forward a guard of innate third rank. The guard made no resistance, approaching Su Yi, sensing his aura, and could not help but chuckle. Ha! Kid, devoid of any spiritual energy fluctuations, and yet you dare to provoke my young mistress. The guard pointed at Su Yi and declared, You currently have two choices. Allow my mistress to slap you for her amusement, or I can press your head down to apologize on your behalf. He smirked. As for my advice, well, bang, with a resounding crash. The innate third-rank guard was sent flying like a bowling ball, sweeping the several haughty women aside, sending them crashing onto the stalls behind them. Waving his hand dismissively, Su Yi scoffed. You truly frightened me. After all that talk, I was expecting you to be formidable. Approaching the group, Su Yi revealed a grin. Hee hee. Now, I present you with two choices that, as Su Qinghan remarked, indeed, I prefer the previous Su Yi, the one who was cold, silent, and taciturn. Chapter 55. Could it be that you're going to be sold by Sister Su? What a surprise! I never expected those star-chasing girls to be so wealthy. Su Yi, cradling the compensation he had just obtained through legitimate means, could not help but burst into hearty laughter. Star-chasing. What does that even mean? Su Qinghan tilted her head, adding, moreover, Su Yi, you've been quite unconventional lately. It's honestly a bit hard for me to adapt, as Su Qinghan rubbed her eyes. Upon hearing this, Su Yi grinned. After being a guard for so many years, enduring in silence, it was all for this moment of freedom. How could I allow the young mistress to have her way? It's perfectly fine, young mistress. You'll get used to it. Su Qinghan thought. I truly should not have freed him so soon. He evidently still requires some form of restraint. Young mistress, where shall we head next? Su Yi appeared unusually exhilarated. He had never experienced such a light-hearted and joyous life before. Upon his arrival in this world, he lived a monotonous existence akin to that of a commoner, subsequently encountering chaos, and then entering the Su residence, where he was perpetually anxious about being eliminated. Ever since Su Yi severed his connection with the Life Stone, he truly felt an unparalleled lightness. This is the essence of a truly carefree and joyful life. Su Yi tilted his head skyward, feeling an immense sense of exhilaration within. Su Yi, we will now inquire at the city gate about the recent situation with the guards, to see if there are any traces of the Fox clan. Su Qinghan stated calmly, her tone revealing a hint of seriousness. Su Yi nodded in agreement. It was entirely reasonable to question the guards at the city wall, considering the absurdity of the guards at Shi City allowing a fox demon to enter. Upon arriving at the city gate, the guards greeted Su Qinghan respectfully. Just a few days prior, when the city lord requested the Moon Snow Sword Sect's master to investigate the matter of the fox demon, Yanli had already informed them that the authority had been conferred upon Su Qinghan from the Su family. After confirming the identity of the visitor against the portrait, the guards approached respectfully. Have there been any sightings of the fox demon in recent days? Upon hearing this, the guards bowed and replied, My lord Su, there have been no sightings of the Fox clan within the city recently. None. Su Qinghan pondered for a moment, aware that the guards' observations alone could not entirely rule out the existence of the Fox clan. She considered and then inquired, what about the nearby villages? Have there been any unusual occurrences? The guards exchanged glances, and one of the older guards responded, A few days ago, several villages did report missing livestock, but there is no concrete evidence indicating that it was the work of the Fox clan. Su Qinghan furrowed her brow, contemplating the next course of action. I could see that moment. She suddenly noticed a familiar figure approaching the city gate from afar. As the person drew nearer, Su Qinghan was astonished to discover that it was Bai Jin. Jiner, how did she know I was here? Su Qinghan gazed in shock at the group of figures below the city wall. Bai Jin, dressed in azure, stood out conspicuously. Su Yi glanced at Su Qinghan's expression and also looked down at the city wall. Isn't it? How did she find her way here? Su Qinghan, not bothering with explanations, hurriedly descended with Su Yi. She understood Bai Jin well. If she did not meet with her, Bai Jin would likely search for her incessantly nearby. Upon spotting Su Qinghan, Bai Jin's eyes shone with excitement as she rushed towards her. Sister Su, it's been so long. I've finally found you, Bai Jin exclaimed exuberantly. However, facing Bai Jin's exuberance, Su Qinghan's expression suddenly changed. Who told you to come find me? Didn't I instruct you to wait in Dakian? Su Qinghan reprimanded sternly, wishing to shield Bai Jin from danger. Bai Jin was taken aback, having never seen Su Qinghan so severe. I just wanted to see Sister Su, Bai Jin muttered softly, lowering her head. Seeing this, Su Qinghan's heart softened, yet she maintained her sternness, stating, This is not a place for you. Hurry back, but Bai Jin attempted to argue. No buts, Su Qinghan coldly interrupted. Be obedient and return to await my news. Bai Jin looked at Su Qinghan with a hint of grievance, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. Miss, I must be exhausted from traveling such a distance. She should rest for a few days before departing, spoke the woman accompanying by J.I.N. As Su Qinghan then noticed this woman and, with an apologetic expression, said, "I apologize. Jeaner has caused you trouble." The woman waved her hand. "It's no trouble at all that I was only recently summoned back to Shi City and happened to encounter Miss Bai on the way. I am Lu Ying, the city escort general. That it is an honor to meet the esteemed Miss Su from Dakian." Lu Ying clasped her hands and smiled. Upon hearing this, Su Qinghan regarded the older woman with a bronze complexion and queried in confusion, "You know me? I have heard of you in passing while in Dakian. During this journey, Miss Bai has already informed me that she came in search of you. Jeaner, sigh. Very well. You should rest well during this time, and in a few days, you may return." Su Qinghan sighed in resignation. Bai Jin then lifted her head and gently nodded. "Su, please take Bai Jin to rest. I have some matters to discuss with General Liu." Su Qinghan instructed out of course. "Young mistress," Su Yi replied unconsciously. "Alas, I have truly become accustomed to calling her that. I can't seem to correct myself in time on the bustling streets." As Su Yi led Xiao Xia and Bai Jin towards the inn, Bai Jin suddenly remarked, "Su Yi, General Liu mentioned that this city seems to be ruled by women." Upon hearing this, Su Yi replied, "Of course, just look at the streets. Nearly all those in plain sight are women." "Shouldn't that be evident?" Bai Jin, realizing this, exclaimed, Oh, no wonder you wore a mask. Just now, I nearly failed to recognize you." Su Yi shook his head helplessly. "There's no choice. When out in the world, one must take care to protect oneself." Bai Jin rolled her eyes. "Pooh, shameless. Who do you think you are?" All right. I know I'm merely a decorative pillow. Is that satisfactory?" Su Yi, weary of the argument, allowed Bai Jin to vent her frustrations, knowing she was likely quite irritable from the journey. Cough, Su Yi. "What is it?" Bai Jin glanced around cautiously and whispered, "I heard that someone has been coming to Shi City to sell men. You wouldn't be sold off by your cousin, would you?" "Miss Bai, I'm genuinely curious about how your mind works. I noticed in the comments of the previous chapters that some readers expressed a desire to see a knife. Are you serious? If so, may I inquire who should be the target? I'm taking a day off today. There might only be one update." The author has reviewed the comments from the initial chapters and feels there are significant issues that need addressing. Chapter 56. The Clever Bai Jin. Upon returning to the inn and setting down their bundles, Bai Jin eagerly placed several account books in front of Su Yi. "Look, these are my recent gains." Bai Jin's excitement was palpable, her eyes sparkling with joy. Su Yi picked up the account books and began to scrutinize them. The more he read, the more astonished he became. These records detailed intricate business dealings, encompassing a myriad of fields and connections. "How did you manage this?" Su Yi lifted his gaze, bestowing an appreciative glance upon Bai Jin. Bai Jin chuckled, scratching her head. "Oh, it's nothing much. That I merely leveraged my father's connections with some influential figures and managed to secure a few lucrative deals. But this is just the beginning. There will be more opportunities ahead." Upon hearing this, Su Yi couldn't help but twitch his lips. "So you've essentially utilized your father's network. Huh. Congratulations. It seems winning that bet is practically a sure thing for you now." Su Yi said with a smile. Bai Jin, upon hearing this, puffed out her chest with pride. "Of course. At that time, I shall ensure that everyone knows of my existence. Let him carry the burden of shame for the rest of his life." Very well. But Miss Bai, do share with me how you managed to locate me and the young lady. Su Yi poured 2 cups of tea, handing one to Bai Jin and the other to Xiao Xia. Thank you," Xiao Xia said, a bit flustered as she accepted the tea. However, Bai Jin was not so coy. She drank heartily. "How else could we have found you?" "Naturally, we followed Dr. Gu, as indicated in the message you left for him." After finishing her tea, Bai Jin couldn't help but smack her lips. "Oh dear, how bitter. Next time, I'll bring you something sweet. You clearly haven't tasted anything good, just like my father." Bai Jin's little face scrunched up in distaste. Su Yi chose not to respond, instead lost in thought about the note left by the young lady when she departed. Strange, the young lady never explicitly mentioned we were heading to Shi Prefecture. Did she? Never mind that for now. Su Yi, what brings you and Sister Su here? Bai Jin inquired curiously. Su Yi waved his hand dismissively. "What else could it be? It's not convenient for me to discuss this. You should ask the young lady instead." "What is inconvenient about it? Are you truly eloping?" Bai Jin's eyes widened in disbelief, her small hand covering her mouth. This is absolutely preposterous, given Su Yi's strikingly handsome appearance. Bai Jin's thoughts were not entirely unfounded. Stop your wild conjectures, Su Yi sighed helplessly, thinking how imaginative this little lady was for companionship. Su Yi had indeed considered it, but before that he needed to repay the debt of gratitude owed to Su Qinghan. At the very least, he must wait until the affairs in Shi Prefecture were fully resolved before he could feel justified in pursuing such matters. You must clarify things with me, Bai Jin pouted. Mumbling, clarify what? Just then, Su Qinghan pushed the door open and entered. Nothing much, just that Miss Bai is somewhat worried about the young lady, Su Yi remarked casually as he offered the tea. As Su Qinghan accepted the tea, cleared her throat, and frowned as she spoke. Jiner, you are no longer a child. You cannot recklessly leave the city. What if something were to happen? Su Qinghan admonished sternly. Chastened by Su Qinghan's reprimand, Bai Jin lowered her head and weakly retorted. But sister, you did the same and even took someone out of the city. Su Qinghan. Sigh. Let us not dwell on that for now, Su Yi. I must ask you to look after Jiner during this time. Su Qinghan rubbed the corners of her eyes. Rest assured, young lady, but what do you intend to do? Su Yi inquired with curiosity. Upon hearing this, Su Qinghan smiled slightly. Just now, I learned from General Liu that the appearance of the Fox tribe is not coincidental. Whenever the selection ceremony approaches, the Fox tribe appears near Shi City. Some fox spirits are proficient in dual cultivation. They will undoubtedly cause trouble during the selection ceremony. I see that if we had known earlier, we could have simply awaited the commencement of the selection ceremony, Su Yi said wearily, leaning on the table. Indeed, but unfortunately, the Fox tribe is notoriously cunning, so we must remain vigilant, Su Qinghan replied. Meanwhile, Bai Jin looked perplexedly at Xiaoxia. Xiaoxia, what are they talking about? What selection ceremony? What Fox tribe? Miss, the selection ceremony is for the daughter of the prefect of Shi Prefecture to choose a husband. Didn't General Liu mention it to you on the way here? Xiaoxia replied, shaking her head in exasperation. I was tired then, and my memory isn't great. I don't pay much attention to what others say, Bai Jin admitted, lowering her head. However, at that moment, she caught a crucial piece of information. Su, wasn't I the one who asked you to participate in the selection ceremony? What? Bai Jin interrupted Su Qinghan, pointing at Su Yi and exclaiming, You intend to participate in the selection ceremony. Let me tell you, Su Yi, you are my cousin's guard and have no right to take part in that so-called selection ceremony. Hearing this, Xiaoxia remarked, Did I just gain a memory fragment? I seem to have heard the young lady say she doesn't pay much attention to what others say. Su Yi was equally taken aback by Jin's accusation. Miss Bai, how do you know that guards are not allowed to participate? Bai Jin puffed out her chest proudly. Of course, that is what Miss Liu told me. What? You don't believe me? Do you genuinely want to become a son-in-law? That's simply delusional. Right, Xiaoxia. Miss Liu told us that the husband of the prefect's daughter must at least be of commoner status. Bai Jin tugged at Xiaoxia's sleeve anxiously. Xiaoxia nodded resignedly. That's indeed the case, but didn't you forget? Bai Jin was taken aback, scratching her head. Oh, yes, how strange. How did I suddenly remember? Rest assured. Jiner, Su Yi is now a free man, Su Qinghan explained. Upon hearing this, Bai Jin was somewhat shocked, her complexion turning slightly unnatural. Is it really that quick? Jiner, what's wrong? You look a bit off, Su Qinghan asked with concern. It's nothing. I'm just a bit tired and will sleep now, Bai Jin declared, standing up and walking to the bedside. Without caring that it was Su Yi's room, she lay down, wrapping herself snugly in the blanket. It seems Jiner is indeed exhausted. I shall take my leave, Su Yi. You may go to Jiner's room, Su Qinghan remarked, observing the now sleeping Bai Jin, unable to bring herself to wake her. Chapter 57. Night raid as if in response to Su Qinghan. Bai Jin turned over, mumbling in her sleep. Su Yi and Su Qinghan exchanged glances, both shaking their heads helplessly. Su Qinghan whispered, Let us step outside and allow her to rest well. They quietly closed the door behind them as they left the room. Su Yi glanced back at the closed door, feeling somewhat perplexed. He was no fool when it came to feelings. He sensed that Bai Jin's affections for him had transcended mere friendship, as if she were intentionally trying to capture his attention. Could this be one of life's great delusions? Su Yi shook his head. Upon entering Bai Jin's room, Su Yi sat cross-legged on the bed. When faced with such perplexing matters, he often chose to meditate first. However, shortly after he began to settle into his thoughts, he was suddenly alerted by footsteps outside the door. Then, he caught a whiff of a peculiar fragrance in the air that Su Yi's eyes narrowed as he held his breath. Based on his past experiences with rigorous training at the Su family, this seemed to be a form of drug. The person outside appeared to possess a device that masked their presence, rendering him unable to detect them. Tisish, could it be those starry-eyed girls again, aiming to drug me and give me a beating? After all, I haven't offended anyone in Shi City. Nevertheless, it didn't seem matter. This drug had little effect on him, so he decided to play along and test the waters. Outside, Bai Jin's cheeks were flushed. This was her first time attempting such a thing. She never considered her allure to be significant. Deep down, she acknowledged her desire to claim Su Yi for herself. She had felt this inclination for some time, but had been too shy to act on it. Calm down, Bai Jin. Remember how thick-skinned you used to be, and this is a matriarchal region. You're simply adapting to the local customs. Yes, adapting to local customs. Bai Jin slapped her cheeks vigorously, trying to wake herself up. I'm doing this for his better rest. Yes, just a peek. Bai Jin attempted to hypnotize herself that if one were to ask why she prepared the drug and the veil that could obscure perception and sight, she could only feign ignorance. No, she was genuinely clueless. How strange. Why hasn't Tishi entered yet? Moreover, this drug seems to be rather effective. I'm feeling a bit drowsy. Su Yi felt his head growing heavy and soon succumbed to sleep. It should be about time. Let us take a look. Bai Jin swallowed a pill to counteract the drug, then retrieved the key to her room, tiptoeing inside. Cautiously, she sat at the edge of the bed and reached out to poke Su Yi's cheek. He really asleep? Conflicting emotions of nervousness, fear, and embarrassment swirled within her. No, I can't stop now. Having come this far, just a glance? How can I be satisfied with that? Bai Jin tousled her hair. Casting another glance at Su Yi, her cheeks growing even redder. Slowly, she lowered her head. Bang! With a swift chop, Bai Jin collapsed to the floor. Su Yun'er, her eyes cold, looked down at Bai Jin, retrieving the vial of drug from her grasp with a twitch of her lips. So it truly is the concoction I prepared. I thought I had hidden it well. How did she manage to get hold of it? Phew. Thankfully, I arrived in time. Su Yun'er felt a sense of relief wash over her. She then turned her gaze to Su Yi, her heart racing uncontrollably. In the past, due to her insecurities, she always believed she was unworthy of the exceptionally talented Su Yi, feeling utterly insignificant in that dream. She could hardly comprehend how she had acted so recklessly. She ought to regard Su Yi as a living, breathing individual. However, at that moment, an unsettling notion took root in her heart, one of confining him there for eternity. Upon recalling her memories, she felt as though her body was no longer under her complete control, that a voice within her incessantly whispered, "Go on, indulge in your desires. No one can hinder you. You are the master. And everything you wish for is merely an accessory to please you." Su Yun'er shook her head, striving for clarity. She extended her hand and retrieved the piece of tied, listening jade pendant from Su Yi's sleeve. Bending down, her soft, crimson lips brushed against Su Yi's, causing her heart to race. She struggled to compose herself. Yet when she noticed Su Yi's slightly quivering eyelashes, she was taken aback, retreating in shock. Her face flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple, her breath quickening. "What am I doing?" Su Yun'er murmured to herself, her rational mind urging her to depart, but her body refused to obey. She drew closer to Su Yi once more, inhaling his warm breath, her gaze gradually becoming dazed. "No, I can't. Su-gu doesn't yet know my intentions. He views me merely as a sister. I can tell." Su Yun'er vehemently shook her head. "Tsk, is that all the ambition you possess?" A mocking voice emerged. In your dreams, weren't you quite audacious? When he resisted, you were insistent. Now that he offers no resistance, you shy away. Be quiet. Who gave you permission to eavesdrop?" Su Yun'er's delicate face contorted in rage. She recognized the voice. It was her soul fragment from a past life, which had not fully integrated into her memories due to Su Yi's interruption. Gradually, she had developed her own thoughts. TSK, 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 in this state. I almost feel embarrassed to tell others that we were once the ruthless lord of the Nine Nether Palace. The teasing voice seemed deliberately intended to provoke Su Yun'er. Silence. Su Yun'er gritted her teeth. Oh dear, why so agitated? You truly lack the composure of my past self, the soul fragment chuckled. Suddenly, she turned cold, leaning closer to Su Yun'er's ear and whispering, "Let me enlighten you on what it means to act on one's whims. To do as one pleases, to kill those one wishes to slay." She pointed at Bai Jin, lying on the ground, laughing. "Those you wish to kill?" Then she gestured towards Su Yi on the bed. Smirking, "What you desire to do. Get away. I am in control." Su Yun'er remained silent, communicating through her gaze to the soul fragment before her that her desires extended far beyond this. The fragment vanished. And Su Yun'er approached Su Yi, leaning down for a kiss, softly murmuring, "Rest assured, Su Ge, I shall not do anything to provoke your disdain. I aim to make you willingly fall in love with me. This is our childhood promise." Su Yun'er extended her pinky, entwining it with Su Yi's. Su Yun'er has not yet fully succumbed to darkness. It is only after the soul fragment merges that she will completely transform. Tomorrow, an update on her and Su Yi's childhood will follow. Furthermore, the ratings are dismally low. I implore for favorable reviews. Favorable reviews. Favorable reviews. Extra chapter. Su Yun'er. 1. In the Su residence of Deqian. Hey, have you heard? It seems there's another young lady added to the household. A servant whispered, "Oh please, what's the big deal?" We already knew. Just last month, didn't that Huang fellow bring the second young lady here? Another servant waved dismissively that, "If you ask me, what's the point of discussing this? We should instead consider whether any of the children we've taken in possess remarkable talent. If we discover any, we could recommend them to the master and perhaps earn some rewards." A tall, slender man chuckled. "Hey, you might not believe it, but there's indeed a gifted child with considerable strength, though they seem somewhat unsociable." A guard who overheard the conversation chimed in that, "Oh, who is it? What makes them so strong?" The tall man inquired eagerly. "What makes them strong?" Well, I demonstrated the breathing techniques a few times in front of him, and he learned it instantly. As for his name, I believe it's Su Yi. At the training square. Continue. Do you all wish to eat today, or not? None of you can even hold a horse stance for 3 hours, a burly man bellowed. This is absurd. The children present are barely a few years old. Holding a horse stance for 3 hours. It's impressive they haven't collapsed yet, let alone maintain stability. Su Yi couldn't help but scoff internally. Had he not mastered the breathing techniques, he too would have surely succumbed by now. Finally, after 3 hours, the children were left gasping for breath, swaying unsteadily. With the instructor's loud announcement of the training's conclusion, the children exhaled in relief. Lining up in an orderly fashion to head to the dining hall, Su Yi followed at the rear of the line, contemplating his next steps. He had long realized that within the Su residence, strength and talent were the keys to gaining recognition and opportunity. Thus he resolved to become a powerhouse. Upon entering the dining hall, the children devoured their food ravenously. Su Yi found a corner to sit down. Quickly finishing his meal before pocketing 2 buns and heading out, that he returned to the training square, carefully wrapping the buns and setting them aside, resuming his practice. This was a period of freedom, allowing the children to allocate their time as they wished, but they were not permitted to leave the area to avoid disturbing the ladies, since he had not seen the petite figure in the dining hall moments earlier. Su Yi knew that the second young lady was likely being bullied by the maidservants again. The sound of thumping fingers against the wall echoed. Upon hearing this, Su Yi halted his movements, picked up the wrapped buns, stepped back, and took a running leap over the 4-meter-high wall. Landing smoothly, Su Yi handed the wrapped buns to Su Yun'er. "Here, eat this. I saved it for you." Carefully examining Su Yun'er, Su Yi frowned upon noticing the large scrape on her slender calf, seemingly only roughly cleaned. In contrast, Su Yun'er appeared hesitant to meet Su Yi's gaze. "What's wrong?" Feeling shy, Su Yi queried, puzzled. Upon hearing the 3 knocks on the wall, he commented, "Doesn't tea that imply you're quite hungry?" In a voice barely louder than a whisper, Su Yun'er replied, "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to trouble you, but I couldn't help it. TSK, why all the polite talk? In the end, you're still a bother, right? It's just a simple gesture. There's no need to feel embarrassed. Eat, Su Yi insisted, placing the bun into Su Yun'er's hands. Su Yun'er hesitated momentarily, but her hunger ultimately overcame her shyness. And she unwrapped the paper. Inside were 2 coarse grain buns, ideal for filling one's stomach but rough and difficult to swallow. Nevertheless, to Su Yi, this was likely the best food he had tasted in these turbulent times. For Su Yun'er, who had not had a proper meal in ages, it was no different. Sitting down, Su Yun'er took small bites, cautious of choking. For these past days, even obtaining a bowl of water from the kitchen had subjected her to disdain and ridicule. The maidservants who had intentionally tormented her had remarked that her arrival with her mother had displeased the mistress of the Su family, prompting them to take their frustrations out on her. Ouch, that hurts. Su Yun'er recoiled her calf. Looking up to see Su Yi applying a viscous substance from a jar she could not identify on her leg. I'm sorry, I didn't know what you were doing. You can continue, she stammered, extending her leg towards Su Yi once more. If possible, could you tell me what this is? Su Yun'er gazed apprehensively at the thick substance in Su Yi's hand. In recent days, some maidservants had pretended to be kind, offering to treat her wounds, only to cruelly apply salt to them. Now, she couldn't help but feel terrified whenever someone approached her with a healing ointment. Su Yi, seeing her frightened demeanor, felt an anger rising within him directed at the Su residents. What a dreadful place. They're so harsh with the boys, yet even more so with the girls. And she's a young lady. No less, regaining his composure, Su Yi endeavored to adopt a gentle demeanor as he spoke to Su Yun'er. Don't worry. This is aloe vera gel, a legitimate healing ointment, and my mother gave it to me before I entered the Su residence. She said it was to prevent me from being bullied. If I got hurt, I should apply some. Sadly, it seems none of those who came in with me have been able to best me. Su Yi's lips curled into a smile. And oh, one can defeat you. Are you truly that formidable? Su Yun'er gazed at the boy she had only met a few times, unable to suppress her admiration. Oh, I'm not that impressive. Just pretty average, really. Su Yi carefully applied the aloe vera gel onto Su Yun'er's wound after wiping his hands. Initially, as she felt a slight sting, Su Yun'er was a bit apprehensive. But as the coolness soothed her fiery pain, she couldn't help but let out a sigh of comfort. It feels so refreshing, so soothing, she murmured, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. She was an obedient child. Before entering the Su residence, her mother had repeatedly cautioned her never to utter a single wrong word, nor to interact with strangers, especially men. She was told to avoid suspicion and maintain the demeanor befitting a young lady. In the beginning, when she first arrived at the Su residence, she adhered to these instructions, yet her inexperience and naivety were her undoing. Reflecting on her initial experiences, Su Yun'er couldn't help but sob quietly. A month prior, Mother, is this truly the place where we will live? Su Yun'er looked up, her large, watery eyes fixed on Huang Shu. Of course. Once we enter, do not forget your mother's words. You must win the favor of the head of the family. Understand? Huang Shu's gaze was intense. Oblivious to any underlying tension, Su Yun'er nodded obediently. However, fate had other plans. What a useless wretch. How dare you claim to be my husband's offspring? The lady of the Su family hurled her teacup to the ground, scalding tea splattering across Su Yun'er's cheek. As hurtful as the lady's words, Su Yun'er felt her self-esteem being trampled upon, shattered like the broken teacup. Madam, it has been confirmed. Her bloodline indeed shares a common origin with the head of the family. A timid maid interjected. The lady of the Su family's chest heaved violently, clearly at the brink of fury. Instead of expelling Huang Shu and Su Yun'er, she resolved to wait for the head of the family to return and address the matter. Seeing Su Yun'er in her disheveled state, the lady waved her hand impatiently, commanding, "Take her away. Clean her up first." With a splash, a basin of cold water drenched her, soaking her clothes. The gentle spring breeze, which should have been warm, now seemed to strip away her last remnants of warmth. Initially bewildered, Su Yun'er lifted her head only to hear the maid's scornful words. "What are you staring at? Do you think you can compare to Miss Qing Han? It's already a privilege for someone to serve you." With that, the maid forcefully pressed Su Yun'er's head down, roughly scrubbing her tangled black hair. Su Yun'er dared not resist, for from the moment she stepped into the Su residence, she knew her and her mother's survival depended on it. Even if the place felt perilous, the events that followed confirmed her suspicions. She endured hunger pangs, sometimes fainting from starvation. Yet she bore it all, fully aware that the outside world was far more treacherous than the confines of the Sioux residence. As for Su Yi, she had encountered him just days ago when she fainted from hunger. She found it puzzling how he knew she had collapsed, separated by a wall. Remembering this, Su Yin'er felt a sudden sting in her nose. "Why are you so kind to me?" She sniffled, tears spilling forth. Her words came out in broken fragments. Leaving Su Yi momentarily stunned, he thought to himself, what had he really done? They had only met a handful of times, and he had merely shared a few steam buns with her. "Please don't cry. I only shared some of my meal with you because I was full." Su Yi, flustered, felt a sense of injustice for Su Yin'er. What kind of father allows his precious daughter to be trampled upon by others? He did not have the chance to comfort her for long, as Su Yin'er cried softly, fearing that her sobs might attract unwanted attention, putting them both at risk. "Thank you. You truly are a good person," she said, tucking the remaining half of her bun in her pocket as she expressed her gratitude. Su Yi's lips twitched at her words. "Good person card again. Are all the girls in your world like this?" Upon hearing his words, Su Yin'er tilted her head in confusion. "What do you mean by good person card?" It's not something significant," Su Yi replied, resolving to rid himself of modern slang. "Have other girls given you this so-called good person card before?" Su Yin'er asked, her curiosity piqued. Indeed, there was one that she was quite pitiful, much like you. Su Yi recalled his neighbor with a hint of sympathy. "What was her name?" Su Yin'er blinked, not particularly interested in the girl, but eager to engage in conversation. "Her surname is Yi, because her family preferred boys. They bestowed upon her a rather unpleasant name, Zhao Di. Ironically, her parents later had a son." Suddenly, Su Yi realized the time was slipping away, hastily scaling the wall to the other side. "That I'll leave that jar of aloe vera gel with you. It can heal wounds and enhance beauty. It will surely be useful for you to our return next time." With that, he resumed his practice in the martial arts square, striking a pose that suggested he had trained for quite some time. Meanwhile, Su Yin'er stood there, entranced, listening to Su Yi's shouts as he practiced, eagerly anticipating their next meeting. Thus, the two continued to meet sporadically. Through their encounters, Su Yin'er learned why Su Yi often remained alone. "What can I say? My abilities surpass theirs, and my talents exceed theirs. They are simply envious," Su Yi scoffed. "There will always be cliques. Shared interests and common enemies unite groups more effectively than anything else." He acknowledged that he was not one to endure solitude, or else he wouldn't seek out Su Yin'er so often. "Why did you notice I had fainted?" Su Yin'er could not suppress her curiosity, as she had deliberately kept her presence minimal to avoid exclusion. She had never imagined Su Yi could pay such attention to her. "Oh, that incident. I used to practice my punches here during their breaks at noon. I had noticed you long before," Su Yi explained, pointing towards the wall as Su Yin'er's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, realizing that Su Yi had been watching her for quite some time. While feeling shy, she also grew anxious, fearing that Su Yi might leave her. Tentatively, she extended her small hand towards him, asking, "You want to leave, will you?" Su Yi was taken aback by her question, reassuring her, "Don't worry. You are the second young lady. I will only ever be a mere guard. I cannot leave, nor would I want to, really." Su Yin'er couldn't help but smile. "Indeed. Then I hope you will always remain my guard," she said, her heart swelling with joy. Later, upon his return from seclusion, the head of the Su family instructed Su Yin'er, ensuring she wouldn't faint from hunger again. As the years rolled by, Su Yi was appointed as the personal guard of the eldest young lady, leading to fewer opportunities for Su Yin'er and him to meet. Nevertheless, each time, Su Yi would bring her something in return. Chapter 58. Choice. The following morning, Su Yi shook his head, feeling somewhat dazed, as if remnants of last night's peculiar fragrance still lingered in the room. That intoxicating aroma shouldn't affect someone at the innate level, should it? Could it be a modified version? He rubbed his eyes, realizing he had been careless. Initially, he intended to feign a reaction, but unexpectedly, he had been caught off guard by the effects of the drug. How embarrassing it would be to admit that an innate-level person was drugged. Su Yi lamented internally. After stretching and confirming his meridians were intact, he took a medicinal pill, finally easing his mind. How strange. Who could it be? Someone drugging me for no apparent reason. Surely this isn't a prank. Su-yi pondered, perplexed. Could it be a failed attempt? He thought, wary of the unsavory elements in Shi's city. Never mind, I'll worry about that later. Su-yi shook his head, descending from his bed. After a quick wash, he made his way downstairs, seeking a quiet corner to dine alone. While he was eating, his gaze inadvertently caught sight of a familiar figure. By J-I-N-A-S, she descended the stairs and spotted Su-yi. Her expression grew noticeably uneasy. Su-yi, puzzled by her demeanor, watched as she approached and took a seat across from him, her eyes flickering with unspoken concerns. Miss Bai, what troubles you? You seem quite uncomfortable. Su-yi inquired softly. Bai Jin bit her lip, recalling the previous night's events. She had no recollection of what transpired, only a sharp pain in her neck before she lost consciousness, awakening to find herself back in her room. Oh no! What if he pretended to be drugged just to return me to my room? She fretted inwardly. Bai Jin felt an overwhelming sense of shame. Forcing herself to suppress her emotions, she hesitated for a moment before speaking. Su-yi. Actually, Su-yi, please accompany me for a moment. There are some matters I wish to discuss with you to tea that moment. Su Qinghan interrupted Bai Jin's words. After descending the stairs, he patted Su-yi on the shoulder, signaling him to step aside for a private conversation. Upon hearing this, Su-yi nodded and, with an apologetic expression, addressed Bai Jin, I apologize, Miss Bai. I will come find you shortly. Bai Jin stood there, staring blankly at the retreating figures of Su-yi and Su Qinghan, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction. What is this? Didn't they say he was no longer a personal guard? Why is he still so obedient? Clicked at as soon as they entered Su Qinghan's room. She locked the door, startling Su-yi. What could be so important that it required locking the door? Su Qinghan did not respond to his query. Instead, she proceeded to install soundproofing measures on the door to ensure that their conversation would remain confidential before finally turning to him. Su-yi, I have come to a decision, Su Qinghan said earnestly to Su-yi, however, was left utterly bewildered at a decision about what, miss? With a serious expression, Su Qinghan replied, the treasured item of the Su family. I no longer want it. No longer want it? Are you certain, miss? Su-yi exclaimed, incredulous. Su Qinghan nodded, saying, the more I think about it during this time, the stranger it appears. Given Yan's sword master-level cultivation, she should have no reason to negotiate with me. I previously surmised that perhaps my father had left something on her, compelling her to engage in this negotiation. Now it seems likely that it is that short sword. The short blade is not intended for killing, but rather for suppression. After all, my father has not retrieved it for many years, nor has he sent anyone to collect it. Even if the Su residence is not as prestigious as the US sword sect, it is inconceivable for them to neglect a treasured possession. There must be an unavoidable reason for it to remain here. But Su Qinghan waved her hand dismissively. There is no but. Furthermore, I did not come here solely for the Su family's treasure. For what then? Su-yi inquired, curiosity piqued. That Su Qinghan lifted her gaze and slowly stated, do you remember when I mentioned the selection ceremony for the governor's daughter's husband? Su-yi nodded in affirmation. My father also participated in that event, Su Qinghan said, her eyes reflecting a mix of determination and anger. He was competing for the hand of none other than the current governor's younger sister. What? Su-yi gasped, genuinely shocked. This revelation stunned him, as the selection for husbands could be declined, but the Su family's involvement in such a ceremony was a different matter entirely. What was his father aiming for? Moreover, according to the timeline, Su Qinghan would have only been around 6 years old at that time. Good heavens, is the head of the Su family a scoundrel, abandoning his wife and daughter to come to Shi Prefecture as a son-in-law? Su-yi couldn't help but mentally ridicule that if he were still a guard, indulging in such gossip could cost him his head. No, wait, he needed to tread carefully. Even as a non-guard, indulging in this would still be perilous. Miss, Su-yi snapped back to reality, noticing that Su Qinghan seemed somewhat unsettled. I'm fine. I've known about these matters for a long time. Su Qinghan reassured him with a wave of her hand. Then what is it that you need my assistance with, miss? Su-yi clearly understood that Su Qinghan summoned him for more than mere gossip, that I wish to have you retrace the path my father once took. Su Qinghan said, her gaze dimming. Her parents had shared a profound love, and she believed that her father's abandonment in Shi Prefecture involved more than just a short blade. Ever since her father returned, he seemed to have lost some of his emotional depth, not only changing his temperament, but also sealing himself away. Her primary goal in coming to Shi Prefecture was to uncover the truth of those past events. You may refuse. I understand this is a considerable burden. Su Qinghan spoke. She was acutely aware that asking a man raised in a patriarchal society to become a son-in-law was a daunting request for one with pride. Besides, Su Yi was not like her father, who had a treasure to rely on. Dissolving Su Yi's master-servant relationship with the Su family was intended to prevent Shi Prefecture from targeting the Su family. Su Qinghan wanted Su Yi to stir the waters of Shi Prefecture to investigate past events, but this would inevitably implicate the Su family, which is why she relinquished their master-servant bond. Placing the choice in Su Yi's hands that, if I agree, it would mean offending the governor of Shi Prefecture, and the Su family would certainly not act on behalf of a mere guard, making Su Yi a pawn discarded by the Su family. However, he could also choose to decline. The choice was his, and Su Qinghan did not pressure him. Su Yi shrugged helplessly, thinking, in truth, Miss hopes I will accept. Doesn't Shi? Hearing this, Su Qinghan hesitated. I haven tea in the past. She had indeed entertained such thoughts, considering Su Yi as a potential pawn. She had trained him with that intention. But now, having come to Shi Prefecture, she felt transformed. She could not articulate why she had changed, but she was no longer the indecisive person she once was. She hesitated between her family, who had raised her, and the guard with whom she had shared 5 years of companionship. But she felt trapped. She had been groomed as the family heir since childhood, and everything she did had to consider the family's interests. Su Qinghan furrowed her brow, unsure of how to respond to Su Yi's question. It was ironic that she, the mistress, was now stumped by her own guard. Even though their relationship had long since changed, forget it, miss. I will agree to your request, but I cannot guarantee that I will be chosen. Su Yi said with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. What prompted Su Yi to agree? Did he genuinely wish to become a son-in-law? Certainly not. He possessed a talisman given to him by Xiaoling, which was the key to his escape. Once he repaid the favor and invoked the talisman, he would gain his freedom. Su Yi did not believe he owed Su Qinghan anything, as what she had given him paled in comparison to what he had received. Su Yi stood to take his leave. Wait. Su Qinghan called out to him. What is it, miss? Su Yi turned back. Su Qinghan extended her right hand, pointing at the ring adorning her finger. Akati suddenly dawned on Su Yi that he was still wearing the Qingquan ring that Su Qinghan had given him. Realizing this, he instinctively reached to remove it and return it to her. Seeing this, Su Qinghan stopped him, saying, You need not return it to me. I merely wish to explain that the ring I wear is a matching one to yours. Regardless of what we each place within our Qingquan rings, the spaces are interconnected. Su Qinghan took a deep breath. There are some things inside that, should it come to a critical moment, you can take out. The governor of Shi Prefecture should no longer make things difficult for you then. Miss, Su Yi fell silent, taken aback by how considerate Su Qinghan was. Is such a person truly a villain? Or what kind of experiences has she endured to become so ruthless afterward? What? You truly intend to participate in such an embarrassing selection? Bai Jin exclaimed, her face flushed with indignation, with her delicate hands clenched into fists. She struck Su Yi's shoulder, declaring, You shameless scoundrel! I'll beat you to death. What about your dignity? Do you even realize what becoming a son-in-law entails? Beside her, Xiao Xia chimed in, Su Gongzi, have you truly thought this through? As far as we know, once a man becomes a son-in-law in Shi City, he loses all freedom and must remain with his wife's family for life. This is the case even for ordinary families, let alone if it's the daughter of the governor. Su Yi felt touched. Although he was not particularly close to Bai Jin and Xiao Xia, he sensed that they genuinely regarded him as a friend. Do not worry. I have my own methods to extricate myself. Furthermore, the governor's daughter might not even take a liking to me, Su Yi stated as he stood up, preparing to leave. Wait. Bai Jin grasped his sleeve. Stammering, Will you come back after the profits of Jiao and Tang begin to soar? Are you really going to return? Her other hand was tangled in her hair, twisting it nervously, revealing her inner turmoil. Seeing her distressed expression, Su-yi was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a grin. Of course, I will return. However, this time, I won't be working for free. I intend to collect my wages. He gently removed Bai Jin's hand from his sleeve. Bai Jin paused. Are you really that short on money? I actually have quite a bit. If it's merely a financial matter that is prompting you to consider becoming a son-in-law, Bai Jin took a deep breath. I can miss Bai. I am not in need of money, nor in urgent need of it. That I appreciate your kindness. Su-yi replied. Su-yi interrupted Bai Jin's words. Some matters, even if left unsaid, are understood by those involved, though it may not yet be the right time to express them openly. Upon returning to his room, Su-yi sat cross-legged, since he had broken through to the 4th level of the innate realm. It had been quite some time. His foundation was exceptionally solid. Having repeatedly suppressed his own power, it was now time for him to advance. Taking a deep breath, Su-yi closed his eyes, his mind clear and tranquil. He felt the true energy within him flowing like a gentle stream, gradually converging in his dantian. Slowly, he began to circulate his cultivation technique, sensing his meridians widening incrementally under the impact of the true energy. And his qi steadily solidifying. His strength was continuously rising, and his mental fortitude was also enhancing. This was a wholly new experience. The process of breakthrough was seamless, with almost no obstacles. After a brief moment of adjustment, Su-yi took out the ancient sword. Xiaoling, are you awake? You mustn't pretend to be dead any longer, Su-yi called out. Yes, I'm here, Xiaoling replied weakly. Upon hearing this, Su-yi felt goosebumps rise on his skin. What's wrong with you? Have you been penalized again? Looking at Xiaoling, who appeared as if her essence had been drained, he couldn't help but shake his head repeatedly. I'm fine, just a bit downcast. I've been pondering the meaning of my existence here, Xiaoling said, hugging her knees and lowering her head, as negative emotions filled the its one thing not to have been of help, but to have been reduced to merely residing within an ancient sword. Xiaoling trembled. Oh, host, am I really that useless? You must hate me. Without me, you could still find a suitable weapon. Xiaoling began to sob. Su-yi, upon hearing this, did not comfort her, but instead patted her shoulder, saying, Since you are now a sword spirit, embrace the responsibilities that come with it. Xiaoling stopped crying, looked up at Su-yi in confusion, and asked, Responsibilities of a sword spirit? Yes, the responsibilities of a sword spirit, Su-yi affirmed, nodding and giving her a thumbs up. So, let's practice swordplay. Chapter 60. The clever Bai Jin. Xiaoling blinked, her little face full of confusion. Su-yi smiled slightly, wielding the ancient sword, unleashing a formidable sword intent that surged through the space. After executing a set of sword techniques, Su-yi's breath stabilized as he handed the ancient sword to Xiaoling. As a sword spirit, as long as she comprehended the same sword realm as her master, she could significantly enhance the power of the sword techniques. Though you aren't entirely a sword spirit, you can still give it a try. After pondering for a moment, Xiaoling accepted the ancient sword, saying, All right, a sword spirit is still a sword spirit. Even if I can't become a great system, I will strive to be a powerful spirit of the sword. Raising the ancient sword, Xiaoling began to wield it clumsily. Initially slow, her movements grew more fluid with practice. Su-yi stood beside her, guiding her and pointing out areas for improvement. Remarkably, Xiaoling exhibited an extraordinary aptitude in this regard, progressing rapidly and showing no signs of being a novice. It was as if she had once known how to write. Although she had forgotten the method, once she picked up a pen, she instinctively knew how to form the characters. As time passed, Xiaoling suddenly exclaimed in surprise. With each sword move she executed, a series of strange sword patterns began to appear on the blade. Host, I think I've discovered a remarkable function of this ancient sword, Xiaoling exclaimed, gazing at the sword patterns with a hint of uncertainty. Su-yi, upon hearing this, looked over, only to find that the symbols were ancient runes he could not comprehend. What are these characters? Should I ask the young lady for clarification? She is well read and should know. Su-yi said skeptically while observing the sword patterns. However, Xiaoling grinned mischievously and shook her head, replying, There's no need. I can translate them. You? Really? Su-yi said, somewhat incredulous. Xiaoling crossed her arms and replied proudly. Didn't I mention before that I can appraise treasures? Translating ancient texts is a piece of cake. Su Yi, recalling Xiaoling's earlier actions, suddenly said, Now it makes sense. You weren't actually absorbed by the ancient sword. Were you? Confess. Did you use your treasure appraising ability to take a liking to this ancient sword? Su Yi questioned, looking down at Xiaoling. Xiaoling shivered slightly and replied timidly, At that time, I wasn't certain. Who knew that upon getting closer, it would actually pull me in? I just wanted to help the host. After all, I haven't provided much assistance during my time here. You were so kind-hearted, Su Yi said, somewhat skeptically. Xiaoling, however, grew agitated, exclaiming, What do you mean by so kind-hearted? Am I not kind-hearted? Su Yi, startled by her outburst, helplessly said, All right, you have the kindest heart. Now, tell me, what does this ancient text signify? Su Yi asked, dismissing Xiaoling's earlier outburst and once again gazing at the strange characters. Xiaoling pouted, somewhat displeased, and said, You're being dismissive. Nonetheless, she proceeded to explain the meaning of the ancient text to Su Yi. The ancient sword can channel spiritual energy to separate the body from the soul. As long as the soul remains undying, the body cannot perish. Upon hearing this, Su Yi frowned and said, So this thing essentially allows the separation of the soul from the body. What use is that? It does seem a bit useless, Xiaoling admitted, scratching her head awkwardly. Well, having it is better than not having it at all, even if it does seem somewhat superfluous, Su Yi mused, tracing the sword patterns with his fingers. It is not entirely superfluous. It allows you to leave a fragment of your soul within the sword, as long as the soul within the sword remains intact. Your divided soul can also be preserved. Xiaoling clarified that, that does seem somewhat useful. Su Yi remarked, shaking the ancient sword. Since we're clear on that, let us continue practicing swordplay. Su Yi waved his hand and began to guide Xiaoling in comprehending his sword intent. With approximately a month remaining until the selection ceremony for suitors, Su Yi dedicated this time to enhancing his cultivation, while the spiritual materials placed by the young lady in the Qianquan ring continued to accumulate. Finally, after a month, Su Yi concluded his seclusion. Sister Su, Bai Jin shouted as she burst into Su Qinghan's room. What's wrong, Jiner? Su Qinghan looked up, bewildered. Bai Jin adjusted her breath and said urgently, It's like this. Sister Su, you wanted Su Yi to participate in the suitor selection, right? I have an idea, as Su Qinghan, upon hearing this, set down the ancient scroll in her hands, puzzled. You have an idea? Bai Jin nodded vigorously. In that case, please share your thoughts. Jiner, Su Qinghan smiled. Seeing Su Qinghan's response, Bai Jin felt a rush of joy and quickly said, In recent days, I've observed the various garments and adornments of the women in Shi Prefecture and have gained a thorough understanding of their preferences. Therefore, I shall give Su Yi a makeover, ensuring that the daughter of the state lord will have no choice but to select him. Bai Jin confidently patted her chest. I'll specifically target the aspects those women dislike. Let us see if Su Yi still gets chosen. Bai Jin smirked. Jiner, I know you have a considerable grasp of clothing and the aesthetic preferences of various regions. However, do you also know what the women of Shi Prefecture prefer in a man's attire? Su Qinghan hesitantly voiced this concern. She felt conflicted, wanting Su Yi to succeed in the selection, yet also wishing he would not be chosen. She was unsure whether to agree to Bai Jin's proposal. However, Bai Jin interpreted Su Qinghan's hesitation as a belief that she was not sufficiently knowledgeable about the preferences of the women of Shi City. Thus, she patted Su Qinghan on the shoulder, assuring her, Don't worry, Sister Su. With my expertise, there will be no issues. Yet, Su Qinghan remained hesitant. No buts. I'm going. After saying this, Bai Jin dashed out, fearful that Su Qinghan would refuse her. After reviewing the comments, it seems many are averse to the matter of the knife lady. But I assure you, I am not advocating for her. The relationship between the young lady and the Su family will indeed face a split later on, but I am not suggesting that she be eliminated. So readers can rest easy. Also, regarding whether the male lead will become a eunuch, I can clearly state that it will not happen. However, the disparity between his current identity and those of the female leads is quite significant. After the Shi Prefecture arc concludes, the male lead will take a more proactive approach. Finally, The author is unwell, but I will not cease updates. However, the quality may not match previous standards that I hope for your understanding. Sigh. My throat feels as if it has been sliced by a small knife. It's utterly uncomfortable. Chapter 61. The Entangled Giant Tree in an Instant by Jean dashed out, leaving Su Qinghan alone in her room. Lost in thought, bang, the door suddenly swung open, and Bai Jean rushed in, holding a box to Su Yi. I've come to find you. Come, quickly extend your face, Bai Jean exclaimed excitedly. Brandishing rouge in her hand, Su Yi was startled and took a step back. Wah, what are you going to do? Unbeknownst to him, the sight of the rouge upon Bai Jin's hands evoked memories of his childhood in a previous life, where he had endured torment during the Academy's organized events. Fear not, it will be over soon. This is all for your own good, Bai Jin declared as she lunged forward. Without hesitation, she seized Su Yi, firmly pressing him into a chair. Su Yi offered no resistance. Curious to discover Bai Jin's intentions, she opened a box and retrieved a pink blush, delicately applying it to Su Yi's cheek. He shut his eyes tightly, resisting somewhat, yet striving to cooperate, just when he thought it would be over swiftly. Bai Jin continued her artistic endeavor, frequently breaking into fits of satisfied laughter. At last, Bai Jin completed her masterpiece. He opened his eyes to behold his reflection in the mirror, only to be startled by the thick layer of blush adorning his face, rendering him utterly ludicrous. Voil! The masterpiece is complete. Bai Jin clapped her hands in triumph, grinning. Look at how handsome you are now. Su Yi, observing his appearance, shook his head in resignation, feeling more akin to a clown in that moment. All right, Miss Bai, I trust this jest has come to an end. Su Yi remarked, exasperated. Not yet. And how can you deem this a prank? Bai Jin turned her face away, a mischievous grin spreading across her features. I didn't expect him to have such a good attitude. Does that mean I can go even further? Bai Jin chuckled inwardly, reveling in her playful spirit. What more do you intend to do? Su Yi inquired, exasperated. Bai Jin, with a gleeful smirk, retrieved additional items from the box. Moments later, Su Yi's face was overwhelmed with vibrant colors. His attire was equally preposterous. Bai Jin had transformed him into the guise of a scholar. Clad in an oversized azure robe embroidered with a butterfly precariously perched, the hem of the robe was adorned with intricate patterns stitched in fine red thread, resembling fabric just pulled from a dye vat. Around the collar hung a garland of small flowers woven from colorful yarn, swaying with Su Yi's movements like a proud penguin. His hairstyle also fell victim to Bai Jin's whimsical touch, as his formerly neat locks were now a chaotic mess, topped with a vibrant feather that made him conspicuous in any crowd. Yet the transformation was not complete. She produced a resplendent battle robe, embroidered with bizarre patterns that Su Yi could hardly suppress a laugh. Miss Bai, are you certain this is meant for me? He asked. Bai Jin beamed with pride. Absolutely. I designed it myself. It will surely make you stand out at the selection ceremony. Su Yi, surrendering to the absurdity, removed the garments and said to Bai Jin, enough of this. It has been amusing, but please leave now. With that, he gently pushed her out of the room. Hey, wait. This was approved by Sister Su. Bai Jin protested, but with a resounding slam, the door closed. Bai Jin stomped her foot in frustration. You ungrateful Su Yi. After several fruitless knocks, Bai Jin, disheartened, left in defeat. Inside, Su Yi surveyed the chaotic scene, shaking his head. He realized Bai Jin had intended for him to be humiliated. Alas, one must eventually repay their debts of gratitude. Su Yi sighed. Moreover, the outfit she conjured was utterly embarrassing. He yanked the feather from his head. Days passed, and only 3 remained until the selection ceremony. Sister Su, I shall take my leave, Bai Jin said, glancing back at Su Qinghan and Su Yi with reluctance. Yes, go ahead, Su Qinghan nodded, uncertain of what awaited her in Shi Prefecture. Su Qinghan resolved to escort Bai Jin back to the Qianda. Su Yi, do not forget the items I prepared for you. Bai Jin waved her hand at him, but Su Yi, resigned, nodded in acknowledgement and silently mouthed. See you tonight. Bai Jin, puzzled, nonetheless boarded the carriage with Xiao Xia. Bidding farewell to the two as she watched the carriage recede into the distance. Su Qinghan murmured, Su Yi, I am sorry, observing Su Qinghan's melancholic demeanor. Su Yi replied, Miss, there is no need for apologies. Had I borne your burdens, I would have long since surrendered. Despite Su Yi's attempt at consolation, Su Qinghan continued to repeat those 3 words, I am sorry. Her voice growing weaker until it transformed into Jiner. I am sorry. 3 days later, in the heart of Shi City, beneath the bonding tree, a commoner exclaimed, Have you heard? It seems young Master Xiaolin from Qingyuan Academy is here to participate in the selection ceremony. Oh, I heard that long ago. Furthermore, not only is young Master Xiao participating in the ceremony, but I also heard he previously took part in the selection of suitors at Yueshua Sword Sect. Another voice chimed in. What? He dares to do such a thing in our Shi prefecture. A man expressed, astonished. I have no idea how he had the audacity, but he is from afar. Perhaps such matters are trivial to them. Another replied. Indeed, who would have thought Qingyuan Academy would behave in such a manner? As Su Yi and Su Qinghan approached the bonding tree, Su Qinghan remarked, Su Yi, this is the bonding tree. Oh, you see the red threads above? Su Yi looked up. The bonding tree was in fact a colossal red maple, adorned with fiery red leaves. It was not merely the leaves that captured attention. Each branch dangled a slender red thread, the sheer quantity appearing to number in the millions, creating a breathtaking spectacle. According to the regulations of Shi Prefecture, shortly, you must infuse your spiritual energy into those red threads, signifying your intention to participate in the selection ceremony. Su Qinghan instructed Su Yi. Understood, Miss. Su Yi nodded. In truth, he did not necessarily seek to be chosen. His primary goal was to uncover the reason behind the drastic change in the Su family patriarch's temperament upon returning from Shi Prefecture. With this in mind, Su Yi approached the tree, grasped a red thread, and infused it with his spiritual energy. To his astonishment, the thread shortened slightly before retracting to the tree's apex. Simultaneously, Su Yi felt as if he had lost something. Strange, inexplicably strange. This bonding tree is indeed problematic. Su Yi's heart raced with disbelief. How do you feel? Is there any discomfort? Su Qinghan inquired. Concern etched on her face as she approached him, but Su Yi shook his head, replying, I feel a peculiar sensation, but I cannot articulate why it feels strange. Yes, that's so. Su Qinghan mused, her brow furrowed. However, before she could dwell further on it, the crowd around them began to stir. Look, there she is, Fairy Yi. Several men pointed in awe at a woman descending from the sky on a sword, her presence striking. Clad in a gown of purest white, her garments billowed gracefully, resembling a celestial being. Her beauty was breathtaking, her skin fair as snow, and her eyes captivating. Yet her expression was frigid, as if she bore the chill of frost capable of freezing souls. Why has Fairy Yi come here? She usually shows no interest in such matters, one person questioned. Indeed, but I heard young Master Xiaolin was rejected during the selection at the mountain, and now he has returned for this ceremony. Surely, even someone as esteemed as Fairy Yi would find it embarrassing. Another speculated, I imagine Fairy Yi seeks to teach young Master Xiao a lesson. After all, in Shi Prefecture, women are not known for their leniency. A man whispered, but she is not even from Shi Prefecture. A young man protested. His companions quickly hushed him, signaling for silence. Be cautious. Do not let others overhear. The young man complied, falling silent. Meanwhile, Yi Ingxue descended gracefully, and the crowd rushed to pay their respects, fawning praises echoing in the air. Junior sister, what brings you here? Bai Ying asked anxiously. Bai Ying had accompanied her younger sister around Shi City for an entire month, searching for someone of unknown identity, hoping that after numerous fruitless searches, Yi Ingxue would finally agree to return with her. To her dismay, her sister had chosen to come to this bustling place instead. Where the selection of the state lord's daughter was about to take place, Bai Ying clapped her hands that Yi Ingxue did not respond but instead glanced around, her eyes darting among the crowd. At that moment, her gaze lingered on Xiaolin for a brief instant. Just as she was about to look away, a voice interrupted her. Xiaolin approached her, saying, Miss Yi, when I ventured into the mountains before, you did not regard me, but now, do you wish to obstruct me? The crowd, upon hearing this, collectively thought, Oh, indeed, there's a story here. Bai Ying inwardly thought, why is this shameless person here again? However, Yi Ingxue remained unfazed by the surrounding comments. Her gaze shifted continually until it finally settled on Su Yi, a hint of intrigue flashing in her eyes. "T last, I have found you. This young gentleman, could you be Su Yi, the one who participated in the selection in the mountains?" Yingxue spoke, her voice sweet and melodious, akin to a celestial melody. The crowd was taken aback, murmuring, "Huh, wasn't she here to find Xiaolin?" Xiaolin echoed, "Huh, so you weren't looking for me?" Su Yi, on the other hand, gazed at Yingxue in surprise. Momentarily at a loss for words, he had already disguised himself during the journey, yet he was still recognized. Seeing this, Su Qinghan quickly stepped forward to introduce Miss Yi. "This gentleman is my friend. Perhaps he merely resembles the Su Yi from the mountain selection." Upon realizing he was a friend of Miss Su, Yingxue smiled and nodded, but her smile was notably frigid. She had already heard from her master that the young lady beside Su Yi was indeed from the Su family, and she held no fondness for them. Suddenly, a pristine ice sword shot forth, aimed directly at Su Qinghan. Fortunately, Su Yi reacted swiftly, drawing Chen Yuan to block the attack. With a resounding crash, the ice sword shattered against the weapon, and Su Yi glared at Yingxue, asking, "Miss Yi, why resort to violence?" Observing Su Yi's demeanor, Yingxue appeared calm outwardly, yet her heart felt a pang of bitterness. In the past, this was the expression Su Yi would wear when defending her in front of her parents. Yet now he treated her with such coldness. I wonder what kind of curse the Su family has placed upon Su Yi. Rest assured, Su Yi, I will ensure you break free from their grasp. Yingxue vowed silently, in this world, whenever significant family signs selected personal guards, they would impose restrictions, perhaps a curse or a pill, to prevent the guards from harboring ulterior motives. Yingxue clearly believed that Su Yi had been bound by Su Qinghan's spell. With her icy demeanor, she declared, "Su Gongzi, is there a need for pretense? You are not the young master of the Su family. Rather, you are merely the personal guard of Miss Su, and thus, you cannot participate in the selection ceremony. Moreover, I must remind you, at the Yandere Sword sect, we have rules that prohibit impersonating others in the mountains. Since Su Yi is your personal guard, he must have followed your orders. Hand him over to me. And the Yandere Sword sect will overlook this matter," Yingxue asserted loudly. Bai Ying, upon hearing this, felt puzzled. While it is true that one cannot impersonate others in the mountains, when did the rule about taking guards back to the Yandere Sword sect come into effect? Just as Yingxue confronted Su Qinghan, Su Yi interjected, with no evidence, "Miss Yi, why are you so confident that the one who ventured into the mountains is me?" Seeing Su Yi defend Su Qinghan, Yingxue tightened her grip on her sword, coldly retorting, "Su Gongzi, have you forgotten? You selected an ancient sword from the sword tomb of my Yandere Sword sect." Chapter 63. The election begins. Su Yi frowned at her words. He had not retrieved the ancient sword, having only used the Chen Yuan. Why did Yingxue assume it was he? "You need not doubt further, Su Gongzi. I have my ways," Yingxue replied coldly. In truth, she possessed no method of verification. Her confidence stemmed solely from her knowledge of Su Yi's identity. At this moment, Su Qinghan stepped forward from behind Su Yi, stating, "Miss Yi, are you merely holding him accountable for impersonating someone during the mountain selection?" Yingxue smiled coldly at this. "Miss Su, do you admit to this?" Su Qinghan nodded. "I admit that Su Yi is not a young master of the Su family. However, he is also not my guard." Still struggling. "I am keen to see how the Su family will continue to fabricate lies." Yingxue scoffed. Initially, she intended to treat Su Yi as a mere passerby, but upon hearing from her master that Su Yi was serving as a guard for Miss Su, her anger surged. Anyone would suffice, but why the Su family? Yingxue clenched her fist. "If you claim he is not your guard, then who is he?" Yingxue demanded sharply, as Su Qinghan regarded her coldly, replying, "He is my friend." "Miss Yi, you lack evidence and are hastily accusing us based on mere conjecture." "Conjecture? I ask you, do you dare allow me to verify?" Yingxue challenged. "What is there to fear?" Su Qinghan smirked. Yingxue produced an ancient mirror, stating, "The guards of the Deqian Su family all possess a life stone. This mirror can reveal whether Su Gongzi is connected to the life stone." "Enough talk. Please verify for yourself." Su Qinghan waved her hand dismissively. Holding the ancient mirror, Ying Shue recited an incantation. Moments later, a beam of light shone from the mirror, directed at Su Yi. However, to everyone's astonishment, the mirror revealed no signs linking Su Yi to the life stone. Why Ying Shue was stunned, her eyes widening in disbelief as she stared at the mirror. How is this possible? This mirror has never been wrong. Could it be that Su Yi truly has no relation to the Deqian Su family's life stone? Su Qinghan observed, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Perhaps it was mere luck, but thankfully, it was resolved at the time. She said coolly, "Miss Yi, do you now believe? Su Yi has no ties to my Su family." Why Ying Shue's expression darkened. She gritted her teeth and shot a fierce glare at Su Qinghan. Then, she turned her gaze to Su Yi, her heart a tumult of emotions. And no matter how hard she tried, she could not comprehend why Su Yi would willingly associate with someone from the Su family. If it weren't for the Su family, how could our village have fallen to such a state? Ying Shue's eyes turned red. After becoming a disciple of Yanli, her grievances against the Su family had already festered. Learning that the Su family had even harmed her master only fueled her rage. But now, she could not accept that her once dear friend had become entangled with a member of the Su family. Ying Shue had no intention of leaving quietly. Her grip tightened around the sword hilt, determined to forcibly take Su Yi away. Her entanglement with the Su family could only bring misfortune, and taking Su Yi away was her way of rescuing him. Perhaps even Ying Shue herself was unaware that upon arriving in Shi Prefecture, and under Yan Li's guidance, she had gradually become somewhat self-centered. Her every action and word bore the influence of Yan Li. "Junior sister, Master has sent word for us to return," Bai Ying whispered nearby. At this, Ying Shue's body jolted, and she turned to look at Bai Ying, a flicker of reluctance in her eyes. She bit her lip and ultimately released the sword hilt. In her eyes, Yan Li's command was the one thing she could never defy. Very well. She gazed deeply at Su Yi, as if to etch his image in her heart. "That I hope you do not come to regret this." With that, she turned and departed alongside Bai Ying. Su Yi watched Ying Shue's retreating figure, a complex swirl of emotions surging within him. He found it puzzling that despite having only met Ying Shue a few times, she would display such a look. Enough of this for now. It's time to ascend the steps. As Su Qinghan gazed earnestly at the Qian Yuan tree at that moment, he observed several men around him infusing spiritual energy into the red ropes, many of whom had already begun to climb the vines. The Qian Yuan tree was immensely grand, with each robust branch capable of accommodating dozens of individuals. Their task was to ascend the branches and seize the red ropes at the crown of the tree. The origin of these red ropes was noteworthy, as the spiritual energy contained within them had been infused by the daughter of the provincial lord. Whoever could obtain the segment of the red rope at the top of the tree and successfully infuse it with their spiritual energy to gain the tree's recognition would claim victory. Years ago, the head of the Su family had managed to acquire the red rope belonging to the provincial lord's younger sister, after which his demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. Now, Su Yi was to undertake the same endeavor, which inevitably filled him with a sense of trepidation. Taking a deep breath, Su Yi concentrated his spiritual energy into his feet and began to climb with determination. However, conflicts were a common occurrence upon the Qianyuan tree, as various participants would engage in fierce skirmishes along the trunk, eliminating a portion of the contenders. Su Yi's strategy was straightforward. He intended to observe those ahead of him claim the red ropes and infuse them with energy. If they were successful, he could subsequently track and investigate those individuals. Conversely, if none were able to secure the Qianyuan tree's approval, he would have no choice but to proceed himself. Just as Su Yi was lost in thought, a figure suddenly plummeted past him, crashing into the pool of water beside the Qianyuan tree. What just happened? What is going on? Has someone already made a move? Su Yi was taken aback. At that moment, he heard laughter from above. "Oh dear, if my sister finds that man unworthy, she should at least give him a chance. Why must she directly knock him into the water?" a woman in green remarked. Following her gaze, Su Yi noticed a woman in white extending her hand, her spiritual energy still swirling, clearly indicating her involvement in the man's unfortunate fall. The white-clad woman snorted coldly and said, A man already bound to another should not participate. It is fortunate that we did not break his limbs for such disregard toward the customs of Shi Prefecture. Hearing their conversation, Su Yi pondered, somewhat perplexed why he had not fully grasped the rules of the tea that moment. Su Yi felt an unusual sensation emanating from the Chinkoan ring. Hastily, he probed with his spiritual sense and discovered a note that Su Qin Han had placed inside. Extracting the note and unfolding it, he found a message written therein. Su, I sensed something amiss earlier. It seems that the red ropes on this tree were all placed here by the young ladies of Shi City, and most of the participating men are not here for the provincial lord's daughter. What does this mean? Su Yi looked up and indeed saw several men who, after claiming a red rope, infused it with spiritual energy. As the energy flowed, a crimson mist descended from the Qian Yuan tree like a tea that moment. A woman approached the man who had seized a red rope. Miraculously, the red rope began to move of its own accord, splitting in two, the male's portion tied to his left foot, while the female's portion secured her right. What is happening? Did they succeed in forming a bond? Su Yi watched in astonishment. On the trunk, other women cast envious glances at the fortunate pair. Little Lu is indeed fortunate to become the first couple favored by the Qian Yuan tree. The girl named Little Lu beamed, saying, in that case, dear sisters, I shall take my leave first. With that, she shyly descended with her partner. Su Yi finally comprehended. So, this election ceremony is not solely for the provincial lord's daughter. Upon entering the city, the young lady had mentioned that the women of Shi City were divided into two factions, one adorned with red ropes, indicating they were budding maidens awaiting the results of the Qian Yuan tree, destined to have only one husband in their lifetime. The other faction, however, sought to gather handsome men into their households. So, those waiting for the Qian Yuan tree's results are indeed anticipating the final outcome at this election ceremony. Su Yi grasped the situation that, if that is the case, the red rope of the provincial lord's daughter may not attract as many competitors. This could pose a problem if they do not contend. Then it falls upon me to compete. Su Yi felt a sense of foreboding. Just then he spotted a young man in white charging directly towards the crown of the tree, where the provincial lord's daughter's red rope was located. Now that's the kind of bold young man we need. Su Yi couldn't help but give the man a mental thumbs up. Around him, others exclaimed, look, young Master Xiaoling is racing toward the crown. The others gazed up at Xiaoling's silhouette, remarking, indeed, young Master Xiaoling's ambitions are beyond what we can aspire to. I in the Moon Snow Sword sect, within the sovereign's chamber. Little girl, stop struggling. You cannot break my sword formation. Yanli reclined lazily on her jade bed, observing the petite figure before her with keen interest. Senior, I'm unaware of any offense I have committed. Why have you confined me here? Su Yuna replied, a hint of indignation in her voice. After leaving Su Yi's room that night, she intended to bring him back to the Qian, but unexpectedly, she was captured by this sword master who had appeared from nowhere. Ah, you have indeed not wronged me. However, I am bound by promises made to others. I must fulfill my obligations. My apologies, but once this period passes, I shall naturally set you free. Yanli extended her delicate hand, offering a grape to Su Yun'er with a charming smile. Su Yun'er furiously shook her head, gazing at the ethereal beauty before her, feeling both perplexed and helpless, unable to fathom how she had come to be in such a predicament. Captured by a master of the sword path at that moment, a female disciple approached, respectfully addressing Yin Li, Sovereign, junior sister Yi has returned and awaits you at the Half-Moon Pavilion. Yin Li acknowledged with a wave of her hand, signaling for her to leave. Understood. With the disciple's departure, Yin Li rose and stretched languidly. All right, little girl, you shall remain here for now. I have some matters to attend to and will return to speak with you afterward. With those words, Yin Li moved and vanished from the chamber, leaving Su Yun'er alone to the Half-Moon Pavilion. Ying Xue sat in the pavilion, her face etched with confusion as she gazed blankly at the lake before her. She has returned. How do you feel upon seeing him? Yin Li inquired, though her smile seemed to carry deeper implications, while Ying Xue stared vacantly at the lake. Finally speaking, disciple does not understand. After 10 years, even if he fails to recognize me, he should still follow the Su family, shouldn't he? Lowering her head, Ying Xue radiated resentment, muttering, what is so good about the Su family? Observing her disciple's demeanor, Yinli stepped forward and gently patted her shoulder. Indeed, what is so good about them? They both gazed at the lake in silence for a moment before Yingxue broke the quiet, asking, Master, why have you summoned your disciple back? Yinli chuckled lightly. If I hadn't called you back, wouldn't you have disturbed the selection ceremony? Yingxue remained silent for a moment before asking, If it were you, Master, what would you do? What would I do? Yinli echoed, then burst into laughter. Of course, I would wait until the selection ceremony concludes. Why? Yingxue was taken aback by this response. Why? She believed her master had never been one to adhere to reason. Could the rules of the selection ceremony truly restrain her? Yinli stroked Yingxue's cheek softly, whispering, Disciple, you still do not understand. The provincial lord of Shi Prefecture has never changed, for thousands of years. The lord of Shi Prefecture has always been a member of the Chu family. These things I have never shared with you. Do you know why? Disciple does not know, Yingxue replied, shaking her head in confusion. Hearing this, Yinli lightly tapped her fingers, and suddenly, the lake before them fell eerily still, resembling a pool of stagnant water. All things in the world abide by rules. Even those who reach the pinnacle of cultivation are bound by limitations. I cannot alter the future, nor can I return to the past. Yinli's expression turned somber. Master, Yingxue looked at her melancholic master, preparing to offer comfort. However, Yinli interrupted her. Yet, there exists one kind of person. They can change. These individuals were none other than the Chu family of Shi, the seers. As Xiaoling ascended, he pondered silently within his heart. With the passage of time, he finally reached the pinnacle of the treetop. And at that moment, Su Yi arrived at the same location. Sensing a disturbance behind him, Xiaoling turned to see Su Yi and inquired, Esteemed sir, have you come to contest against me? Su Yi shook his head, replying, No, not at all. Please proceed. Xiaoling, somewhat perplexed, thought to himself, What does he mean? Why does he appear so unconcerned? At that moment, Xiaoling's resolve wavered. He had just realized that the individual before him was none other than Su Yi, who had bested him in poetry during the previous selection of suitors. He was the only peer who had triumphed over him in that domain. Seeing Su Yi's indifference towards the red thread diminished its significance in Xiaoling's mind. Now, encountering the protagonist, the importance of the state lord's daughter's red thread seemed to diminish in Su Yi's eyes as well. Xiaoling stepped forward, clasping his fists in respect, and said, In truth, during the selection of suitors, I was also present at the Moon's Snow Sword sect. Today, I wish to seek your guidance, Su brother. May I ask what kind of poetry you compose that surpassed my own? Xiaoling spoke earnestly. Sensing that his inquiry might have been inappropriate, he hurriedly added, I do not believe I am incapable of losing. I merely wish to discern the reasons for my defeat. I hope you will enlighten me. Su Yi, taken aback, fell silent, thinking, What a jest! How should I know? You ought to ask that fellow Yingxue what he thinks. Thus, Su Yi deflected, saying my poetic talent pales in comparison to Brother Xia. It was merely my swordsmanship that piqued Miss Ye's interest. Upon hearing this, Xiaoling furrowed his brow. He was the sort who would pursue a matter to its conclusion. Su Yi's response clearly did not satisfy him. Consequently, he spoke again, If that is the case, I implore you, Su brother, to share your compositions with me. After my examination, I shall render my judgment. Su, observing his unwavering determination, sighed and was just about to recite the poem from that day when, suddenly, several spatial vortices appeared around the treetop. As the vortices emerged, a number of monstrous entities materialized from within. At this moment, Su Yi sensed a disturbance from the Qingquan ring and hastily retrieved a note from within. Su Yi, the selection has reached its final moment. The next step is to defeat those monsters and seize the red thread. Su Yi thought to himself with a mix of frustration and despair. Why couldn't the young lady have disclosed these rules before I climbed up? Meanwhile, chaos erupted around him as other participants ascended the treetop, all vying for the coveted red thread. The surrounding beasts began to obstruct them. Su Yi's heart raced. He had not anticipated that what was merely a common selection of suitors would involve such monstrous beings. He quickly surveyed his surroundings, noting the various forms of the beasts. Some were ferocious and menacing, while others were cunning and sly. They roamed about, seemingly seeking opportunities to strike. Furthermore, Su Yi noticed something peculiar. Although these beasts possessed innate strength, they had not yet taken on their true forms. Strangely, their overall power surpassed that of the participants. At this moment, Su Yi understood the underlying truth. Although it appeared that anyone could seize the red thread, the people of Shi Prefecture did not wish to entrust their fate entirely to the Qianyuan tree. After all, the outcome of the Qianyuan tree was unrelated to strength, and the state lord would hardly allow his daughter to marry a man of inferior capability. Thus, they employed this method to eliminate participants lacking in strength. It seemed that if they were to have a chance at obtaining the red thread, they would need assistance. Su Yi mused to himself, as for what would most attract the attention of the beasts. It was undoubtedly the center where the red thread resided. With this thought, Su Yi dashed toward the red thread. However, just as he was about to approach it, a colossal beast pounced upon him. In a flash, an ancient sword, seemingly conjured from nowhere, pierced the creature's throat. In an instant, the sword returned to Su Yi's side, having dispatched the beast with remarkable swiftness. Xiaoling and the others were momentarily taken aback. The Xiaoling sword technique was indeed a deadly strike that could be used for both defense and offense. However, its drawback was that the sword had to be concealed at one side beforehand. Once drawn, the Xiaoling could not be activated again. Very well, I shall assist them, Su Yi declared, gripping the ancient sword tightly, and a wave of scorching sword intent enveloped the area. The blazing sword momentum surged forth. Su Yi's figure flickered as he lunged toward the pack of beasts, his sword slicing through the air, emitting searing rays of light that swiftly felled numerous monsters. Why are you all dawdling? Go ahead and try. See if you can be chosen by the red thread, Su Yi called out as he wielded his sword. His intention was simple, since Su Qinghan wanted him to stir the waters of Shi Prefecture. He could also utilize others. After all, their objectives aligned, and this would provide the participants with an opportunity. If Su Qinghan sought to uncover the truth from years past, he too could leverage these participants to clarify the facts. At this moment, the participants gazed at Su Yi, who was entangled with the beasts, somewhat dazed. Is he creating opportunities for us? But isn't he also here for the red thread? A bewildered young man pondered. How strange. Could it be that he never intended to succeed in the selection? A stir arose among the crowd, and many rushed towards the branch where the red thread resided. Meanwhile, on a nearby pavilion, a somewhat older woman directed her ire at a young maiden in green attire, saying, Miss Chu, this individual is far too dismissive of the rules. The woman, visibly agitated, pointed to the bronze mirror, where Su Yi urged the other participants to seize the red thread, exclaiming, does he not understand how significant this selection is to us in Shi Prefecture? Chu Wanyue, upon hearing this, smiled slightly and replied, Aunt Lan, is there a rule against aiding other participants in obtaining the red thread during the selection? Aunt Lan paused, realizing there indeed was no such rule. However, such behavior was undeniably unbecoming. After some contemplation, Aunt Lan suggested, Miss, perhaps you should consider another option. Chu Wanyue shook her head in response, saying, whether to change or not is not within my purview. It is the Qianyuan tree that decides. Moreover, she paused for a moment, raising her head as if stars twinkled in her eyes, recalling the voice in her mind that had identified itself as the system. She murmured softly, He is my destined one. Chapter 66. The selection comes to an end simultaneously. At this very moment, Su Yi moved like a gale, his sword a blur in his grasp. With each swing, he exuded an unparalleled ferocity. As if capable of tearing the very fabric of reality, the monstrous entities pouring forth from the spatial vortex came like a relentless tide, yet under the dread of Su Yi's sword intent. They were swiftly reduced to dust. The searing sword energy crisscrossed through the air like raging flames, evaporating the blood of the beasts in an instant, leaving only wisps of smoke rising into the air. However, those fearless beasts, seemingly driven by an unseen force, charged forward without regard for their own lives. Su Yi furrowed his brow, filled with confusion. How peculiar! Even without awakened intelligence, they should still exhibit some semblance of fear. Stopping his tempestuous onslaught, he surveyed the mountain of beast remains strewn across the ground. The stench of blood was nauseating, yet it did not deter the incoming beasts in the slightest. Su Yi glanced around. Noting that the majority of the participants possess strengths ranging from the 3rd to 4th stages of innate cultivation, with only Xiaoling's true level eluding his understanding, likely on par with his own. At the 5th stage of innate cultivation, however, the strength of the surging beast was evidently superior to that of the participants. Just as Su Yi contemplated this, a new batch of monsters emerged from the ominous spatial vortex. Their claws bared and roaring as they lunged toward the crowd. Su Yi's gaze sharpened, and he gripped his ancient sword tightly, his aura swelling dramatically. Blazing erosion, bone-corroding sword intent. With a powerful roar, Su Yi transformed into a fleeting shadow. Charging into the throng of demonic beasts that in his hand, the ancient sword erupted with a dazzling brilliance, akin to the blazing sun, radiating immense heat. With a single swing, a semicircular wave of scorching air surged forth, scattering the beastly horde. The residual heat clung to the creatures like a malignant growth, affixing itself to their forms. This fiery essence was not an ordinary flame. It was a potent force capable of annihilating from within. Any creature afflicted by its touch was reduced to mere ashes. With each stroke of his sword, Su Yi unleashed a tempest of searing winds, incinerating the beasts into dust. Where the sword's energy passed, the bones of the demonic beast cracked ominously before disintegrating into powder, carried away by the breeze. Ever since his duel with Yingxue, Su Yi's strength had transcended the confines of his realm. With his current swordsmanship, combined with his innate strength at the 5th level, he could hold his own against practitioners of the 6th or even 7th level. Meanwhile, Lan Yi, standing before the bronze mirror, gazed in astonishment at Su Yi as he slaughtered the demonic beasts. The blazing meltdown sword technique. Has this fellow dared to challenge the Moon Snow Sword Sect's sword ladder? Lan Yi acclaimed in disbelief. While others remained oblivious, she and her compatriots from the West knew all too well that the Moon Snow Sword Sect possessed many formidable sword arts, but none were as prominent as the extreme cold and extreme flame techniques. The extreme flame technique, just demonstrated by Su Yi, was the blazing meltdown, while the extreme cold was a direct lineage from the Yanli clan, now presumably in Yingxue's possession. That it's truly unbelievable. To think someone has reached such heights. Lan Yi spoke, her voice trembling. The balance of yin and yang is precisely why the Moon Snow Sword Sect recruits suitors every year. Only through their union can the utmost potential be harnessed. Lan Zun, let us not dwell on that for now. Our captive demonic beasts are on the verge of being exterminated, a maid said, her expression revealing distress. These beasts had been painstakingly nurtured for the purpose of selecting the most capable individuals. And now, a goddess slaughter had appeared out of nowhere. The maid lamented, I'm utterly at a loss. This has never happened before. Observing Su Yi's relentless onslaught, Lan Yi resignedly waved her hand, instructing the maid, no need to release any more demonic beasts on the other side. As Su Yi continued to wield his sword, the frequency of the beast's appearances dwindled. Now, they choose to flee. Su Yi mused as he saw the beasts retreating. Halting his swordplay to that moment, the other participants emerged dejectedly, evidently having failed to gain the recognition of the fate-binding tree. Only Xiaolin and Su Yi remained untested. Su, you should go first, Xiaolin gestured invitingly. Su Yi waved his hand and sat down on the ground, replying, no, you should try first, for I sustained some injuries earlier and need to recuperate. What a pretense. You have the best chance of being selected. Su Yi inwardly scoffed. If Xiaolin also failed, he would have no choice but to step up. Anxiety flickered across Su Yi's face. While he wished to assist Su Qinghan, he had no desire to be wed into the family. Such a fate was undesirable. He understood that in West Yi, a man who married into a family would be bound to remain there unless he possessed extraordinary connections. Su Yi surmised that Xiaolin's willingness likely stemmed from his affiliation with the powerful Qingyuan Academy. But he had no such backing. Even attempting to associate himself with the Su family would hardly impress the Lord of West. Noticing Su Yi's resolute demeanor, Xiaolin refrained from pressing further. He could tell Su Yi was reluctant to be chosen. It was only natural for individuals without significant backgrounds to deliberate such matters. Xiaolin approached, gently grasping the red cord, channeling his spiritual energy into it. The cord responded briefly, but soon its reaction faded. Frowning, Xiaolin intensified his energy output. The cord flickered a few times before dimming once more. He released his grip, shaking his head in resignation. Since arriving in West E, I've faced obstacles at every turn. It seems this fate-binding tree does not favor me. Su Yi's heart sank at this sight, but he realized it was now his turn. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward to grasp the red cord. Initially, it showed no response as he infused it with his spiritual energy, causing Su Yi's heart to race. Just as he contemplated giving up, the cord suddenly erupted in brilliant light. It split into two segments, one flying to encircle Su Yi's left ankle, while the other vanished, reappearing instantaneously to wrap around Chu Wanyue's right ankle. All under Lan Yi's astonished gaze, Chu Wanyue's expression remained calm, as if she had anticipated this moment, and within her heart, a voice echoed. The host has successfully bound with the changes of this world, commencing the next task. Days later, in a resplendent mansion, Su Yi reclined leisurely on a sunlit chaise, basking in the warmth. Following the conclusion of the suitor selection ceremony, he had been chosen as the betrothed of the state lord's daughter, Chu Wanyue. And his circumstances had undergone a dramatic transformation. He had transitioned from a humble into a lavish residence adorned with pavilions and gardens, where winding paths meandered into serene corners. The interior was meticulously curated, with exquisite furniture crafted from rare woods and silk draperies swaying gently in the breeze, exuding an air of opulence. Most importantly, this mansion was none other than the abode of the state lord's daughter. Daily, he was treated to sumptuous meals prepared by dedicated staff, featuring delicacies from mountains and seas, all tailored to his tastes and preferences. However, beneath this seemingly idyllic facade lay a tumult of undercurrents. The mansion was guarded by numerous sentinels, and he was attended by a multitude of maids who, under the guise of service, were in truth surveilling him. Su Yi was acutely aware of this reality. It seems they are vigilant due to the precedents set by the Su patriarch's escape. Otherwise, such strict oversight would not be necessary, he mused, glancing at the red cord encircling his left ankle. He had been closely monitoring this cord, as Su Qinghan had mentioned that the Su patriarch had undergone a drastic personality shift upon his return, likely linked to this very cord. His sole means of communication with the outside world had been through the Qianquan ring, allowing him to correspond with Su Qinghan, who had confirmed that the spatial vortex was indeed a creation of the West E inhabitants. Now that the suitor selection had concluded, the spatial vortex would soon lose its overseer and dissipate. Yet there was one crucial aspect to consider. Su Qinghan had repeatedly warned him against relying on the spatial vortex for escape, as once it fell out of control, its structure would collapse, turning those who entered into mere casualties in a treacherous realm. Little spirit, are you certain this ancient sword will guarantee the preservation of my soul? Su Yi inquired. Rest assured, host. It will be fine. Little Spirit replied confidently. Su Yi hoped fervently that this would prove true. Recalling past instances where Little Spirit had faltered, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. Internally, he prayed, I hope to escape smoothly. With a stroke of luck, perhaps I might evade the scrutiny of West. Gripping the ancient sword tightly, he considered that if this method worked, it would be infinitely superior to fleeing with a concealment talisman. Oh, host, there is another significant matter I must discuss with you. Little Spirit hesitated before speaking. Oh, what is it? Su Yi asked, focusing on Little Spirit, that I recently received news that due to my failure to restore the plot to its rightful course, the heavenly Tao is preparing to intervene. Little Spirit confessed. Looking somewhat sheepish, Su Yi fell into deep contemplation upon hearing this. As a first-time traveler, he wondered what dire consequences might arise from continuing his contrarian path. Never mind. Where there's a will, there's a way. For now, escaping from West E is of utmost importance. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside, prompting Su Yi to heighten his alertness and assume a defensive stance. Young Master Su, Miss Chu requests your presence. A guard announced. Su Yi's heart sank. He knew that this day had finally arrived. Clenching his fists, he watched the guard depart, waves of emotion surging within him. As the footsteps faded, Su Yi took a deep breath, steeling his resolve before making his way to Chu Wanyue's quarters. Her residence was centrally located within the mansion, a courtyard exuding an air of antiquity and elegance. Passing through a meticulously manicured garden, Su Yi approached the main entrance. The stone steps were immaculate, flanked by two tall guards whose piercing gazes scrutinized him intently. Su Yi inclined his head slightly, and the guards parted to allow him passage. He traversed the stone steps, pushing open the heavy wooden door, and was greeted by a faint, sweet fragrance wafting towards him. The young master Shi possesses quite the refined taste. Nurturing such an abundance of flowers, Su Yi mused as he gazed at the potted plants before him. Continuing along the stone path towards the main house, curiosity about the young master of Shi began to stir within Su Yi. Upon entering the main house, he immediately spotted Chu Wanyue seated at a table. Clad in an elegant, understated long dress, Chu Wanyue was strikingly beautiful, her skin as fair as snow, her willow-like brows expertly drawn, and her eyes, shimmering with a hint of allure, exuded a captivating charm. Yet, her expression was remarkably innocent, reminiscent of an unworldly maiden, and this contradictory aura rendered her even more enchanting. Especially her eyes, bright and clear, as if they could peer into the depths of one's soul, discerning all truths. When she fixed her gaze upon Su Yi, he felt an indescribable sensation wash over him, irresistibly drawn into her gaze. Unable to extricate himself. Such beauty, a beauty that ensnares the heart. Su Yi was uncertain if he had fallen under some enchantment, for he felt as though he had never encountered a woman of such exquisite beauty before. In that moment, he bit down on the tip of his tongue. The sharp pain momentarily restoring his clarity, he bowed to Chu Wanyue, respectfully introducing himself. "I am Su Yi, honored to meet the young Master Chu." Chu Wanyue had also noticed Su Yi's arrival. She set down her teacup and gracefully rose to her feet. Her slender figure and every movement radiated an elegant grace that left onlookers entranced. With a slight furrow of her brows and a gentle press of her ruby lips, she seemed to ponder something. Upon seeing Su Yi enter, she lifted her head, and a subtle flicker of emotion crossed her eyes. "You must be Su Yi, correct? How have you found your stay these past few days?" Her voice was soft and melodious, akin to a celestial serenade. But Su Yi bowed once more, responding with utmost respect. "I am grateful for the young Master Chu's kindness. I am quite comfortable." Su Yi was well aware of the formidable nature of the women from Shi Prefecture, and although the lady before him appeared gentle, who could say if she was akin to that sword sect master who had once set her sights on the head of the Su family, as examinations commence in the next couple of days. The author will resume double updates upon returning home. I seek your understanding. The author must also make a final desperate effort, and indeed, the narrative of Shi Prefecture is nearing completion. The recent chapters have been rather lackluster. Even I find them difficult to read. The forthcoming tale requires further contemplation, as I have no stored manuscripts left, not a single chapter. I request a day's leave for tomorrow. I hope for your approval. Chapter 68. A ceremony? A betrothal? Very well. The reason I summoned you today is to discuss a matter. Chu Wanyue paused for a moment before continuing. Shortly, accompany me to the bonding tree. It is a tradition of Shi Prefecture. You are now considered my fiancé, and together we shall approach the bonding tree to receive its blessings. Upon hearing this, Su Yi nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall await you outside. Does the young Master Chu require any preparations? Chu Wanyue was about to reply that no preparations were necessary when a mechanical, clear voice suddenly resonated in her mind, causing her expression to shift slightly. Perhaps a bit of preparation would be prudent. Please wait for me outside, Mr. Su. Noticing that Chu Wanyue's demeanor had changed, Su Yi refrained from probing further and turned to exit the room, making his way to the courtyard. The courtyard was filled with a variety of flowers and plants, their fragrances wafting through the air, refreshing and invigorating. Su Yi chose a stone bench to sit upon as he began to await Chu Wanyue's return. Inside the room, Xiaoling, what is the matter? Chu Wanyue addressed the ethereal figure that had taken residence within her in recent days. Host, as I have previously stated, the best means to alter your sister's fate is to ensure her union with Su. Why do you insist on acting independently? A clear and serious female voice responded. Chu Wanyue's beautiful eyes flashed with a glimmer of defiance and determination. Did you not say that as long as I keep Su Yi in Shi Prefecture, it would suffice? However, her gaze dimmed slightly as she continued. Before you appeared, I had already calculated Wanru's path. Then why the hesitation? Xiao Tian challenged. Chu Wanyue, sensing Xiao Tian's urgency, replied, the seer of Shi. How could Wanru be unaware of her destiny? She took a deep breath, recalling how Wanru had returned to the Yunbai sword sect with her master. She disliked having her fate controlled by others. I will respect her decision. Chu Wanyue fell silent, fully aware that while Wanru appeared cheerful and seemed satisfied with Su Yi's appearance, deep down, she harbored a profound resentment toward her sister, the seer. What I cannot comprehend is why, with a single word from you, she must endure a decade of arduous training of the Yunbai sword sect. Wanru despises me. Your words have indeed clarified my resolve. I will not unilaterally alter another's fate. She straightened her back, her posture resembling that of a pine tree, her voice cold yet resolute. Moreover, you have yet to disclose your origins to me. I will not blindly obey your commands, even if you reside within me. I possess my own principles and boundaries. I cannot be easily swayed. I am genuinely curious as to how you know Su. You would undoubtedly be chosen. It seems you possess more knowledge of the future than I. The seer, Chu Wanyue, flicked her sleeves, her gaze piercing. However, what you deem the best method may not necessarily be feasible in my eyes. Xiao Tian grew agitated. I have stated, I am the heavenly will of this realm. You must assist me in stabilizing this upheaval concerning Su Yi. I shall grant you the prosperous fortune of Shi for generations. Upon hearing this, Chu Wanyue inhaled deeply, her tone resolute. The seer inherently acts against the will of heaven. Then why do you place your faith in the fate of the bonding tree? Chu Wanyue hesitated for a moment before slowly responding. Who says I believe in it? I will strive to keep him here. And I hope you do not disappoint me. Chu Wanyue spoke with seriousness. After a brief interval, Chu Wanyue emerged from the room, now adorned in a flowing red long dress, the wide hem lending her an air of grace and poise. A gentle smile graced her face, making her appear stunningly beautiful. Let us proceed, Chu Wanyue softly urged, extending her hand to signal Su Yi to take it as they made their way to the bonding tree. Su Yi hesitated for a moment, but ultimately reached out and gently grasped Chu Wanyue's hand. He could sense that her palm was slightly damp, yet radiated an extraordinary warmth. The bonding tree towered majestically, its canopy resembling a small mountain, enveloping the entire square beneath it. The trunk was robust, requiring dozens of individuals to encircle it that moment. A crowd had gathered beneath the tree, consisting of couples and spouses seeking blessings. Hand in hand, Chu Wanyue and Su Yi approached the tree. Following tradition, Su Yi imitated Chu Wanyue, closing his eyes and silently offering his prayers. After a moment, a gentle breeze swept through, rustling the leaves above as if responding to their wishes. At that moment, Su Yi felt the red cord binding his ankle tighten slightly. Here it comes. Indeed, something is amiss. Is it happening now? Su Yi felt a flutter of anxiety. His understanding of this world was merely the tip of the iceberg, and he remained wary of the unknown. Do not be anxious, Mr. Su. The bonding tree is merely retracting the red cord, Chu Wanyue replied, still with her eyes closed. Upon hearing this, Su Yi glanced at the cord, and indeed, he noticed that the red strands beneath both him and Chu Wanyue had loosened, returning to the trunk of the bonding tree. After a while, Chu Wanyue opened her eyes and turned to Su Yi. The ceremony is complete. Tomorrow we shall bind ourselves in marriage at the top of the bonding tree. Tomorrow, a marriage, so soon. Su Yi felt a shock within. In Qian, ordinary families would select an auspicious date. Chu Wanyue seemed to read his thoughts and responded, She is not like Qian. Here, the process of marriage is devoid of such cumbersome rituals. Very well. This concludes today's events. You should return and rest well. I have matters to attend to. Chu Wanyue departed from the bonding tree first. Nevertheless, Su Yi found himself unable to escape the watchful eyes surrounding him. The moment Chu Wanyue left, numerous maidservants encircled him, seemingly intent on preventing his escape. Su Yi, witnessing this scene, could not help but grimace, silently lamenting, Is this truly necessary? Sighing, Su Yi resigned himself to leave, but just as he did, the ancient sword strapped to his back quietly melded into the surroundings of the bonding tree. Xiaoling activated once more, unnoticed by all, as if something had subtly changed in a place hidden from their view. Meanwhile, Chu Wanyue hurried towards the residence of the prefect. As she walked, she inquired, "Where is my aunt currently?" A nearby maidservant respectfully replied, "The honored Chu is resting in her chamber." "Resting? Is it akin to before?" Chu Wanyue frowned slightly. The maidservant, displaying a hesitant expression, replied respectfully, "Yes." Upon hearing this, Chu Wanyue abruptly halted, addressing the maidservant. "Please return and inform my aunt that I shall visit her shortly." Having said that, Chu Wanyue continued on her way. The maidservant, however, appeared somewhat apprehensive. Chu Wanyue had visited many times before, each time inciting the ire of the esteemed Chu, and one could only wonder how this occasion would unfold. Chapter 69. Escape in a certain chamber, the lights blazed brightly, illuminating the room with a radiant glow. The exquisite screen is adorned with landscapes, and as a gentle breeze sweeps by, one can almost hear the soothing sound of flowing water. In one corner of the sleeping quarters, there is an incense table, laden with an array of spices and incense burners, emitting a delicate fragrance that refreshes the spirit. The chamber is lavishly decorated, with resplendent gold and brilliant hues complementing the opulent bed, draped in soft velvet bedding, and curtains embedded with various gemstones hanging low. Atop the bed sits a woman of striking beauty, her gaze deep and enchanting, as if capable of piercing through the hearts of men. Surrounding her are several male companions, some kneeling, others standing, their expressions tinged with tension. An air of suggestive allure permeates the chamber. The woman reclines languidly against the bed, as her companions massage her, rubbing her back and shoulders. She occasionally emits soft, joyful laughter, relishing the sensation of being adored by her followers. This woman, lounging gracefully on the bed, is none other than Chu Wanyu's aunt, Chu Yan. Moments ago, she had received word from a maid that her niece was on her way to visit. The trembling bodies of the male companions reveal their fear of Chu Wanyu. Yet Chu Yan remains unfazed. As the sound approaches, the grand door swings open. Chu Wanyu steps into the chamber, her calm gaze sweeping over her aunt and her entourage. Her voice carries a chill. "Aunt, your behavior is truly unbecoming." Chu Yan chuckles lightly, unfazed. "Wanyu, you remain as dull as ever. Life is fleeting. Indulgence is the way to go." She glances at the red string in Chu Wanyu's hand. "But you ought to be cautious. The process of eliminating thoughts is no simple task. Not find yourself discovered as I once was." She adds with a laugh, her demeanor flickering like a candle's flame in the wind. Observing her aunt's morbid disposition, Chu Wanyu furrows her brow and, holding the red string, retorts, "I shall not make such a juvenile mistake. Rather, aunt, it would be prudent for you to be mindful of your own behavior and conduct." With this, Chu Wanyu casts a cold glance at the male companions, causing them to shudder involuntarily. "Fear not. I am quite well, Wanyu." "You need not." Enough, Chu Wanyu interrupts, turning away without a farewell, leaving the chamber. Initially, she had intended to see her aunt and inform her that Su Qing's daughter was currently in Shi City. But given her aunt's mental state, she hesitated to share this information. As she walks further away, she can still hear the sounds of screams echoing from the chamber, undoubtedly another instance of Chu Yan's cruelty towards her servants. Chu Wanyu sighs, tightening her grip on the red string. "Very well. I shall complete the ritual first." She withheld the truth from Su Yi. The red string collected by the Tree of Fate was not the crux of the matter. The true instrument capable of influencing others' thoughts has always remained firmly in her grasp. Chu Wanyu quickens her pace, eager to finalize the ritual. She arrives at a secret chamber filled with an assortment of peculiar instruments and talismans. Skillfully, she activates a magical array, placing the red string within and chanting an incantation. The array begins to hum, its light flickering as if undergoing a mysterious transformation. Chu Wanyu watches intently, aware that the success of this ritual directly affects her ability to completely control Su Yi. If the system is to be believed, a successful outcome would free Shi from the predicted crisis. Suddenly, the array ceases its operation, and a beam of light shoots forth, illuminating a wall. Gradually, an image materializes, revealing the silhouette of a man. Chu Yu's heart races upon recognizing him. Su Qing. How could this be? At that moment, she casts a glance at the red string, as if struck by a sudden realization, shouting, "Come here," upon hearing her call. A maid rushes in, trembling and kneeling, her head bowed in fear. "Tell me, what is Su Yi doing right now?" Chu Yu's tone grows anxious. Reporting on the young master's orders. Young Master Su is resting in his room. The maid stammers, her voice laced with trepidation. "Resting? Summon him to me at once." Chu Yu commands, shattering the magical array before her with a wave of her hand, and reinforce the palace guards. No suspicious individuals are to approach. The maid nods frantically and hurriedly exits. Chu Yu gazes at the image of Su Qing on the wall, her brow furrowed in concern at that moment. Xiao Tian appears, speaking up. Indeed, it seems the completion of the ritual is still unattainable. Chu Yu remains silent. Even she couldn't fathom how Su Yi's red string had been swapped. Moreover, the exchange string belonged to Su Qing. Perhaps you should attempt another calculation to see who is behind this mischief. I can assist you. Minimizing any side effects, Xiao Tian suggests. Chu Yu shakes her head, dismissing the idea, and no need for that. Look, there's already a member of the Su family in Shi City. She thinks to herself, Su Yi, have you truly taken my father's red string from the tree? Su Qinghan inquires breathlessly as she runs alongside Su Yi. Rest assured, miss, I have mastered the technique of the sword concealment. The Su family patriarch's red string has long been severed, leaving only a trivial fragment behind. Utterly useless, Su Yi replies with a smile. Prior to the initiation of the ritual, Su Yi had instructed Xiaoling to cut the red string, facilitating the subterfuge. I have done as you requested. Mississippi, the Su family patriarch's red string is now destroyed. And upon returning to Dakian, he should be able to resume normalcy. As Su Qinghan gazes at Su Yi's retreating figure, a loss for words. After a long pause, she finally manages to say, "Thank you, Su Yi. You truly are a remarkable person." Hearing this, Su Yi brushes aside any further banter and asks, "All right, we can discuss this later. What about the contact person you arranged?" Su Yi recalls Su Qinghan's mention of a liaison. Yet he sees no sign of them here to her response. Su Qinghan approaches the city gate, glancing outside, only to turn back suddenly, her expression dim. She grips Su Yi's hand and says, "I'm afraid the contact has been dealt with." Chapter 70. Are they coming for me instead? Upon hearing Su Qinghan's words, Su Yi quickly looks toward the city gate, only to find it swarming with experts of the 6th and 7th levels of innate talent. Clad in the attire of Su family stewards, it is clear they have come to provide assistance. Unfortunately, despite their commendable strength, they face a sword sovereign. Yin Li, surely, there are no protocols against outsiders entering Shi City. A middle-aged woman states, aware that the inhabitants of Shi City would likely not overly trouble women, hence bringing the female steward along. In contrast, Yin Li does not respond but rather steps back, allowing another individual to take a step forward and produce a signal. I am Lu Ying, the general guarding Shi. Having just received orders from the governor, I am tasked with overseeing this area. No one may enter the city, nor may anyone exit. I kindly ask that you do not hinder me in executing my duties, Lu Ying declares with righteous indignation. The Su family members find themselves in a predicament. Not even their ancestral masters could breach Shi by force, given that they face a sword sovereign. What they thought would be a routine meeting has devolved into a confrontation with a powerful figure. Miss, it seems they are coming for me. You should leave with the Su family, Su Yi advises, as Su Qinghan's eyes glimmer with an unusual light as she gazes at Su. The situation has not yet spiraled beyond repair. No matter how strong Shi is, they cannot break their own rules. You are a citizen of Dakian, perhaps. Miss, Dakian is no match for Shi, Su Yi says with a wry smile, while the core strength of Shi is dispersed. The governor cannot freely mobilize all his forces. Yet, regrettably, the Moon Snow sword sect surrounding Shi City is more than enough to challenge the Su family. As Su Qinghan understands this truth, perhaps she could leverage her status as the Su family's eldest daughter to escape. However, Su Yi cannot possibly leave. Miss, why not sever ties with me? With the Su family present, they might turn a blind eye and allow you to return safely. Su Yi suggests, Su Qinghan bites her lip, torn with indecision. She knows Su Yi speaks the truth. If she were to distance herself from him now, she might return safely to the Su family. Yet how could she abandon Su Yi and leave alone? It was I who returned your freedom. Would you truly be content with that? Su Qinghan muses softly, as if asking him or herself. However, the harsh realities loom before them. The might of Shi is indeed daunting. And should they resist, it could spell disaster for the Su family. Su Yi does not respond to her query, instead pressing on. What is your choice, miss? I, Su Qinghan, find myself in a state of indecision. Miss, you have become rather hesitant. It seems that I have indeed changed significantly, at least over the past decade, and more spent with Su Qinghan. She hardly resembles a villain. When I first encountered Su Qinghan, she was remarkably decisive, but as time passed, she began to waver in her choices that time. Su Yi believed he had successfully captured the young lady's attention and felt a sense of pride. However, it wasn't long before she turned back into an ice-cold figure, and subsequently, it was the medical clinic in Shi City. Let us revert to our initial encounter. Dear lady, I shall make the choices for you. Su Yi's form suddenly became somewhat ethereal as he prepared to unleash the Xiaoling sword technique. Wait, you must stay. We leave together, Su Qinghan exclaimed, feeling somewhat pushed into a corner. Yet, it was also possible that deep down, she acknowledged Su Yi's extraordinary nature. However, that is a matter for another time. Sure, with that powerful utterance, Su Yi vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving Su Qinghan in a state of bewilderment. Meanwhile, on Yan Li's side, such audacity, she smirked. Respected one, what troubles you? Has something occurred? Lu Ying inquired, noticing Yan Li's demeanor. Yan Li nonchalantly waved her hand, replying, nothing of consequence, merely a rather bold-mouthed mouse. Lu Ying responded, puzzled but not pressing further, before turning to leave. Gazing in the direction of the bonding tree, Yan Li sighed softly, lamenting, what a pity that my disciple has fallen for such a person. It seemed that a figure stood beside the bonding tree. And as Su Yi drew closer, he finally discerned the identity of that individual. Chu Wanyue. Su Yi's expression darkened. Hearing the movement behind her, Chu Wanyue turned to him. What is it? Did you not intend to leave? Why have you returned? She regarded Su Yi with a teasing expression, stating, at this juncture, I shall not elaborate further. You may stay, and Su Qinghan can depart. As for Su Qing's matter, I can forgive you on behalf of my aunt, erasing it entirely, with no grudges held. Miss Chu's words truly leave me flabbergasted, Su Yi remarked, gripping the escape talisman in his hand, clearly skeptical of Chu Wanyue's assertions that if they were false, neither he nor the young lady would be able to escape. If true, Su Yi would have to ascertain why he held such significance. Even at this critical juncture, you still contemplate fleeing? Chu Wanyue had seen through Su Yi's intentions. The reason she was able to orchestrate everything so swiftly was that she had performed another divination. I'm fully aware of your choices. Do not harbor illusions of persuading me. You truly believe that Shi City would show leniency towards the Su family. Chu Wanyue advanced slowly towards Su Yi. If Su Qinghan had already returned to the Qian, then I might indeed be powerless against her. However, she remains in Shi. Chu Wanyue's gaze turned frigid. Should you employ that talisman, Su Qinghan shall never leave Shi City alive. Chu Wanyue revealed Su Yi's final resort. Su Yi gradually lowered his hand, retracting the escape talisman into his Qian Kuan ring. He approached Chu Wanyue. What is this? Not fleeing, but rather advancing toward me. It appears you have made your decision, Chu Wanyue remarked, a smile gracing her lips. Indeed, I have made my decision. Su Yi surged forward with great speed, drawing ever closer to Chu Wanyue. In contrast, Chu Wanyue exhibited no concern. She was confident that Su Yi would not dare harm her, nor could he. And indeed, as she anticipated, Su Yi bypassed her entirely, charging straight toward the spatial vortex. What are you doing? That is a dead end. Chu Wanyue stepped forward in an attempt to stop him, yet she dared not approach too closely, as the gravitational pull of the long-controlled spatial vortex was exceptionally formidable. Though she could not move closer, she still shouted, Are you not going to save Su Qinghan's life? Su Yi turned back. Miss Chu, did you not foresee this step? What? Chu Wanyue replied, momentarily stunned, until she noticed the Qian Kuan ring on Su Yi's hand and recalled the scene of him placing the escape talisman within the ring. Her pupils constricted. A pair of rings. Indeed, Su Yi smiled. You truly wish to risk your life to save her. Chu Wanhua shouted. How could that be? If I step in and truly perish, I would unequivocally choose to remain with Miss Chu in Shi City. Su Yi pointed toward the spatial vortex. There will be ample time ahead. We shall meet again. Su Yi stepped into the spatial vortex. Chapter 71. Respected one of Su within the confines of the spatial vortex. Be cautious, host. Take care, Xiaoling exclaimed. Observing Su Yi traverse the chaotic space, her heart racing. Do not worry. I am confident, Su Yi replied, deftly evading a nearby spatial collapse. Indeed, this method is viable, though it does come with some headaches. Su Yi rubbed his temples. The method he spoke of involved continuously dividing the ancient sword of Yin Tian to generate astral souls, allowing them to scout for a path, and thus find a way out. It was an effective strategy, and it could indeed succeed, but it was excessively taxing on his spirit, as the astral souls were ceaselessly extinguished, and the pressure on his mind was considerable. Fortunately, the Yin Tian sword was specifically designed to assist its master in cultivating spiritual power and soul, ensuring that Su Yi's primary soul remained unharmed, while simultaneously refining and reconstituting the extinguished astral souls, making them more solid. Su Yi chose this path precisely because it offered an opportunity to hone his soul, achieving two goals with one endeavor. Alas, how did I end up with such a reckless host? Xiaoling lamented while continually aiding Su Yi in refining his astral souls. As time progressed, Su Yi drew closer to the exit, and upon glimpsing the light ahead, he felt a profound sense of relief. Ultimately, he had found a way out, though he remained uncertain of where he would land at that moment. In a side room of Jian Hall, Bai Jin gazed at the bewildered Su Qinghan before her, utterly astonished. How strange! How did Sister Su end up here? Since departing for Shi Prefecture, Bai Jin had employed all her mental faculties to decipher Su Yi's final words. See you tonight clearly indicated a meeting at this very place. Thus Bai Jin had been waiting here every evening, only to find that Su Yi did not arrive, yet her sister inexplicably appeared instead. Sister Su? What brings you here? Bai Jin queried, all the while glancing around her sister's surroundings. However, Su Qinghan was absorbed in her thoughts, murmuring to herself, how could the escape talisman be? At that moment, she had just sensed an anomaly within the Qian Kuan ring and was in the process of investigating when she felt a sudden whirl. And the scene shifted, bringing her here. With such a precious item, why did he not use it for himself? Su Qinghan stared at the nearly burned-out talisman in her hand, her gaze vacant. The ability to pinpoint locations and traverse continents made the escape talisman truly a treasure among treasures. She could not believe that Su Yi had transformed into a willing servant ready to sacrifice his life for the Su family. Sister Su, why are you not speaking? Bai Jin, noticing Su Qinghan's silence, scratched her head in confusion. Just then, the entire Deqian suddenly quaked with an otherworldly disturbance. The heavens shifted and the earth trembled as extraordinary phenomena unfolded. The once clear sky was instantly cloaked in dark clouds. Lightning flashing and thunder rumbling, a colossal beam of light descended from the heavens, piercing the ground. Bai Jin and Su Qinghan gazed up at the sky in astonishment, simultaneously, within the Su family's forbidden grounds. A long-sealed formation suddenly activated, radiating brilliance. This father is about to reach the esteemed realm. A flicker of shock crossed Su Qinghan's eyes. Wasn't he merely a half-step master upon entering seclusion? How could he leap so terrifyingly? The spiritual energy in the world surged like a tide toward the beam of light, forming an enormous vortex of spiritual energy. Meanwhile, in the capital, the heads of the Qiu, Lin, and Yi families looked up at the sky above the Su family in shock. The head of the Qiu family widened his eyes, incredulous. Their family had always been engaged in commerce, wealthy enough to rival nations, but their only shortcoming lay in the lack of combat prowess among the upper echelons. Once he regained his composure, the head of the Qiu family summoned a follower. Have honor, prepare. Soon, we shall visit the Su family with ample gifts. The follower nodded respectfully, retreating. The head of the family personally accompanied his heir on a visit. which could only mean an alliance or a marriage proposal. The head of the Chiu family had a straightforward objective. He had ample resources and a commendable child, and he had heard tales of the young lady of the Su family's beauty. If he could successfully propose, it would be splendid. If not, he would simply have to accept his fate. Yet, he could not help but wonder whether Honor would consent. The head of the Chiu family's gaze dimmed. Since birth, Chiu Han had borne responsibilities far beyond those of a child her age. Alas, why must I, the head of one of the 4 great families, have only one son? The head of the Chiu family pounded his thighs in frustration. If it were not for this, his child would not need to disguise themselves and present an alternate identity. On the other hand, the head of the Lin family gasped sharply, his body trembling involuntarily. Summon that scoundrel and he must accompany me to make amends. The head of the Lin family exclaimed in anger. The current wife of the Su family head is none other than the younger sister of the Bai family head. Lin had already soured the relationships among the 3 families, and now, with the Su family head having broken through to the realm of the Supreme, I must ensure my attitude is appropriate. There are only 2 esteemed ones in the entire Deqian. Initially, I thought that Su Qing, who was hailed as Deqian's #1 prodigy, would have lost all hope of reaching the esteemed realm after that incident. Yet he was the first to take that step? As if recalling something, the head of the Lin family summoned his attendant back and commanded, "Also call for Miaoer. We shall go together to present our gifts." In the Qian jurisdiction, Sang Town, a middle-aged man burst in, carrying a younger man on his back. "Lin doctor, you must come and see. Is this person still breathing? I happened to be picking mulberry leaves on the mountain and found him unconscious halfway up." Upon hearing this, Lin Renxin extended his aged hand and rested it on the young man's forehead. He is not severely harmed. It seems he fainted due to a rejection during the fusion of his spiritual essence, causing temporary asphyxiation. Spiritual essence? Rejection? The middle-aged man was somewhat puzzled. He did not comprehend these terms, but he understood asphyxiation was no trivial matter. "All right, no need to elaborate. This boy has good roots. Leave him to me." Lin Renxin waved his hand. Without a moment's hesitation, the man placed Su Yi down, all the while envying his good fortune. "What luck! Dr. Lin has come all the way from the capital." They had all been trying to find ways to send their children to learn a few skills from Dr. Lin. Yet the esteemed doctor had never shown interest in them. Now, this young man's opportunity made him quite envious. "What's this? Not leaving. Do you want to stay and lend me a hand?" Lin Renxin said. At this, the man hurriedly rushed out. What a joke! When did helping him test medicine become lending a hand? He valued his life too much. Such cowardice. Lin Renxin shook his head and turned his gaze back to the unconscious Su Yi. An unexpectedly remarkable constitution. TSK. Let us observe this young man's character for now. Chapter 72. Hidden dangers. 2 months had passed since the incident in Su Yi. Has the medicine been prepared? An old man was leisurely reclining in a rocking chair, fanning himself with a palm fan to shield against the glaring sunlight. "It's ready. It's ready. I'll take the medicine to Uncle Li right away." Su Yi replied, holding the medicine. "Oh, quite speedy, and your movements are nimble." "Well done," Lin Renxin remarked, lifting his fan. "No need to rush. We need another portion of the washing marrow flower and a tail of bone-growing root. Please prepare it for me." "All right, call me when you have other matters," Su Yi replied, taking the medicine back. "Hey, as a practitioner, you've been here for so many days without showing any ill will. The pharmacy hasn't lost any supplies, and your character seems commendable," Lin Renxin chuckled. After a while, when Lin Renxin saw that Su Yi had completed his tasks, he said, "Su Yi, come, help me chop some firewood." In an instant, Su Yi rushed over and began chopping wood without hesitation. His movements were deft, and upon closer inspection, he was actually using sword techniques to split the firewood. Before long, he had neatly stacked the firewood. "Your skills are impressive. You are a promising individual," Lin Renxin praised as he observed Su Yi's prowess. "You flatter me. Old sir, I've finished my chores. Do you have any other tasks?" Su Yi clapped his hands. Smiling, Lin Renxin chuckled. "Not at the moment. You may rest for a while. However, remember to come to my room tonight. I have something to discuss with you." With that, he rose and leisurely returned to his quarters. Su Yi nodded and found a place to sit, closing his eyes to rest. After 2 months of interaction, he understood that Lin Renxin rarely summoned people to his room without a significant reason. Although curiosity flickered in his heart, he did not inquire further. Lin Renxin was an eccentric old man, treating patients without accepting payment, as he had no need for it. The mere presence of any medicinal material in his pharmacy could sustain an ordinary family for 4 to 5 years without worry. Among these materials were many that could prove beneficial to Su Yi, a practitioner of the innate realm. Gazing at the shattered Qinquan ring in his hand, Su Yi sighed regretfully. Alas, if only I had managed to preserve it in the spatial vortex. I would not have lost so many resources. Originally, I had intended to take advantage of the young lady's good fortune as compensation for my spiritual losses, but it seems I've gained nothing. Moreover, it was not just the Qinquan ring. Even the tide-listening jade pendant given to him by the second young lady was lost. Now, apart from an ancient sword, Su Yi truly found himself destitute. Sighing, Su Yi rubbed his forehead. For the past few days, he had been working as a helper for the old sir, with room and board provided alongside a meager salary. However, he was well aware that he could not remain here for long. Sang Town was quite small, and in just 2 months, he had explored every corner. After today, Su Yi planned to bid farewell to the old sir and venture out to explore other sects and territories on his own. He could not help but wonder how the young lady, the second young lady, and that foolish Bai were faring. During this time, he had also gathered a considerable amount of news about the capital, such as the Su family head's breakthrough. The Su family's rise to become the foremost among the 4 great families, and the Jiuan Hall becoming the most profitable clinic in Qian. However, the most shocking revelation was that Dr. Gu had exposed his identity as the second young lady of the Su family. Su Yi himself had not anticipated that Su Yun'er would reveal her true identity so swiftly. According to Xiaoling, the plot seemed to have advanced to the next phase. Next would be the emergence of the princes, followed by the beginning of the power struggles among the 4 great families in the capital. However, it is worth mentioning that due to Su Yi's and Su Qinghan's interventions, the head of the Su family, now the one with the strongest hard power among the 4 great families, meant that the unfolding events were still uncertain. Sigh. What is the point of pondering all this? One must look forward and focus on cultivation. Su Yi steadied his mind and began to enter a meditative state. Since arriving, he had not squandered the past 2 months, but had instead advanced his innate realm from the 5th to the 6th level. To ensure a solid foundation, he dedicated several hours each day to refining his skills. Before long, several hours passed, and Su Yi opened his eyes, glancing at the darkening sky before rising and preparing to head to the old sir's room. "Old sir, it's me, Su." He knocked on the door. "Come in." Lin Renxin's voice came from within. Su Yi pushed the door open and entered the room. He saw Lin Renxin seated in a chair, a wooden box placed before him. Lin Renxin pointed to the box and said, "This is for you." With a puzzled expression, Su Yi opened the box to find a yellowed book and several small vials. "Old sir, what are these for?" Lin Renxin stroked his goatee and replied slowly, "I have dedicated my life to finding a successor. Those in my family are too obsessed with my medical skills. They all clamor for it, yet I have no intention of passing it on. Young man, I have been observing your actions these days, and you have passed my test." Lin Renxin waved his fan. "But I know nothing of medicine, nor have I ever considered learning the principles of saving lives. Old sir, you should keep these for yourself." Su Yi closed the box and pushed it back. "You look down on my medical skills? I fear you would tarnish my legacy." Su Yi replied diplomatically to "Ha. Good lad, you certainly know how to speak delicately." Lin Renxin chuckled. "However, should I tell you that within this box lies a method to prolong your life?" "Prolong life? Old sir, are you jesting?" Su Yi laughed, fully aware of his own body and any hidden ailment. "Don't doubt this, old man. You cannot sense this hidden ailment, but let me ask you, are you practicing a particularly yang and rigid technique?" Lin Renxin spoke with certainty. Upon hearing this, Su Yi immediately thought of the blazing melting sword technique he had comprehended in Shi Prefecture. That's impossible. The Su family head had also ventured into the mountains, and he is living well. Su Yi thought skeptically that, "Young man, you dare to doubt me? Allow me to enlighten you. The technique you practice, if cultivated by one of pure yang, without the harmonization of yin and yang, will inevitably lead to an excess of yang energy. The consequences could be as mild as damaging your meridians and ruining your foundation, or as severe as chaotic yang energy that leads to your demise. Chapter 73. Return to the Qian. Upon hearing this, Su Yi's eyes widened in shock. What the hell? Indeed, the Su family head had already had a wife. So this makes sense. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Su Yi extended his hand again, reopening the box to examine its contents. Don't look too closely. The medicine to suppress your yang energy is in that jar. Lin Renxin waved his fan at Su Yi, then noticed a few pills in one of the jars. But the quantity was scarce. Don't think me stingy. You must not take too many. This is for suppression, not release. That I've already done my best to control it. It's like cotton. These medicinal pills can only compress the energy, but cannot release it. After consuming these, you might still manage to maintain control, but should you continue indulging and lose control, it would become utterly unmanageable. As for the method of release, there's no need for me to elaborate. Is there? Lin Renxin chuckled at him. Why, dear lad, do you prefer love to blossom over time or a spark of instant attraction? Perhaps I could impart a few potions to you. I assure you, both experiences are attainable. Lin Renxin displayed a knowing smile. However, Su Yi was left with a look of exasperation. Remember, do seek a partner as soon as possible, and during the period of taking these medicines, refrain from using your cultivation techniques, or it may exacerbate the restlessness of your yang energy. Lastly, it would be prudent to find several partners, for a typical individual might struggle to endure your particularities. Do not be oblivious to the fortune you possess. Lin Renxin began his relentless chatter once more. Old Lin, do you have a definitive cure? Su Yi inquired. A cure? Why seek a cure? Your constitution is inherently vigorous and yang. Over the years, I have encountered countless men yearning for such a physique. You are familiar with the head of the Qiu family, I presume? He is in dire need of it, Lin Renxin replied. Moreover, do you think this is something that can simply be cured? This is due to the perfect alignment of your physique with this cultivation method. The supreme yang technique paired with your pure yang constitution allows for an astonishing acceleration in your progress. Do not even entertain thoughts of a cure. It is utterly unattainable. Lin Renxin pulled out a pipe and took a deep puff. You should settle down soon. I happen to have a granddaughter. Perhaps you would like to meet her? After all, in the eyes of female cultivators, you are a walking source of cultivation resources. My granddaughter is quite keen on enhancing her power. It would be fortuitous for you to be introduced. Lin Renxin wore a cunning smile akin to that of an old fox. Su Yi, feeling helpless, thought, what is this all about? He swallowed a pill and instantly felt a wave of tranquility wash over him. Then I must trouble you, old Lin, to convey my apologies to your granddaughter. I currently have no intentions of starting a family, Su Yi stated. Alas, you truly do not know how to appreciate your good fortune. Lin Renxin shook his head, but fret not. Should you change your mind in the future, feel free to seek me out. After expressing his gratitude to Lin Renxin, Su Yi departed, deciding to seek out Su Yun'er first to see if she had any solutions. As for starting a family, Su Yi himself was uncertain about his plans. If even the female protagonist, Su Yun'er, could not find a way, then he would truly have to consider his lifelong commitments. What a bother, he lamented. How could there be such a troublesome martial art in the Moon Snow Sword sect? Could it be intended for cultivating dual cultivation partners? At that moment, Su Yi felt as if he had stumbled upon the truth. In Zaizu at the Moon Snow Sword sect, little junior sister, be cautious on your journey to Dakian. Bai Ying said to Yi Ying Shui, not worry. Senior sister, My master has permitted my descent from the mountain, and she has provided me with numerous protective measures. Yi Ying Shui replied, patting Bai Ying's hand affectionately before taking off on her sword. Very well, be sure to return promptly. Bai Ying waved goodbye to Yi Ying Shui. Meanwhile, Yi Ying Shui held the sword command given by her master, her gaze fixed on the direction of Dakian. She had just learned from Yan Li about Su Yi's predicament. The sword command would guide her to Su Yi's location. Her delicate face flushed slightly. The Zhuangrong and her Xiaoling techniques were indeed perfectly suited for dual cultivation, making her undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. In truth, the Moon Snow Sword sect had been somewhat cunning. After all, the side effects of Zhuangrong could be avoided. Yet they chose to conceal this fact. On the other hand, Xiaoling bore no side effects whatsoever. Yi Ying Shui had initially intended to pass the complete cultivation method to Su Yi. only to discover that the Moon Snow Sword sect had not retained the full scripture. Yin Li's explanation was that she did not wish her disciple to end up like herself. He must still remember her. He would not have forgotten her. Yingxu thought to herself, as memories of their past flooded her mind. However, whenever she thought of her childhood, her heart ached for her parents. Yingxu's journey to Daqian was not solely to assist Su Yi in alleviating the side effects of Zhuangrong, but also to seek out her biological mother and father. Although she held little affection for that family, she still wished to ascertain their well-being. Daqian, I have returned. The following morning, Su Yi, are you truly going to accompany me to the capital? Uncle Li asked Su Yi. The middle-aged man before him was Uncle Li, the very person who had carried Su Yi back to old Lin's medical clinic. Yes, Uncle Li, I have a matter to attend to in the capital. Su Yi responded he intended to visit Jian Hall first to meet Bai Jin, as Bai Jin was straightforward, while the eldest young lady was quite scheming. It had been quite some time since the second young lady had awakened her memories. She was likely to have undergone a significant change in temperament. Comparatively, it was better to gather information from Bai Jin before making other preparations. Very well, then in that case, please hop on. Uncle Li gestured for Su Yi to climb onto the ox cart. Their town, Songjin, was renowned for mulberry cultivation and sericulture. Periodically, they would deliver fine silk to the Chiu family textile shop in the capital, and today was one of those days that Su Yi expressed his gratitude to Uncle Li and boarded the cart, swaying gently as they made their way to the capital. Along the journey, he pondered how to broach the subject with Bai Jin. After all, having vanished without a trace for so long, Bai Jin would undoubtedly bombard him with questions upon their reunion. As evening approached, they finally arrived in the capital. After bidding farewell to Uncle Li, Su Yi made his way directly to Jian Hall. With his current strength, avoiding the guards was a mere trifle. And having spent ample time at Jian Hall, he was well acquainted with the distribution and strength of the guards. He effortlessly arrived at the side room of the clinic, ensuring no one was around before gently pushing the door open. Odd. The girl Bai Jin is not here. Su Yi wondered, scanning the room in confusion at that moment. His attention was drawn to a note pinned down by a paperweight on the table. Damn, Su Yi. We agreed to meet tonight. This young lady has been waiting for you for 2 months. Where are you? My father has sent me home for a while. That if you see this note, I strongly advise you to bring some dumplings from the west of the city to the Zhu Garden residence as an apology. The tone was filled with grievance, as if it would seep through the paper. Su Yi shook his head, setting down the note and stepping out, heading westward. Chapter 74. The night banquet that night. At the Prime Minister's residence, the lamps were lit, and the decor was splendid, creating a lively atmosphere. In the banquet hall, tables and chairs were arranged neatly, laden with exquisite delicacies, and the fine utensils sparkled under the candlelight. Colorful silks were draped across the beams, adding a touch of opulence to the space. The prince, dressed in splendid attire, occupied the main seat, his expression solemn, while his gaze occasionally swept over the attendees. The second prince and prime minister sat on either side, with the heads of the 4 great families seated in sequence. Among them, Su Qingtian, the head of the Su family, had recently attained a breakthrough to the revered level, making him the center of attention. Prime Minister Bai's daughter, Bai Jin, donned a magnificent gown and wore a faint smile, yet her heart was filled with impatience. She had always detested such a stifling atmosphere. Honestly, is it really necessary to be this extravagant just for a welcoming banquet for the prince? Bai Jin thought sullenly, believing that everyone present shared the same sentiment. But there was little they could do. With the prince's status, they could only greet him with smiles that moment. The prince's gaze fell upon Su Yun'er, seated to the left of Su Qingtian. Long before the palace returned to the capital, he had heard that the second daughter of the Su family possessed medical skills comparable to the sage of medicine. He was curious to see if it were true. The prince's eyes sparkled with intense interest as he observed Su Yun'er. Meanwhile, the second prince appeared more reserved, though his gaze occasionally lingered on Su Yun'er, revealing admiration. Over the past 2 months, they had encountered Su Yun'er and found her to be a remarkable individual, distinct from the typical noble ladies of the capital. Had it not been for Su Yun'er's presence, he would not have attended the banquet to welcome the prince, but would instead have prepared a gift and sought an excuse to avoid the event. Your Highness, you flatter me. "This is merely a fade," Su Yun'er replied. "That may not necessarily be the case. That I was quite astonished to learn how Miss Su Qinghan managed to find such a pure fire alchemist. It turns out that the second daughter is indeed exceptionally gifted." Lin Yi raised his glass in a toast to Su Yun'er, his emotions more fervent than the prince's admiration on the side. Lin Yayun was furious at her brother's lack of ambition, and more perplexed by why, since Su Yun'er's arrival, all eyes in the hall seemed to gravitate towards her. The sense of defeat that the second daughter of the Su family brought her was more intense than that which she felt in comparison to the eldest daughter. Su Qinghan, despite having not been outdone, she felt as though she had already lost completely. As for Su Yun'er, since her return to the capital, she had been inquiring about Su Yi's whereabouts. Unfortunately, the listening jade she had gifted him had been damaged for some unknown reason. Otherwise, she would have surely found him. As she contemplated this, Su Yun'er couldn't help but glance at her sister, Su Qinghan. Her sister had always been quite lenient towards her, and she wished to repay her kindness. However, given the current circumstances, she felt somewhat lost, and why sister must know the reason behind brother Su's disappearance. Why won't she tell me? Su Yun'er clutched her garment tightly, a heaviness weighed upon her heart. Life was becoming increasingly unbearable. Were it not for the glimmer of hope that Su Yi might return to the capital, she would have departed long ago. Her decision to reveal her true identity stemmed from a desire to convey to Su Yi that she had now acquired the strength to support him. She wished for him to think of her first in times of distress, to seek her out. Su Yi and Su Qinghan were among the few in the vast Su estate who had shown her kindness, and her feelings for Su Yi were particularly profound. However, during this period, ever since she discovered her identity as Gu Yun, Su Qinghan had repeatedly evaded her own issues, refusing to utter a word about Su Yi's whereabouts. Meanwhile, in a corner, Su Qinghan sat in a daze. She gazed at Su Yun'er, surrounded by a throng, her heart filled with confusion. She could not comprehend why, despite her considerable sacrifices, it was Su Yun'er who was to be wed to the son of the Qiu family. She had given so much, lost so much. Years of planning and the cultivation of a trusted aide over 5 years were rendered futile by a mere statement from her father. The second prince had set his sights on Yun'er, and the marriage alliance with the Qiu family could only fall to her. She had thought her father's disregard for their mother-daughter duo was merely due to the matters concerning Shi Prefecture. But it seemed this was his true nature. The oppressive atmosphere of the Su estate was suffocating. Not only had she gained nothing, but she had also lost a great deal, as these thoughts consumed her. Su Qinghan's body began to tremble uncontrollably. Her emotions, turbulent over the past months, surged like a tightly strung bow, and she fell on the brink of collapse. Despite all her efforts, her father still treated her mother with disdain. Viewing her solely as a tool for the family, having achieved the status of a revered elder and extended his lifespan by centuries, he now looked down upon her, a woman, as unworthy to inherit the family headship. Both she and Su Yun'er had become mere instruments for marriage alliances, while her father's position remained securely intact. Since learning of the Qiu family's intentions, her regret had deepened. It was all her own doing. Fidgeting with the Qinquan ring in her hand, she could only hope that Su Yi was still alive. With the connection through the Qinquan ring severed, she was preparing to return to Shi City in search of Su Yi's whereabouts. In due time, the heads of the 4 families were to pay a visit to the 4 major sects, which was the very reason for convening this gathering. Su Qinghan had resolved that once she left, she would never return. Her mother had her elder brother, the prime minister, by to look after her, so she need not worry. Her father's callousness had become intolerable. Just then the crown prince abruptly stood, raising his cup, expressing confidence that the heads of the 4 families had considerable faith in the upcoming meeting with the 4 major sections. Upon hearing this, the head of the Qiu family hastily replied, "Indeed, with Brother Su having broken through to the supreme realm, matters concerning the 4 major sects are surely within reach." TSK, a sycophant, a show-off, both the heads of the Lin and Yi families thought simultaneously. They held a particular disdain for smooth-talking, scheming merchants, and the head of the Qiu family epitomized such a character. That is for the best. My father places great importance on matters concerning the sects, so Lord Su must tread carefully, the crown prince remarked with a smile.